Chapter 1 The Collapse Begins. I apologize, beauty our tranquilifacil to midlib inchittered bime. Ash watched Chinawan's departing silhout and Lingrong slowly collapsed to the ground. This life, this breath, I haven't ever truly owned. Today, at last, I can reclaim me autonomy. In the midst of her disembodied state, and Lingrong heard the words, the Liu concubine has passed away. Howen zet lingitwastity without peace shalo that fatidal. She had expected to descend into the depths of hell, yether saw float in the air, witnessing countless illusions. In these visions, and Lingrong beheld both the past and the future. It was revealed to her mother long before she was maligned with Imperial Astronomical Bureau, had been killed by her father's concubine. And Lingrong watched dasher mother in her finalments, called other name, she cried out, yearning to grasp her mother, only to pass through her firm. And Lingrong was filled with rage she despised and behive ho favored his concubine over his wife, and she loathed Thuplan ho would caused her mother's demise. She also harbored resentment towards Jewashing who spoke the words, both parents bear the character for wooden their surnames, and thes comminction miswang behindem. Regrettably, in her former life she hadn't lyre paid shin mizuan jinkid, while Jewashing remained unscathed. If Javaninothurchins she would ensure thatten by hand you would pay in blood for their transgressions, and that Jewashing would fisk consequences as well. Asher spirit departed than residence, and Lingrongjang countered a scene both unfamiliar and striking. She beheld an extraordinarily beautiful woman standing beside the Felicio. Uzier for red to Hera's sister. She was known a thirth an empress Juan Unulanara ruse. And Lingrong moves that Jin Huwain indeed bore a striking resemblancito empress. Yuxio Manoth have been favored by her biological mother, view the elder sister roused genuine likert for her. In the Ulanara residence, aside from Yuxio's concubine mother, Rouse was the onu hot treat her the best. Later, when Yixi entered the Prince Yang's residence as a secondary consort, the prince promised the Tifshabor Highmason, Shwood belevated a thestidus of primary consort. In a moment of fright, Yixia summoned Drowsa to accompany her during her pregnancy. Little did Shek know, the Prince Young fell deeply in love with Rouse at first sight. Subsequently, Rouse married into Prince Young's residence, becoming the primary consort. Yixi was filled with regret, yet found herself powerless to change her fate. When Yuxia's own fell grave Lyalanth Imperial Medical Bureau could do nothing to save him, Fieldest Prince passed away. At that moment, news arrived that Rouse was pregnant. The Prince Young completely forgot about his recently deceasedson, lest in the joy of his beloved wife's pregnancy. Yuxiu harbored a deep-seated hatred for Rouse and, under the pretense of caring for her during pregnancy, fed her food steamed with banana leaves and replaced Haralmantia with peach kerneltia. But were known to harm the fetus and desersult, Rouse suffered a tragic fatab mother and child perishing during childbirth. Before her death, Rouse urged Prince Young to elevate Yuxia's status and to treat her with kindness. Before her spirit departed, Rouse cast a look at Yuxia that was filled with a mixture of understanding, pity and regret. And Lingrong realized that Rouse had long known about Yuxia's treachery. Bound by an engagement, she had been forsaid by her family into the royal residency and had become evil to her own sister. Perhaps she had long since become indifferent to life and death. Yet, even at the brink of death, she protected Yuxia last time. And Lingrong envied Yuxia for having such a sister. How wonderful it would be to have a sister while wholehearted likert for her. And Ruth Jinhoan Hadan se treat her well. Butherfat had always been dictated Beothershad should not struggled so desperately would have perished long ago, and Harift with Jinhoan would have been inevitable. With a heart full of envy, and Lingroth and son noble lady Nyenchirlan. Upon entering the royal residence, Nyenchirlan was a naive and innocent girl, yet a bull of abortion medicine destroyed her only friendship pint the palasi and shattered her innocence. And Lingrong nerdly cursed Themperor for his cruelty, evento his own children. Asha continued to drift, and Lingrong spirit encountered Harry herself, Genoan and Shin Mishwang. In that time she had been poor and self-deprecating, yet it was also a period of happiness in her life. Then Genoan left Epolis, fell in love with Gua Prince and became pregnant with twins. Shin Mizwan gan physician when welcome medicine, Jingha. And Lingrong spirit le fed with delight for the Twagri and had temporary yang Jin Guarsud Heimwell. What followed Dwareth even after her death? The Gua Prince indeed, and Jinhuan in league with Yilani, orchestrated the downfall of Yunjun. The fourth prince ascended to the throne. Jin Huan became the most powerful woman in the harem Empress Dowager. Yet their life was far from comfortable. Then a Lycrown humbly harbored resentment toward Jin Huan and Honghe. Hong was adopted by the prince. Luoyu Mariet for Awaitozungar, but their life was fraught with hardship after enduring rebellion, imprisonment, and a second marriage. Sherator Neto Jin Huan, pregnant. However, by then, the bond between Luoyu and Jin Huan had all but vanished. As Tilderly Jin Huan approached her end, sheshid the last year of her life. And Lingrong felt a pang of sorrow when the harem were where the true victors? Uncertain of falon Shalingaredin illusion, her spirit was suddenly swept uncontrollably into darkness. When she appeared Herayas again, she found herself in a familiar setting. And Lingrong thought she was still within theorem of illusions. Beauty sweet its spoiled voice interrupted her thoughts. Your servant wishes to expose noble consorts I for her illicit relations, which have corrupted the inner palace as such crimes are unforgivable. It was noble consort she. And Lingrong's eyes at Thema meant to win unu Spain Gattinchin and pinched herself hard, feeling a sharp pain. These wasn't a tamer spirit she had a physic a form what was happening? Before she could ponder further, that empress' dignified voice resonated. Thepales also stringent noble consort must refrain from speaking recklessly. These words sounded dearly familiar, and Lingrong immediately sensed something wasimus. Wasn't this the Sinafta blood test for familial recognition? And Lingrong's mind was in a tumult, rendering her almost deaf to the surrounding discussions. The original plan was for Lingrong to reveal Jin Huan's closities with Physician One, yet she remained silent. Ishio, waiting for Lingrong to speak, Ternetto Finderlisten thought her Mindelswear. Unable to contain herself, Yixiu cleared her throat. Lord Kanja's present noble consort should be cautious with her words. What do my esteemed sisters think? And Lingrong finally snapped back to reality. Had she truly returned? In that moment, she was to tell us whether to love Forkry. Had she been sent back sooner, shwould not have been dupin such a desolated situation. Now her voice was ruined, and with Ereft with Jin Huan, she couldn't literally in her dwindlingfulness, which Empress would surely exploit. Was he destined torpe their past fate, ending upase target for de la ridicule? Absolutely not. And Lingrong Gello Jin Huan's faction and noble consort Kito engage in verbal sparring while she remained silent. She was struggling to recall her actions in her previous life. During the blood test for familial recognition, noble consort had charged boldly into the fray while she managed the proceedings, and the empress maintained her hands clean, comfortably observing from a distance. Glancing Gathamade Bakwabender and Lingrong decided to take wastum for a cane she had yet to instruct Bakweto fine Shin Meijuan. The truth was that Jin Huan's twin sir neither Themperors nor physician wins. In her past life she had uncovered the affair between Shin Meijuan and physician one, yet she followed noble consort Kaitas Jin Huan and the physician without intervention. At the time she had thought it best to eliminate Jin Huan if she failed, noble consort Kai will dalsum either demise, leaving Thempress reliant solely in her. But why must he always be subservient to Empress? Initially, the Empress had claimed to Krishara's sister. At that moment she hadn't by Jin Huan for her favorable relationships with Shin Meijuan Fanchuani and Devon Wan by wily dignified and seeming benevolent woman of high status told her she liked her. Moreover, in Harrius at the time, this woman had saved Than family. How could she not feel compelled to dedicate herself to her? Later, she realized Empress was moral using her, but then it was too late. And Lingrong wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Since she had returned, even if world war to collapse around her, she would no longer be in Yonispan. At that moment, Bina Rado Redi been taken to Jingren Palace be noble consort she. And Lingrong was well aware of what would follow, and she had no desire to listen any longer. Why them press cunning, even without her, the blood test for familial recognition would proceed smoothly. Chapter 2 What happened to an Pin? And Lingrong took out handkerchief and held it to her mouth, revealing only her exquisite cast a glance a noble consort she. Guergio when you win, the humiliation you inflicted upon my past life, along with thoughtful othmadis in ethe true and edme voice, ishalenture thoughty our repayable today. The handkerchief was infused with a special fragrance concocted being Lingrong unless a new ways extremely close, it was nearly undetectable. Yet, once it was brought to Thanos, Thescent would induce a dizziness, make breathing laborious, and render the victim speechless. Even the imperial physician would likely attribute such symptoms to physical weakness or excess of a mental strain, never suspecting the handkerchief itself. The shad original in a contingency plan for them pursued circumstances stern dire, shine dead to see it against noble consort she. In her previous life, noble consort Kai had not implicated Thempress, and thus the plan had remained unused. Now, upon her birth, she found herself compelled to employ it on herself. Your Highness, what is wrong? Before Lingrong could slide off her chair, Bakura shed to catch her. The attendants in Jingrun Palace stood frozen in shock. Yuxia quickly regained her composure and Lingrong could not be allowed to leave. If she departed, Yuxia would have to take action herself, and she did not wish to tarnish her dignified and benevolent image before the Emperor. What happened to Pin? Quickly summoned the imperial physician. Noble consort glared at Lingrong with venomous disdain. His wretched woman was utterly useless. Soon, physician Zhu from the Imperial Medical Bureau was summoned. He examined Lingrong's pulse, perplexed. Your Highness, and Pin's pulse size rapid yet fainted is likely a result of her previous illness, which has not yet fully healed. Yixia furrowed her brow and Lingrong had been subjected to the chilling favor of Tempress had to Kenshiji pill and Hadel Suva restricted her diet, which indeed left her in poor health. Physician Su, is theory a waiteress in Pin? Replying to your Highness, and Pin is not in grave danger shimmer liar query samplerist, perhaps you will awaken by tomorrow. Tomorrow? A flicker of irritation crossed Yixia's eyes. And Pin fainting at such a critical moment disrupted her plans. Yet, maintaining her usual facade of kindness, she could not confine an unconscious consort within your palace. Moreover, within Penunable to Kentade, she was softened for the roostower. Bacho, Bak, take your mistress back to Yenshi Palatian care for her properly. Yes, your Highness. It was not until the following morning that Lingrong gradually regained consciousness. Baikiao stepped forward to assist her in rising. Your Highness, you are awake, how wonderful, it will fetch the physician at once. Wait a moment. Lingrong looked at Baccio. It was a delicate face, filled with genuine concern for her well-being. Lingrong sees reddened, alarming Baccio, repeatedly asked what was wrong. In her past life, Lingrong had known that Baccio always aligned with Empress. However, at the time, she had knew Torleone except Empress. Whether the Empress informant was Baccio or Simeon Nielsen no longer mattered to her. Thus, she had kept Baccio by her side. Ultimately, Baccio always executed due to her association with Lingrong. Later, in a vision she witnessed Baccio, under the orders of Empress confidant Huichun, continuously sowing discord between her and Genoan. Yet, emotions Sarah complex gradually, Bacchio's art began Talian torture, developing genuine affection. Unbeknownst to Lingrong, Baccio had unsplendid with Empress for mercy, even facing punishment from Huichun for it. This was when noble consort struck against her, Yuxiyuko sitowed her in a blind eye, completely disregarding Galfat and Lingrong gadden for her. When Lingrong's voice was destroyed and she fell to Feverance Mord, Baccio had knelt before one Churchu, begging him to heal her. Botho called one Chicha possibly save her? Before her death, Baccio had said, Your Highness, you must live well. In her past life, Lingrong had endured many days of bullying from Palace-mate Sanju Unux alongside Baccio. Baccio had betrayed her and Desersult had been beaten to death Lingrong was incurred how to treat her. If she were at a Dismas Bacciano, she feared that Simeon Nielsen would be sent in her place. Thus, Baccio must remain. If she could keep her head down in the future, given their shared hardships, Lingrong might just to forgive her past transgressions. However, should Baccio betray her again, she would evita beld. Seeing Lingrong cs reddened and her expression pained, Baccios and zed something wasimus. Your Highness, what is wrong, please do not frighten. Lingrong's gaze fell, Kurlon luscious casting shadows tot concealed all the darkness within your. Baccio, tell me about what transpired yesterday. Yes, your Highness. The situation was similar to her previous life, except that whither Yuxia would have to take center stage. In her last life, when the Emperor Hardixia mentioned Empress Chenyuan had been angry but ultimately confined her to Jingren Palace, later, the Empress Dowager intervened, allowing Yixia to emerge. This time, however, Yuzi Urisia Vita slapped from Emperor, Wa strictly ordered her not to leave Jingren Palace without permission and forbade her from mentioning Empress Chunyuan lest she tarnish Empress sanctity. It seemed Emperor's afterwards Yuxia Woodlinger forquit some time. Whether it was due to Yuxia's perceived shortcomings or her favorable relationship with Empress Chunyuan, Duanfei had been elevated to Duan Guifei. Duan Guifei shared a close bond with Jinuan, which wasn't good news for Lingrong. Nevertheless, the Empress was under house arrest, and the Empress Dowager could not yet allow her to leave Jingren Palace. Noble consort had also been cast into the cold palace. It was a decent art. And Lingrong concealed the upward carving of her lips with the handkerchief, scrutinizing Bakia closely. As Bakia mentioned the Empress confinement, noble consort kiss fall from grace, and a weech disappointment of Department of Punishments, her smile was nearly impossible to suppress. Noticing in Lingrong Geidinger face, Bakia assumed she was worried about the Empress. Your Highness, there is something I am unsure whether to say. Speak freely. Empress, the Empress Dowager is revered but you must treat her with respect, however do not let her provoke the Emperor's displeasure. The Empress is merely under house arrest, and with Empress Dowager's protection she will not suffer any grievances. Yet, Your Highness, your health has never been robust yesterday shock from noble consort Kisword scoot prolongo recovery. Let us not concern ourselves with other state carry of io yourself, ifio please? As Bakiak knelt on the ground, she hoped this would be an opportune moment for the mistress to distance herself from the Empress. And Lingrong's contingence glistened with moisture. Rise, for I cannot assist with Empress matters. You are right, I must prioritize me health. A glimmer of joy appeared in Bakia's eyes. And Lingrong took Bakia Shandan descended from the bed. Seated before the mirror, Shegas to her pale, Dalek face, and her eyes grew warm with emotion. She truly had returned. And Baiwa would soon meet their demise. With Thermothergone and Baiwa should seek atonement in Thunderworld, she could not tell him to drag her down with him. Now that Empress Bauer was swanning, it would not be as I don't ever get telef under Shinuan's influence. How could she turn the tide in her favor? Bachuk go to the ceremony ascend inform them that Amon while have them remove a green head plate. Your Highness? Bakia waistake an ebok without he Empress support, the mistress should seize the opportunity to solidify the Emperor's favor. And Lingrong offered no explanation, continuing, hurry back, then to the Imperial Medical Bureau on summon physician when Shikuto attend home. Bakia assured sang physician when Cardon for noble consorts I a weepin and woody trolekamato see the mistress, he would like a defer to another physician instead. And Lingrong understood Bakia's thoughts. Guna physician when he's willing to come, tell him that on evening of May 21 last year I visited Shattered Jade Pavilion. Bakia left, puzzled. And Lingrong drummed her fingers unthitable, carefully contemplating the events to come. When Shichu was audacious, having committed numerous atrocities, yet was not particularly clever. She didn't articulate her words clearly. Hemet failed to comprehend. She was being explicit enough for Bakia to grasp, but one Shichu who had spent in Whippin's companion Shattered Jade Pavilion would certainly understand. After Bakiao departed and Lingrong wrote several notes. Chapter 3, Do not speak to me of conditions. When Shichu hurried to the Yenchi Palace, his face was flushed with embarrassment and anger, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Ignoring Bawan and Baoke who were still nearby, his gaze towards An Lingrong was tinged with resentment. An Lingrong raised an eyebrow but paid little heed. She harbored a deep-seated hatred for Shinmei Zhuang, who had sullied her reputation through the Kintianjian and even implicated her beloved mother. Had it not been for the price Shinmei Zhuang had already paid in her past life, and Lingrong would have risked everything to avenge herself in this life. As for Wen Shichu, she felt no guilt, only a hint of regret. Had he not castrated her, and had Shinmei Zhuang remained alive, their utter ignorance of the need for discretion would have inevitably drawn the attention of those with ulterior motives. One could only wonder whether the astute Ziguithii would confront the Emperor on their behalf. Alas, such hypotheticals were futile, and Lingrong's focus lay solely on the present. Baowan, Baoke, I have a few words to exchange with Physician One. You two remain outside and ensure no one approaches. Observing the fury in Wen Shichu's eyes, Bao Yuan and Baoke worried he might act against An Lingrong. Leave as long as Physician One harbors even a shred of loyalty to the Wen family. He will not dare to harm me. Yes, your highness, they responded and exited the chamber. The moment when Shirchu heard the mention of the Wen family, his complexion drained of color. May I inquire what the noble and concubine seeks from me? Physician Wen, do you believe my voice can still be cured? When Shirchu fell silent, Lingrong could not help but smile. His silence was a good sign, indicating her voice had a chance of recovery. Though she despised the emperor, she needed his favor. In the past, her lack of favor had nearly led to her demise in Yanqi Palace, surviving on meager scraps while enduring the disdain of maids and eunuchs. Such a life was one she never wished to relive. She intended to thrive and ensure those who owed her would repay their debts. And Lingrong smiled. Tears began to well in her eyes. Mother, I have long since repaid in Bihua for the gift of life in my previous life, yet, what he owes us remains unsettled. When Shirchu, I grant you 2 months, after this period, should my voice remain unhealed. Or should anyone conspire against me. Her smile was laced with sarcasm and desolation, her voice lowered yet crystal clear to Wen Shirchu, you ought to be grateful I have not revealed that the child in Huaping's womb is yours. Otherwise, both the Wan-Inshan families would quietly face annihilation. When Shirchu's eyes widened in shock, he never anticipated and Lingrong possessed such knowledge even regarding the child. How did she come to know? And Lingrong studied his astonished expression, a mocking smile gracing her lips. There was much more she knew, but she could not reveal all her cards at once. When Shirchu's mind was in chaos, he longed to silence Lingrong, yet he dared not. Lingrong exuded a calm madness, as if devoid of any vulnerabilities. If she were to perish, others would surely accompany her to the grave, but did she not care for the family? When Shirchu closed his eyes, striving to regain his composure, he was almost certain that if anything happened to Lingrong, the matter concerning Hui Pin would inevitably reach the emperor's ears. At that moment, the blood droplet examination would lead to the quiet eradication of everyone from both families. Cold sweat trickled down Wen Shirchu's forehead. Your highness, he stammered, I do not comprehend what you mean. Lingrong shook her head, recognizing his honest facade, yet he had committed acts that could implicate entire clans. A physician Wen, you do not understand, fear not, there shall be others who will. Raising her voice, she commanded, Bawan, escort physician Wen out. When Shirchu suddenly turned to Lingrong and concubine, I can make an attempt. I do not have the luxury of time to squander with you. Should you be unwilling, drag your feet, or attempt to administer some kind of poison to me. I would not dare. I assure you, within 6 months, your voice will be restored to its former glory. Too long. I cannot wait. 2 months is all you have. At his eyes reddened. Your highness, I must prepare the medicine and test it to ensure its efficacy. This must be done at the right moment. Test it on Qi Guoran then. But her voice is not compromised. Very soon, it will be just like mine. When Shirchu cast a glance at Lingrong, frightened by her ruthlessness, Lingrong smirked derisively. A physician Wen truly wishes to warm the 6 palaces. Just yesterday, Qi Guoran sought your life. Have you forgotten so swiftly? Tsk. When Shirchu glared in anger, if I restore your voice? How can you guarantee that this matter will remain concealed? When Shirchu, do not speak to me of conditions. If one wishes to keep a secret, one must not act in a manner that invites discovery. Whether others are aware of this matter, I cannot say. However, should you heal me, I assure you, this incident shall never escape my lips. When Shirchu harbored doubts about Lingrong's sincerity, yet he found himself obliged to comply. With no other options at his disposal, after making some promises, he departed. Lingrong retrieved the Zhuanghe powder, a glint of cold light flashing in her eyes. Qi Guoran had administered the Zhuanghe powder to her, rendering her once vital voice useless. To gain favor, she had taken the Shiji pill and practiced ice play, nearly ruining her body in the process. In her quest for vengeance, she had painstakingly procured the very poison that had harmed her. Initially intending to seek retribution, only to find Qi Guoran had dug her own grave in attempting to pull Jin Huan down. In her past life, and Lingrong had been indifferent to the fate of Jin Huan or Qi Guoran. If given the choice, she would have preferred Jin Huan to perish. Qi Guoran, lacking intelligence, was easier to manipulate, and she had hoped Wen Yuan would succeed in ousting Jin Huan. Ultimately, Jin Huan remained unharmed while Qi Guoran was banished to the cold palace, rendering the poison unnecessary. Yet now, the timing was perfect. A cold smile graced Lingrong's lips as she led Bawan to the cold palace. Though Bawan followed in Lingrong's lead, her heart brimmed with questions she dared not voice. Today, her master exuded an aura of determination and ruthlessness unlike any other. The cold palace's eerie desolation enveloped them even before they stepped inside, the air heavy with despair and decay, sending chills down their spines. Your Highness, such a foul and ominous place, you need not enter. Lingrong handed the powdered medicine to Bawan, stepping inside herself. In the cold palace, several old matriarchs, reveling in their past glories, were startled at the sight of Lingrong and her attendant. And Lingrong cast a cold glance at them, inform me of Chi Gairen's whereabouts, and then leave, regardless of what sounds you hear. You are not to return, and the matriarchs immediately understood the intent of retribution against a former enemy. A common occurrence in the Cold Palace, they had learned to turn a blind eye. Previously, it was always the noble women who sent maids and eunuchs to carry out such tasks. Today, however, this lady intended to take matters into her own hands. What a profound grudge indeed! Yet, this was not their concern. They pointed in Lingrong in the right direction and fled. Lingrong followed the indicated path until she arrived at a dilapidated hut, the prison of Chi Gueren. Bawan tightened her grip on the powdered medicine, retrieving a bowl from the kitchen in the courtyard, filling it with cool water, and mixing in the powdered medicine before carrying it to the threshold of Chi Gairen's chamber. Chapter 4, Such fine sunlight gently pushing the door open, a nauseating moldy odor assaulted her senses. The room was dimly lit, with only a sliver of sunlight struggling through the broken window to illuminate a corner. Chi Gueren huddled on a tattered straw mat, her garments in tatters, hair disheveled. The once arrogant and domineering eyes now lacked their former brilliance, replaced by emptiness and despair. Upon seeing Bawan, Chi Gueren momentarily froze before a mocking smile crept across her face. "You wretched servant, what do you want?" Without uttering a word, Bawan approached with the bowl of water. "You vile servant, are you attempting to poison me?" As she spoke, Chi Gueren reached for the bowl to push it away. However, after being pampered for over 20 years, she had gone without food or water since entering the Cold Palace yesterday, leaving her utterly weak and unable to resist Bawan. Bawan forcefully compelled Chi Gueren to drink the contents of the bowl. And soon a searing pain radiated through her throat, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream. Lingrong stood quietly outside the door, relishing the sound of Chi Gairen's anguished cries, feeling a sense of vindication. Chi Gueren, you once colluded with the courtiers of Yanqi Palace to poison my master. Today, this is but a tit-for-tat. You must survive, for my master has mentioned that now you are in the Cold Palace. Your father's treachery against Ziguifi will soon come to light. Be sure to hold on to your life and plead for your family. Initially glaring at Bawan with malice, Chi Gairen's expression paled at these words. You lie, my father is trusted by the emperor. It cannot be. It cannot be. Her voice was hoarse, echoing in Lingrong's own vocal struggles. Having conveyed in Lingrong's instructions, Bawan turned to leave. Chi Gueren reached out, attempting to grasp her, but fell from the bed in a pitiful manner. Lingrong listened to the sound, feeling a secret thrill. Soon, Chi Gueren would be demoted to a commoner and face a brutal end. Yet before that, she relished the opportunity to reclaim a measure of her due retribution, bringing a rare sense of ease to her darkened heart, when contemplating the demise of the esteemed Chi. One inevitably recalls the eunuch Su Peixing, a hound so devoted to women that he would willingly turn against his master. The memories of Su Peixing's past humiliations towards her stir a disquiet in Lingrong's heart. She is acutely aware of her own insecurities and the darkness within. She does not consider herself a virtuous person, yet, the audacity of a mere eunuch, emboldened by the favor of Jin Huan and the emperor, to mock and belittle her strikes her as absurd. Lingrong, is that truly you? A voice rasped and filled with skepticism broke the silence. Turning, and Lingrong beheld a disheveled woman, emaciated to the point of fragility, fixating on her even with her past life experiences. And Lingrong, usually composed, found herself startled by the wretched figure before her. The woman limped towards her, dragging a broken leg, swaying unsteadily as Bawan positioned herself protectively in front of Lingrong. Recognition dawned upon Lingrong. This was Xia Dongchen. The venomous glare of Xia Dongchen bore into Lingrong, fueled by resentment. She would never forget that it was Lingrong who had deliberately provoked her, leading to her disgrace in front of Hua Fei, resulting in a punishment of one length of red cloth. Lingrong, you wicked woman, how is it that you still draw breath? And Lingrong met Xia Dongchuan's gaze with unwavering resolve. Sister Xia, if you have endured such hardship and yet live, how could I, in my esteemed position, ever consider demise? She harbored no regrets for having incited Xia Dongchuan's wrath during her first court audience. She had felt the palpable tension between the Empress and Hua Fei. This foolish woman, upon entering the palace, had offended Hua Fei and sought refuge with her rival, the Empress. Had Lingrong not acted to bring down Xia Dongchen at the outset, would she have waited for her to torment her to death? Xia Dongchen was indeed the first target of her malice. At that time, she had assumed that Hua Fei would only confine Xia Dongchen, ensuring she would never again be favored by the emperor. Never did she anticipate the severity of Hua Fei's methods. At merely 16 years of age, though possessing her own ambitions, she had never truly wished for anyone's death. Thus, when Xia Dongchen was punished and left maimed, and Lingrong was paralyzed by fear. In the days following that incident, nightmares plagued her. Yet, that was the Lingrong of 16. The woman she had become now bore hands stained with blood. Such trivial matters no longer held weight in her heart. The jealousy and hatred radiating from Xia Dongchun only served to fuel in Lingrong's resolve. Xia Dongchun, I once believed that someone as brazen as you must have been cherished by doting parents. Even in your current state, I imagined they would find a way to care for you. Though you may be a consort, your father's status could surely afford you a comfortable life in the cold palace. Yet, it appears, you are worse off than I, a mere daughter of a humble household. Xia Dongchun's fury ignited, her eyes nearly ablaze, yet she dared not retaliate against Lingrong, merely spitting in impotent rage. And Lingrong dismissed her, stepping out of the cold palace. The sun shone brightly that day. I never expected to witness such splendid sunlight again. What did you say, my lady? A Bawan queried, puzzled. And Lingrong chuckled softly. Shaking her head, she had no intention of wasting this beautiful sunlight, for she wished to bask in it for many more years to come. Upon returning to Yanqi Palace, and Lingrong sat by the mirror, gazing intently at her reflection. How long had it been since she had truly observed herself? Her brows resembled emerald feathers, her skin as flawless as white jade, her visage delicate as a lotus petal. She appeared little changed since her entrance into the palace. Yet, the once gentle and doe-eyed gaze now bore traces of coldness and fatigue, the weariness concealed beneath long, thick lashes, rendering it nearly imperceptible at first glance, though she could not rival the beauty of Yan Shilan or the ethereal elegance of Jin Huan. Nor could she compare to the celestial beauty of Empress Chun Yuan, and Lingrong was indeed a rare beauty in her own right. Her features leaned towards the delicate charm of a humble maiden. Though graceful, she lacked the striking allure of grander women. The only aspect in which she surpassed them was in her naturally enchanting fragrance, a quality cultivated through years of immersion in spices. Disheartened, and Lingrong lowered her gaze. Her appearance shared no resemblance to that of Empress Chun Yuan. It seemed futile to attract the emperor's attention through her looks. Her voice, faltering day by day, stripped her of any sense of security. The damage inflicted upon her body by the Shi Ji pill made her reflect on the madness that had overtaken her during her fall from grace. She had been slender to the point of frailty, and there had been no need for the Shi Ji pill. She could have mastered the ice dance without it. Yet, how had her mind become so clouded, even though her intake was minimal? Restoring her body to its former state would require considerable time and care. She held no expectations regarding offspring. Her sole desire was to live a better life, when Shi Chu might not exert himself to heal her. Even with leverage over him, she felt no certainty. When Shi Chu, a man of romantic ideals, was, at his core, a fool who could not discern his own delusions. His heart had once been devoted to Jin Huan, and after facing disappointment with her, he had become infatuated with Shen Mei Zhuang. However, should one claim he had fallen for Shen Mei Zhuang, and Lingrong would not believe it, he simply could not bear to part with a beautiful and gentle woman's genuine affection. In her past life, Shen Mei Zhuang had passed away prematurely, and when Shi Chu had acknowledged his feelings for her, even abandoning the palace to guard her tomb. Yet, when Shen Huan called upon him, when Shi Chu had promptly returned to her side. Perhaps he did harbor some affection for Shen Mei Zhuang, but in his heart, the person who mattered most had always been Jin Huan. Chapter 5, the desire to witness Pin's disgrace. And Lingrong smiled at her reflection, shaking her head in resignation. Lacking resemblance, even her attempts to mimic Empress Chun Yuan's smile proved futile. The only quality she shared with the Empress was that same once-cherished voice. Lingrong felt a wave of despondency wash over her. Would Wen Shichu go to great lengths to restore her voice for the sake of Shen Mei Zhuang? Yet, even if he wished to, the timeline for such healing remained uncertain until matters were more settled. And Lingrong did not wish to place her full reliance on him. She had never been one to entrust all her hopes to others, for now, the emperor still held a measure of affection for her. But he had also hinted ominously regarding Ji Weisheng, and ultimately she believed that in this life, she had no intention of resorting to the intoxicating fragrances that harmed both herself and others. So, what must she do to alter her current circumstances? And Lingrong concentrated, recalling the visions from her dreams, and a plan began to form in her mind. Lingrong sketched the design for the feathered garment and requested the Ministry of Internal Affairs to create the attire accordingly. With her newfound favor, the officials were reluctant to hinder her, yet, it was evident to all that Lingrong and the favored consort Jin Huan were at odds, and the ministry was disinclined to offend the latter. Word of this soon reached Jin Huan. Huan scoffed, she truly is a seductress. First the ice dance, now resorting to some base tactics. This Pin seems to believe she cannot survive without the emperor's favor. Jean, she could not help but chuckle and shake her head. With the empress confined to Jingren Palace and Pin having lost her greatest support, she must be grasping at straws. However, putting aside the fact that Pin was not particularly skilled in dance, it was unlikely she could find a dance instructor in the palace. It was clear that her physique did not suit the feathered garment. If she were to pursue it, Jin she's thought trailed off, but Jin Huan and Huan Bai understood. An Lingrong's slender form, if she attempted the Jinghong dance, would at least possess a certain grace. Even if she could not rival Empress Chun Yuan's renowned performance, however, the feathered garment required a fuller figure to truly showcase its allure in femininity. Should an Lingrong truly pursue the feathered garment, she would likely become a laughingstock. If an Lingrong were to practice the Jinghong dance, Jin Huan might intervene, as she was acutely aware of the emperor's fascination with it. But regarding the feathered dance, she held no concerns. As Jin she had pointed out, the palace would not allow dancers to instruct the consorts. From what Jin Huan knew of an Lingrong, she had never had the chance to learn the feathered garment. Yet she could not fathom why an Lingrong would suddenly desire such attire. Jin Huan was well aware that the emperor held a disdain for Tang Xuanzong. Was an Lingrong attempting to draw a comparison between the emperor and Xuanzong? After much contemplation, Jin Huan ultimately acquiesced to an Lingrong's request to prepare the garments as specified. Huan Bai taunted, "Very well, I too look forward to witnessing An Pin's latest display of folly." Jin Huan frowned. She was fully aware of Huan Bai's disrespect towards an Lingrong. Their rift had been exacerbated by Huan Bai's involvement. However, Huan Bai was Jin Huan's biological sister, and it was impossible for her to genuinely punish her sibling over an Lingrong. The animosity between the two had reached a boiling point, and Lingrong had harmed her first child and brought about her father's illness, and Jin Huan would never forgive her for that. Yet, when asked why she would not heed Huan Bai's wishes to eliminate an Lingrong, it could be attributed to the memory of an Lingrong's doe-like eyes that had once inspired compassion. Or perhaps it was the memory of their once beautiful friendship upon entering the palace, but more than anything, it was a sense of disdain. An Lingrong's rise to favor relied solely on her exquisite voice. Without it, her appeal would vanish. A discarded pawn of an empress. Even if Jin Huan refrained from taking action, many others would be eager to do so, for someone as prideful as an Lingrong. Enduring daily humiliation and oppression was akin to a fate worse than death. Huan Bai had commanded others to humiliate an Lingrong during her celestial misfortunes, and Jin Huan had not intervened. She had anticipated an Lingrong would be left in despair, yet she had never expected her to regain favor through the ice dance. Fortunately for Jin Huan, an Lingrong had paid a significant price for her resurgence. Not only had she lost her ability to bear children, but her body had also been left in ruins. Just days prior, an Lingrong had fainted while the Empress and Qi were confronting Jin Huan, disrupting their plans and alleviating some of her burdens. In the present day, Jin Huan harbors little sisterly affection for an Lingrong. However, had an Lingrong contented herself and ceased her attempts to oppose Jin Huan, the latter would have been inclined to allow her to linger on in a state of survival. Yet, if circumstances were otherwise, within the confines of Yanqi Palace, an Lingrong adorned herself with a new makeup style and donned a dance costume. Commencing her practice of the dance steps etched in her memory, Baowan and Baoke stood vigil outside the hall. Today, the young mistress appeared truly enchanting. Alas, they could not witness her in her dance attire, which would surely render her even more captivating. The feathered garment dance was a skill an Lingrong had tirelessly pursued, following in the footsteps of Empress Chun Yuan during her visions, with every movement deeply ingrained in her heart. Coupled with her supple physique and foundational training in ice skating dance, mastering it proved to be no arduous task. The world at large recognized the breathtaking beauty of Empress Chun Yuan's stunning swan dance. Yet few were aware that her feathered garment dance was equally mesmerizing. Years ago, when Chun Yuan was compelled into marriage with the Prince of Yong, torn from her betrothed, her heart was heavy with sorrow. Yet she was forced to bury her grief for the sake of her family. The Prince of Yong cherished her deeply, recognizing her passion for music, dance, and poetry, and he diligently sought out numerous tomes on these subjects. In time, amidst the prince's profound affection, Chun Yuan gradually lowered her defenses, and they harmonized as a couple. The feathered garment dance was a piece specially reimagined by Empress Chun Yuan for the Prince of Yong. Imbued with an ethereal beauty that surpassed the original, unlike the stunning swan dance, which had already garnered fame in the capital long before Chun Yuan's entry into the royal family, the feathered garment dance was an intimate expression of joy shared between her and the prince. The prince believed this dance was crafted solely for him, wishing to keep it a secret from prying eyes. Yet, in the present moment, there were no secrets left within Lingrong. After practicing for an hour and a half, drenched in fragrant sweat, she instructed Baowan to fetch water for her ablutions, only to be startled by the frenzied cries of Lady Fucha emanating from the side hall. Baoke, wringing out in Lingrong's hair, stole a glance at her expression. Lady Fucha had been in a state of madness for 5 years, a condition that had initially frightened in Lingrong, though she had become accustomed to it over time. In her early years in the palace, Lingrong had endured considerable humiliation and oppression at the hands of Lady Fucha. Now, she had assumed the position of the principal consort of Yanqi Palace. Though she had not deliberately sought to trouble Lady Fucha should the latter disturb her peace or frighten the emperor away, Lingrong would dispatch Bao Ke to reprimand her, oblivious to Bao Chua's conflicted expression. Lingrong changed her clothes and sat down to read. As the cries of Lady Fucha gradually subsided, Lingrong, accompanied by Bao Wan and Bao Ke, prepared to visit Yixing Pavilion. Bao Chua's face betrayed her reluctance. "My mistress, I can go alone. Lady Fucha is in a mad state, and should she harm you." Lingrong's heart harbored a cold derision. Her initial fondness for Bao Wan and disdain for Bao Ke stemmed from Bao Chua's untimely compassion. When she first entered the palace, she had endured ridicule from Xia Dong, and Shan. Lady Fucha, as the highest-ranking consort within Yanqi Palace, not only failed to mediate but also exacerbated her plight, deriding her on numerous occasions. From the outset, Lingrong had never been a virtuous person. Anyone who offended her would find retribution given the opportunity. Chapter 6. The childlike Lady Fucha. After Lady Fucha descended into madness, she would sporadically scream and wail, causing the Emperor Yongzheng to leave Yanqi Palace in disappointment on several occasions. Lingrong had once beseeched the Empress to either allow her to relocate from Yanqi Palace or have Lady Fucha removed. Yet the Empress would always deflect her requests. Occasionally, the Empress would even issue her a direct warning. The Fucha family was one that the Emperor himself would not wish to offend. And Lady Fucha had committed no grave transgressions. Since the Emperor allowed her to remain in Yanqi Palace, the Empress, in her capacity, would not contravene his wishes. Lingrong understood that the Empress constantly sought to remind her that even though she was the Emperor's favored concubine, she remained but a pawn in the Empress's hands. The Empress further reminded her that it was through her intervention that Lingrong had begun to extricate herself from the dire circumstances she faced when besieged by Xia Dong and Chun alongside Lady Fucha, who had nearly driven her to despair. Should she fall from grace, Lady Fucha would become her fate. No, her past fate had been far more tragic than that of Lady Fucha. In the past, every time the Emperor departed due to the screams from the side hall, she would send Bao Ke to scold Lady Fucha. Initially, Bao Ke had harbored a glimmer of delight, but over time, she began to feel pity for Lady Fucha. How amusing it was, even in her madness and loss of favor, Lady Fucha's life was still better than that of Lingrong, a mere maid. Upon arriving at Yixing Pavilion, the maid Sanger turned pale with fright at the sight of Lingrong. Could it be that Consortant intended to personally punish the young mistress today? Consortant, my young mistress did not intend to make any noise. I assure you, I will keep a close watch on her next time and will not allow her to disturb you again. Please, I beg for your mercy this time. Lingrong observed the panicked and worried expression on Sanger's face, feeling a twinge of envy. The maids raised in affluent households were invariably cultivated from a young age. Their loyalty to their masters beyond question. Lady Fucha had been mad for 5 years. Throughout that time, the palace eunuchs and maids had not failed to sabotage her, yet Sanger had remained steadfastly by her side. Unwavering in her loyalty, much like Lu Zhu beside Jin Huan, Kaiyu beside Shen Meizhuang, and Song Ji beside Nian Shilan. Seeing that Lingrong did not halt her advance, Sanger, frightened, attempted to obstruct her but was admonished by Bao Wan. How dare you, Consortant, as the principal consort of Yanqi Palace, comes to visit Lady Fucha, and you dare to impede her. Sanger trembled in fear, though her young mistress still held the title of a noble. In reality, she was inferior to even the lowest-ranking maidservants. Moreover, with Consortant enjoying the Emperor's favor and her young mistress now mad, what could a mere maid do? Upon entering Yixing Pavilion, a chilling draught enveloped her. Lingrong wrapped her cloak more tightly around herself and raised her eyes to behold Lady Fucha, whose pallid countenance, disheveled hair, and vacant gaze were a sight to behold. Lady Fucha murmured incoherently. Lost in her own world, Bao Wan and Bao Ke stood protectively by Lingrong's side, wary of any sudden outbursts from Lady Fucha. Sanger clutched Lady Fucha, fearing she might inadvertently harm Lingrong and face punishment. Lingrong settled into a chair, quietly observing Lady Fucha. The room was silent, and at last, Lingrong discerned her murmurs. Child, baby. Sanger, it's so cold in here, why not dress your young mistress in an extra layer? The early spring chill lingered, and Lingrong could clearly see Lady Fucha's face, pale from the cold, with lips tinged a faint blue. Sanger, perplexed by Lingrong's intentions, wore a wary expression, fearing that Lingrong might seek to dismiss her and then act unfavorably towards her young mistress. Consortant, my young mistress just had an episode and removed her outer robe. Bao Wan, fetch more charcoal. Upon hearing Lingrong's command, Bao Wan hesitated before retreating to Tiyuan Hall. Sanger, uncertain of Lingrong's motives, Knelt in gratitude. An Lingrong gestured for her to rise, then offered the warming stove to Lady Fucha. Only then did Lady Fucha realize the presence of an outsider, startlingly retreating behind Sanger, casting furtive glances at Lingrong. Noticing her childlike demeanor, Lingrong felt a pang of bittersweetness at the mention of baby. She harbored no regrets about removing Lady Fucha's child. She held grudges, and even after many years, she vividly remembered Lady Fucha's cruel treatment towards her. At that time, the Empress had wished to eliminate the child. Even without Lingrong's involvement, others would have taken action. Later, when Lady Fucha's maltreatment of Jin Huan led to her own downfall, resulting in her madness. It was but a consequence of her own actions, yet Lingrong was well aware that their scheme to frighteningly pin into madness had succeeded, where Lady Fucha, upon encountering a ghostly fright, had merely been startled, but Jin Huan and Shui Jinshu had only to frighten her for her to succumb to madness. Besides the genuinely disturbing tales Jin Huan recounted, Lady Fucha's persistent melancholy over her miscarriage had played a significant role. In the throes of great joy and sorrow, compounded by fear, Lady Fucha, already deprived of sleep due to her loss, had been driven to madness. At that time, her insanity was not severe. Had she received proper treatment, she could have recovered swiftly. However, whether it was Jin Huan the Empress, or Hua Fei, they all intervened. Now, over 5 years later, her madness was likely beyond remedy, though Lingrong bore no regrets about the child's removal. She now felt a profound empathy for Lady Fucha's anguish over her lost child. Once she too had a child who resided within her for 4 months. When she lost him, Lingrong was overwhelmed with despair. Wishing to follow him into the void. Sanger pressed the warming stove into Lady Fucha's hands. Initially resistant, she ultimately found solace in its warmth, clutching it tightly. Sanger cast a surreptitious glance at Lingrong, relieved to see her expression softening, and fetched clothing to drape over Lady Fucha once more. Lady Fucha, feeling the weight of the clothing, sought to remove it again. Lingrong stood and tied the garment securely. Inhaling the comforting fragrance emanating from Lingrong, Lady Fucha did not shy away, gazing at her with innocent curiosity. Bawan brought over silver charcoal and lit a brazier, placing it at Lingrong's feet. Finding comfort, Lady Fucha unexpectedly settled beside Lingrong. Lingrong was aware of her beguiling appearance, seeming delicate and harmless, easily invoking sympathy and affection, now feeling both a kinship with Lady Fucha and a desire to exploit her. She offered a gentle smile. Lady Fucha, in her disoriented state, with a mind akin to that of a 3-year-old, was drawn closer to Lingrong by her radiant smile, her doe-like eyes shimmering with tears. Lingrong understood that the calming incense she bore was taking effect. The incense could purify the spirit and soothe the mind, fostering relaxation. Lady Fucha, now in a haze, was even more susceptible to its allure. After a quarter of an hour, Lady Fucha rested her head on Lingrong's lap, gently patted by Lingrong. Caught in a state between sleep and wakefulness, Bawan, Baoke, and Sanger stood there, utterly astonished, observing that Fucha Guaran was on the verge of slumber. Sanger decided to assist her to bed, yet Fucha Guaran grasped Lingrong's sleeve, refusing to let go. Thus, Lingrong accompanied her to the bedside, attempting to lull her to sleep, but was met with an icy chill. The quilt had not seen the sun all winter and was now dreadfully damp. It was still early spring, and the weather remained cold. Bawan, Baoke, fetch 2 dry and soft quilts, Sanger instructed, and bring over several charcoal stoves. After changing the quilts and adding warm stoves, Fucha Guaran soon succumbed to slumber, soothed by the aroma of the calming incense. Observing the content smile on Fucha Guaran's face, Sanger felt a pang of bittersweet sorrow. Thank you, and Pin Nyang as the master of Yanqi Palace, it is my duty to care for all of you. In the past few years, I acted foolishly, overly fixated on the fleeting bonds of sisterhood before entering the palace, neglecting the unity that should exist within Yanqi Palace. Moreover, I admit I was somewhat petulant at that time. Upon entering the palace, I harbored grievances, however trivial, against your young master. On the other hand, I was also apprehensive of offending Ziguifei, resulting in my negligence towards your care, which was indeed my fault. Sanger shook her head repeatedly. Do not blame the Nyang. Your young master was merely young and impetuous, and her words were a bit sharp. Yet she never truly meant to harm you. I understand, and Lingrong replied. Therefore, over these years, I have only scolded your young master without ever intending to harm her. Sanger nodded, acknowledging that Pin merely held indifference towards them, without truly making things difficult. I too have faced a fall from grace. Last autumn, I was confined within Yanqi Palace. Not only did I suffer ridicule and humiliation, but also Yixing Pavilion suffered a reduction in its monthly provisions. Although I have regained favor, my health is frail, and now the palace is graced by the likes of Ziguifei and Ning Guaran, who are genuinely favored. Who knows when we may return to last year's unfortunate state? Upon hearing in Lingrong's words, Sanger felt a jolt of fear. Over these years, and Lingrong often allowed Baoke to reprimand them, yet, due to in Lingrong's favor, Yanqi Palace was not lacking in good things. Anishing Pavilion had not been harshly treated, however, with Jin Huan's return following in Lingrong's fall from grace due to the prophecy from the Astronomical Bureau, the entire Yanqi Palace has been shrouded in gloom. Over the past 6 months, nearly all the provisions in Yanqi Palace have been intercepted. Last winter, and Lingrong nearly froze to death, while Fucha Peiyun and Sanger wrapped themselves in quilts to survive the bitter cold. I know that due to your favor, life has not been too harsh for my young master. If it were not for you, Sanger expresses gratitude on behalf of my young master for your protection. Over the years, the Fucha family discreetly sent numerous items to Yanqi Palace, and in Lingrong turned a blind eye, never truly obstructing their efforts. Of course, this was not due to in Lingrong's benevolence, but because the Fucha family also sent many valuable items to the Ilanara family. It was precisely for this reason that in Lingrong understood the affection the Fucha family still held for their seemingly discarded daughter. Fucha Peiyun naturally, and Lingrong would not divulge this to Sanger. Yanqi Palace is united as one family, and I will do my utmost to protect you. However, your young master occasionally attracts the attention of the emperor. In the palace, people thrive on elevating themselves by stepping on others. In earlier years, with the empress's protection, no one dared to truly act against your young master, but now, with the empress confined to Jingren Palace and my voice still hoarse, my favor remains precarious. Should your young master utter another reckless word and offend someone, or be manipulated by ill-intentioned individuals, I fear even the Fucha family could be implicated. Previously, Qi Guoran was radiant and esteemed. Yet now she has fallen into the cold palace, and I have heard her maternal family is also facing scrutiny. Sanger's complexion grew increasingly grave. The Fucha family is certainly incomparable to the Guarajia clan. However, it is crucial for your young master to exercise caution. In her words, tears nearly brimmed in Sanger's eyes. She was well aware of the foolish things Fucha Guoran had uttered when her emotions ran wild. If ill-intentioned individuals were to exploit her words, the Fucha family might truly face disaster. As a loyal servant born into the Fucha family, Sanger's allegiance was unquestionable, especially since her parents and siblings remained within the family. And Pin Yang Yang, my young master is not in her right mind and is utterly unaware of her words. If she were to be deliberately guided, it is entirely possible she could utter disrespectful remarks. What should I do? I cannot simply seal her lips. An Lingrong's expression mirrored her own bitterness. Indeed, should anything happen to her, as the master of Yanqi Palace, I too would undoubtedly be implicated. If only a capable physician could treat her, if not completely healing her. Simply ensuring she comprehends your words would be a significant improvement. Sanger's eyes reddened. An Pin Yang Yang. 5 years ago, physicians were summoned for treatment, but the more they treated her, the worse her condition became. I know it is because Sanger and Lingrong interrupted her, signaling Bao Wan and Bao Ke to step outside and keep watch. Realizing she had misspoken, Sanger immediately retracted her statement. An Pin Yang Yang, you have said nothing. And Lingrong replied. Sanger, remember that the palace is filled with ears and eyes. You must discern what can be said and what cannot. Yes, Yang Yang, though your young master has been ill for 5 years. Her condition is fundamentally a psychological affliction and not severe. Given the time that has passed, her mental state should have improved. If treated properly, even if she cannot be entirely cured, her condition can be managed. And Lingrong's voice, hoarse and weathered, carried a compelling strength beneath her deliberately soft tone. Initially, I too was reluctant to offend Ziguifei, which is why I did not provide you with special attention in the past. However, last year, confined by celestial phenomena, I truly grasped the warmth and coldness of human sentiment, a period I never wish to endure again. Presently, the Imperial Medical Bureau is under the control of Physician 1 and his disciples. If you wish for your young master to recover, it is imperative to bring someone in from the outside. Sanger widened her eyes in astonishment. Send a physician into the palace. That is a privilege reserved only for the previous Wagwifei. The Fucha family. Initially, they contemplated sending a physician, but were discovered. Had it not been for the Empress's assistance, it would have surely escalated to the Emperor's ears. Observing the conflicted expression on Sanger's face, and Lingrong secretly found amusement. The Fucha family had sought the help of Physician Chen when Fucha Peiyun first fell ill, yet, Physician Chen had long been a trusted aide cultivated by the Empress in the Imperial Medical Bureau after the retirement of Physician Zhang, and would never genuinely assist them. Even the physician the Fucha family attempted to send into the palace was reported to the Empress by Physician Chen. Due to this, the physician was not admitted. Leaving the Fucha family indebted to the empress for a significant favor. It may be difficult to send a physician into the palace, but perhaps it would suffice to send a female doctor. This should not pose a challenge for the Fucha family, right? A female doctor, Sanger comprehended. If Fucha Guerin were to receive treatment, she would need to reside in Yixing Pavilion. A male physician would be utterly unsuitable. Yet a female doctor might indeed be possible. However, qualified female doctors were exceedingly rare, and the skilled one she had never even heard of. In my hometown of Sonyang there is a female physician renowned for her exceptional skills. If the Fucha family is willing, they may inquire about her. A female physician, and Lingrong's expression turned serious, and Sanger felt a flicker of hope. If it truly was a female physician, as long as she had a reputable background, the Fucha family could likely bring her in. Pin Yang Yang, how old is this female physician? What is her name? And Lingrong lowered her long eyelashes, concealing the sorrow in her eyes. Her surname is Chow. Probably around 25 or 20-6. So young, Sanger was somewhat taken aback. Sanger, individuals with true talent are seldom judged by age, just like physician one from the Imperial Medical Bureau, who was only in his early 30s. That female physician Xiao has followed the illustrious and skilled healer Liangjun in Jiangsu and Zhejiang to learn medicine since childhood. When I arrived in the capital, physician Xiao was not yet 18 but already quite renowned. 8 years have passed. She must have significantly honed her skills since then. Of course, I have not left the palace for 8 years. I am unsure of her current status. That remains for the Fucha family to decide. Sanger felt a surge of determination, finally nodding earnestly to Lingrong upon returning to the Tun hall, and Lingrong resumed her seemingly casual perusal of books, although her heart was already engulfed in unbearable grief. Xiaoyan, her cousin. Lingrong's aunt had passed away early, and after her uncle remarried, Xiaoyan's life had become exceedingly miserable. When Lingrong's mother Lin Xiu visited her niece, she found 3-year-old Xiaoyan washing clothes for her stepmother in the winter. Her body and face marred by wounds, Lin Xiu, naturally gentle and kind, rarely engaged in quarrels, yet that day she created a ruckus at the Chao household and brought Xiaoyan back to the Yin family. At that time, Bihua was a relatively successful spice merchant, and Lin Xiu was a well-known embroiderer, so the Lin family was not living poorly. However, due to Xiaoyan, Bihua felt he could dominate Lin Xiu, compelling her to exhaust all their savings to secure a government position for him. The cost of securing such a position was no small sum. To keep Xiaoyan by her side, Lin Xiu took on numerous embroidery jobs, earning a substantial amount of money. With the money, Bihua successfully secured his position, yet the once beautiful Lin Xiu became haggard and aged, her eyes suffering from strain. After Bihua became the county magistrate of Sonyang, he took several concubines. Conversely, Lin Xiu became the one looked down upon. That year, Lin Xiu was 21, Xiaoyan was 6, and Lingrong was 4. The newly arrived concubine, Aunt Zhao, felt favored and brazenly moved all of Lin Xiu's belongings away. Lin Xiu initially intended to assert her authority as the matriarch and reprimand Aunt Zhao. However, her inherently gentle disposition, coupled with her deteriorating eyesight and the vulnerability represented by Xiaoyan, led her to relinquish the control of the household upon being intimidated by Bihai, without the power of management. The three of them endured a wretched existence. Had it not been for the covert protection of Aunt Zhao, they might have met a tragic end long ago. Lin Xiu's vision, due to a lack of timely treatment, had become nearly completely obscured. When Xiaoyan left the Yin family at the tender age of 7, she did so without consulting Lin Xiu, returning instead to the Chao household. Lingrong was convinced that it was Xiaoyan's actions that incited Bihai's mistreatment of her mother. Harboring resentment towards Xiaoyan's stealthy departure only solidified in Lingrong's belief that she wished to escape the shared suffering. Nevertheless, Lin Xiu remained deeply concerned for Xiaoyan, fearing she would fall victim to further bullying. Regrettably, with her eyesight nearly gone, Lin Xiu was unable to safeguard Xiaoyan, preoccupied with her own survival within the Lin family. It was not until a decade later that Lin Xiu and Lingrong were reunited with Xiaoyan. It turned out that on the day she left, it was her father, Xiao Xing, who had come to claim her. Bihai, already displeased with raising another family's daughter and fearing repercussions on his career, ordered Aunt Zhao to incapacitate Xiaoyan and return her to the Qiao family. The reason behind Xiao Xing's insistence on bringing Xiaoyan home was to sell her into marriage to a wealthy family as a posthumous bride for their deceased son. Fortunately, Xiaoyan encountered the skilled physician Liangjun, who saved her from a fate of being buried alive. Alas, Liangjun was not a benevolent character. As he aged, his dexterity with silver needles waned, and his descendants lacked the aptitude for medicine. Reluctant to pass on his medical knowledge, he purchased Xiaoyan, recognizing her intelligence as a suitable inheritance for his craft, and her youth made her easily manageable. Although Qiao Yan wished to inform Lin Xiu of her safety, Liang Zhen forbade her from any contact with her former family. During the ensuing decade, Qiao Yan traveled with Liang Zhen, and her innate talent allowed her to master nearly all of his medical skills. In the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions, Qiao Yan gained considerable renown as a physician, demanding high fees for her services. However, all her earnings were seized by Liang Zhen. A year prior, Liang Zhen attempted to take advantage of Qiao Yan, only to be poisoned by her. No one knew the circumstances of Liang Zhen's death. Many assumed it was simply his time. After his demise, Qiao Yan sought to buy her freedom, but the Liang family obstructed her efforts. With Liang Zhen gone, Qiao Yan became the Liang family's sole source of income. Her contract of servitude remained in their possession, and she could only hope to earn enough to secure a fleeting reunion. After 10 years apart, Lin Xiu wept uncontrollably. Qiao Yan treated Lin Xiu's eyes. While her vision could not be fully restored, it was significantly improved. Subsequently, Aunt Zhao, who had tormented Lin Xiu and her daughter, met an untimely death under mysterious circumstances. An Lingrong anticipated that life would improve, yet the unrelenting An Bihai soon took a cunning new consort, the Yu family matriarch. Shortly thereafter, An Lingrong became a candidate for selection as a palace maid, and Qiao Yan was compelled to return to the Liang family. An Lingrong's meager funds for her journey to the capital were exchanged by Yu family, leaving her with no choice but to sell the jewelry Qiao Yan had gifted her, barely allowing her to reach the capital. Thereafter, her communication with her family was nearly severed. In a moment of reflection, An Lingrong envisioned Qiao Yan laboring tirelessly in the Liang household, possessing the skills to secure her own livelihood. Yet bound by the chains of her servitude, many noble patrons sought to purchase Qiao Yan's freedom, but such transactions merely shifted her from one perilous situation to another. In the Liang family, she was merely required to attend to patients, with only a portion of her earnings retained for herself. Yet at least the Liang family refrained from inflicting further harm upon her. The uncertainty of a new master loomed ominously. Who could predict what might transpire? Thus Qiao Yan remained with the Liang family, which thrived in status due to her reputation in Jiangsu and Zhejiang. In her previous life, Lin Xiu was killed, and by the time Qiao Yan rushed to the Lin family, Lin Xiu had already been laid to rest. Though Qiao Yan suspected foul play in Lin Xiu's death, she was powerless to act without evidence. Later, as the An family faced imprisonment, Qiao Yan attempted to contact An Lingrong, but her letters were intercepted. Qiao Yan poisoned the second son of the Liang family, then leveraged the antidote to reclaim her contract of servitude. With her newfound freedom, Qiao Yan prepared to leave the Liang family for the capital, only to fall victim to their retaliation, meeting her demise on the road. An Lingrong's final vision of Qiao Yan was of her solitary figure succumbing to the biting cold winds. An Lingrong feigned eye strain from reading, requesting a basin of water. After washing her face, the discomfort in her nose subsided considerably. Upon her return, she had wished to extricate Qiao Yan from the Liang family, but lacking any support, she found it impossible to do so. Moreover, she felt uncertain about her ability to alter the future. If Qiao Yan were to gain her freedom, she would undoubtedly strive to reach the capital and reunite with her. However, if she were to encounter the same fate as in her previous life, it would only bring harm to Qiao Yan. Thus she resorted to coercing Wen Shichu into treating her throat. Only with her voice restored could she confidently ensure Qiao Yan's safety. Today, although Sanger appeared somewhat swayed, the aristocratic Fucha family, having experienced one failure, would likely deliberate cautiously before undertaking the same endeavor again. Even if they were inclined, they might not choose Qiao Yan. An Lingrong also feared that others would discover her connection to Qiao Yan, rendering her reluctant to speak further. She could only hope for a smooth outcome in her heart. If Qiao Yan were to be sent to the palace by the Fucha family, her identity would undoubtedly be flawlessly arranged, alleviating An Lingrong's concerns of implicating her. Yet if matters did not proceed favorably, she would need to devise an alternative plan. With the queen's downfall, she would inevitably be affected. Even if her voice remained intact, she dared not confront Shen Huan's faction directly. Thus, upon waking, she instructed Bao Wan to report a sickness to the Palace of Reverence, hoping to lessen scrutiny from outsiders and hoping to heal her throat in the meantime. She was confident that Wen Shichu could provide the necessary treatment. In her imagination, when Bao Wan sought Wen Shichu's assistance, he had already conferred with Shen Huan, expressing certainty in his ability to heal. Yet his reluctance was evident. She had initially believed she could leverage his hesitation to compel him to treat her throat, only to find that Wen Shichu had decided to prolong the matter. Let him delay then. She had already extended an opportunity. She suspected that Shen Meizhuang's pregnancy could not be sustained for much longer. It was time for her to take action. Chapter 9. And Pin truly embodies deceitfulness. In the Yangqin Hall, Yang Zheng gazed at the green headplate with growing agitation. The recent farce involving the blood test had vexed him immensely, leading him to refrain from entering the inner palace for several days. His eyes flitted between the plates of Shi Guifei and Ning Guoran, yet his thoughts lingered on Jin Yuliao. Jin Huan had endured grievances, and he had lavished her with numerous gifts to console her. Jin Huan remained unwavering in her loyalty, much to his satisfaction. However, whenever the subject of Yuliao arose, Jin Huan deftly diverted the conversation, leaving Yongzheng in a state of exasperation, rather than face Jin Huan and be reminded of Jin Yuliao's visage, which bore a striking resemblance to Chun Yuan. He would prefer to summon Ning Guoran. Yongzheng pointed at Ning Guoran's plate. Su Peixing, unable to suppress a smile, was about to relay the message when he suddenly heard Yongzheng's query. "Why is there no plate for In Pin?" Su Peixing's smile faltered momentarily before he promptly replied, "Bao Wan from Yanchang Palace reports that In Pin is unwell. Upon hearing that In Lingrong was ill, Yongzheng let out a cold snort. He was all too aware of In Lingrong's desperate desire for favor. Would she voluntarily report her illness? It was merely a strategy to exploit the queen's downfall and the machinations of those behind the scenes. Yongzheng was well acquainted with the treacherous dynamics of the inner palace, yet he refrained from intervening, as no one would ultimately perish. It was only on the day of the blood test that he realized his harem had resorted to unscrupulous means in their bid to undermine one another. They even dared to use him as a pawn. How could Hongxi and Lingxi not be his children? Given the injustices Jin Huan had suffered, he ought to make amends and demand a greater price from the queen. Yet it was only on that day that he suddenly recognized Jin Huan's overwhelming power in the inner palace. The duke and the consort, as well as Xinqing, held Jin Huan in high regard. Even Ning Guoran, whom he had always believed to be independent, seemed to have connections with Jin Huan. Coupled with her close friend Shen Meizhuang, Jin Huan had emerged as the most formidable force within the inner palace. Not only in the palace, but even Yunzi had remarked that Jin Huan was hands-on in her endeavors. In that moment, Yongzheng felt a flicker of caution within himself. Nevertheless, Jin Huan had indeed been wronged, and she was the woman he cherished most after Chun Yuan, so he chose not to dwell excessively on these matters. He simply made a point to preserve the queen's dignity, as he did not wish for a single faction to dominate the inner palace. He had hoped that Jin Huan would recognize this as a warning from him, yet, to his surprise, the moment the queen was confined to Jingren Palace, and Lingrong, who had relied on the queen, was promptly marked with a green headplate. If he believed that Jin Huan had no hand in this, he would not believe it under any circumstances. Yongzheng held no deep feelings for In Lingrong. She was merely a gentle and agreeable consort, easily replaceable. However, whether he chose to favor In Lingrong was his prerogative, not something for others to dictate. Yongzheng's expression changed. Su Peixing observed it all. In Pin was indeed cunning. Merely reporting an illness had led to Shi Guifei's unjust blame. Inwardly, Su Peixing contemplated this, though he showed no sign of it externally, continuing to send for Ning Guoran. Yet Yongzheng's gaze shifted to Su Peixing. Instantly, cold sweat broke out on Su Peixing's back. He had been careless. Perhaps recent success had lulled him into complacency. The man before him, as long as he remained silent, had not definitively indicated whose card he would turn over. He had just acted on behalf of the emperor, and now Shi Guifei wielded almost absolute power in the inner palace, and he was wed to Jinsi, who served Shi Guifei. In the past, the emperor might not have given it much thought, but today he was convinced that In Pin's green headplate being revoked was orchestrated by Shi Guifei. Thus, as the emperor's aide, he could not afford to make a single misstep, nor could he show any support for Shi Guifei's faction. Yongzheng scrutinized Su Peixing, observing his usual demeanor of deference, and silently concluded that perhaps he had overthought the situation. Su Peixing had accompanied him for decades, and it was utterly inconceivable that he would become entangled with a concubine over a woman. Contemplating this, Yongzheng chose to remain silent, tacitly acknowledging that the favored one of the day was noble consort Ning. As Su Peixing turned away, he discreetly exhaled a breath of relief. A few days later, Sanger sought out In Lingrong, informing her that the Fucha family had dispatched someone to Songyang County. If that esteemed physician Xiao truly possessed remarkable medical skills, the Fucha family would undoubtedly exert every effort to facilitate the matter. And Lingrong was overjoyed at this prospect. She was well aware of Xiaoyan's medical prowess. If the Fucha family sincerely inquired, they would surely be impressed. Should Xiaoyan learn of the Fucha family's intention to bring her into the palace, she would undoubtedly come for her own sake. No matter how much the Liang family wished to keep her, they would not dare confront the Fucha family, setting aside that scoundrel and Bihai. Along with her indifferent half-siblings, Xiaoyan remained her only remaining kin. No matter the circumstances, she would not allow Xiaoyan to come to harm from the day of her rebirth, and Lingrong's resolve had been clear: to live well was paramount. If she could not, then they would perish together, and now, with the possibility of Qiao Yan's arrival, she cast aside all frantic thoughts. For the first time, she aimed to secure more resources for the two sisters before Qiao Yan's arrival. 3 days later, Shen Meizhuang delivered prematurely upon hearing the news. When Shichu felt a mixture of joy and trepidation. As the royal physician tasked with ensuring Shen Meizhuang's well-being during her pregnancy, he naturally needed to remain vigilant at the Shattered Jade Pavilion. When Lingrong learned that the emperor was en route to the Shattered Jade Pavilion, she too went there with a face full of blessings. As expected, she was met with a few veiled jabs from noble consort Xin. First, she was labeled as an ill-omened individual, then it was remarked that while consort she was absent, the favored one without offspring was likely lacking in fortune. Huanbi stifled a laugh, occasionally interjecting with remarks about fragrance and voice. Referring to noble consort Qi, their banter, though not explicitly directed at Lingrong, was understood by all present to be aimed at her. Noble consort Xin even relayed a message to consort Jing, who responded with a few agreeable nods. Initially startled by Lingrong's presence, when Shichu found some comfort in her apparent disinterest in exposing his connection with Shen Meizhuang over the past few days. He had gradually recovered from his initial fright. Lingrong's mind was shrewd and meticulous. If there were indeed solid evidence, it would have been presented during the blood test. After the blood test, if she were to reveal this secret as a threat to herself, it would undoubtedly indicate a lack of sufficient evidence. Apart from himself and Shen Meizhuang, no one could ascertain that the child in Shen Meizhuang's womb was not the emperor's. To slander the heir, even the empress and those of respectable lineage like noble consort Qi had paid a hefty price. Following the previous blood test, the emperor would certainly not entertain a second one. And Lingrong, sharp-minded as she was, would not dare to bring the child into the conversation for the time being. As long as when Shichu steadfastly denied any involvement with Shen Meizhuang, it would not implicate Shen Huan or Shen Meizhuang. Moreover, within the inner palace, Shen Huan wielded considerable influence. Lingrong only privately threatened herself to ensure that she would treat her, likely unwilling to truly offend Shen Huan. If when Shichu were to treat the scheming in Lingrong's throat, he would undoubtedly be reluctant. Yet, he feared that if Lingrong truly went mad, no matter how much he denied it, he could no longer remain in the palace. He did not wish to part ways with Shen Huan and Shen Meizhuang, nor be manipulated by Lingrong, so he had no choice but to take leave and stay home. Had it not been for Shen Meizhuang's impending delivery, he would not have returned to the Imperial Medical Bureau these past few days. Regarding the jabs from noble consort Xin and others, Lingrong remained silent, adopting a demeanor of someone wronged yet resigned to endure the slights. Appearing pitiful to the onlookers, noble consort Xin was infuriated. After all, they were all women. Why must one feign the guise of a pure and innocent flower in her presence? Chapter 10. Shen Meizhuang gives birth to a daughter. Noble consort Xin had intended to continue her mockery when she heard the emperor's arrival. Promptly followed by Yongjing entering the room, the crowd knelt, and Yongjing raised his hand, bidding them to rise. He had clearly heard noble consort Xin and Huanbi's derisive comments about Lingrong from outside. And upon entering, he immediately turned his attention to Lingrong. There she was, her delicate face resembling a lotus petal, fair as jade, with long thick eyelashes framing her tearful eyes, and her slender figure evoked an inexplicable sense of pity. Yet, upon closer inspection, he found that Lingrong appeared somewhat different today. Her brows were slightly heavier than usual, and her round eyes seemed elongated due to the upward curl of her eyelashes. Yongjing felt a hint of familiarity, though he could not quite place its source. What is all this noise about? Consort Hui is in labor inside, and you all are causing such a commotion outside. If you disturb her, who among you will take responsibility? Although Yongjing used the word noise, all present understood that it was only noble consort Xin and Huanbi who had been mocking Lingrong. While Lingrong had not retorted at all, wronged by Yongjing's accusation, Lingrong chose not to explain, merely concerning herself with the situation inside. The agonizing cries of Shen Meizhuang echoed from within, stirring anxiety among the listeners. Consort Hui had maintained her pregnancy in good health. Why had she suddenly gone into premature labor? Kaiwei, Shen Meizhuang's maid, felt her heart skip a beat and promptly stepped forward to bow. Your Majesty, not long ago, consort she was falsely accused. Upon learning of this, the young mistress was quite distressed and has not slept well these past few days. Perhaps that is the reason for her premature labor. Lingrong covered her smirking mouth with a handkerchief, her eyes sparkling with unshed tears. One might mistakenly believe she was genuinely concerned for Shen Meizhuang. Yongjing sat impassively in his chair. Your young mistress shares a deep bond with consort Qi. Yet she should prioritize the well-being of the child within her womb. Consort Qi is safe and sound, yet consort Hui has resorted to self-harm, affecting the heir, resulting in an early delivery by more than a month. Kaiwei, feeling panicked, dared not respond. Zhen Huan, worried for Shen Meizhuang's condition, attempted to comfort her. Your Majesty, it is my fault for not taking better care of Sister Mei. Your Majesty has entrusted me with the authority to manage the 6 palaces. And I should have handled the affairs of the various courts diligently. Alas, when I was in Jingren Palace, confronting noble consort Qi, I was taken advantage of and rumors were spread to Sister Mei. By the time I learned of this, Sister Mei was already aware of everything. Thankfully, the matter was resolved in a timely manner, and my name has been cleared, otherwise I fear Sister Mei would have. Zhen Huan could not bear to continue, and Yang Jing's anger flared. Who dares to act so boldly? It is said to be an unfamiliar face. Kaiwei and Xiao Shi do not recognize her. Of course not. That person does not exist at all. Zhen Huan had assumed Shen Meizhuang's situation was merely a case of premature labor, but Saiyue's flustered explanation immediately raised her suspicions. If there were no ulterior motives, Kaiwei would not have connected Shen Meizhuang's premature labor to herself. Zhen Huan felt puzzled but had to steel herself to defend this excuse. Such a daring servant might have intentionally startled Consort Hui. Have you sent someone to investigate? Huanbi seemed about to speak when Zhen Huan shot her a cold glance. Zhen Huan shook her head. When I saw Sister Mei, she did not appear to be too affected. So I did not think much of it. It was my oversight. Once Sister Mei safely delivers the heir, I will send someone to inquire. Yongjing nodded. Today was a day of celebration, and he did not wish to stir up further trouble. He turned his gaze toward noble consort Xian. You mentioned an ill-omened individual. Do elaborate on this matter. Noble consort Xian's face paled slightly, although the Imperial Astronomical Bureau had subtly indicated Lingrong was ill-omened. Now that the matter had unfolded, even the Emperor favored her. To bring it up again would be tantamount to slapping the Emperor's face. Consort Jing, noticing noble consort Xian's trembling hands, stood to mediate. Your Majesty, please do not take offense. Noble consort Xian is simply forthright. She is merely concerned that, after being suggested as an ill-omened person by the Imperial Astronomical Bureau and Lingrong had visited Shen Meizhuang, who pretended to be unwell, thus solidifying in Lingrong's reputation as an ill-omened individual, that day, Yongzhang, worried about Consort Hui's unborn child, had forbidden Lingrong from re-entering the Shattered Jade Pavilion. However, after the New Year's Eve, and Lingrong regained the Emperor's favor, and the so-called ill-omened reputation had naturally waned. Yongzhang recalled how, prior to entering the room, Consort Jing had echoed noble consort Xian's words to I. In the past, he had regarded Consort Jing as a congenial person. But today he saw that her kindness was selective. At this moment, the midwife emerged from within to deliver good news. Congratulations, Your Majesty, Consort Hui has given birth to a little princess, and both mother and daughter are safe. The announcement interrupted Yongjing's thoughts and allowed noble consort Xian to exhale a sigh of relief. In the midst of celebration, the Emperor would surely not chastise her for her earlier remarks. Yongjing glanced at consort Jing, then at noble consort Xian, and finally at Lingrong, who appeared delighted and envious. Although he chose not to pursue the topic further, his heart harbored a few doubts. Hearing that it was a daughter, he felt a twinge of disappointment. While he had few offspring, and a princess was certainly a blessing, he had hoped for a son. Originally, he intended to elevate consort Hui's status after her delivery. But inexplicably, he glanced at Lingrong. It was well known that Lingrong's health was frail. Despite receiving much favor, she had yet to conceive. However, noble consort Xian's sharp remarks aimed at Lingrong displeased Yongzheng greatly. Though Zhen Huan and Lingrong had long since parted ways, it was one thing for her not to obstruct, yet having a maid dare to ridicule the concubine was quite another. And even the usually composed consort Jing had chimed in, which contradicted Yongzheng's previous understanding. The inner palace had indeed become a realm of singular dominance. Yongzheng pondered whether he should release Ishu from confinement sooner. But upon recalling her repeated sacrifices for Chun Yuan, he abandoned the thought. Without anyone to rival Zhen Huan, her faction could not continue to grow. The fact that Shen Meizhuang had only given birth to a daughter extinguished Yongzheng's intentions to elevate her status. Zhen Huan, observing Yongzheng's expression, had initially planned to advocate for Meizhuang's promotion to a consort. However, she had long received word from Su Peisheng that the emperor seemed to harbor dissatisfaction towards her current power. She also worried that Shen Meizhuang's premature delivery might hold deeper implications, and thus could only suppress her doubts for the time being, awaiting a more favorable disposition from the emperor to devise a plan for Shen Meizhuang. After Shen Meizhuang gave birth, Yongzheng departed, calling for Lingrong before he left. Huanbai cast a dissatisfied glance at Lingrong's retreating figure. She truly could not comprehend why Zhen Huan did not take the opportunity to completely undermine Lingrong while the empress was in decline. Fortunately, she had already made arrangements, and it seemed that Lingrong would soon face a significant downfall as Jin Huan did not look at Huanbai, her gaze fixed on the jubilant Wen Shichu. Shen Meizhuang had been under Wen Shichu's care during this pregnancy, and her successful delivery was indeed a cause for celebration, yet, Wen Shichu's expression of unrestrained joy resembled that of a new father, which was rather excessive. Thankfully, Yongzheng had been sitting quietly and Jin Huan had deliberately shielded his view, otherwise it would have been difficult to explain Wen Shichu's demeanor to the emperor. Jin Huan had not entertained any thoughts of a potential relationship between Shen Meizhuang and Wen Shichu. Shen Meizhuang was dignified and graceful, with a gentle temperament incapable of engaging in scandalous behavior. Moreover, Jin Huan was acutely aware of Wen Shichu's feelings for her, even if she married and bore children with another. His heart would remain steadfastly devoted to her. Once all outsiders had departed, Jin Huan dismissed Huanbai and Jinshi, leaving only Kaiyu and Wen Shichu in the room. Dr. Wen, why did sister May give birth prematurely? Kaiyu and Wen Shichu's expressions shifted dramatically. Chapter 11. The smile is beautiful. Upon hearing Jin Huan's inquiry, Wen Shichu's first instinct was to conceal his intimate involvement with Shen Meizhuang. He had once vowed to prioritize Shen Huan above all, yet he had fathered a child with Meizhuang. This was also the reason he did not seek Shen Huan's assistance when threatened by Lingrong. The panic on Kaiyu's face, coupled with the awkwardness on Wen Shichu's, instilled in Jin Huan a foreboding sense. Silence enveloped the room, no one daring to speak. The cries of a newborn shattered the awkward atmosphere. Upon hearing the cries, Wen Shichu felt compelled to see the child. Jin Huan's heart raced as her suspicions solidified. When did Dr. Wen and sister May begin their affair? This child. A wave of dread washed over her. Wen Shichu was unlike Yunli. Yunli seldom visited the palace, and no one would associate the concubines with him. However, Wen Shichu, a physician frequently traversing the inner palace, was particularly close to both her and Meizhuang. Thus, it was through Wen Shichu that the empress wrongfully targeted her, though she had no illicit connection with Wen Shichu and therefore felt no fear. What of sister May and Wen Shichu? If this were to become public knowledge, it would spell disaster for their families. Yet, Wen Shichu seemed blissfully unaware of the need for discretion, risking ruin for all. Jin Huan pressed her trembling hand against the chair, gathering herself before finally rising. Dr. Wen, now that Hui Pin and her daughter are safe, you should return. Wen Shichu's eyes widened. He had yet to see his child. Your Highness, I wish to Kaiyu escort Dr. Wen out. Both Kaiyu and Wen Shichu were taken aback by Jin Huan's stern demeanor. The cries of the baby had awakened Shen Meizhuang, who called out, Huan. Jin Huan's expression softened as she shot a glare at Wen Shichu before stepping into the room. No matter how much Wen Shichu desired to see his daughter, he dared not intrude upon the concubine's quarters. Kai Sheng emerged, cradling the baby, her expression complicated. Dr. Wen, my young mistress is worried that the little princess may be weak due to her premature birth. We kindly ask you to examine her. Wen Shichu was overjoyed, embracing the child as though cradling a fragile treasure. In the Yangxin hall, and Lingrong played the moon lute, her gaze tendered. Yongzheng closed his eyes in repose, occasionally tapping his fingers in rhythm with the lute. You have improved in your lute playing since we last met. The humble servant's voice has yet to recover, thus I can only pass the time with music. Fortunate that His Majesty enjoys it. The smile on Lingrong's face grew increasingly familiar to Yongzheng. He had seen this smile on Chen Yuan's face before, yet Lingrong bore no resemblance to Chen Yuan whatsoever. Yongzheng reached out to lift Lingrong's chin. The smile is enchanting. To smile like this more often in the future. Lingrong felt a lump in her throat, nearly slapping this old man for treating her like a pet, demanding that she be a paragon of his desires. Thankfully, her rationality remained intact, and she gazed at Yongzheng with eyes full of emotion. I have heard, Your Majesty, that you had a set of dance costumes made by the Imperial Household Department? Here it comes. Lingrong steeled herself. She had anticipated that the Imperial Household Department would report to Jin Huan upon her request for the garments. Jin Huan, being proud, would not obstruct her pursuit of the attire meant for the dance of the Flying Immortals. Meanwhile, Huanbai, eager to see her humiliated, had already set her plans into motion. The little informant within the Yanqi Palace had been bribed by Huanbai, turning into an informant for Yangshou Palace. This informant could only relay what Lingrong wished him to know. Recently, news of Lingrong's struggles with her dance practice had quickly reached Huanbai's ears, given Huanbai's inexplicable animosity towards her. It was clear she aimed to orchestrate Lingrong's embarrassment. Truly, nothing escapes the Emperor's notice. The humble servant merely sought to alleviate her boredom. Lingrong feigned shyness, were it not for her hoarse voice. She would have been utterly captivating. Yongzheng felt a twinge of regret, knowing he would never again hear such a voice. You must have danced quite well, given your current demeanor. Yongzheng spoke the words. Yet his heart felt otherwise. Only the adapted feathered dance by Wan Wan could evoke a sense of ethereal grace. The outside world's rendition of the Dance of the Flying Immortals was overly flamboyant and gaudy, which she disliked. Nevertheless, since Lingrong had endured grievances today, and since she was willing to practice a dance unsuitable for her just to please him, he decided to generously grant her the opportunity to perform. The dance attire was soon brought from Yanqi Palace to Yangxin Hall. Upon seeing the costumes, Yang Zheng's pupils constricted. Lingrong quickly changed into the attire, her face veiled with light gauze. Yang Zheng stared at her delicate figure, his gaze filled with disbelief. He was certain this was Lingrong, yet she was entirely different from Chen Yuan. In this moment, clad in ethereal garments, and Lingrong appeared fragile and otherworldly, feigning ignorance of Yang Zheng's entranced expression. And Lingrong began to dance. Her flowing sleeves stirred fragrant aromas, the red lotus swaying like autumn mist. Her movements were as fluid as flowing water, graceful and airy, her dance reminiscent of a bird preparing to take flight. The veil concealed her features, distinctly unlike Chen Yuan's, revealing only her elongated brows and enchanting eyes. As the dance concluded, the fragrant aura surrounding Lingrong intensified. Yang Zheng enveloped her in his arms, whispering Wan Wan. While Lingrong did not mind being seen as a substitute for Chen Yuan, she was determined not to end up like Chen Huan, awakening to find Yang Zheng's ire directed at her. From the outset, she needed to ensure Yang Zheng understood that she and Chen Yuan were entirely different individuals. She could embody the essence of Chen Yuan but must not be mistaken for her. Although this would not make her the most favored, it would provide stability. Your Majesty, the hoarse voice rang out as the veil was lifted, revealing a face wholly distinct from Chen Yuan's before Yang Zheng. Disappointment flickered in his heart, but relief followed. A woman like Chen Yuan was unmatched by anyone in the inner palace. For someone to possess even a fraction of her likeness was a stroke of fortune. Returning to his senses, Yang Zheng scrutinized Lingrong, recalling that her dance bore a resemblance to Chen Yuan's adaptation, albeit not identical. Your dance appears to differ slightly from the Dance of the Flying Immortals. Where did you learn it? And Lingrong seemed startled by Yang Zheng's serious tone, adopting a submissive demeanor that sought his approval, thus pleasing him. He lowered his voice. Do not fear, you danced splendidly. However, why have I never seen you perform before? And Lingrong feigned shyness, moving closer to Yang Zheng's side, leaning into his embrace. From a young age, I too cherished reading, playing the lute, and dancing, yet my father often said that a woman's lack of talent is a virtue. Yang Zheng let out a soft hum, while Lingrong smiled subtly, pretending not to notice. 1 year, the magistrate of Songyang held a festive banquet, and a dancer performed the Dance of the Flying Immortals, which was utterly captivating. I was enchanted and begged my father to hire a dance master to teach me. Unfortunately, after only a few lessons, my father's concubine cited the expenses as too high and sent the dance master away. After that, I was even forbidden from studying, leaving me to practice dancing for my own amusement. Regrettably, I was still quite young then, and many steps I could not recall. The missing parts were improvised by me. Yang Zheng gazed at Lingrong in astonishment. What a coincidence! The dance she had adapted bore striking similarities to Chen Yuan's, yet retained its uniqueness. Chapter 12. Lingrong's title as consort long deprived of Yang Zheng's voice. And Lingrong lifted her head, her big, pitiful eyes wide. Your Majesty, did I dance poorly? No, you danced splendidly. At this proclamation, and Lingrong's eyes sparkled with delicate light, stirring something deep within Yang Zheng's heart. That night, Yang Zheng summoned water thrice. Exhausted and achy, and Lingrong soon fell into a deep slumber. With the Empress confined, there was no need to pay respects at Dingren Palace in the morning, allowing Lingrong to sleep soundly until the following day. When Yang Zheng returned from court, and Lingrong was just awakening, she hurried to rise and pay her respects, prompting a hearty laugh from Yang Zheng. Lingrong, you have held the rank of concubine for over 4 years, haven't you? And Lingrong nodded obediently. It is a pity you have no offspring, preventing your elevation to the rank of consort. Thus, I shall confer upon you a title, which is Your Majesty. And Lingrong suddenly knelt down, her eyes shimmering with tears. I am profoundly grateful for Your Majesty's generous favor. However, might I exchange this reward for another request? What request? And Lingrong gazed at Su Peisheng, then at Yang Zheng, her eyes filled with earnest pleading. Su Peisheng, you may withdraw. Su Peisheng, harboring increasing disdain for Lingrong, concealed his feelings beneath a veneer of politeness and bowed as he exited. Lingrong's expression turned somewhat sorrowful. Your Majesty, I implore you to dismiss my father from his post. What? Yang Zheng could scarcely believe his ears. Lingrong hailed from a humble background, and had been ridiculed for it. Upon perceiving her self-esteem was tied to her origins, he had granted her father and why. the position of governor, yet now in Lingrong was requesting his dismissal. I am aware that uttering such a request will undoubtedly lead others to accuse me of being unfilial. However, your majesty, my father is merely a small merchant by origin, and his current position as county magistrate was acquired through donation. His ascension to governor is a blessing earned by the family over 10 generations, and a tremendous favor bestowed by your majesty. I am grateful to you, yet I also recognize that my father lacks the capability and steadiness required for such a role. He is easily swayed, and the several concubines in our household are excessively greedy. He is utterly unfit for the governor's position. I fear he might tarnish your majesty's illustrious reputation, rather than risk him making a grave mistake and causing others to doubt your majesty's discernment. I would prefer to endure accusations of being unfilial, your majesty. I beseech you to grant my request. Last night, and Lingrong had already hinted to Yongzheng about Nbi's inadequacies, his favoritism towards concubines, and the tyrannical behavior of the women in his household. Yongzheng regarded in Lingrong's earnest expression, contemplating for a long while. Do you understand that once your father is demoted, you will become the lowest in status within the palace? And Lingrong nodded tearfully. Do you comprehend that thereafter you will have no support from your maternal family? Support, she scoffed inwardly, and Nbi would only serve as an obstacle. I am aware, yet with your majesty's protection, I fear nothing. And Lingrong lifted her head, her small face glistening with unshed tears, her bright eyes reflecting both admiration and attachment. Yongzheng felt a stir in his heart. I grant your request. And Lingrong's heart soared with joy, her smile blossoming like a flower in full bloom, 2 tears rolling down her cheeks akin to dewdrops on petals. Though not exceptionally beautiful, her countenance was refreshingly captivating, reminiscent of Chen Yuan's past smiles. Yongzheng assisted Lingrong to her feet. Since you have requested my protection, I shall indeed protect you from this day forth. You shall be my Chun Fei. Lingrong was momentarily stunned. Despite her belief that she could manage Yongzheng's temperament, she had only anticipated a title as a reward for her request. She had not expected to be honored as a consort. Chun, she delighted in this title. Finally shedding the moniker of Liu. What, are you so overjoyed that you cannot express your gratitude? Thank you, your majesty. I am overwhelmed with joy. However, as I have no children, I fear with me here, what is there to fear? And Lingrong nodded solemnly. Indeed, with your majesty present, I fear nothing. Yongzheng remained the same Yongzheng that if he wished to favor someone, neither reason nor precedent would hold sway. His affection for Jinhuan had granted her the privilege of the Jiaofang and the baths of the Tangquan Palace. His favor for Lingrong manifested in 27 consecutive nights of intimate companionship. His adoration for Ning Guoran meant that whatever she said was right. Their relationships had drawn countless envious gazes. Yet now Lingrong found herself indifferent to others' opinions. After all, she was already isolated in the harem. Attaining the rank of consort meant that even those like Xinjin and Kongchang would no longer dare to bully her. When the news of Lingrong's elevation to consort spread, the other women in the harem buzzed with speculation. Hui Pin had given birth to a daughter without receiving a title, yet Lingrong had inexplicably been granted a title, along with a most favorable name. Upon learning the scandal involving Shen Meizhuang and when Shi Chu Jinhuan had been restless, and the announcement of Lingrong's promotion left her in disbelief. Soon after, news arrived that Nbi's dismissal edict had already been issued. Jinsi consoled Jinhuan, suggesting that perhaps Nbi's demotion had prompted the emperor to compensate Lingrong with a consort title. Yet this reasoning was one Jinsi struggled to accept. The rank of consort was a chasm away from that of a favored concubine, and Nbi's governorship had been a significant elevation, and even if he were stripped of his title, it did not necessitate granting Lingrong a consort title. Among the three, Huanbai was the most distressed. She had believed Lingrong would be scorned by the emperor due to the Nisha dance, and never anticipated that she would be honored as a consort, receiving the title of Chun. A woman of humble origins, what right did she have? The various palaces buzzed with gossip, yet it was the usually calm Sui Yuxian that remained the most collected. Kaiyu and Kai Xing were well aware that the newly named Princess Jinghe was not the emperor's biological daughter. Yesterday, Consort Shi had also discovered this secret. Consort Shi and her little master shared a sisterly bond, and neither worried that Consort Shi would divulge the secret. Although they were puzzled as to why the little master had not been promoted after giving birth to a daughter, they dared not show the slightest dissatisfaction, nor let anyone suspect that Princess Jinghe had been born at full term. The entire Sui Yuxian remained exceptionally low-key, and the few gossipy palace maids and young eunuchs were silenced after receiving stern punishment from Kaiyu and Kai Xing. Due to the empress's confinement and her father's dismissal, Lingrong proactively requested not to hold a grand ceremony for her elevation to consort. In truth, such a ceremony was not obligatory with Nbi's downfall. If An Lingrong were to receive the consort title with great fanfare, it would inevitably draw criticism. Yongzheng agreed to her request, however. Despite the absence of a grand ceremony, the Yanqi Palace remained resplendent. With a constant stream of visitors coming to offer their congratulations, Bao Wan and Bao Ke were beside themselves with joy, and even Sang Er felt honored. Fu Cha Peiyun had grown quite reliant on An Lingrong and accompanied her to Tuyuan Hall. And Lingrong displayed remarkable patience towards Fu Cha, whose mind was akin to that of a child, and now, regardless of who she was with, she had to maintain a facade of utmost diligence. It was only in front of Fu Cha that she could relax. When Yongzheng entered Yanqi Palace, Bao Wan and Bao Ke were busy hanging up clothing with several young eunuchs. Bao Ke, quick-eyed, spotted Yongzheng and was about to step forward to pay her respects when Bao Wan pulled her back. As they were shielded by blankets, they pretended not to notice the emperor's entrance. Su Peisheng had his own agenda and deliberately refrained from announcing his arrival. Upon entering Tuyuan Hall, An Lingrong had yet to receive the news. She was tenderly reading to Fu Cha, who, unable to comprehend, was merely munching on pastries. Sang Er stood by, anxiously feeding Fu Cha water, fearful that she might choke. An Lingrong held a book in her left hand and a handkerchief in her right. Wiping the pastry crumbs from Fu Cha's mouth, the scene was exceedingly warm until Yongzheng entered. Chapter 13. Distraction. From Yongzheng's perspective, An Lingrong wore a gentle smile, while Fu Cha gazed at her with innocent reliance. Upon noticing Yongzheng's entrance, An Lingrong hastily knelt to pay her respects. Sang Er knelt as well, coaxing Fu Cha to do the same. Startled by the sudden appearance of two men, Fu Cha instinctively hid behind An Lingrong. Yongzheng had not seen Fu Cha in 5 years, and witnessing her childlike demeanor stirred a sigh within him. Rise, how is it that Fu Cha is here with you? An Lingrong stood, gently patting Fu Cha's hand to reassure her. Your Majesty, Fu Cha's mind is akin to that of a child. She means no disrespect. Please do not hold her impoliteness against her. Yongzheng scrutinized Fu Cha, observing her childish behavior, yet she did not appear to be in a state of madness. I am not so petty as to quarrel with someone who was not in their right mind. Thank you for your understanding, Your Majesty. In the past, she has often been a source of disturbance, disrupting your peace, yet, how is it that she is so well behaved in your palace now? And Lingrong internally scoffed. Fu Cha, confined within her chamber, was becoming ill even as a perfectly sane individual, since her visit to Fu Cha. And Lingrong had instructed Sang Er to take Fu Cha outside to bask in the sun or bring her to her own palace, given that there were only the two of them in Yanqi Palace. There was no concern of offending anyone. Fu Cha had gradually transitioned from initially being timid to becoming reluctant to return to Yixing Pavilion, displaying a slightly more lively personality, yet she no longer wailed or cried out as before. And Lingrong provided a brief explanation to Yongzheng, who nodded in understanding and even suggested sending a physician to examine Fu Cha. An Lingrong's heart leapt. If Yongzheng indeed dispatched a physician, there would be no need for the Fu Cha family to send Xiaoyan into the palace. She concealed her emotions and changed the subject. Sang Er, worried that Fu Cha might inadvertently offend Yongzheng with her ramblings, took her away. Now that you hold the rank of consort, why do you still have only these people in your palace? Su Peisheng listened with growing anxiety. With the empress confined, the responsibility of assigning attendants to An Lingrong fell to Jin Huan. What did the emperor mean by this? Su Peisheng had initially thought that entering An Lingrong's chamber without attracting attention might reveal her darker side to the emperor. Yet today, An Lingrong had tenderly cared for a woman who was already insane. Such a gentle and virtuous image would undoubtedly enhance her standing in Yongzheng's eyes. Su Peisheng wished to provide Jin Huan with some reassurance. Yet he understood his current position and could not openly advocate for her. An Lingrong poured tea for Yongzheng, noticing the weariness etched on his face, and moved behind him to massage his shoulders. The Internal Affairs Court was surely already selecting attendants. Moreover, the capable Bao Wan and Bao Ke were by her side, so there was no urgency. As they spoke, Bao Wan and Bao Ke, as if just discovering the emperor's presence, hurried over to kneel and offer their apologies. Su Peisheng inwardly scoffed at their pretense. Yongzheng was quite at ease, prompting the two individuals to remain vigilant in the future, before waving his hand to dismiss everyone else. For several consecutive days, either An Lingrong was summoned to the Yangxin Hall, or Yongzheng chose to stay overnight at the Yanqi Palace. An Lingrong's prominence within the palace reached an unparalleled height during this period. Meanwhile, Baowan sought out Wen Shichu, inquiring about when the voice of the pure consort could begin its treatment. Wen Shichu, burdened by guilt over the matters concerning Jin Huan and Shen Meizhuang, was hardly able to spare a thought for An Lingrong. He casually deflected her inquiries and sent Baowan on her way. Infuriated, Baowan returned, while An Lingrong remained largely unconcerned. She had already afforded Wen Shichu an opportunity. On the day Shen Meizhuang gave birth, Wen Shichu's mix of anxiety and secret joy did not go unnoticed by many. However, individuals like Jing Fei and Xan Guoran likely attributed it solely to Wen Shichu's role in safeguarding Shen Meizhuang's pregnancy. Yet, one as astute as Jin Huan would surely have discerned the truth. Furthermore, she would soon learn that Lingrong was also privy to this matter, gazing at the blooming orchids outside her window. And Lingrong contemplated Jin Huan as sister. If you do not take action against me this time, I vow never to harm you proactively in this lifetime. Just as Lingrong had suspected, Jin Huan eventually discovered that Baoan had approached Wen Shichu. Upon hearing that Lingrong was aware of Jinghe's true identity, Jin Huan nearly lost her footing. Why did you not inform me sooner, Dr. Wan? Had I known earlier, I would not have allowed Lingrong to have another audience with the emperor. Now that Lingrong has become the pure consort and is deeply favored, if she hints to the emperor, what shall become of sister Meizhuang? Wen Shichu finally recognized the gravity of the situation. Though he still harbored a sliver of hope, Shi Guifei will be safe. The pure consort requires my assistance for her throat ailment. She would certainly not reveal this. Jin Huan could hardly contain her laughter at Wen Shichu's naivety. Is the pure consort's current favor truly reliant on her voice? Struck silent by her words, Wen Shichu departed the Yangzhou palace in a daze, while Jin Huan was engulfed in profound regret. She should have heeded Huanbi's advice and dealt with Lingrong upon her return to the palace. Now, with Lingrong holding such a significant secret, Jin Huan found herself in a precarious position. Rubbing her forehead, she summoned Huanbi and Jinxiu to come in. Ning Guoran, who had always been indifferent towards Yongzheng, suddenly requested someone to summon the emperor, claiming that her parrot could recite poetry and inviting him to share in the enjoyment. For the subsequent days, Yongzheng resided in the Chuanxi Hall. Lingrong approached Sanger, presenting her with the pros and cons, asserting that the palace physicians were untrustworthy, otherwise, the Fucha consort would not have suffered for 5 long years. Shortly thereafter, the Fucha clan unexpectedly submitted a petition requesting to be sent to the palace to care for the ailing Fucha consort, reflecting on the recent improvement in the Fucha consort's health, which resembled that of a child. Yongzheng pondered deeply before sending Xia Qiao to investigate the identity of the physician. Xia Qiao's confidential report arrived swiftly. The physician, Qiao Yan, was a renowned female doctor from the Jiangxi region, and a distant relative of the Fucha family had received treatment from her, holding her in high esteem. However, this physician was a slave, and she had recently been purchased by the Fucha family. Upon reviewing Xia Qiao's report, Yongzheng granted the Fucha family's request. As the weather grew warmer, and Lingrong wished to take the Fucha consort outside for some fresh air, prompting her to leave the Yanqi palace. Due to the Fucha family's request, Yongzheng finally recognized that the Fucha consort had endured 5 years of confinement without having committed any grave offenses. After consulting with the palace physicians, he lifted her house arrest. Although the prohibition was lifted, the Fucha consort remained mentally unstable, and Sanger dared not take her out alone. However, and Lingrong contended that those who have been ill for a long time must spend more time in the sun. Thus Sanger supported the Fucha consort, following Lingrong as they wandered about the palace. Having not ventured outside for a considerable time, the Fucha consort tightly grasped Lingrong's arm. Eunuchs and palace maids who intended to linger and observe were frightened away by Lingrong's icy glare. With no outsiders present, the Fucha consort finally dared to speak up, causing Lingrong's heart to ache once more. The once proud and spoiled noble lady had transformed into such a state, which was truly lamentable. As they passed the grand entrance of the Zhongsui Palace, and Lingrong slowed her pace. Chapter 14. The Borjigit consort residing within the Zhongsui Palace was the Borjigit consort, Borjigit Danju. And Lingrong had entered the palace for over 7 years. Among the 8 individuals who entered the palace with her, the first, Yi Chang, had disappeared shortly after arrival. Xiao Dongchun was sent to the cold palace after the execution of a punishment, while Fang Chunyi drowned. The Fucha consort had gone mad. Among the remaining 4, aside from Jin Huan of the Han military banner and Lingrong and Shen Meizhuang, only the Borjigit consort of the Mongolian military banner remained. The Borjigit consort had been like an invisible person since entering the palace, rarely appearing in formal occasions. Lingrong had only seen her twice, once during her performance at the banquet that celebrated her elevation to a consort, and once at the New Year's Eve banquet. The New Year's Eve banquet and Lingrong's ice dance not only rekindled Yongzheng's affections for her but also captivated the Borjigit consort. After the ice dance, the Borjigit consort had visited Lingrong in the Yanqi palace, but on that day, Lingrong was occupied with plotting against Jin Huan, and the two did not meet. Subsequently, Lingrong was preoccupied with securing her favor and alleviating the empress's burdens. thus paying little heed to a consort of a lower rank. Ultimately, and Lingrong never encountered the Borjigit consort again before her demise. Reborn, and Lingrong could hardly suppress her frustration at her former self for being so blind. The Borjigit family, as part of the Mongolian right banner, was illustrious. Despite Borjigit Danju's years in the palace, her rank had remained that of a mere consort, yet no one in the palace dared to mistreat her. Even the emperor, despite never having favored her, ensured she was well fed and cared for. How could she have overlooked such a significant ally? This time, she vowed not to repeat the mistakes of her past. Fortunately, it was still less than 2 months since the Borjigit consort had sought her out, and with the Fucha consort involved, and Lingrong believed she could still maintain that connection upon entering the Zhongshui palace. And Lingrong saw the Borjigit consort wielding a whip in the courtyard. The consort's maid, named Namuyen, had already come to pay respects to Lingrong and the Fucha consort. The Fucha consort appeared somewhat apprehensive, prompting Lingrong to grasp her hand and gently reassure her. Danju had received word and ceased her whip-wielding, approaching Lingrong without offering a formal greeting, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Lingrong understood the Borjigit consort's unique status within the palace. Aside from the emperor, the empress dowager, and the empress, she was not obliged to bow to anyone tall and graceful, with refined brows and striking eyes. Danju's appearance reminded Lingrong of a free-spirited eagle soaring across the grasslands. "Sister Danju, what excellent whip skills you possess." Danju, momentarily taken aback by Lingrong's address, was not particularly familiar with her, having only met her twice before. Moreover, Lingrong was now the esteemed pure consort. Addressing a lesser-ranked consort as sister seemed somewhat inappropriate, yet, Lingrong's radiant smile and her captivatingly beautiful eyes evoked a sense of affection in those who beheld her, accompanied by the mentally unstable Fucha consort. Danju felt constrained in her response. "May I inquire why the pure consort has come to my Zhongshui palace today?" And Lingrong smiled gently. "Not long ago, I heard from Baoke that you sought me out. But unfortunately, we missed each other. I have always wished to visit you, but it would be remiss of me to come empty-handed. I thought to bring some fabric and jewelry, yet I fear they may not be to your liking. Instead, I took the time to craft a handkerchief and a round fan myself, having not embroidered in a long while. I took a month to complete them. Please do not misconstrue this as Lingrong's deliberate neglect." Of course, Lingrong could not have taken a month to embroider a handkerchief and fan. She had only been reborn for a little over half a month, but she had no intention of revealing the truth. Danju's eyes widened in surprise. "You made these yourself, indeed, a sister. Do you like them?" Bawan handed the handkerchief and fan to Namuyen. The handkerchief depicted a young girl riding a galloping horse across the vast grasslands, with a soaring eagle in the sky above her. The fan illustrated a lazy cat lounging among flowers, appearing endearingly charming. Both the patterns on the handkerchief and the fan were vividly brought to life. Danju was astonished by the exquisite craftsmanship. "I had no idea that the pure consort possessed such remarkable skills. Your embroidery is even superior to that of those in the palace." And Lingrong beamed with pride. "Indeed, my mother was a renowned embroiderer in the Zhejiang region during her youth. My skills are not inferior to hers." The Fucha consort, upon seeing the cat on the fan, reached out eagerly. "I want it, Lingrong, I want it, mine." Though her expression was unclear, everyone understood that she desired the fan. Danju stifled a laugh, tucking the handkerchief into her bosom and instructing Namuyen to put the fan away for now, to be brought out when summer arrived. The Fucha consort, impatient, attempted to seize Namuyen. Sanger was about to intervene when Lingrong shot her a look that silenced her. "Did I not make you a peony-patterned fan?" And Lingrong reassured the Fucha consort, "You already have that one. This one is for Sister Danju." I want it. All right, I will make you 2 cat fans later. How does that sound?" "2, mind you." The Fucha consort counted on her fingers, finally nodding earnestly. "2, Danju observed Lingrong as she coaxed the Fucha consort like a child, first astonished, then amused. "Are you not going to invite me to sit with you and the Fucha consort? Come, let us sit inside." Though only a consort, Danju held the primary position within Zhongshui Palace, residing in the main hall. Namuyen served tea and snacks to the guests, while the Fucha consort picked up a piece of lotus cake and offered it to Lingrong. Danju initially believed that Fu Cha Gui-ren had presented something to Lingrong, only to discover that she was, in fact, eagerly awaiting Lingrong's offerings, within the context of the Manchu household. Danju had previously engaged more frequently with Fu Cha Gui-ren among the newly arrived consorts. However, her naturally aloof demeanor contrasted with Fu Cha Gui-ren's fondness for lively company, leading to a gradual diminishment of their interactions. Nonetheless, given that Fu Cha Gui-ren was the individual she had the most contact with in the palace, witnessing her now in a state akin to a dazed child stirred a sense of sympathy within Danju. It was rumored that the Fucha family intended to send a medical woman into the palace. She wondered if this could help Pei Jun. Listening to Dan Zhu's worries, and Lingrong smiled gently. The physician chosen by the Fucha family must surely possess remarkable skills. Even if she couldn't restore Pei Jun to her former self, it was likely that her condition would improve significantly. With Qiaoyan's medical expertise, healing Fucha Pei Jun should pose no challenge, yet, even if she truly regained her senses, the emperor would undoubtedly never favor her again. Fucha Pei Jun had always been willful and capricious. If she were to recover, she might find herself dissatisfied and tormented by her circumstances. Lingrong cherished the current state of Fucha Pei Jun, who now depended solely on her. Regrettably, a Fucha Guiren who resembled a child offered little assistance. She needed Fucha to regain her strength, yet she feared that if Fucha were to recover, she might once again look down upon her as she had before her madness. Thus Lingrong resolved to deepen their bond before Fucha's restoration. Given Fucha's fragile mind and timid nature, it was best that she leaned on Lingrong in the future. Moreover, Dan Zhu believed that Fucha had improved considerably. Sang Er mentioned that she rarely awakened in fright during the night anymore. Hearing Lingrong's words, Dan Zhu could not help but sigh inwardly. Fucha's nighttime awakenings were undoubtedly triggered by distressing dreams. Not everyone in the palace was privy to the reasons behind Fucha's madness, or perhaps they simply feigned ignorance, as the individual who had driven Fucha to the brink was the emperor's most cherished consort, Jin Huan. Chapter 15. Sisters. Dan Zhu recalled her first encounter with Jin Huan and Lingrong. It was during her inaugural attendance at a grand palace banquet. Jin Huan, with her unparalleled beauty, bore a heavy sorrow upon her face due to a miscarriage. She felt a surge of sympathy for Jin Huan and wished to engage her in conversation, but was promptly pulled away by Fucha. Fucha Pei Jun harbored resentment that while she suffered a miscarriage, Jin Huan had been discovered to be pregnant. Relishing Jin Huan's misfortune, despite her attempts to console Fucha, the rift between them and Jin Huan remained unbridged. Subsequently, Lingrong veiled, enchanted the audience with her rendition of Kai Lian Chu, a melody that resonated like celestial music. Even Dan Zhu, who had never set foot in Jiangnan, found herself captivated by the allure of the southern landscapes. Alas, after that moment, she never heard Lingrong's voice again. Following the banquet, Dan Zhu reverted to her secluded lifestyle. As a daughter of the grasslands, she found it difficult to relate to the melodious maidens of the palace. After Fucha Pei Jun's descent into madness, she became virtually isolated. It was not until the New Year's Eve banquet that she attended another palace gathering. Coincidentally, it was once again Lingrong who opened her eyes to new wonders. Though regrettably, her voice had suffered. Ice games were a cherished tradition among the Mongolian people, yet they typically engaged in running, archery, and ball games on ice. To walk gracefully upon the ice was already a rarity. And in her homeland, few could dance upon it, let alone with such elegance. That moment marked Dan Zhu's first encounter with someone she admired since entering the palace, delicate as a yellow oriole beneath the willows of Jiangnan. She shone brighter than an eagle soaring over the desert. Subsequently, she sought out Yanxi Palace, eager to befriend Lingrong. Unfortunately, she did not find her there, and assumed she would never cross paths with her again. Yet, this woman soon ascended to the rank of Chun Fei and returned with Fucha Pei Jun to present her with handkerchiefs and fans. To her surprise, Chun Fei was not only multifaceted but also remarkably skilled in embroidery. Lingrong smiled lightly. "You have yet to fully comprehend my capabilities. I also possess the art of fragrance blending, and the emperor particularly favors the pear fragrance I concocted." Dan Zhu gazed at Lingrong's self-satisfied smile and, for some reason, was reminded of her younger sister at home. Her sister, Dan Lu, would wear a similar expression of delight whenever she learned something new, seeking praise from her. "The pear fragrance is too cloying for my taste. I find the scent of Chun Fei to be much more refreshing. Is it also your creation?" "Indeed, it is a springtime gift in the snow, sister. If you like it, I shall send you 2 boxes later." Dan Zhu nodded. "That I shall thank you, Your Highness." Lingrong departed with Fucha Guiren. She took with her an abundance of treats, all of which were Fucha Guiren's favorites. Dan Zhu saw them off, arranging to visit Lingrong the following day. Lingrong appeared delicate and gentle, while Dan Zhu radiated brightness and vivacity. Fucha Guiren exuded innocent charm. It was a beautiful tableau as Jin Huan watched, her heart heavy with bitterness. Once upon a time, she too had shared such camaraderie with Lingrong and Shen Meizhuang. Back then, Shen Meizhuang was dignified and graceful. Jin Huan was ethereal and elegant, and Lingrong was endearingly timid. Lingrong had clung to her garments, seeking refuge behind her, much like the current Fucha Guiren. Yet, the once timid Lingrong had transformed into a woman with a hardened heart. now a figure to whom others clung upon seeing Jin Huan and Lingrong and Danju bowed in respect. Fu Cha Guiren, frightened, cried out, the human pig eyes. Nose. Gone. Lingrong, save Jin Huan's expression darkened. She should not have come. Huan Bai reprimanded loudly, how dare you speak such nonsense before Her Highness, the Shi Guifei, guards. And Lingrong tenderly embraced Fu Cha Guiren, her clear gaze casting a cold glance at Huan Bai. Your Highness, Fu Cha Jijia is not in her right mind. She did not intend to offend. I beseech your Highness for forgiveness. After speaking, she paid no heed to Jin Huan's countenance and continued to comfort Fu Cha Guiren in hushed tones. Sister Fu Cha, I am here. It is all right. It is all right. Do not be afraid. No one will harm you. Once we return to Yanxi Palace, I will make you sugar figurines, many of your favorites. All right. Jin Huan's face was a mixture of pallor and green. She could not fathom why she felt such profound disappointment, despite having long since parted ways with Lingrong, harboring resentment for the miscarriage caused by her. And the incident with the rat that had bitten her father, hearing Lingrong call her Your Highness instead of sister, felt as if their former friendship had vanished entirely. She still referred to Fu Cha Guiren as Sister Fu Cha, and the genuine concern reflected in her eyes when gazing at Fu Cha Guiren was unmistakable, even though Jin Huan had already discerned that Lingrong was a woman with a gentle facade yet a malevolent heart. She still felt a poignant sense of loss for what once was. Danju too stood by apologizing on behalf of Fu Cha Guiren as Jin Huan waved her hand, instructing Lingrong to take Fu Cha Guiren away. Thank you, Your Highness. Lingrong, embracing the still agitated Fu Cha Guiren, quickly departed with Bao Wan and Sang Er from Zhongchui Palace. Jin Huan watched their retreating figures and was reminded of her initial days in the palace when Hua Fei had gifted Xia Dongchun a crimson silk. And Lingrong had been so frightened that she could barely stand, and it was she who, alongside Chen Mei Zhuang, had supported her away. The Lingrong who once needed assistance to walk had now become Chun Fei. Supporting others, Jin Huan suppressed her sorrow and turned to see the handkerchief in Boer Ji Chi Te Guiren's hands. It was Su embroidery, crafted by Lingrong. The handiwork of Chun Fei. Did she send this to you? Danju nodded. Yes, it was sent by Chun Fei. Lingrong Mei. Jin Huan turned to leave, her tears held back once more following her encounter with Jin Huan. Fu Cha Guiren sulked for 2 days. Lingrong kept her company, making numerous fabric toys for her. Having many half-siblings in her youth, she had learned to craft toys to survive under her aunt's guidance. Now her skills were employed to amuse the childlike Fu Cha Guiren. After Fu Cha's elevation to consort, the number of visitors to Yanxi Palace increased daily. Lingrong found herself increasingly exasperated by the influx. But fortunately Fu Cha Guiren gradually grew more at ease in the presence of others. Danju visited several times, and Lingrong enjoyed listening to her tales of the desert. While Danju relished the folklore shared by Lingrong, presently the most favored consort in the palace was Yi Lanyi, and Yang Jing delighted in the process of warming the icy beauty. Yi Lanyi had ascended from Ning Guiren to Ning Pin. Of course, Yang Zhang had not forgotten Lingrong and Jin Huan. The palace now seemed to be divided among 3 factions. A state that Lingrong relished. The favor and status she required were now hers, yet she did not wish to devote all her time to Yongzheng as before. The current arrangement of occasional intimate encounters suited her perfectly. According to news from Sang Er, Xiaoyan would soon enter the palace. Lingrong feigned joy for Fu Cha Guiren, instructing the kitchen to learn various Jiangnan dishes. The pills sent by Wen Shichu proved ineffective on Qi Guiren. And Lingrong recognized that he was deliberately stalling, anticipating significant events to unfold soon. As she had surmised, on the 16th of March, the eunuch Xiao Shunzi, who frequently delivered flowers to Yanxi Palace, was apprehended. On the day Chen Mei Zhuang gave birth, Jin Huan had pointed out that someone had attempted to disturb her pregnancy. Yang Zheng ordered Jin Huan to investigate this individual. Now, they had finally identified the culprit, Xiao Shunzi. While this incident was initially unrelated to Lingrong, it was unfortunate that the eunuch Xiao Luzi from Yanxi Palace testified that Xiao Shunzi's actions were all instigated by Lingrong. Chapter 16, Confrontation before the Emperor. As Jin Huan was wrongfully accused of disrupting the harmony of the harem, someone rushed to inform her close confidant Chen Mei Zhuang. On that day, Jin Huan was exonerated, and the matter itself was not particularly grave. However, due to Chen Mei Zhuang's premature delivery, the nature of the situation was drastically altered. The intent to harm the emperor's heir was a serious offense. And even a newly favored consort like Chun Fei could not escape unscathed. Today, the assembly of consorts in Yangshou Palace rivaled the previous blood test for familial ties, yet, without the empress present. The proceedings were presided over by Shi Guifei Jin Huan. As the victim, Chen Mei Zhuang sat on the left side of the Grand Hall alongside Empress Duan, concubine Jing, noble consort Ning, and Lady Xan. On the right side, the gossipy Jin Pin and the ever-curious Kong Changzai took their seats, reveling in the spectacle. Even the typically reserved Borjigit lady made an appearance, occupying the esteemed position above Jin Pin. Jin Pin shot a disapproving glare at the Borjigit lady, for she held a higher rank and had a title. What right did the Borjigit lady have to sit above her? Yet, despite her dissatisfaction, Jin Pin refrained from voicing her discontent, for the Borjigit lady's status was indeed formidable, and antagonizing her would be unwise. Ultimately, Jin Pin suppressed her feelings, exchanging only a few words with Kong Changzai. Upon entering, and Lingrong was greeted by such a starkly defined seating arrangement. After bowing respectfully to Jin Huan and Empress Duan, she took her place beside the Borjigit lady. Danju leaned in and whispered, "I believe you would never commit such an act." Lingrong felt warmth in her heart and smiled at Dan Zhui. In her previous life, she had engaged in far more ruthless deeds. Fortunately, she was not guilty this time. Yongjing sat at the head of the room, his brow furrowed. If it were merely a flower chamber eunuch, the palace regulations would suffice for handling the matter. How could it possibly involve Chun Fei? The Empress replied, "Your Majesty, I have every confidence in Chun Fei's innocence." However, the eunuch from Yanqi Palace, Xiao Luzi, speaks with conviction, and even Xiao Shunzi has changed his tune. I had intended to deal with Xiao Shunzi, but rumors spread like wildfire. If we cannot publicly clear Chun Fei's name, it may lead to further misunderstandings regarding her character. Lady Xan interjected, "Indeed, Your Majesty. How can we discern the truth without proper discourse?" Both Xiao Luzi and Xiao Shunzi claimed that Chun Fei was behind the incidents. If Empress Jing were to ignore this, it would appear as though she were shielding the culprits. Concubine Jing nodded in agreement. On the day when Qi Guoran slandered Empress Shi, the scheme was meticulously crafted, yet Empress Shi maintained her integrity, thus avoiding wrongful accusations. I believe Chun Fei today shall also be vindicated. Danju spoke up. The matter concerning Empress Shi was far-reaching, yet today's incident is merely a trivial eunuch speaking out of turn. It hardly warrants comparison. Noble consort Ning scoffed, "A treacherous eunuch speaks recklessly before the esteemed consorts, causing the royal heir to be prematurely born. Such a grave matter is not trivial in the eyes of the Borjigit lady, is it?" Danju, unaccustomed to arguing, found herself momentarily at a loss. Yongjing's displeasure was evident on his face. Even if it were merely a princess, she was still the heir, and any matter concerning the heir was of utmost importance. Lingrong rose and knelt before Yongjing. "Your Majesty, I did not commit any wrongdoing. I am willing to confront Xiao Luzi and Xiao Shunzi." Jin Pin scoffed, the esteemed consort confronting two little eunuchs. Surely even if they were beaten to death, they would not dare utter a word against Chun Fei. Lingrong turned to Jin Pin, her eyes aflame. Did Jin Pin imply that whatever they said she could not refute? Was she to accept the accusations without protest? Confronting them was merely a display of her power, forcing them to retract their statements. By Jin Pin's logic, whatever she did was wrong, so why bother with an investigation? Why not simply condemn her outright? As Jin Pin wished, Jin Pin glared, "I did not mean that." "Then what do you mean?" "I requested a confrontation, and before His Majesty could speak, you have already dictated the course of events. Are you attempting to usurp His Majesty's authority?" Jin Pin, startled and enraged, hastily knelt down. "Your Majesty, I absolutely did not intend that." Yongjing coldly snorted, "For your loose tongue, you shall be penalized with 6 months' salary." And Lingrong chuckled inwardly. Jin Pin and Kong Changzai were like two rabid dogs, ready to pounce on anyone who faltered. To outsiders, they had not committed any substantial wrongdoing, merely gossiping and relishing in the misfortunes of others. Therefore, Yongjing had only ever imposed fines, never allowing them to face genuine punishment. Yet in this palace, all dogs had masters. Everyone believed that Jin Pin and Kong Changzai had formed an alliance, separate from the other factions in the palace, but Lingrong understood that they had long since allied with Jin Huan. Last year, when she was trapped due to celestial events and poison, Jin Pin and Kong Changzai, under Huan Bai's orders, had wreaked havoc in Yanqi Palace. She would repay this grudge, despite the turmoil within her heart. And Lingrong looked at Yongjing with a pitiful and pleading expression. "Bring Xiao Luzi and Xiao Shunzi forth, so that Chun Fei may confront them." Soon, the two eunuchs were brought in. Xiao Shunzi bore the marks of having been tortured, though not severely enough to lead to a forced confession. Yongjing twirled a string of beads in his hand, glancing at Jin Huan. Jin Huan inquired at Xiao Shunzi, "On the 7th day of the 2nd month, did you not go to Suiyu Pavilion to inform Huipin that I had been wronged, urging her to find a way to rescue me?" Xiao Shunzi's expression darkened, but he eventually nodded. "Yes, impudent servant. Huipin is with child, and your reckless words nearly endangered her pregnancy. Do you understand your crime?" The servant acknowledges his mistake. "Xiao Luzi from Yanqi Palace claimed you were acting under Chun Fei's orders." "What do you have to say to that?" Xiao Shunzi fell silent. Concubine Jing, representing the 6 palaces, naturally held the right to interrogate. She turned to Xiao Luzi. You are a eunuch of Yanqi Palace. Meant to protect its mistress, why then do you testify against Chun Fei? Xiao Luzi, who had been keeping his head low, bravely straightened up. To your majesty and esteemed ladies, I was unaware of the circumstances. I only knew that on the morning of the 7th day of the 2nd month, Chun Fei instructed Xiao Shunzi to report to Suiyu Pavilion, saying that Empress she had suffered great injustice. Although such a significant incident occurred in the palace, Empress she was unharmed, and even Huipin showed no signs of distress. I had forgotten about it. However, just recently I heard that Xiao Shunzi was arrested for allegedly attempting to harm the royal heir. I inquired about the matter, only to discover that Xiao Shunzi had indeed approached Huipin on the 7th day, leading to instability in her pregnancy. In the past, Yanqi Palace was desolate. We, the lowly servants, could not lift our heads. It was Huipin who aided me when I was wronged. Therefore, even if branded a traitor, I must seek justice for Huipin. And Lingrong's lips curled into a cold smile. Attempting to harm the royal heir? What a grave accusation, seeking justice for Huipin, how audacious. Xiao Luzi, you claim I instructed Xiao Shunzi to speak recklessly to Huipin. As the mistress of a palace, do I truly need to personally summon a mere eunuch for such matters? I do not know why this is so. I assume the matter is confidential, and the lady does not wish outsiders to know. I do not wish outsiders to know, so I seek out a flower chamber eunuch instead of someone within Yanqi Palace? Do you think I lack the ability to defend myself, or do you consider everyone else a fool? And Lingrong's words elicited a laugh from Dan Zhu, while the others wore grim expressions. Chapter 17, Confrontation before the Emperor. 2 Concubine Jing frowned. Chun Fei, His Majesty is present. Do not speak recklessly. And Lingrong's smile grew ever colder. Your Highness, should you not first hold this impertinent servant accountable? Lady Xan chimed in. Whether it is reckless or not remains to be seen through further inquiry. Lady Xan was correct. Xiao Luzi, you have yet to answer my previous question. I shall pose another. If, as you say, this matter is confidential, how is it that you happened to overhear my conversation with Xiao Shunzi? Xiao Luzi appeared confident. Chun Fei, for the first question I cannot answer because I am not a worm in your belly and do not know why you chose Xiao Shunzi over others. For the second question, I was moving the flowers brought by Xiao Shunzi to the flower bed at that time, and the flower bed obscured my figure, which is why you did not notice me. This explanation was utterly lacking in substance. An Lingrong had determined that either Jin Huan had not been deeply involved, or the crux of the matter did not lie with Xiao Luzi. Noble consort Ning suddenly turned to Yongzhang. Your Majesty, I do not understand why Chun Fei consistently questions Xiao Luzi. We cannot ascertain who speaks the truth between Chun Fei and Xiao Luzi. Since Xiao Shunzi is the one involved, why not hear his side? Yongjing nodded. Xiao Shunzi trembled. I know nothing. It was Chun Fei who said that if I delivered the message she would reward me with 100 taels of silver. I thought Chun Fei was worried about Empress Shi and wanted Huipin's assistance, but I never expected it would disturb Huipin's pregnancy. I had the best intentions, Your Majesty. I beg for your mercy. For I truly did not know it would come to this. An Lingrong covered her mouth, questioning Xiao Shunzi, but her eyes were fixed upon Shen Meizhuang. Xiao Shunzi, when you say you disturbed Huipin's pregnancy, are you referring to her premature birth? The phrase premature birth was articulated with particular clarity by An Lingrong. Shen Meizhuang's heart raced, yet her face remained a mask of anger. Xiao Shunzi bowed repeatedly, pleading for mercy. Seeing Shen Meizhuang's cold demeanor, Xiao Shunzi's expression suddenly changed. Huipin, I do not wish to slander Chun Fei any longer. I beg you to spare me. At this declaration, the room fell into stunned silence. Concubine Jing admonished. Xiao Shunzi, what do you mean by that? Shen Meizhuang had already knelt, her face etched with indignation and grievance. Your Majesty, I absolutely did not direct him to wrongfully accuse Chun Fei. Jin Huan also knelt beside Yongzhang. Your Majesty, I believe Sister Mei would never act in such a manner. Jingfei, Xan Gueran, and even Duan Guifei were all advocating for Shen Meizhuang. Ningpin, who usually preferred to maintain a stoic demeanor, also remarked that Huipin and Chuanfei had no enmity between them, having often referred to each other as sisters, thus it was unlikely they would commit such an act. Dan Zhu's eyes widened in disbelief. Moments ago, when that little eunuch wrongfully accused Chuanfei, each of you seemed to have already condemned her. Now that the eunuch has reversed his statement, you all claim Huipin is innocent. Can you not be so biased? And Lingrong smiled at Dan Zhu. Sister, just trust me. The issues Dan Zhu could identify, Yongjing naturally noticed as well, and he surveyed the individuals in the hall with a cold gaze, remaining silent. The ones who understood him best, Jin Huan and Su Peisheng, felt a tightening in their hearts. Jin Huan recognized that after today, she must temper her brilliance. The matter concerning Shen Meizhuang could not be disclosed to others. The reactions of Jingfei and the others were instinctual and not to be blamed, Your Majesty. Since the little Shunzi has changed his tune, why not hear what he has to say? And Lingrong observed the shocked expression on Shunzi's face and inwardly cursed his foolishness. She understood that the ensuing events no longer concerned her, so she took a seat and continued to watch the drama unfold. Shunzi's revelations were astonishing. He was a newly appointed flower chamber eunuch, easily overlooked due to his unfamiliarity, and Shen Meizhuang had bestowed favors upon him to gather information about the whereabouts of physician Wen Shichu. On the 7th day of the 2nd month, when Wen Shichu was brought to Jingren Palace for questioning, Shunzi conveyed this news to Shen Meizhuang. Little did they know, this caused her to be startled and subsequently lead to a premature birth. Xinhuan investigated the messenger of that day and traced it back to Shunzi. In desperation, Shunzi sought out Shen Meizhuang, hoping she would save him. However, Shen Meizhuang instructed him to feign being under the orders of an Lingrong and even bribed another eunuch from Yanqi Palace to cooperate in this charade. Shunzi was taken aback, for this was entirely different from what had been previously stated. He wanted to approach Huanbai, only to discover she had not appeared that day at all. If he were to expose Chunfei's scheme as a means of repaying Huipin's kindness, with Shi Guifei and Huipin pleading for leniency, he would merely face a beating and be expelled from the palace. But if he were to be manipulated by Huipin to wrongfully accuse an Lingrong, he would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. In search of a way out, Shunzi vehemently denied the accusations and refused to acknowledge Shunzi's words. Shen Meizhuang knelt on the ground, continuously crying out in protest. Her usually dignified face marred by grievance, Dan Zhu's eyes widened in shock. Just as she was about to speak, and Lingrong grasped her hand. And Lingrong shook her head at Dan Zhu, indicating that this matter was unrelated to them, and they should simply watch the spectacle unfold. Having been forced into the role of catalyst for this drama, attracting the attention of the entire imperial harem, how could she possibly assist in advancing the plot? And Lingrong and Dan Zhu were not deceived. With Shinpin recently punished, it was only Kong Changzai who would take the stage next. The malice on Kong Changzai's face was evident to all. As if she relished in trampling upon others, Huipin and Physician Wen. Why would Huipin seek to investigate the movements of Physician Wen? They both. Jinpin wore a gossipy expression, echoing Kong Changzai's words. So, it is true that Physician Wen has an illicit affair with a consort, but the person in question is not Shi Guifei, but Huipin. Jingfei furrowed her brow. Kong Changzai, you were punished last time for spreading rumors. Do you wish to repeat the same mistake? Tears streamed down Shen Meizhuang's cheeks. Your Majesty, I have never committed any wrongdoing against you, Kong Changzai shouted loudly. Whether or not she has done anything can be clarified by summoning Physician Wen for a confrontation. And what of Huipin's child? Is it truly a premature birth? The entire hall fell silent, and Kong Changzai seemed to realize her mistake. Hastily covering her mouth, Jinhuan reprimanded loudly. Kong Changzai, do you not know what can and cannot be said? The Princess Jinghe is the Emperor's own daughter. How dare you question that? She then turned to Yongzhang. Your Majesty, I have been wrong for just over a month, and now someone dares to use the imperial heir as a topic of discussion. Their intentions are truly malicious. Jinpin appeared slightly fearful but still retorted. Everyone knows that Huipin's current pregnancy is being supervised by Physician Wen. If the two were to conspire and alter the duration of her pregnancy. Shen Meizhuang prostrated herself on the ground, her voice trembling. Your Majesty, they may wrong me, but they must never wrong the little princess. I am willing to offer my blood for a paternity test to clear the princess's name. After a heated exchange of accusations, Yongzheng's expression darkened, and he ordered that Wen Shichu be brought forth, hearing that he was once again embroiled in scandal regarding an affair with a consort. Wen Shichu appeared as a hapless victim. Your Majesty, in less than 2 months, I have been suspected twice. Wen Shichu hesitated, his demeanor provoking Yongzheng's ire. Su Peixing scolded. How dare you, Wen Shichu, stutter before the Emperor? Your Majesty, it is not that I intend to conceal the truth, it is simply that there are matters too difficult to articulate. Refusing to speak the truth before me is akin to deceiving the throne. Wen Shichu clenched his jaw. I cannot divulge the truth. Chapter 18. Jinhuan, the strategist among women, and Lingrong clutched her thigh tightly, barely suppressing her laughter. In her previous life, a single word from her had led to Wen Shichu's castration. In this life, her absence from the affair had not spared him from a similar fate. He deserves it. Soon, the eunuch responsible for examining Wen Shichu reported back that the physician's male organs were incomplete, rendering him incapable of performing in a human manner. The notion of Wen Shichu having an affair with Huipin was thus shattered, yet, Yongzheng's gaze remained fixated on Shen Meizhuang. The health of Princess Jinghe appeared robust. Unlike that of a premature infant, Shen Meizhuang's previous excuse of searching for a bracelet to engage in flirtation with him was entirely out of character, though he had not suspected her prior. The constant references to premature birth had sparked his doubts. Shen Meizhuang remained prostrated on the ground. I implore your majesty to permit a blood test to confirm my relationship with Princess Jinghe. Otherwise, how can she establish her position within the palace? And Lingrong covered her mouth, thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama. Jinhuan truly was a strategist among women. It seemed she had already devised a comprehensive plan for the blood test. This move, a gamble of life and death, was indeed brilliant. Yongzheng ordered that Jinghe be brought forth and commanded Su Peixing to prepare a basin of clear water. Once the water arrived, Yongzheng instructed Xiao Shazi to fetch a bowl and scoop some water from the basin. He pointed to the bowl. Su Peixing, Chuijianxi, both of you must each add a drop of blood. And Lingrong could hardly contain her amusement. The emperor had grown slightly wiser, although he remained susceptible to being deceived. At the very least, he had begun to exercise caution around Su Peixing, which was a boon for Lingrong. She bore a grudge. In her previous life, Su Peixing had insulted her with a yellow aureole, and she would eventually seek revenge. Jinhuan gazed at the bowl and then at Yongzheng, remaining silent. The water in the basin posed no issue, and there was no sign that the blood from Chuijianxi and Su Peixing would merge. At that moment, Jinghe was brought over, a delicate newborn who had recently turned 1 month old, and Shen Meizhuang gazed upon her with tears in her eyes. Yongzheng rolled up his sleeves and let a drop of his blood fall into the basin. When Jinghe's finger was pricked, she cried pitifully. Su Peixing exclaimed loudly, "It has merged, the blood of the emperor and Princess Jinghe has combined." Yongzheng's previously sullen countenance brightened, and upon examining Jinghe again, he felt a pang of sympathy for his daughter, taking her from the wet nurse. "Well, she truly resembles me," and Lingrong thought to herself, "You truly are blind," and Lingrong mentally replayed Jinhuan's strategy. Jinhuan had used the search for the individual who startled Shen Meizhuang's dragon fetus to involve herself as the newly appointed Xuanfei. The entire harem watched with bated breath, and those capable of coming forth had arrived. Jinhuan had achieved her goal of capturing everyone's attention. Shortly thereafter, Shunzi's betrayal, coupled with Jinpin and Kong Changzai's rhythm, ensnared Wen Shichu into the mix, with the only suspect, Wen Shichu, proven incapable of human relations. The doubts surrounding Shen Meizhuang diminished significantly. Yongzheng, known for his suspicion, found that Jinghe did not resemble a premature infant, making the blood test indispensable. With Wen Shichu's suspicions cleared, and recalling the previous instance of a blood test, it was certain that Yongzheng would personally oversee this one. However, having experienced a blood test before, Yongzheng would undoubtedly verify the water this time, thus Jinhuan was not foolish enough to tamper with it. So why would the blood of Yongzheng and Jinghe, who were not biologically related, merge? And Lingrong covered her face, suppressing a cold smile. Shen Meizhuang, when you drugged Wan, did you ever consider that you would also be drugging your own flesh and blood? Alum water is not absorbed by the human body. Once it enters the bloodstream, the blood drawn can merge with anyone's. As she was merely a month-old princess, it was impossible to draw too much blood. Yongzheng could only have her tested against himself. Jinhuan, with her keen foresight, had anticipated the course of events, which is why she dared to take such a risky gamble. After today, no one would dare to question Jinghe's identity again. Wen Shichu would also be freed from his threats. Jinhuan's actions were motivated by her belief that Lingrong lacked sufficient assurance regarding Jinghe's identity. Even if she harbored doubts, she would never dare to embarrass the emperor at such a critical moment. Moreover, even if she pointed out issues, Jinhuan had prepared scapegoats to shoulder all blame. Jinhuan's deductions were correct, and Lingrong would indeed refrain from dismantling her scheme. To eliminate Shen Meizhuang and Wen Shichu while forfeiting all future favors was not worth it. Wen Shichu had already been rendered impotent, and the fleeting romance he shared with Shen Meizhuang would not endure. In this life, with Shen Meizhuang still alive, Wen Shichu would no longer mistake guilt for love. With Jinhuan occupying the foremost position in his heart, and Shen Meizhuang passionately devoted to him, and Lingrong found herself eagerly anticipating the developments to come. Jinhuan's actions were also intended to quell her own suspicions regarding Jinghe's identity. Were it not for the certainty that Jinghe was indeed Wen Shichu's daughter, and Lingrong might have genuinely been hoodwinked by this performance. However, this was fine. As long as the emperor lived, Jinghe could explode at any moment. Should they push too far one day, and Lingrong would drag everyone down with her. Today, let us first collect some interest. The entire hall is immersed in an atmosphere of harmony, with nearly everyone forgetting that today's events originated from Lingrong. And Lingrong's eyes redden as she gazes at Xiao Luzi. "Xiao Luzi, you have repeatedly claimed that I ordered Xiao Shunzi to conspire against Hui Pin's dragon fetus. Now that Xiao Shunzi has recanted, What will you say? And Lingrong weeps, her tears resembling delicate pear blossoms, while Danju, filled with compassion, grasps her hand and coldly stares at Xiao Luzi. Jinhuan feels a pang in her heart. And Lingrong perceives it. She has always known Lingrong to be sensitive and intelligent, yet she does not understand why Lingrong is so certain that Jinghe is not the emperor's offspring. Regardless, since she has used Lingrong as a pawn, she has mentally prepared herself for retaliation. Yongzhang, too, finally looks at Lingrong's pitiful appearance, feeling a surge of sympathy arising from his guilt over Jinghe. Others begin to realize that today's affair is far from over. Xiao Luzi remains oblivious to the situation. Why has Xiao Shunzi changed his story? In the coolness of early spring, Xiao Luzi is drenched in sweat. Suddenly, Xiao Shunzi rises. Your Majesty, I did not lie. It was the lady-in-waiting beside Hui Pin who found me and coerced me into implicating Chun Fei. An Lingrong displays an expression of disbelief as she turns to Shen Mei Zhuang. Sister mate, we have been sisters for years. Can this truly be so? Chun Fei, I know not what you speak of. Xiao Shunzi has just slandered me in collusion with Physician One, and now he has proven my innocence. I wish to ask Xiao Shunzi why he chose to slander me. An Lingrong retorts, what a stubborn tongue you possess, Your Majesty. I come from humble beginnings. In my early years, I was fortunate to receive the care of noble consort Shi and Hui Pin. And I am eternally grateful to them. An Lingrong's sister Mei has now become Shen Mei Zhuang's Chun Fei. At this moment, she nostalgically refers to her two former friends as noble consort Shi and Hui Pin, causing Jinhuan's heart to ache yet again. My health is poor, and I fear I cannot bear children. Their pregnancies bring me joy equal to theirs. Many years ago, when noble consort Shi first discovered her pregnancy, it coincided with her being scratched by Songzi. An Lingrong suddenly shifts the topic to Songzi, and Jinhuan immediately realizes her intent. Their gazes collide in the air. Jinhuan's eyes harbor suppressed fury. You dare to use that incident against me? And Lingrong's eyes are filled with nostalgia and sorrow, yet inside, she is calculating. Today, if that matter remains unresolved, she will drag everyone down with her. Chapter 19, Shu Huanjiao. And Lingrong has been seeking an opportunity to resolve the matter concerning Shu Huanjiao. In her previous life, when Duan Guifei and Jinhuan exposed her crimes, one of the three charges involved Muanqing Xiang, which she had already dealt with. In this life, there is no incident involving Shen Mei Zhuang and Bachua's distress during childbirth. Thus, the only remaining charge is Shu Huanjiao. Conspiring against the emperor's offspring is a grave offense. If she fails to take advantage of today's favorable circumstances to dismiss this issue, it will undoubtedly serve as evidence for Jinhuan to undermine her in the future. Yongzheng observes Lingrong, signaling her to continue. The Shu Huanjiao passed down in my family is remarkably effective in removing scars. Unfortunately, the original formula contains harmful substances for women. At that time, noble consort She was also with child, and I dared not use it recklessly. However, it would be a pity for noble consort She's beauty to be marred by a few scratches. Thus, I cut my own wrist and tested over a dozen formulas before transforming Shu Huanjiao into a remedy that poses no risk to pregnant women or fetuses. Noble consort Shi, Physician One has always praised the Shu Huanjiao as a marvelous product, has he not? The current situation must either be resolved peacefully, allowing both her and Jinhuan to forego holding leverage against each other, or they will tear into one another, with Jinhuan unable to clarify Jinghe's bloodline issue while she cannot prove that the Muskin Shu Huanjiao has no connection to her. When Lingrong looks at Jinhuan, she gently touches Jinghe beside her. The little princess is truly adorable, though she appears unwell, likely due to lack of sleep. Others do not comprehend why Lingrong has suddenly shifted the topic to Jinghe. Yet Jinhuan understands perfectly. An Lingrong is using Jinghe to threaten her, compelling her to dismiss the matter of Shu Huanjiao entirely. If she acknowledges that there is no issue with Shu Huanjiao today, she will never again be able to use it as leverage against Lingrong. Jinhuan now comprehends why when Shi Chu remarked that the current Lingrong possesses a sort of calm madness. She wishes to live, but she is unafraid of death, yet, should she die, she will undoubtedly take everyone she can with her. Jinhuan closes her eyes and ultimately nods. Sisterin, you possess considerable talent in the art of fragrance blending. And Lingrong is satisfied. Henceforth, she will no longer fear the revelation of the Muskin Shu Huanjiao, upon hearing that Lingrong has even cut her wrist to concoct the formula. Yongzheng feels a pang of pity. On that day, I was willing to test the medicine for noble consort Shi, and today, I will not harm her or Hui Pin's child. I implore your majesty to rigorously investigate Xiao Luzi and Xiao Shunzi. To restore my innocence, Jinhuan and Lingrong have both achieved their respective objectives, making the subsequent investigations simpler. On the 7th of March, Xiao Shunzi first visited Suiyu Pavilion to deliver flowers. When Shen Meizhuang heard that he was to go to the Imperial Medical Institute, she asked him to return the silver needle that Physician Wen had accidentally left behind. However, upon reaching the institute, he learned that Physician Wen had been summoned to Jingren Palace. Shortly thereafter, as he passed by Jingren Palace, he witnessed several individuals bringing a woman named Funner to falsely accuse noble consort Shi of having an affair with Physician Wen. Xiao Shunzi had received Shen Meizhuang's reward but failed to accomplish the task, so he returned to report to Shen Meizhuang upon hearing that someone had slandered noble consort Shi and Physician Wen. She felt both anger and urgency. However, at that time, Shen Meizhuang was not gravely ill, and the matter was eventually forgotten. Little did she know that just a few days later, Shen Meizhuang unexpectedly went into premature labor, the cause of which was precisely the words he had spoken. Noble consort, she was still searching for him. Xiao Shunzi then went to Suiyu Pavilion, hoping to seek Hui Pin's assistance in explaining the situation. Coincidentally, the lady-in-waiting named Caixing, dissatisfied that her own mistress had not been elevated despite giving birth to a daughter, and that in Lingrong, who bore no children, had been conferred the title of Chun Fei, coerced Xiao Shunzi into slandering in Lingrong by alleging her intent to harm the emperor's offspring. As for why Xiao Shunzi suddenly turned against them, it was because he saw Hui Pin's demeanor, which suggested she wished him dead, leading him to believe Hui Pin was being duplicitous. Little did he know that Caixing's scheme was entirely unbeknownst to Hui Pin. In a fit of anger, Xiao Shunzi fabricated a story that Shen Meizhuang had sent him to investigate Physician Wen's whereabouts. Both Xiao Shunzi and Caixing confessed their crimes, and it was at this moment that Xiao Luzi realized he had been used. Yet, Xiao Luzi also understood that regardless of the outcome, he would face death today. By admitting to being bribed by Caixing, he hoped that Huanbi might provide some compensation for his family. These testimonies, in truth, could not withstand much scrutiny. However, with Xinhuan Jingfei and others guiding the narrative, and Yongzhang growing impatient with the affairs of the harem, the matter was thus settled. The truth laid bare. Xiao Shunzi, Xiao Luzi, and Caixing were beaten to death in chaos. Hui Pin, due to mismanagement, was demoted to Hui Guoran. Yizhen Pin and Kong Chang were punished with a half-year salary deduction for spreading rumors. Shen Meizhuang was reduced to a Guoran and lost her rights to educate the princess. Yongzhang recalled the day Shen Meizhuang gave birth, the envy in Lingrong's expression, and her care for Fucha Guoran. And a plan formed in his mind. Huan and Lingrong, being exceedingly perceptive, immediately guessed that Yongzhang intended for Lingrong to adopt Jinghe. Hui Guoran would remain in Suiyu Pavilion to reflect, while Jinghe's Chun Fei, how about you take care of Jinghe? And Lingrong replied, she is unwanted. Jinghe is the child of Shen Meizhuang and Wen Shichu, setting aside my past grievances with Shen Meizhuang. This child is inherently a landmine. I do not wish to keep her by my side. Shen Meizhuang's expression changed drastically. Today had already been a gamble, and her demotion was within the realm of expectation. However, if Jinghe were handed over to someone as calculating as Lingrong, Shen Meizhuang would never consent. Xinhuan knelt in supplication, Your Majesty, Hongyu and Lingxi are of similar ages to Jinghe. Perhaps I might raise her. Jingfei also persuaded. Longyue is quite fond of younger siblings. If Jinghe were to go to noble consort Shi, the children would surely enjoy each other's company. Xan Guoran remarked, Chun Fei has never been pregnant or given birth. She may not fully understand the challenges of raising a child. Duan Guifei added, Xan Guoran speaks truthfully. I only learned the demands of caring for a child after giving birth to Wen Yi. And Lingrong interjected, Wen Yi has always been under Jixiang's care. What effort have you truly exerted? And Lingrong held no fondness for Duan Guifei. Wen Yi was merely a trophy of her rivalry with Hua Fei, a companion for conversation, a source of joy to alleviate her long nights. Her affection for Wen Yi was akin to Yongzheng's affection for Lingrong, akin to the indulgence of a pet who truly cares. Shen Meizhuang, in her desire to see Xinhuan, had casually drugged Wen Yi, yet Duan Guifei felt not the slightest pang of remorse. An Lingrong scoffed inwardly, yet wore a composed smile upon her face. I am deeply grateful for your Majesty's compassion. The little Princess Jinghe is clever and delightful. I truly cherish her. However, as Duan Guifei has stated, raising a child requires considerable energy. Princess Wen Yi has grown older and requires less attention. Yet even so, given Duan Guifei's frail constitution, it may still prove challenging. My own health is not robust either. Should I undertake the care of Jinghe, I fear that if she were to suffer any indignity, I would be beyond redemption. Upon hearing Lingrong's words, Xinhuan and Shen Meizhuang felt a wave of relief wash over them. Your Majesty's compassion for me is profoundly appreciated, and I truly do adore children. When I first entered the palace, there was only Princess Wen Yi among the children, who was merely a few months old at the time. I thought to myself how wonderful it would be if I could one day have a daughter as adorable as Wen Yi. Both Duan Guifei and I are of feeble health, making it difficult to manage a child independently. I, as a humble servant, can only hope to see Princess Wenny in a few days, and I would be utterly content." The esteemed concubine Duan gripped the armrest of her chair tightly. How could Lingrong dare to covet Wenny? How audacious! Chapter 20, The Solitude of Wenny. Upon hearing Lingrong suddenly mention Wenny, concubine Duan suppressed the indignation brewing within her and turned her gaze towards Yongjung. "Your Majesty, Wenny and I share a profound maternal bond. It seems that Chuanfei will be sorely disappointed." Lingrong, looking perplexed, questioned, disappointed, "Why does concubine Duan say such a thing? Just the other day, my sisters Fucha and Danju and I visited Princess Wenny, and she encouraged us to come see her often. Your Majesty, I have a special affinity with Princess Wenny. Ever since our meeting, she has occupied my thoughts entirely. If I could see her every few days, I would be most satisfied." Danju nodded in agreement. "Your Majesty, indeed, Princess Wenny has invited us to visit her at the Hall of Extended Celebration." And Lingrong merely wished to meet Wenny. It was not a matter of great significance. Yongjung acquiesced, allowing concubine Duan to arrange for Wenny to visit the Palace of Eternal Harmony every few days. And Lingrong could also visit at her leisure. Concubine Duan cast a frosty glance at Lingrong and consented. Thus, a grand performance before the emperor concluded, with Lingrong and Jinhuan each having achieved their objectives. Yet, in Jinhuan's eyes, Lingrong still held the upper hand. Although Jinhuan had temporarily safeguarded when Shichu, Shenmei Zhuang, and Jinghe, the specter of Jinghe lingered ominously, and she would need to remain vigilant against Yongjung's suspicions. Shenmei Zhuang had been demoted and lost her loyal maid Caixing when Shichu was forced to administer medicine to himself, rendering his male attributes null. Even the newborn Jinghe had suffered greatly and would require a period of recuperation. Huanbi's covert channels within the Palace of Eternal Harmony, along with her newly acquired confidant, Xiao Shun, had also been compromised. In contrast, Lingrong had garnered the emperor's guilt and sympathy, completely turning the page on the matter of the scar, and gained the privilege to associate with Wenny. Lingrong smiled sweetly at Danju's sister. "Shall we go to see Wenny now?" "Yes, let us take Peiyun. I believe she and Wenny get along splendidly." Jinhuan watched as Lingrong and Danju departed hand in hand. Today, aside from addressing her as Mei's sister, Lingrong referred to all other sisters as noble Lady Bjorgigit. In times past, Lingrong had often called her sister many times during their encounters. Yet she had not given it much thought. She had her younger sister Yuro at home, and in the palace, there was Chun'er, along with Huanbi, who, although not able to call her sister, was nonetheless a true sister in spirit. Among these three, Lingrong was the one who relied on her the most, and the one she needed not concern herself with. However, now Lingrong addressed her as consort she, while referring to others as sister, leaving Jinhuan even more melancholic than during their last encounter at the gates of the Zhongsui Palace, when Lingrong and the others arrived at the Hall of Extended Celebration. Although concubine Duan was not particularly pleased, she did not create any obstacles for them. Jishan brought Wenny out, and Wenny eagerly grasped Lingrong's hand, wishing to play in the imperial garden. Lingrong glanced at concubine Duan, who nodded in acquiescence. In a moment concealed from concubine Duan, Wenny mischievously winked at Lingrong. This was Lingrong's second encounter with Wenny since her rebirth. 3 days prior, Lingrong and Danju had accompanied noble Lady Fucha as they strolled through the imperial garden. Noble Lady Fucha had a toy crafted by Lingrong in her possession, and upon encountering Wenny, she generously gifted it to her. Over 7 years of age, Wenny was astute and far more mature than the disoriented noble Lady Fucha. Yet, perhaps due to her solitude beside concubine Duan, Wenny had played joyfully that day, even requesting they come to play with her again. In truth, Wenny could have been sent to the prince's residence as soon as she turned 6. There, she would have encountered many children of her age, alleviating her loneliness. However, concubine Duan could not bear to part with her. Those of rank above concubine were permitted to rear their children personally. So Wenny remained in the palace, with few children in the palace. Prior to the births of Hongi and Lingxi, Wenny was the sole child aside from the 3-year-old Longyue, who was too young for them to play together. Following the births of Hongi and Lingxi, Wenny saw even less of Lunji Yue. At this tender age, despite concubine Duan's careful nurturing, Wenny remained quite sensitive. Fortunately, both Wenny and noble Lady Fucha had now found suitable companions. And Lingrong and Danju exchanged knowing smiles as they observed the delightful interaction between the two children. Overjoyed by the prospect of visiting the Palace of Eternal Harmony, Wenny eagerly relayed her intentions to concubine Duan, insisting she would stay with consort Chun and noble Lady Fucha today. Lingrong gently pinched Wenny's cheek, disregarding any potential ire from concubine Duan, and took Wenny back with her. The small kitchen of the Palace of Eternal Harmony had prepared many of Wenny's favorite dishes. Given concubine Duan's advanced age, her meals were tailored to nourish her health, and she maintained strict standards for Winnie's food, ensuring it was meticulously prepared. However, what child does not possess an appetite, moreover, at Winnie's age? Her digestive system was not as fragile as one might expect, nonetheless, and Lingrong worried concubine Duan might use this as a pretext to criticize her. She informed Winnie that she was welcome to dine at the Palace of Eternal Harmony at any time, but should not overindulge. Winnie, a remarkably sensible and well-behaved child, caused Lingrong no difficulties whatsoever due to Fucha's lingering illness, and Lingrong was concerned that should she experience a nighttime episode, it might frighten Winnie. Thus she invited Winnie to sleep in her chamber. After Baoke had bathed Winnie, she informed Lingrong that Winnie bore scars on her arms and back. Lingrong gasped in shock, covering her mouth. Although she harbored no fondness for concubine Duan, she could never believe she would mistreat Winnie. But what of these scars? Consort Chun, may I sleep with you tonight? The yearning in Winnie's eyes rendered Lingrong unable to refuse. Though she had harbored intentions of deliberately drawing closer to Winnie, her heart ached for the child. When Xiao Qinma passed away, Winnie was already 3.5 years old and began to form memories. While concubine Duan treated Winnie well, it could not compare to the profound love that radiated from Xiao Qinma. Children of 3 or 4 are the most sensitive, and it is likely that Winnie shed many tears during that time. Due to her frail health, concubine Duan could not be disturbed while sleeping at night. Thus, the little Winnie spent her nights in the hall of extended celebration, accompanied only by a reticent maidservant. When Lingrong approached Winnie, she intentionally applied the fragrant balm commonly used by Xiao Qinma, her gentle demeanor easily winning the child's affection. Noble Lady Fucha, with her childlike mentality, found harmony with Winnie, which was an unexpected delight for Lingrong. Lingrong was not a kind-hearted person. Had Xiao Qinma wronged her, she might have felt no sympathy for Winnie. However, during Xiao Qinma's lifetime, there had been no enmity between them. Therefore, she was willing to extend a measure of genuine care towards Winnie. Lingrong's bed was spacious, and as Winnie rolled about, she inadvertently wrapped her arms around Lingrong before reluctantly releasing her. And Lingrong understood the child's subtle intentions, her heart softening completely. Even though she had never been a mother, she had once been pregnant in her past life. During those months, Lingrong often imagined that if she were to have a delicate and charming daughter, she would create countless beautiful garments for her. Alas, the child was never born, having developed into a male fetus. Though Winnie had surpassed the age of Lingrong's previous imaginings, she still embraced her. Sleep now, alright, Consort Chun. Winnie's tone was infused with a restrained excitement as she nestled into Lingrong's embrace and drifted off to sleep. Chapter 21. Once called sister, this sleep was peaceful upon awakening. And Lingrong beheld the satisfied smile adorning Winnie's face, her lips twitching slightly. She playfully scratched Winnie's nose. Little lazy pig, wake up and get out of bed. Winnie opened her eyes, filled with sparkling joy. She gently hugged Lingrong, causing the sleeves of her oversized nightgown to slip down. The scars on her arms pained Lingrong's heart. They were old scars, seemingly innocuous, likely the result of a knife wound that had healed. Winnie, what happened to this scar? And Lingrong's voice trembled, her tone imbued with an unrecognized tenderness. Consort Chun, do not worry, it has healed, and Winnie feels no pain. Last year, when I had a fever, I took many medicines but could not recover. Eventually, the Imperial Medical Department had no choice but to resort to bloodletting. Seeing Winnie's nonchalant demeanor, Lingrong felt a lump in her throat. Winnie's fever had been induced by Shen Meizhuang, who had conspired with Wen Shichu to ensure her own exit from the palace. The severity of Winnie's fever was orchestrated to provide Shen Meizhuang with the opportunity to leave, and the dosage administered by Wen Shichu had been considerable. With Wen Shichu's medical expertise, it should have been a simple matter to reduce Winnie's fever. Yet, during that time, when Shichu was preoccupied with Xin Huan and the disappearance of Gui Junwang, the neglected Winnie languished with her fever for too long. The Imperial Medical Department had no choice but to resort to the remedy of bloodletting. And Lingrong was not well versed in medicine, but she knew bloodletting was common in folk remedies. Typically, it merely required a needle to pierce the skin to draw a small amount of blood. Yet, Winnie's wounds were evidently inflicted with a small knife, intended to draw a significant quantity of blood in a short period. How severe must Winnie's fever have been? And Lingrong stifled the bitterness rising within her as she caressed the scars on Winnie's arm. As a princess, Winnie bore 3 or 4 such scars. Would she not feel insecure as she grew older? Winnie, do you believe in Consort Chun? Of course, I believe in Consort Chun very well. Consort Chun will ensure your scars vanish without a trace. Winnie's eyes sparkled brightly. After all, she was a 7 or 8-year-old girl, at an age where beauty was cherished. Although she was far too sensible to voice her desires. Can it truly be done? Of course, Consort Chun is quite capable. Thank you, Consort Chun. After they completed their morning routines, the maidservants from the Hall of Extended Celebration arrived to escort Wenyi away, and she reluctantly departed from the Palace of Eternal Harmony. After bidding farewell to Wenyi, Xinhuan arrived. As Xinhuan arrived and Lingrong was busy preparing the soothing scar gel, Huanbai, gazing upon the newly refreshed Yanqi Palace, let out a cold snort. The soothing scar gel was a source of deep anguish for Xinhuan. Ever since she learned that the gel contained a significant amount of musk, she had been convinced that without it, her first child would not have been lost. Is Sister Chun Fei making soothing scar gel again? Who is she preparing to gift it to this time? Huanbai scoffed. I have not heard of any concubines in the palace being pregnant. It seems a bit premature for Chun Fei to be preparing this gel. Doesn't it? And Lingrong raised her lips in a slight smirk. What do you mean, Miss Huanbai? I fail to comprehend. You harm others with the soothing scar gel, yet you feign innocence, and Lingrong's smile turned icy. Bao Wan to slap her. Huanbai was taken aback, and Lingrong, how dare you? Bao Wan, with considerable strength, had already delivered a resounding slap. Xinhuan abruptly stood. Chun Fei, what is the meaning of this? What do you mean by that? Why doesn't His Noble Majesty inquire about the maidservants by your side, a mere servant girl, relying on her position to bully others? No matter how humble my origins, I am still the honored Chun Fei. A principal consort of this palace, how dare a lowly servant speak to me with such insolence, unjustly accusing me and even daring to utter my name? Huanbai's eyes brimmed with fury. When have I wronged you? Is it not you who uses the soothing scar gel? Xinhuan's voice cut sharply. Huanbai, silence, Your Highness. Xinhuan noticed the blood at Huanbai's lips and the grievance on her face. Though angered by her indiscretions, she felt a twinge of sympathy. Jinshi, take Huanbai back to Yongshou Palace for punishment. Your Highness. Jinshi was puzzled. Huanbai clearly knew that the matter of the soothing scar gel had already been resolved. So why provoke An Lingrong again? The soothing scar gel gifted by An Lingrong was something Xinhuan had openly acknowledged before the emperor and the court. It was beneficial for both the mother and child. Now, for Huanbai to claim that An Lingrong used it to harm others was tantamount to accusing Xinhuan of deceiving the emperor. As Jinshi led Huanbai away, Huanbai cast a venomous glare at An Lingrong. An Lingrong laughed coldly. If you have the ability, then strike. Let us see who outplays whom. With Huanbai gone, An Lingrong and Xinhuan sat down, and the earlier discord was left unspoken. An Lingrong picked up Xinhuan's previous inquiry, the soothing scar gel. I intend to gift it to Wenyi. Wenyi, why does she need soothing scar gel? Though Xinhuan detested the gel, she acknowledged that An Lingrong's was of high quality years ago. When she had a miscarriage, An Lingrong had added musk to the gel, unrelated to the gel itself. A hint of sarcasm crept onto An Lingrong's face. Thanks to your dear sister, last year when he suffered from a high fever that wouldn't subside. The Imperial Medical Bureau was at a loss and could only resort to bloodletting to reduce the fever. Wenyi bore several scars on her arms and back, remnants of incisions made with a small knife. At that time, Wenyi was not yet 7 years old, enduring such torment, and ultimately she was left with scars. Xinhuan's eyes widened in disbelief as she shook her head. How can this be? Sister Mei said she only took a little fever medicine. How could Wen Tai, with such exceptional skills, allow this? An Lingrong gazed into Xinhuan's eyes, her sardonic smile widening. How is it impossible? Wen Tai is indeed skilled. But his thoughts are solely focused on you and those you wish him to care for. I truly do not understand why Shen Mei Zhuang, who prides herself on being an elegant and gracious young lady, would resort to harming a child to achieve her ends. Did she truly need to leave the palace at that time? I know she wished to see you, but Wen Shichu could have come to the palace to find you any time. Couldn't she have sent a message through him? Even without Wen Shichu, with Shen Mei Zhuang's status, she could have sent word to you. So why resort to drugging Wenyi? Or is it because Chao Qin Mo had once plotted against her, leaving her unrepentant about harming Wenyi? Or was she seeking revenge for the deceased Chao Qin Mo? And Lingrong understood that her words struck at the heart of the matter, that Shen Mei Zhuang was merely a figure in Xinhuan's mind. And everything revolved around her, not intentionally harming Wenyi, yet, whether intentional or not, the harm to Wenyi had already been done. Xinhuan wished to refute but found herself at a loss for words. Having only just learned of this matter, after a lengthy silence, Xinhuan finally asked, how did you come to know of these events? The conversation had initially revolved around Wenyi, yet An Lingrong understood that Xinhuan's question pertained to her. Shen Mei Zhuang, and when Chu An Lingrong would certainly not disclose to Xinhuan that she had once died and witnessed everything in the afterlife's illusion. Wen Tai's affections for you have never been concealed. While outsiders seldom see your interactions, I'd once called you sister. Xinhuan felt a pang in her heart at An Lingrong's words. Suppressing her emotions, she inquired, what of Mei Jia and Wen Tai and Hui Guerin? Neither of them are ones to conceal their feelings. Besides, I was nearby when Tai left Shuiyu Pavilion that night, the birth of Princess Jing. He later confirmed my suspicions. Much of this was deception. Although she had sensed the ambiguous relationship between Wen Shichu and Shen Mei Zhuang in her past life, she had never dared to think that Jing He's lineage might be questionable. These two were indeed audacious, and the current Shi Guifei was equally daring. An Lingrong felt a sense of admiration for Jin Huan and Shen Mei Zhuang's audacity in deceiving Yang Zhang. While she could not commit such an act herself, she would not reprimand Jin Huan and Shen Mei Zhuang for it. Yang Zhang, that wretched man, had wronged countless women, and he deserved to be cuckolded. However, for Jin Huan and Shen Mei Zhuang to let Yang Zhang raise children for another man was indeed rather unscrupulous. Yet, what did this have to do with An Lingrong, as long as it did not interfere with her own favor in life? How they utilized one another was of no concern to her. Jin Huan discreetly observed An Lingrong. She noted that although An Lingrong was certain of Wen Shichu's affections for her, she also knew of Shen Mei Zhuang's affair with him, and even guessed Jing He's true identity. However, An Lingrong was unaware of her relationship with Yunli, which brought Jin Huan some relief. This was not mere paranoia, and Lingrong was simply too perceptive, and Jin Huan worried about any leverage falling into her hands. An Lingrong feigned ignorance of Jin Huan's scrutiny. She did not wish for others to know how many cards she held. You seem to have changed again. The old you would never have cared about Fucha Guaran. And when An Lingrong replied, in the harem, everyone changes. Does Shi Guifei not change as well? Jin Huan countered, indeed, we have all changed, and my transformation owes part to you. An Lingrong responded, my transformation also owes part to Shi Guifei. Me. Jin Huan nearly laughed in exasperation. Sister Chun, you truly excel at shirking responsibility. And Lingrong was well aware that she should not feel aggrieved, yet speaking of the past still stirred her emotions. Even in the illusion of her past life, she had come to realize that many issues between her and Jin Huan stemmed from misunderstandings. Yet, she continued to feel wronged and separated by countless grievances. From the day they parted ways, it was destined that they could never walk the same path again. My mother was a renowned embroiderer in our hometown. With the money she earned through hard work, she helped my father secure an official position, yet, from the relentless toil, she nearly lost her sight. My father, instead of being grateful, took in numerous concubines. When I was young, my mother and I were confined in the back courtyard, often going hungry. To ensure we had food, my mother and I had to make clothes and toys for my half-brothers and half-sisters. As I grew older, I assisted the family in the spice trade, earning a fair amount, but regrettably, I received not a single coin. A small box of soothing scar gel could sell for 20 taels in a place like Songyang County. I was unwilling to accept that the fruits of my labor should be spent on my father's concubines and their children. I could have thrived through the spice trade, but soon I realized that even with my father's modest official position, without him, I might not even be able to safeguard the formula for the soothing scar gel. An Lingrong's memories of her youth brought her to tears. It was because of that experience that she understood why her mother insisted on bringing her and her cousin to stay with the Yin family. Even with a useless man in the family, it was better than being a single woman. And her mother. In her past life, each time An Bai Huai found himself in trouble, she risked everything to rescue him. Knowing that without that man, her mother would only suffer more. In this life, with her mother gone, An Bai Huai could forget about her assistance. Jin Huan, witnessing An Lingrong's tears, felt an impulse to wipe them away, yet ultimately refrained from extending her hand. Their relationship could never return to the innocence of their initial days in the palace. This was likely their final heart-to-heart. Back in Songyang County, I understood that to survive, one must possess value to others. This palace is even worse than Songyang County. In Songyang, any skill that ensures survival is valuable, yet, in the palace, not only must people be categorized into ranks, but even talents are also divided into hierarchies. You recite poetry and compose verses, and you are deemed a talented woman. I, who merely enjoy reading scripts, am considered illiterate. You perform the Jinghong dance and are lauded by all, while my singing is deemed unworthy of the stage. Not only singing, but also embroidery and perfumery, these two skills, once a source of pride for me, are now looked down upon in the palace, as they are deemed the work of servants. Upon my initial arrival at court, I was engulfed in fear, for I was the latecomer in our trio and held the lowest rank among us. I feared that if I proved to be of no use to you, you would abandon me. In the beginning, I could only manage simple tasks like making a warming cover, striving to demonstrate that I still held some value. Later, when Yu Ying'er refused to meet her demise, both you and Shen Mei Zhuang were concerned that she might rise again. I felt that the moment to prove my worth had finally arrived, so I suppressed my fear and ventured into the cold palace. What transpired thereafter is known to Jin Huan. Initially, both she and Shen Mei Zhuang were alarmed. How could such a frail and delicate woman commit an act so brutal as to strangle you? And Lingrong wiped her tears, reflecting on her past foolishness. Su Peisheng and Xiao Shazi had already devised a method to eliminate you, but they were apprehensive that should Yongjing recall you's merits, their own safety might be compromised. Thus, news of Yu Ying'er's refusal to die reached Su Yushin. Yizhen Huan and Shen Meizhuang were not deceived, only I was. Hi, the conversation between Shen Meizhuang and Yu saddened me. Yet it did not lead me to believe I was in the wrong. A few days later, I encountered Huanbai, who mentioned that you had instructed her to burn Buddhist scriptures for you, wishing for her swift liberation. At that time, they had conspired together to frighteningly pin, inadvertently causing harm to the innocent Fu Chai Gairen. As for matters Shen Huan was involved in, they were never deemed erroneous. Subsequently, when Shen Meizhuang's fake pregnancy was exposed, Zhen Huan aided in Lingrong in gaining favor. Grateful, and Lingrong gifted Zhen Huan 2 pieces of floating brocade, keeping only one for herself. However, Zhen Huan was incensed that Lingrong had given 1 piece to her rival, Hua Fei, and thus bestowed the cherished item upon Huanbai. Ironically, Huanbai flaunted the floating brocade and disparaged Lingrong behind her back, which Lingrong overheard. At that moment, Lingrong believed that Zhen Huan looked down on her, treating her as a mere servant. Only when Lingrong ascended to a high position did she grasp Zhen Huan's perspective as a power holder. Zhen Huan's assistance in Lingrong's rise was merely a strategy to consolidate her own influence, rather than a desire for a teammate who would foolishly flatter her enemies. Gifting Huanbai the floating brocade was not only due to their sisterly bond but also served as a warning to Lingrong. Unfortunately, Lingrong was unable to comprehend this at the time. By the time she did, the sense of grievance had only deepened. Chapter 23, Liang Duorui's schemes. When Lingrong first gained favor, she had just liberated herself from a state of desperate survival. With her newfound prominence, she was the recipient of lavish attention. Everyone knew there were only 5 pieces of floating brocade, and she had acquired them all. How could she dare to keep them all? In Lingrong's mind at that time, the Empress was a benefactor who had aided the Yin family, and thus she felt compelled to gift 1 piece. With Hua Fei and the Empress at odds, her decision to give a piece to the Empress and not to Hua Fei was a public slap to Hua Fei's face, given Hua Fei's formidable stature. And Lingrong dared not confront her directly and could only part with 1 piece. As for the items bestowed by the Emperor, she could not simply gift them all away, she had to retain at least 1 for herself. The remaining 2 pieces were given to her most beloved sister Zhen Huan. Little did she know this act would provoke Zhen Huan's ire. Soon after, Zhen Huan acquired an even better sister, Fang Chuanyi. Fang Chuanyi appeared innocent and lively, inadvertently uttering many words that drove a wedge between the two. With Bao Wan within and Fang Chuanyi above, and a powerful empress pressing down on her, Lingrong found herself in a precarious position. Making one misstep after another, Zhen Huan suppressed the bitterness in her heart. There are undoubtedly misunderstandings between us, yet they stem from your inherently cold and ruthless nature. I understand your journey has been arduous, but regardless of how treacherous the path within the palace may be, one should never warm oneself at the expense of another's blood. Lingrong looked up at Zhen Huan, once again confronted with this sentiment. In this palace, those who can utter such words are either individuals perched upon a moral high ground, casting judgment upon others, or they are Navi souls who have never been cornered into a dead end. Those like myself, who tread carefully as if on thin ice, would never entertain such thoughts. I do not warm myself with the blood of others, my own blood has long turned cold. Sister Shiguefe, not everyone is like you, born into a noble family and cultivated into the paragon of a refined lady as defined by the capital. You enjoy the Emperor's boundless favor, the heartfelt protection of good sisters, loyal servants willing to lay down their lives for you, wise and devoted palace maids, and doctors who would risk their own lives for you. Lingrong refrained from mentioning Gui Juanwang's feelings for Zhen Huan, deliberately obscuring Huanbai's unwavering loyalty to Zhen Huan born from sisterly affection. You were so many halos, having never endured the hardships of survival, never being bullied, belittled, or exploited. The reason you can so loftily accuse me of being cold-blooded and cruel is that you have never needed to resort to unscrupulous means for the sake of survival like I have. Unlike Zhen Huan's anger, and Lingrong's voice remained calm and restrained throughout, you truly excel at arguing, Zhen Huan declared as she departed. Lingrong noticed Zhen Huan stumbled slightly as she walked away. Yet this time, she did not extend a hand to assist. It was not until Zhen Huan's silhouette faded from view that Lingrong realized the chill on her face. Xu Huan Jiao is indeed a remarkable product. Although Duan Guifei was reluctant to let Wen Yi grow too close to Lingrong and the others, she did not overly obstruct Wen Yi's visits to the Yanqi Palace due to her scars. Young as she was, Wen Yi's scars healed faster than those of adults, and after just one box of Shu Huan Jiao, the scars on her body had significantly faded. Elated, when he began frequenting Yanqi Palace. Inciting jealousy from Fu Chagueran. Fu Chagueran felt that Lingrong spent more time with Wen Yi than with her, leaving Lingrong both amused and exasperated when the two children were bickering over who received more of Lingrong's company. The female physician sent by the Fu Cha family, Xiao Yan, arrived. Nearly a decade had passed since their last encounter, and Lingrong finally saw her cousin again. With outsiders present, they could not acknowledge each other directly. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they shared a glance that conveyed they were both well. When Xiao Yan heard Lingrong's hoarse voice, her heart shattered. Compared to Lingrong, Xiao Yan bore a striking resemblance to Lin Xiu. With delicate eyebrows and almond-shaped eyes, rosy lips, and white teeth. Lingrong, while possessing a fair complexion akin to Lin Xiu, resembled Bihua more in features, appearing harmless yet capable of beguiling others. Standing together, aside from their similar fair skin, Lingrong and Xiao Yan bore little resemblance to one another. During her time with the Yin family, Xiao Yan had always been confined to the back courtyard and had left the Yin household long ago. She had also been sold to Liangjin, and even the Fu Cha family had not uncovered her connection to Lingrong. Upon being located by the Fu Cha family, Xiao Yan had wished to inquire about Lingrong's situation. However, upon hearing that Chun Fei had recognized her name due to her origins in Songyang County, she surmised that Lingrong did not wish to reveal their relationship. Xiao Yan feigned concern about the palace's complex relationships. Diligently gathering all the information the Fu Cha family possessed, living in Yanqi Palace with the Fu Cha Gueran, and being the master of Yanqi Palace, Lingrong's situation was thoroughly disclosed to Xiao Yan without her needing to probe. Upon learning that Lingrong had endured considerable cold stares upon entering the palace, that she had experienced the ups and downs of favor, and that her voice had been damaged, Xiao Yan felt an overwhelming urge to rush to the palace. Fortunately, Lingrong not only survived but had also gained considerable favor as Chun Fei.as for her voice and offspring. With Xiao Yan around, whatever her sister desired would be fulfilled. Xiao Yan was a physician permitted to enter the palace by Yongzhang. Yet she remained an outsider. Not only was she subjected to layers of scrutiny before entering the palace, once inside, the Naiwafu assigned 2 matrons to instruct her in palace etiquette, although Lingrong felt displeased. She could only endure this, for it was to be expected that Xiao Yan would face some indignities upon her arrival. She needed to devise a means by which Xiao Yan could establish a more secure foothold within the palace. While Lingrong felt wronged on behalf of Xiao Yan, the latter herself felt little of it. From a young age she had sold herself to the Liang family, and although they did not dare to truly mistreat her due to her exceptional medical skills, she remained a servant at the end of the day, possessing little dignity compared to the average servant. Xiao Yan was clever, and before entering the palace, she had been meticulously trained by the Fu Cha family, leaving no room for the Naiwafu's matrons to find fault. Once they deemed her satisfactory, Liang Duorui, the head of the Naiwafu, sent the matrons away. Liang Duorui brought a royal decree from the emperor, stating that Xiao Yan, as an outsider, had entered the palace to treat Fu Cha Gueran and could not leave Yanqi Palace without an edict. The medicinal supplies and medical instruments she required needed to be reported to the Naiwafu before being allocated. After delivering the decree, Liang Duorui specifically requested Lingrong to assist in overseeing Xiao Yan. Given Xiao Yan's unique status, she could only fall under the jurisdiction of the Naiwafu, but as she was a physician sent by the Fu Cha family, the Fu Cha family had bestowed many favors upon Liang Duorui. Caught between the two, Liang Duorui sought to maintain balance, ensuring that Xiao Yan would not offend the nobility within the palace while not overly restricting her either. So he simply entrusted her to Lingrong's care. As the master of Yanqi Palace, Lingrong was already responsible for managing the personnel of Yixing Pavilion. However, Xiao Yan was a physician sent by the Fu Cha family, not a court physician, which meant Lingrong could not openly utilize Xiao Yan. With Liang Duorui's suggestion, Lingrong could now have Xiao Yan attend to her medical needs. If Xiao Yan proved capable, Lingrong would find it far more convenient than any other noblewoman in the palace. This was Liang Duorui's way of ingratiating himself with Lingrong and sharing the risks with her. If Lingrong agreed, Xiao Yan would officially become part of Yanqi Palace, and any missteps would make Lingrong the first responsible party. Lingrong saw through Liang Duorui's schemes clearly. Master Liang, as Xiao Yini is in Yanqi Palace, I shall naturally look after her well. However, she is here to treat Lady Fucha, not to serve as a palace maid. The personnel from the Imperial Household Department have allowed her to enter the palace discreetly. But without the necessary provisions, how can Physician Xiao administer treatment? Just now, Steward Liang mentioned that the items required by Physician Xiao only need to be reported to the Imperial Household Department. which will then deliver them. Liang Duorui, surely that is not his intention. Chapter 24. I wish to petition His Majesty, and Lingrong was indifferent to Liang Duorui's thoughts. Her gaze was fixed on Xiaoyan. Physician Xiao, Lady Fucha's ailment requires urgent treatment. Please write down everything you need and have Steward Liang bring it here. If there is anything you momentarily forget, you may submit it later to the Imperial Household Department. Yes, your ladyship. Baowan, prepare tea for Steward Liang. Steward Liang. Physician Xiao must first examine Lady Fucha before determining what is required, so please take a seat and rest for a while. Liang Duorui was perplexed by Lingrong's sudden decisiveness. As a veteran of the Imperial Household Department, he had always been adept at navigating the complexities of court life, offending no one. However, refraining from causing offense does not preclude having preferences. Currently, in the inner palace, the affections of Ningpin, Chunfei, and Shi Guifei divided the realm among them, yet Ningpin was destined to remain childless, and Chunfei also seemed unlikely to bear offspring. Only Shi Guifei, with her elevated status, authority over the 6 palaces, and the company of princes and princesses, was in a favorable position. It was evident to any discerning observer that the likes of Duan Guifei, Jingfei, Xian Gueran, and Hui Gueran were allied with Shi Guifei. If Liang Duorui were compelled to choose a patroness in the harem, it would undoubtedly be Shi Guifei. Chunfei and Shi Guifei did not seem to be on amicable terms, and any interactions he had with Chunfei today would surely reach Shi Guifei's ears. Liang Duorui felt a rush of anxiety that he intended to report the items needed by Physician Xiao to Shi Guifei first and then deliver them upon her approval, yet now, Chunfei was pressuring him to procure them immediately. Despite Shi Guifei's considerable influence, Liang Duorui had yet to truly ingratiate himself with her. At the same time, he could not afford to offend Chunfei either. An Lingrong feigned ignorance of Liang Duorui's conflicted expression as she softly coaxed Lady Fucha to allow Xiaoyan to conduct her examination. Baowan served tea to Liang Duorui, noticing he still stood there unmoved, and let out a soft huff. It seemed the steward had grown accustomed to the finer offerings of the Imperial Household Department and looked down upon the tea from Yanqi Palace. Miss Baowan, how could I dare to presume? Liang Duorui replied, trembling as he accepted the tea, only to realize Baowan was slipping something into his hand, a small, heavy package containing gold ingots. 15 minutes later, Xiaoyan completed her examination of Lady Fucha, a smile gracing her lips. The condition was not severe. With proper treatment, she could be greatly improved in a year or two. Given her medical skills, it was certainly not feasible for it to take that long, nor would it merely be a matter of improvement. However, she was unaware of Lingrong's intentions and thus spoke with caution. Sanger, filled with joy, exclaimed, Physician Xiao, can my lady truly be cured? Xiaoyan nodded, leaving some room for interpretation. A complete recovery may not be possible, but she will be able to manage independently, much like a child of 10. That is ample, indeed. I implore you, Physician Xiao, to take great care. Even if Lady Fucha were to return to normalcy, it was clear she would never regain her previous favor, a conclusion both Sanger and the Fucha family had reached. Their desire was solely for Lady Fucha to cease her episodes and to maintain control over her emotions and actions. That alone sufficed. As Liang Duorui grew distracted, and Sanger became increasingly animated, Xiaoyan leaned closer to Lingrong and whispered Zhua Hosan, and Lingrong subtly nodded in acknowledgement. Xiaoyan, understanding, summoned paper and pen, swiftly scribbling down a long list of items. Liang Duorui, observing the flurry of activity, wondered if she intended to deplete the entire Imperial Medical Office. Before Liang Duorui could voice his concerns, and Lingrong interjected, His Majesty is deeply concerned about Lady Fucha's condition and has already stated that if Physician Xiao can cure her, prompt action must be taken, and the necessary herbs and medical instruments require full cooperation from the Imperial Medical Office and the Imperial Household Department. Since the Yongzheng Emperor had already acquiesced to the Fucha family's request, he would surely see it through to completion. Sanger, Baowan, accompany Steward Liang to procure the items Physician Xiao requires without delay. Yes, your ladyship. Liang Duorui felt the gold in his hands grow exceedingly warm. Chunfei, with so many items requested by Physician Xiao all at once, it is likely. An Lingrong raised an eyebrow. You received her payment and expect to do nothing in return? How preposterous! When Huang Guiquan, Jiang Zhongmin, and Go Liren were present, I never heard of any shortages in the Imperial Medical Office. Why is it that the moment you take charge, the office suddenly finds itself lacking? If His Majesty or one of the concubines requires medicine, and the doctors claim there is none, will it be the fault of the Imperial Medical Office or that of the Imperial Household Department responsible for procurement? Steward Liang, you need not be troubled. I shall petition His Majesty to have the Imperial Household Department procure the necessary supplies forthwith. As and Lingrong made to leave Yanqi Palace, Liang Duorui broke into a cold sweat. Chun Fei. Wait, surely the items Physician Xiao required would be fully stocked at the Imperial Medical Office. If anything were lacking, I would ensure it is replenished promptly. And Lingrong smiled sweetly. Then I shall rely on you. Steward Liang. Baoan Sanger, do not delay, go with Steward Liang to the Imperial Medical Office. Yes, your ladyship. As Liang Duorui departed and Lingrong and Xiaoyan assisted Lady Fucha into the Tiyuan Hall. And Lingrong instructed Bao Ke to stand guard outside. How could Chun Fei's voice have changed so drastically? Xiaoyan's voice was barely above a whisper, yet the pain in her tone was unmistakable. Can one truly recover from being drugged? Do not worry. Within a month, she shall be restored to her former self. Upon hearing Xiaoyan's assurance, and Lingrong felt a profound sense of relief, although she was currently favored without relying on her voice. Its restoration would provide an additional layer of security. As and Lingrong amused Lady Fucha, she engaged in casual conversation with Xiao Yan. To outsiders, they appeared to be two strangers exchanging pleasantries out of curiosity. Yet both Xiao Yan and Lingrong were astute individuals, discerning each other's pasts through their exchanged words. Though their histories were fraught with hardship, they found solace in their present companionship, knowing that the road ahead would be less arduous with one another's support. When Liang Duorui returned with the items from the Imperial Household Department, his previously sullen demeanor transformed into a sycophantic smile upon seeing in Lingrong. With the goods delivered, there was no need to further alienate a favored concubine. And Lingrong had long instructed her servants to prepare a room in Yixing Pavilion. Xiaoyan's list was extensive, with numerous herbs filling several cabinets. Additionally, all necessary items, silver needles, medicinal pots, mortars, and scales, were accounted for. Chun Fei, all the items requested by Physician Xiao are here. I trust they will suffice for some time, Liang Duorui inquired uncertainly, glancing at Xiaoyan. The herbs relocated to Yanqi Palace today accounted for a significant portion of the Imperial Medical Office's inventory. In light of Shi Guifei's frugality and the Emperor's praise for her efficient management of the 6 palaces, the palace's expenses had been reduced by several thousand taels of silver in a month. Liang Duorui harbored concerns. Should Xiaoyan require such quantities again, he would find himself in a precarious position. The Emperor had only instructed him to cooperate fully, yet he was unaware of the extensive resources needed to treat Lady Fucha. Xiaoyan meticulously inspected the quality of the herbs, noting that they were indeed of excellent grade and untouched. She nodded in satisfaction. This will last for 2 years. The treatment for Lady Fucha's ailment would primarily rely on acupuncture. Requiring fewer herbs than anticipated, the bulk of the medications were intended for in Lingrong's throat and overall health. It could be said that as long as the Imperial Medical Office had it, the supplies here would suffice, thereby avoiding future complications regarding procurement. Chapter 25, Restoration of the Voice. Hearing Xiaoyan's assurance that the supplies would last 2 years, Liang Duorui breathed a sigh of relief. In truth, he harbored skepticism regarding Xiaoyan's claim of being able to cure Lady Fucha. The Imperial Medical Office boasted a wealth of talent, yet had failed to heal her. How could a common physician, particularly a woman, possibly surpass the skills of the court doctors? It was evident that the Emperor was intent on courting favor with the Fucha family, which was why he permitted this woman to enter the palace. Little did he know she would audaciously request a substantial portion of the Imperial Medical Office's supplies. Should she fail to cure Lady Fucha, he would undoubtedly find a way to report it discreetly. If Liang Duorui had already devised a plan, should Miss Huanbi come to issue further commands, he would concoct a tale to inform the Emperor that the Imperial Medical Office was lacking due to the demands of Yanqi Palace. As Liang Duorui's eyes darted and Lingrong recognized his ill intentions, Baoan Sanger, while it is imperative to treat Lady Fucha, we must also ensure that the Imperial Medical Office's supplies remain ample. When you accompanied Steward Liang to the Imperial Medical Office earlier, did you hear any mention of a shortage of supplies? Having spent considerable time by Lingrong's side, Baoan immediately grasped her intent, replying, to your ladyship, the Imperial Medical Office has a substantial stock of herbs. Sanger and I only took a small portion of each type. As she spoke, she produced the receipt for the herbs, handing it to Lingrong. We have documented everything we collected, and the Imperial Medical Office has registered our usage. Sanger and I made a point to transcribe the remaining quantities of each item. Lingrong nodded in satisfaction. Well done. Since the Empress's confinement and Lingrong's elevation to concubine, Baoan had become increasingly reliable. Steward Liang, is there any issue with this list? Liang Duorui's expression turned somewhat awkward. No problem at all. Miss Baoan and Miss Sanger are quite meticulous in their work, then let us proceed to sign it. What? Liang Duorui's eyes widened in disbelief. An Lingrong wore an expression of feigned innocence. Lord Liang, I acknowledge the items utilized by the Yanqi Palace. However, should others procure such items, and perchance encounter a muddled little physician, the blame may unjustly fall upon me. Likewise, if the Imperial Medical Bureau finds itself lacking, all accusations may be directed towards the Yanqi Palace, a burden I am unwilling to bear. If you affix your signature, we shall both find ease, otherwise I shall have no choice but to seek the Emperor's intervention to obtain his signature for my cause. Although Lingrong appeared to speak nonchalantly, Liang Duorui felt a creeping sense of dread. Did Chun Fei suspect his intentions? This matter must remain concealed from the Emperor, for while the accounts of the Medical Bureau could be navigated, the internal affairs of the palace are fraught with discrepancies. If Chun Fei presented such a document to the Emperor, he would commend her cleverness, and should the Internal Affairs Office adopt her methods, chaos would surely ensue. Liang Duorui trembled as he completed his signature and hastily took his leave. And Lingrong did not truly press him. In the harem, the Empress was confined, and Xin Huan nearly held dominion over the entire 6 palaces. In the previous dynasty, the third prince was in a foul mood due to the Empress's affairs. And he was not particularly clever to begin with. The fourth prince, in contrast, appeared particularly suited for the position of heir, especially in light of the third prince's shortcomings. The sixth prince, though still young, had already captured the emperor's favor. Xin Huan possessed 2 aces in the forms of the fourth and sixth princes, which in the eyes of many, positioned her as the next empress dowager. Liang Duorui's desire to align himself with Xin Huan was entirely understandable. There were many like him in recent days, and Lingrong had devoted her time primarily to the Yanqi Palace, aside from attending to the emperor in the Yangxin Hall. Xiaoyan's medical skills had greatly relieved her throat, yet she deliberately limited her speech in the presence of others, speaking softly when necessary, thereby raising no suspicions. Noble Lady Fucha seemed to have regained her senses. And fortunately, she remembered Lingrong's care, remaining quite dependent on her, which eased Lingrong's heart. Wen Yi's scars were nearly invisible, yet she was suddenly sent to the prince's residence. Lingrong understood that this was due to Duan Guifei's concern that Wen Yi might grow close to her. By going to the prince's residence, Wen Yi would be among peers and would no longer feel so lonely as before Wen Yi's departure, and Lingrong and Dan Zhu gifted her many items, which delighted the young girl immensely. Yongzhang had long coveted Jin Yurao, but Xin Huan had thwarted his advances. The Empress Dowager had repeatedly requested Yongzhang to lift Yishou's house arrest. Unfortunately, in this lifetime, and Lingrong had not been involved in the matter of Xin Huan's injustice, nor in Xin Meizhuang's tragic demise due to excessive bleeding during childbirth. Thus the Empress Dowager could not direct her ire towards Lingrong in order to exonerate the Empress, with Xin Huan's influence. Yishou remained confined within Jingren Palace. Days passed, and soon it was time to retreat to the Yuan Minjuan for the summer. Noble Lady Fucha had yet to recover and remained in the palace. While Dan Zhu had indeed gone this year, Lingrong understood that she had come to accompany her, and felt deeply touched regarding Dan Zhu's persistent lack of favor, and Lingrong had subtly hinted to her that should she desire it, she would certainly recommend her. However, Dan Zhu had no interest in older men, and Lingrong respected her wishes. Dan Zhu was a talisman of alliance between the Manchu and Mongolian peoples, even without serving the emperor. Yongzhang would not neglect her. Similarly, even should she serve, her status would preclude her from being favored. Given this, it was better to follow her heart. Fortunately, Yongzhang granted Dan Zhu ample freedom and respect. She had let Namuyan disseminate news of her suffering through the summer. And indeed, this time, Dan Zhu's name appeared on the list of consorts accompanying the emperor. On the 2nd of June, at the Peony Pavilion in Yuan Minjuan, the atmosphere was filled with song and dance. And Lingrong and Dan Zhu arrived fashionably late and knelt to apologize. Yongzhang, who had been fixated on Jin Yurao, was taken aback upon hearing Lingrong's voice and rose in delight. He swiftly approached her, helping her to her feet. When did your voice improve, Ronger? I was completely unaware. It was no wonder Yongzhang was taken aback, and Lingrong's voice was now even more melodious than before. If previously it bore a resemblance to that of Empress Chen Yuan, it was now nearly indistinguishable. Lingrong blinked her large, seemingly innocent and gentle eyes, her face aglow with excitement. I must also express my gratitude to the emperor. To me, Yongzhang inquired, puzzled. It is thanks to the emperor's allowance for the Fucha family to send a physician to Yanqi Palace that I have benefited from Sister Fucha's kindness. Not only has Sister Fucha regained her senses, but my voice has also been restored. Lingrong's voice was warm and gentle, her smile radiant, stirring Yongzhang's heart and diverting his attention from Jin Yurao.
Shen Huan, initially alarmed by Lingrong's improved voice, noticed that Yongjing's focus had shifted entirely to Lingrong, and thus sought to aid her. If Lingrong and Yilanya could capture Yongjing's attention during their time at Yuan Minjuan, Shen Huan would then have the opportunity to strategize against Jin Yirao's entry into the palace. Sister Chun Fei, not only has your voice improved, but it surpasses even your previous self. Listening to it is truly a delight. Congratulations to you, and to the emperor as well. Yongjing laughed heartily and immediately sought to reward Xiao Yan. However, as Xiao Yan was in the palace and could not leave Yanqi Palace, what use were gifts of gold or silver? And Lingrong smiled softly. Your Majesty, in addition to Dr. Qiao, I must also thank another person, who, and Lingrong grasped Danju's hand, causing her to pause, wondering what connection she had to this. It is Sister Danju. Dr. Qiao prescribed a remedy for me, yet a crucial ingredient was lacking, one that the medical bureau also does not possess. What ingredient could the medical bureau possibly lack? Yongjing was confident in the completeness of the medical bureau's pharmacopoeia. Quiqua, and Lingrong revealed, is a rare flower and a precious medicinal herb typically found in the grasslands. Chapter 26, Danju's promotion. Yongjing was even more astonished. Quiqua, and Lingrong cast a glance at Wen Shichu nearby. In this lifetime, Shen Meizhuang had safely given birth, and thus there was no story of Wen Shichu keeping vigil for her. Shen Meizhuang had been neglected by Yongjing due to the slander from her maid Saixing against Lingrong, and therefore she did not attend Yuan Minjuan. On the contrary, Wen Shichu, due to the events surrounding the castration, had garnered Yongjing's trust and was among the physicians accompanying him to Yuan Minjuan this time. And Lingrong suppressed her upwardly curling lips. Dr. Qiao was not only an excellent physician but also well-versed in medical theories. It was likely that the valuable Quiqua was not included in the medical bureau because no one was aware of its miraculous properties. Yet Dr. Qiao not only knew of the Quiqua's existence but had also utilized it to restore my voice. She appeared delicate and harmless, her voice soft and sweet. Those unfamiliar with her would assume Lingrong was merely expressing gratitude towards Dr. Qiao, inadvertently stepping on the toes of the medical bureau. Only Shen Huan understood that Lingrong was leveraging the medical bureau to elevate Dr. Qiao's status. Lingrong glanced at Yongjing, whose expression had darkened, and then shot a sidelong glance at Wen Shichu. Although Wen Shichu had betrayed their agreement, having been castrated was punishment enough, and Lingrong still wished to press her advantage. She feigned surprise at Wen Shichu's presence, offering an apologetic smile for her unintentional slip, and then shifted the conversation. Before Dr. Qiao entered the palace, I had sought the skilled physician Wen from the medical bureau for treatment. Unfortunately, despite his best efforts, he was unable to restore my voice. Conversely, Dr. Qiao accomplished this in less than 2 months. Yongjing shot a glance at Wen Shichu, whose face darkened further. Wen Shichu hastily knelt. I am incompetent, and I ask for forgiveness from your Majesty and Sister Chun Fei. He was not incapable of healing her. He simply had no desire to do so, yet he dared not voice such thoughts. Lingrong then pretended to just notice Wen Shichu, offering him an apologetic smile for her earlier remark, and deftly changed the subject. Dr. Qiao was permitted to enter the palace by the emperor, for which I am naturally most grateful to your Majesty, and secondly to Dr. Qiao herself. As for the third, it is of course to Sister Danju for providing me with the medicinal ingredient. Fortunately, Sister, you had brought Quiqua from Mongolia, otherwise, my voice would not have improved. Lingrong had indeed requested Quiqua from Danju, and it had truly been included in Xiao Yan's remedy, a fact that could be verified, thus not amounting to deceit against the emperor. However, whether or not the Quiqua existed, and Lingrong's voice would have healed. Yongjing looked at Danju, noting her beauty and feeling a twinge of interest, yet Danju had made it clear upon entering the palace that she did not wish to serve the emperor. Although he had been angered at the time, he had come to understand that Danju's status made it inappropriate for her to receive favor, especially to bear children. Over the years, Danju had secluded herself in Zhongsui Palace, rarely interacting with others. While Yongjing had granted her absolute freedom and respect, he felt a tinge of discomfort. Recently, however, Danju had begun appearing more frequently in public, seemingly integrating into the imperial harem, which pleased Yongjing somewhat. Observing in Lingrong's affectionate gratitude towards Danju, he felt even more at ease. The Borjigin noblewoman had been in the palace for 7 or 8 years, thus let her be elevated to the rank of consort. Danju now realized that Lingrong had been planning for this day from the moment she had requested Quiqua. Her sister was truly clever, always thinking several steps ahead while considering her interests. I thank the emperor for his grace. Lingrong mirrored her happiness. Congratulations, Sister Danju. Henceforth, you shall be known as Borjigin consort. The name, which was quite ordinary, sounded somewhat awkward when emphasized and elongated by Lingrong. Yongzheng, listening to her voice nearly identical to that of Empress Chen Yuan, wished fervently for Lingrong to call out for him to hear. Borjigin consort is too long. From now on, let us simply call you Shupin. And Lingrong nudged Danju. Sister, why do you not express your gratitude? Deeply moved Danju, while indifferent to favor, recognized that an elevation in rank would benefit Lingrong in the future. This concubine thanks the emperor. With a cheerful disposition, Yongzheng pulled Lingrong to sit by his right side, gesturing for Danju to take the seat beside her. Huanbai shot a resentful glance at Lingrong, who was merely clearing her throat. The emperor had, for the sake of a single medicinal herb, elevated the previously inconspicuous Borjigin noblewoman to the rank of concubine, even bestowing upon her a title. Yet, Huanbai could not afford to dwell too long on Lingrong. Her entire attention was fixated on the Guijun wine. As soon as the wine in the Guijun Wang's cup was finished, she planned to spill some on his garments. Lingrong noticed Huanbai's actions, as Huanbai's eyes nearly glued themselves to the Guijun Wang, while Ning Pin Yilani, seated beside Jin Huan, also seemed eager for Jin Huan to swap places with the Guijun Wang. The Guijun Wang and Jin Huan occasionally exchanged glances, caught in the throes of infatuation. Lingrong truly could not fathom why someone as astute as Jin Huan would choose to indulge in love. When power held such allure, when first favored Jin Huan had devoted her entire heart to Yongzheng, a man significantly older than herself. Later, upon discovering she was merely a stand-in for the late Empress Chen Yuan, Jin Huan, disregarding her newborn daughter and imprisoned family, furiously left the palace. At Ganlu Temple, she fell for the Guijun Wang, a man who had once teased her. Though the Guijun Wang was young and handsome, and indeed devoted, he was also rather foolish, often putting Jin Huan in peril. What merit did this man possess that could match Jin Huan? And Lingrong was perplexed. Most bewildering to her was how those engrossed in love could remain oblivious to the calamities their actions might bring upon their families. When Shichu held Jin Huan in the highest esteem, followed by Shen Meizhuang. As for the Wen family, they likely ranked lower in his heart than a mere maid beside Jin Huan. Shen Meizhuang, fully aware of Wen Shichu's love for Jin Huan, still unreservedly engaged in an affair with him, giving no thought to the repercussions on her own family. The Guijun Wang, too, was unconcerned with consort Shu on Lingyun Peak. Having taken the emperor's discarded concubine to his bed, even if she was a discarded concubine, she remained the emperor's woman. Truly audacious, Huanbai met her demise by striking the coffin of the Guijun Wang. Yilani, in her devotion to the Guijun Wang, not only disregarded her rival and the rival's child but even committed acts of dragon-slaying, culminating in a tragic end. As for Jin Huan, she was far superior to the others. At least she would never resort to self-destruction over a lost lover. Yet, her audacity in allowing the emperor to support her illegitimate child was indeed remarkable. Had Jin Huan's fortunate aura been slightly diminished, the Jin family would have faced utter ruin. Lingrong admired yet failed to comprehend. Surely, the time would soon arrive for Huanbai to employ her schemes to compel the emperor into granting a marriage? And Lingrong took a sip of wine, masking the sarcasm in her eyes with her sleeve. Huanbai had insulted and bullied her. How could she allow Huanbai to have her way? And Lingrong, flushed from the wine, her starry eyes slightly intoxicated, gently slid her fingers across Yongzheng's palm. Your Majesty, I am quite incapable of handling my wine. Yongzheng, inhaling the fragrant aroma of both wine and her body, was already captivated. The hour was getting late. Perhaps it was best to disperse for today. The banquet has hardly just begun. The other concubines, witnessing Yongzheng carrying the intoxicated and Lingrong away, felt discontent but had no choice but to depart. Most disappointed was Huanbai, who had finally awaited this opportunity, only to have it thwarted by Lingrong. Such a woman of humble origins could only resort to such beguiling tactics. How contemptible! The one most pleased was the Guijun Wang, who finally had the chance to express his heartfelt sentiments to Jin Huan. The calmest of all was Jin Huan, with just a slight maneuver, and Lingrong could have the emperor dancing to her tune. Was it possible? Chapter 27, Jin Huan proposes a deal in this lifetime. Devoid of the emperor's matchmaking, Jin Huan's meeting with the Guijun Wang was not as sorrowful. Cautious by nature, Jin Huan merely advised the Guijun Wang that they should not meet again and attempted to leave, only to be halted by him. The thought of Jin Huan nearly facing disaster filled the Guijun Wang with self-loathing. In a moment of desperation, Jin Huan revealed, if that day the person identified had been you, I fear I may have gone mad, leading the Guijun Wang to begin questioning the true identity of the twins. After Jin Huan hurriedly departed, she was unaware that the Guijun Wang sought out when Shichu. Two lovesick men convened to share their affections for the same woman. The Guijun Wang finally learned the true reason for Jin Huan's entrance into the palace. It was for their child. And Lingrong, in a state of feigned intoxication, was coaxed by the emperor to call him fourth brother throughout the night. Upon awakening, she was nearly frightened to death, as she found Yongjing poised to apply a cosmetic tool upon her face.
She bolted upright, quickly realizing that he intended only to draw her eyebrows, not to poke her. "Your Majesty, it tickles." Yongjing twirled the brush in his hand, remarking, "Your eyebrows, drawn during the dance of the rainbow, were exquisite. Too bad I cannot replicate them. What a rogue." And Lingrong silently scoffed, yet outwardly feigned astonishment at the emperor's personal attention in beautifying her. "Allow me to do it instead. I truly fear you may blind me." Yongjing had specifically commissioned the imperial household to create a feathered garment, one far more splendid than the one Lingrong had requested. Lingrong's gaze narrowed. This garment was identical to the one she had seen the late Empress Chenyuan wear in her visions. She was unwilling for Yongjing to see her as a mere substitute for Chenyuan, yet today, she did not mind resembling her a bit more. Beneath the veil, her long brows arched gracefully, casting delicate glances. Under the veil, she softly called out, "Fourth brother." Once her dance concluded, the emperor was utterly entranced, as if his beloved one had truly returned. Lingrong remained in the hall of governance for 3 days before the emperor finally allowed her to depart. "You have captured my heart, Ronger. Return to Mingsa residence. I shall visit you later." He spoke while dressing. "By the way, you mentioned wanting to reward that physician sent by the Fucha family. What was her name again?" And Lingrong lowered her eyes, feeling her efforts had not been in vain. "Qiaoyan, Your Majesty, the physician's name is Qiaoyan, and she aspires to become the most distinguished doctor. What a pity that after entering the palace, she would be confined to the small confines of Yanqi Palace. I wish to borrow medical texts from the Imperial Medical Department." Yongjing chuckled at Lingrong's earnest demeanor. "No need, since her medical skills are so remarkable. I shall appoint her as a 7th-rank official to serve at the Imperial Medical Department every other day. Let those complacent old fellows in the department feel some motivation. If they cannot surpass a woman's skills, they should have the audacity to continue idling away." The 7th-rank official position in the Imperial Medical Department, if she passes the assessment, could lead to becoming a court physician. The Qing royal family had previously employed female officials, but due to the overwhelming number of consorts of the late emperor, many female officials became his women. As the late emperor aged, the presence of female officials faded from both the court and the harem. However, with this precedent, it was not outrageous for Qiaoyan to be appointed a female official, yet previously, all female officials had been daughters of the 8 banners. Qiaoyan's appointment as a Han woman was unprecedented in Qing history. And Lingrong was overjoyed. She had only wished to alleviate Qiaoyan's confinement in Yanqi Palace, never expecting Yongjing to grant her such a significant surprise. The halo of Chenyuan truly worked wonders. "Your Majesty, is this true? Will Qiaoyan be able to advance her medical skills at the Imperial Medical Department?" "Your Majesty, you are truly wise." Yongjing, amused at Lingrong's incessant chatter, pinched her cheek and left with laughter. Upon hearing from Xiao Xia that Yongjing had already drafted an imperial decree to be sent back to the palace, and Lingrong silently bowed 3 times to the spirit of Empress Chenyuan. Not long after returning to Mingsa residence, and Lingrong welcomed Jinhuan. Today, Jinhuan came without Huanbai, accompanied only by Jin Shida. "I wonder what brings the esteemed consort Shi here today. I have something to discuss with you privately." Upon Jinhuan's words, Jin Shi exited the room. Lingrong pondered for a moment, instructing Bao Wan and the original maid of Mingsa residence to leave as well, with only the 2 of them remaining. Jinhuan got straight to the point. "I wish to make a deal with you." Lingrong's mind raced, having already surmised Jinhuan's intent. "Does consort Shi wish for me to assist the second miss?" Jinhuan genuinely admired Lingrong's keen insight. "Indeed." Lingrong replied, "What do I stand to gain?" Jinhuan stated, "If Yu Rao enters the palace, she will undoubtedly receive immense favor, and you will be the first affected." And Lingrong scoffed, "Consort Shi is rather stingy." This reasoning does not sway me in the slightest. On the day Consort Shi was at her peak, and with the long-standing affections between Hua Fei and the emperor, even then, I could still garner a fair share of favor. Do you think I would be apprehensive of the second mission?" Jinhuan frowned, aware that Lingrong was not so easily dealt with. "With the Empress under house arrest, the power of the palace resides solely in my hands. The Emperor has commanded Consort Duan and Consort Jing to assist me, yet, Consort Jing is inept in palace affairs, and Consort Duan is frail. Both hope I can find someone else to help. Should this come to fruition, I am willing to petition the Emperor to allow you to assist in managing the 6 palaces." And Lingrong rubbed her temples, recognizing Jinhuan's generosity for her sister. "But why are you so certain that I can help you? The Emperor's affection for you is well known. If even you cannot assist, I would not know whom else to turn to. The imperial decree is unyielding.
Even if Xin Huan prides herself on her intelligence, she is powerless against Yongjing's determination to incorporate Xin Yurao into the palace. And Lingrong's fingers interlocked, her outward confidence contrasting with the uncertainty brewing within. Xin Yurao's beauty and temperament bore a striking resemblance to the late Empress Chen Yuan, and her talents were equally remarkable. If she were to enter the palace and ally with Xin Huan, the harem would truly become their dominion, having already compelled Xin Huan to agree to relinquish part of her power. And Lingrong no longer held back. Consort, she must know how profound the emperor's feelings for Empress Chen Yuan are. Unless someone who resembles her even more enters the palace, Xin Yurao's looks will not suffice. Otherwise, it would be impossible for me to dissuade His Majesty. Xin Huan felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. How could she not understand? Yet she found herself utterly helpless, which prompted her to seek collaboration with Lingrong. The late Empress Chen Yuan possessed unparalleled beauty. How could there be so many women like her? And Lingrong chuckled lightly. Unparalleled beauty? Are you referring to yourself, consort? Xin Huan bore a striking resemblance to Empress Chen Yuan, who was indeed a paragon of beauty, and thus Xin Huan naturally shared the trait. Lingrong intended to mock Xin Huan, but she had forgotten that her voice, once weathered and hoarse, had transformed into a melodious and enchanting sound, making her words come off more like playful teasing. Xin Huan gazed at Lingrong, whose appearance was nearly identical to when she first entered the palace, and momentarily lost her train of thought. It had been nearly 8 years since she entered the palace. Both her demeanor and looks had acquired a certain weariness, along with Xin Meizhuang. No matter how well they maintained their appearances, subtle changes were inevitable. Even if their beauty remained intact, it was no longer the delicate bloom of youth. Among the three, it was Lingrong, with her heavy thoughts, who still resembled a girl of 18. With ink-black hair, skin whiter than jade, and eyes that sparkled with brilliance, even if she was not the epitome of beauty, her appearance evoked a sense of tenderness and charm. In the past, when they were still close, and Lingrong often teased herself in this manner. Those days, when Lingrong laughed, were truly delightful. Chapter 28, a temporary collaboration. Upon noticing Xin Huan's slightly flushed cheeks, and Lingrong realized her words had been excessive. I misspoke. Please do not take offense, consort. Xin Huan felt a sense of loss. Had it been in the past, she would have readily retorted with a sharper tongue, to which Lingrong would have countered. Who is being glib? You are merely feeling guilty. Everything had changed. After a brief silence, Lingrong spoke to break the awkwardness. I can provide a lead for you. Consort Exide, it is said that there is a woman whose appearance bears a 7/10 resemblance to Empress Chen Yuan. However, consort, if she enters the palace, the first to be affected will be you. Are you certain you wish to allow her in? And Lingrong's gaze was penetrating as it fixed on Xin Huan. Compared to Lingrong, whose voice was her strength, the entrance of a woman resembling Chen Yuan would undoubtedly be a greater shock to Xin Huan. Their eyes met, and they discerned each other's thoughts. Even if they held no feelings for Yongjing, they both required favor. Yet, the favor they sought was not something to be granted at will. It was not about being perpetually adored by a man they did not love. The arrival of a new person into the palace would certainly divert some affection. However, Xin Huan's talents and Lingrong's voice were unique in the harem. Moreover, both had already secured high positions, and they were not overly concerned about a newcomer posing a significant threat to them. Seeing Xin Huan nod, and Lingrong decided to divulge more information. In Chu County of Baoding Prefecture, there is a postmaster named Jiang Hongyi. He has a daughter named Jiang Xinyu, whose beauty is unparalleled, attracting suitors like fish in water. Jiang Hongyi believes his daughter to be a rare treasure and dreams of finding a wealthy husband. Yet he has been so choosy that he has kept his daughter unbetrothed until she is 20. Xin Huan inquired, how do you know of this person, since your return from Ganlu Temple? The Empress has been searching for such a woman to divert your favor. Unfortunately, she has yet to succeed. It was only after the new year that she found Jiang Xinyu. However, before she could bring her into the palace, she was placed under house arrest. In her past life, when the Empress exited Jingren Palace, she intended to seek out Jiang Xinyu, only to discover that the girl, overwhelmed by her father's treatment of her as a commodity, had taken her own life. If you wish to act, you must do so swiftly. That girl will soon turn 21, and it may be too late. Lingrong preferred a rival who possessed mere beauty over one like Xin Yuro, who was in every way comparable to Empress Chen Yuan in both looks and talent. If Jiang Xinyu were to enter the palace, she would undoubtedly be favored for an extended period. The two shared a resemblance and both considered themselves beautiful, making it unlikely for them to get along. Lingrong would then devise a way to bring Jiang Xinyu under her influence. Xin Huan felt reassured but did not notice Lingrong's ulterior motives. Nevertheless, trading her influence in the harem for the entry of a girl similar in appearance would seem like a loss for her. Yet, no matter the cost, Jinhuan would have to accept it begrudgingly. Rest assured, if such a person truly exists, my promise will be fulfilled. This transaction was merely a fleeting collaboration between the two. After their partnership, they would remain each other's greatest rivals. As Jinhuan prepared to leave, and Lingrong casually remarked, "Consort Shi, whether you acknowledge it or not, both you and I have benefited from resembling Empress Chen Yuan." Jinhuan paused, and the bitterness in her heart surged once more. Once she had suffered immensely for being seen as a substitute, now she was to use another substitute to save her sister. The changes were far beyond just in Lingrong. At the time when Yongzhang was passionately infatuated with Lingrong, Ning Pin had recently begun to maintain a low profile, while Jinhuan deliberately avoided favor due to Jinyuro, for a time. And Lingrong monopolized the springtime of court life, drawing forth a flurry of envious remarks. One day, upon returning from accompanying the emperor at the Qingjin Hall to Mingsa residence, and Lingrong sensed that something was amiss. She scanned her surroundings, finding nothing out of the ordinary, yet she felt certain that some undisclosed matter was unfolding. She summoned her maid Laqi to inquire about any incidents. Laqi's eyes were slightly swollen, and her face bore clear marks of having been slapped. Baoguang, having risen to the rank of Jinfei due to Lingrong's favor, had gained a commanding presence among the palace maids. Upon seeing Laqi's pitiful demeanor, she grew incensed. "Have you been wronged while following Our Lady?" Startled, Laqi hastily denied it. No, my lady is kind. I am truly fortunate to serve her." "Then why are you hesitating when asked what has happened? Could it be that you took advantage of Our Lady's influence and caused trouble?" Terrified by Baoguang's words, Laqi recounted the events. After arriving at the Yuanminjiwan, Yongzhang had only occasionally visited Jinhuan at Bidong Academy. The rest of the time, he had Lingrong accompany him in the Qingjin Hall or come to Mingsa residence to find her. Residing not far from Mingsa residence, in Chichuan Garden, were Jinpin and Kong Changzai. These two could not freely visit the Qingjin Hall, yet always managed to find various excuses to run to Mingsa residence. And Lingrong, not often present at Mingsa residence, had not encountered them. After several visits without seeing Yongzhang, Jinpin and Kong Changzai decided to take advantage of Lingrong's absence to bribe a young eunuch at Mingsa residence for information. Only to be seen by Laqi. Jinpin had offended the taboo of Chichuan Garden by invoking Laqi's name, ordering her to be beaten and threatening her not to speak of it. Otherwise, the next time would not merely be a beating. The palace maids and eunuchs at Yuanminjiwan were of lowly status. When struck by the noble ladies, they could only endure in silence. Once Laqi finished speaking, Baoguang sought out the palace maids and eunuchs present that day, confirming Laqi's account. The eunuchs who had accepted Jinpin's bribes could no longer remain at Mingsa residence, after Baoguang admonished the remaining staff. She assisted Lingrong in taking a rest. As Lingrong turned away, a cold smile crept upon her lips. Jinpin and Kong Changzai had entered the palace only after Jinhuan's visit to Ganlu Temple. Recommended by the Empress, Jinpin was notably beautiful and quickly rose to the rank of Jin. Kong Changzai, lacking in qualifications, had been Jinpin's follower since childhood, and the two had banded together in the palace. Originally, they should have sought the Empress's favor since they entered the palace due to her influence. However, Jinpin had a penchant for gossip and was quite clever. Shortly after entering the palace, she had gathered a wealth of information regarding the palace dynamics. In the harem, once a consort became pregnant, the chances of carrying to term were slim, especially concerning the two favored by the Empress, and Lingrong and Garjia Wen Yuan. Both had received the most favor yet had never conceived. Jinpin's family was rife with concubines, yet apart from her mother, none had ever borne a child. Having witnessed such occurrences, Jinpin surmised that it was the Empress who was orchestrating the behind-the-scenes machinations. Unable to offend the Empress while not wanting to be under her control, she spent her days with Kong Changzai spreading rumors and gossip of the Empress, engaged in numerous clandestine affairs behind Yongzheng's back. Dreaded such outspoken pawns, Jinpin and Kong Changzai had thus carved a path that neither offended the Empress nor placed them under her command. Jinpin prided herself on her cleverness. Unaware that both she and Kong Changzai had been administered sterilization drugs upon entering the palace, after Jinhuan gave birth to Longhua, the Empress finally realized that relying solely on abortions was insufficient. She needed to eliminate the possibility of the consorts becoming pregnant from the root. Chapter 29. A scheme within a scheme. Newly entered consorts were required to pay respects to the Empress at Jingren Palace. With Huafei deceased and Jinhuan out of the palace, Isho held almost unchecked power within the harem. Nevertheless, she still had to maintain her image. She certainly could not resort to something as frigid as the 9-cold soup. Menglanhua's flower pollen, when mixed into red date ginseng tea, would go unnoticed by anyone. After all, no one dared to refuse tea bestowed by the empress, especially since red date ginseng tea was indeed a beneficial concoction. Manglanoa's flower pollen could cause infertility in women, yet when consumed alongside red dates and ginseng, the body would not exhibit significant reactions. Even if there were slight abdominal pains, it would not lead anyone to suspect that the empress's tea held any malady.
Had it not been for Lingrong's keen sense of smell, honed by years of incense making, she would not have discerned the hidden danger Gargia Wenyuan had long been unable to conceive due to the red musk bead. And Lingrong would drink the contraceptive medicine prepared by the empress after each night spent with the emperor, thus she did not need to waste the empress's red date ginseng tea. After all, the quantity of Manglanoa's flower pollen was limited. Jinpin and Kong Changzai, with loose tongues, were looked down upon by the empress, and thus she would not concern herself with their fate. As Yongjing's initial infatuation waned, the two soon found themselves lacking in favor. The self-assured Jinpin attributed her infertility to the insufficient frequency of her royal consort duties. At that time, the most favored. And Lingrong became a thorn in the sides of both Jinpin and Kong Changzai. Later, when Jinhuan returned to the palace, Jinpin, with her cunning, realized that Jinhuan was far more reliable than the empress. Coincidentally, Huanbai sought to create trouble for Lingrong. Jinpin and Kong Changzai, who already had an antagonistic relationship with Lingrong, pleased Huanbai with their performance, thus Jinpin and Kong Changzai readily pledged their allegiance to Jinhuan. When Lingrong was still known as Jinpin and Kong Changzai often ridiculed her for her lowly background. When the Imperial Astronomical Bureau hinted at her misfortune, these two took the opportunity to humiliate her. After her voice was ruined the previous year, Jinpin and Kong Changzai intensified their taunts. Lingrong had not forgotten these grievances. She initially planned to take her revenge later, but since they seemed so eager for their own demise, she decided to play along for several consecutive days, and Lingrong feigned illness, unable to fulfill her consort duties. As she grew increasingly haggard, Yongjing became frantic with concern. The court physicians at the old summer palace were summoned to examine her. Yet none could discern the cause of her ailment. Only the exceptionally skilled Wen Shichu suspected that Lingrong had been poisoned. However, he had no knowledge of the poison or how to remedy it. Yongjing made a point to visit Mingsa residence frequently. Lingrong's pale, fragile smile reminded him of the final days of Chen Yuan, who also wore a wan expression yet managed a gentle smile. Kong Changzai, aware of Lingrong's critical condition, adorned herself in lavish attire to confront Yongjing at Mingsa residence. With the notion that 3 parts affection could be garnered through their meeting, she believed her extravagant appearance would capture the emperor's gaze. As Yongjing held Lingrong in anxious dread, he was suddenly enraged by Kong Changzai's brazen interruption. "How heartless you are! Ronger is gravely ill, and you present yourself so flamboyantly. For whom, your majesty?" I seize Kong Changzai for her transgression against the throne, 20 strikes to serve as a warning. Before Kong Changzai, like a peacock yet to unfurl its feathers, could fully present herself, she was swiftly silenced. Once she was dragged away, and Lingrong cautiously placed her hand over Yongjing's heart. "Your Majesty, please do not be angered. Your favor brings me immense joy, yet I fear I may no longer be able to serve you." "If I were to Lingrong continued, the ones I hold dear in the palace, aside from your Majesty, are Sister Danju and Sister Fu Cha. They are both so innocent-hearted. I implore you." Her words echoed those of Empress Chen Yuan before her passing. Outside, Danju listened, wiping away tears, yet she could not rush in to embrace Lingrong. Yongjing felt a profound sorrow. Losing Chen Yuan was his greatest anguish. Now, hearing Lingrong echo Chen Yuan's voice, he was overwhelmed with despair reminiscent of his loss. Do not speak such nonsense. You will recover. Those useless physicians, I've commanded them to work through the night to find a solution. Ronger will surely be fine. Unable to contain herself any longer, Danju burst in and knelt before Yongjing. "Your Majesty, the physician Xiao, who attends Fu Cha, possesses extraordinary skills. Please, allow her to see Sister Chen Fei." Yongjing, like a drowning man seizing a final piece of driftwood, shouted, "Quickly return to the palace, bring Qiao Yan from Yanqi Palace." By the time Qiao Yan and Fu Cha arrived at the old summer palace, it was already midnight. Fu Cha had improved significantly. She vaguely recalled that her relationship with Lingrong had not been harmonious. However, that discord had dissipated over the 5 or 6 years. In fact, after her illness, Lingrong had cared for her, and without her, Fu Cha would still be the erratic woman she once was. Upon hearing of Lingrong's serious condition, Fu Cha insisted on accompanying Qiao Yan to the old summer palace. The eunuchs, hesitant to act without permission, returned to seek Yongjing's approval, inciting his wrath as he scolded them for their incompetence. The back-and-forth delay resulted in Qiao Yan and Fu Cha arriving at such a late hour. This was Qiao Yan's first encounter with Yongjing.
she suppressed her concern for Lingrong and knelt in greeting. Fu Chop, initially frightened, eventually followed suit under Sangaris' guidance. Yongjing barely acknowledged them. Hurry and see how Ronger fares. Xiaoyan quickly rose, feeling Lingrong's pulse and examining her tongue and eyes before she felt reassured. Your Majesty, the pure consort has been poisoned by the belladonna. It is treatable, truly, Yongjing exclaimed with delight. Xiaoyan nodded. It is treatable, excellent. If you can cure the pure consort, I shall reward you handsomely. Lingrong appeared somewhat revitalized at the news of treatability. Your Majesty, Xiaoyan is already an official physician of the Imperial Hospital, then if you can cure her, I shall promote you to court physician. Xiaoyan's heart raced with excitement. Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Xiaoyan prepared a prescription and instructed Bao Wan to fetch the medicine, while she opened her acupuncture kit to treat Lingrong. After the treatment, Lingrong fell into a deep slumber. Only after Xiaoyan repeatedly assured Yongjing that Lingrong would be fine did he finally leave with his fatigued body. As soon as Fu Cha saw him depart, she intended to check on Lingrong. But Danju pulled her away. It was 2 hours later that Lingrong slowly awoke. Bao Wan brought in the medicine that had been kept warm in the brazier. Lingrong finished it in one go. Instructing Bao Wan to stand guard outside, Xiaoyan felt both concern and frustration. You must know the dangers of belladonna. Why resort to such a risky method? What if? Lingrong grasped Xiaoyan's hand earnestly. I was wrong. Xiaoyan could no longer voice her concerns. She lightly tapped Lingrong's head. You cannot take such risks again. Do not worry. I was entirely confident in my approach, which is why I proceeded. She certainly would not wager her own well-being for the foolish Shin Pin and Kong Changzai. Even if Xiaoyan had not come, she could have detoxified herself. However, she also sought to advance her relationship with Xiaoyan, which is why she had delayed until now. 3 days later, Lingrong recovered. Xiaoyan, having once again trampled the pride of the Imperial Hospital, was promoted to a 5th-grade physician. Within Lingrong's recovery, Yongjing recalled Xiaoyan's mention of the belladonna. The old summer palace housed a plethora of flora. The mere thought of someone intentionally or unintentionally using such flowers against him was unfathomable. Naturally, he would promote Xiaoyan vigorously for her ability to cure and detoxify. After Lingrong had expressed her gratitude to Yongjing, she abruptly inquired, Xiao Tai, what does the belladonna look like? I only frequent the Qingjin Hall and Mingsa residence. How could I have encountered such a poisonous flower? Yongjing's expression turned grave as he turned to Xiaoyan, for he too often visited those places. Xiaoyan pointed to 2 pots of flowers at the entrance of Mingsa residence. Those 2 pots are belladonna. Lingrong feigned astonishment. Aren't those jasmine? Yongjing covered his nose. Someone, quickly, dispose of those 2 pots of flowers. Your Majesty, do not fear, though the petals of the belladonna are highly toxic. One will not be poisoned as long as they are not touched. Yongjing finally relaxed. I know the pure consort enjoys making fragrance scents. It seems she mistook the belladonna for jasmine, which led to her poisoning. Lingrong feigned surprise, but I specifically requested jasmine from the garden just 10 days ago. I crafted a fragrance from jasmine and was not poisoned at that time. As if struck by a sudden realization, Lingrong's astonishment morphed into terror. If the jasmine suddenly turned into belladonna, was it a mistake or a deliberate swap? Yongjing's earlier relief was once again replaced by apprehension. What if someone had maliciously exchanged the flowers for poisonous ones? Lingrong discreetly observed Yongjing's expression, secretly amused. Xiao Tai, the fact that certain flowers are toxic is exceedingly dangerous. What if the staff in the garden made a mistake? I would not mind, but what if it harmed the emperor? Your Majesty, we must request Xiao Tai to inspect the Qingjin Hall. Only then can I rest easy. Yongjing, pleased by Lingrong's thoughtfulness, promised to thoroughly investigate her poisoning before escorting Xiaoyan back to the Qingjin Hall. Lingrong nodded in gratitude. Xiaoyan's master Liangjin was renowned as a miraculous physician with a benevolent heart. The miraculous aspect was indeed true, yet the benevolence was entirely absent, while everyone knew that Liangjin excelled in healing and detoxification. Few were aware that many were poisoned first before being treated by him. Liangjin exploited this for fame and profit, yet his descendants failed to inherit his skills. Those abilities were instead imparted to the purchased Xiaoyan. After Liangjin's death, Xiaoyan briefly reunited with Lingrong and Lin Xiu. The once bullied Lin Xiu and Lingrong saw the demise of the scheming concubine Zhao due to illness. It was then that Lingrong realized just how formidable Xiaoyan was. Concerned that the two might be bullied again, Xiaoyan left Lingrong with a small booklet detailing food taboos and poisonous plants. However, by then, Lingrong had already become a candidate for selection as a lady-in-waiting and soon entered the palace, rendering it impossible to bring such a booklet with her in her past life. The bitter almonds she used to take her own life were knowledge she gleaned from that very booklet. Xiao Yan visited the Qingjin Hall, returning with a plethora of rewards: tulips that could induce dizziness, prickly pear that caused skin irritation, and night-blooming jasmine that disrupted sleep. Yongjing severely reprimanded a number of individuals. Fortunately, Xiao Yan pointed out that the toxicity of these plants was minimal. Most posed no threat as long as their juices were not directly contacted. Thus, no one lost their heads over this matter, and Xiao Yan did not entirely alienate the eunuchs of the old summer palace. However, Xiao Yan raised a question. Jasmine and belladonna flowers appeared quite similar at first glance, and it was not uncommon for those unfamiliar with flora to confuse the two. Yet, the leaves of the two plants do exhibit certain distinctions. The likelihood of the flower chamber eunuch mistaking these two species is rather slim. Shortly after Xiao Yan returned to Mingsei residence, the palace maid Lu Qi and the dismissed eunuch Xiao Dang, alongside Xiao Bing, who was responsible for delivering flowers that day, were taken to the Ministry of Justice. How many brave souls could withstand the torture? Jin Pin and Kong Changzai coerced Xiao Bing into exchanging the highly toxic belladonna for the jasmine that Lingrong desired. And Lingrong frequently used jasmine for incense making, thus it was inevitable that she would notice something amiss. Jin Pin and Kong Changzai further bribed Xiao Dang and Lu Qi to stage a performance to divert Lingrong's attention. On the surface, it appeared that Xiao Dang was relaying messages from Mingsei residents to the two, while Lu Qi feigned discovery of being beaten. Soon after, Xiao Dang was dismissed, and Lu Qi, aggrieved on behalf of Lingrong, inadvertently gained a measure of trust from her. The following day, under the pretext of Lu Qi's blooming jasmine, Lingrong harvested belladonna to concoct her jasmine fragrance, resulting in poisoning. As the truth unraveled, no matter how Jin Pin and Kong Changzai protested their innocence, they ultimately found themselves cast into the cold palace. Lingrong received considerable rewards and compensations, thereby closing the chapter on this affair. The next day, Lingrong unexpectedly encountered Jin Huan while accompanied by Bao Wan. After greeting Jin Huan, Lingrong's gaze suddenly fell upon Huan Bai. Miss Huan Bai, not many are aware of the lethal nature of belladonna. I am genuinely curious, how is it that a mere palace maid like you came to know this? Huan Bai's face turned pale, but she quickly regained her composure and shot a furious glare at Lingrong. I do not understand what the pure concubine is saying. Jin Huan was initially taken aback but soon composed herself. Having grown up alongside Huan Bai, she was acutely aware of the implications of Huan Bai's behavior. Yet, before Lingrong, Jin Huan could not afford to overly favor Huan Bai, for she was, after all, her sister, who had endured 3 years of hardship with her in Ganlu Temple. Lingrong's smile was somewhat frosty. Jin Pin and Kong Changzai still believed themselves to be favored dogs of Shi Guifei, oblivious to the fact that they were mere pawns of Huan Bai. As Lingrong spoke, she twirled her fan and prepared to leave. However, as she departed, she leaned in close to Jin Huan's ear, ensuring Huan Bai could hear her words. Some individuals can only share in hardship, not in joy. Does Shi Guifei truly wish to harbor a calamity by her side? Jin Huan recognized that Lingrong was sowing discord, yet she could not retort. She understood Huan Bai's feelings well, but she also knew that Huan Bai, in her pride, would not tolerate someone of lower status surpassing her. Although Lingrong could be considered a legitimate daughter of an official, her father held only a minor position, and her appearance during the selection process was inferior to that of Huan Bai, a mere maid. Huan Bai's lofty ambitions had found a delicate equilibrium in her relationship with Lingrong, who, lacking favor, could still be regarded as Jin Huan's friend. However, should Lingrong gain favor, Huan Bai's psychological balance would be disrupted. Jin Huan knew that both she and Shin Mei Zhuan were inherently more noble, and their favor was to be expected. But Lingrong, what qualifications did she possess? Jin Huan regretted not correcting Huan Bai when she first dismissed Lingrong. At that time, she too was young and impetuous. Infatuated with Yang Zhang, Shin Mei Zhuang had implored her to support Lingrong, and she sincerely wished for Lingrong to succeed, yet she never anticipated the extent of Lingrong's favor. Nor did she foresee that Lingrong would bestow a gift of exquisite brocade upon Hua Fei, whom she despised, whether it was due to disappointment or Lingrong's betrayal. Jin Huan allowed Huan Bai's disrespect towards Lingrong to go unchecked. After a series of events, she and Lingrong drifted further apart. Huan Bai had stood by her side during her most challenging times, caring for her, which greatly touched her heart. But once she gained influence, Huan Bai reverted to her former ways. Today, she conspired with Jin Pin and Kong Changzai to harm Lingrong. What might tomorrow hold? There was also Huan Bai's affection for Gui Junwang. Originally, Jin Huan had allowed herself a moment of relief due to the matter concerning Jin Yurao, but now her anxiety resurfaced. Chapter 31. Huan Bai's scheme and Lingrong leisurely returned to Mingsei residence. Her outing today was orchestrated with the intention of encountering Jin Huan and Jin Pin, and Kong Changzai cannot claim to be innocent. But they were indeed manipulated by Huan Bai. Before Lu Qi lamented her beating, and Lingrong had already noticed the substitution of Jasmine in the courtyard. When Xiao Deng was dismissed, his obvious relief alerted Lingrong to the discrepancies. Bawan dispatched someone to trail Xiao Deng, uncovering his close dealings with the flower chamber eunuch Xiao Bing. One of the scapegoats for the Shen Mei Zhuang incident, Xiao Shun, was also a eunuch from the flower chamber. Such coincidences are rare in this world. Further investigation revealed that both Xiao Shun and Xiao Bing were under the supervision of He Ming, the head of the flower chamber. Coincidentally, and Lingrong was acquainted with He Ming. During her second year in the palace, she had witnessed Huan Bai meeting He Ming in secret at the old summer palace. At that time, and Lingrong had not yet gained favor. And Huan Bai had shown her a modicum of courtesy. Huan Bai had informed Lingrong that He Ming was an old acquaintance. Upon returning to the palace, Huan Bai was caught by Chao Qin Mo while burning paper money for her biological mother. And Lingrong was not entirely aware of these matters, yet she had pieced together a considerable amount. As Baowan continued her investigation, everything aligned with Lingrong's conjectures. He Ming was indeed the nephew of Huan Bai's mother. He Mian, and her cousin. As a descendant of a disgraced minister, he ought to have been exiled alongside his family. However, at that time, He Ming was merely 6 or 7 years old, and the journey to a distant exile would have been tantamount to a death sentence. An old friend of his family had swapped He Ming with a deceased child of the He family, believing they had secured the survival of their only heir, were blindsided when that old friend's wife feared He Ming's existence would bring calamity upon them and sold him. Thus, through a series of unfortunate events, He Ming became a eunuch in the flower chamber at the old summer palace. Jin Huan's father, Jin Yuan Dao, had been with He Mian, leading to Huan Bai's birth. At He Mian's behest, he had arranged for someone to look after He Ming. Ordinarily, this matter should have been kept under wraps, both for He Ming and Jin Yuan Dao, yet, whether due to their audacity or misplaced confidence, Jin Yuan Dao had revealed Huan Bai's identity to her early on. Rather than perceive herself as the illegitimate daughter of a disgraced minister, Huan Bai saw herself as the second miss of the Jin family. Her pride and arrogance unyielding, when Huan Bai first visited the old summer palace, He Ming approached her. What transpired between them remains unknown to Lingrong. However, He Ming's ascent from a mere flower chamber eunuch to the head eunuch occurred last winter, coinciding with Jin Huan's promotion to Guifei and her acquisition of authority over the 6 palaces. Whether Jin Huan had a hand in this promotion remains unclear to Lingrong. Yet it is certain that Huan Bai was involved initially, and Lingrong suspected that Jin Huan, upon receiving news from Jiang Xinu, might have sought to eliminate her to secure her palace power. However, subsequent events confirmed to Lingrong that Jin Huan was unaware of the plot. The scheme was straightforward yet audacious. Should it succeed, Lingrong would be eliminated. If it failed, Jin Pin and Kong Changzai would take the fall. Of course, Jin Pin and Kong Changzai could not claim innocence either, for their ignorance was of their own making. Such a crude and simplistic plan did not align with Jin Huan's typical approach, indicating it was indeed Huan Bai's machination. Having failed to enact her plan against Gui Jun Wang due to the incident at Mudan Tai, Huan Bai harbored a deeper resentment towards Lingrong for thwarting her efforts. Unintentionally, she had suggested to Jin Pin and Kong Changzai that if Lingrong fell ill, Yang Zhang, who frequently visited Mingsei residence, would inevitably turn his attention to the nearest Chichuan garden. Shortly thereafter, He Ming arrived bearing belladonna. Addressing Jin Pin and Kong Changzai, Huan Bai deliberately misidentified it as jasmine and pointed out that Lingrong favored jasmine for her incense. He Ming clarified that a young eunuch had made a mistake. This was indeed the toxic belladonna, and he intended to dispose of it. Huan Bai feigned ignorance and inquired about the belladonna's properties. He Ming meticulously elaborated on the toxicity of belladonna. Contact with the flowers could induce illness, though not fatal. Somewhat clever yet not astute enough, Jin Pin unwittingly fell into Huan Bai's trap, becoming an unwitting accomplice in Huan Bai's scheme against Lingrong. Before being cast into the cold palace, Jin Pin and Kong Changzai cried out in protest, believing belladonna would merely induce illness. Unaware of its lethal potential, of fools will always be foolish. The investigation into this matter fell to Su Peisheng's disciple, Xiao Xiazi. When it came to Huan Bai, Xiao Xiazi prudently refrained from further inquiry. After all, even Jin Pin and Kong Changzai had to concede that Huan Bai had done nothing wrong. And Lingrong, having learned the details of the incident from Jin Pin and others, could deduce the underlying reasons, yet she lacked the evidence to implicate Huan Bai. This time, Huan Bai's actions were too ruthless. provoking in Lingrong's ire. Should she not demand some form of retribution from Huanbai, it would be utterly uncharacteristic of her. Shortly after Lingrong returned to Mingsei residence, Sang Er informed her that Madame Fu Cha wished to pay her a visit. Fu Cha Peijun had been in the palace for 8 years, 5 of which were spent in madness, and her mother longed to see her daughter. However, entering the palace was no small feat. After much effort, Fu Cha Peijun had made her way to the old summer palace, and soon she would return to the palace. The Fu Cha family had requested an imperial decree allowing Madame Fu Cha to meet her daughter. Upon meeting Fu Cha Peijun, Madame Fu Cha naturally intended to visit the pure concubine residing in Yanxi Palace, and Lingrong would not refuse the visit. Madame Fu Cha bore a striking resemblance to her daughter, a graceful woman. I pay my respects to the pure concubine, and I thank you for your care of Peijun, of the noble consort over the years. Madame Fu Cha, please take a seat. I share a sisterly bond with Fu Cha Jie, so you needn't be so formal. Upon seeing Lingrong, Fu Cha Peijun broke free from her mother's grasp and affectionately settled beside Lingrong. And Lingrong did not take offense. Accustomed to such familiarity as Huanbai clutched her arm, Madame Fu Cha watched, feeling both heartbroken and comforted. She had already heard from Sang Er that after Xia Yan entered the palace, Peijun's recovery had progressed more swiftly than anticipated, and now Peijun could control her actions and emotions, and occasionally recall past events. Had it not been for her mind still retaining the simplicity of a child, she would have been nearly indistinguishable from an ordinary person. For Madame Fu Cha, her daughter had lost all prospects of favor, and the current state of affairs was quite satisfactory, despite the Fu Cha family being a prominent clan. They could not extend their influence into the palace, whether it was due to Chun Fei providing the lead of Xiao Yan or her attentive care towards Peijun in recent days. Madame Fu Cha felt an immense gratitude. With her daughter destined to be without favor in the future, having the esteemed Chun Fei looking after her would ensure that life in the palace would not be too harsh. Thus it brought her solace to see Fu Cha Peijun so reliant on Lingrong. The noblewoman's current fortune was largely thanks to the recommendation of Lady Qiao. As Madame Fu Cha spoke, she presented Xiao Yan's contract of servitude. Now that Xiao Yan had been specially appointed by Yongjing as the imperial physician, the Fu Cha family could no longer hold her contract against her. By handing the contract to Lingrong, Madame Fu Cha sought to curry favor. The matter of bestowing kindness upon Xiao Yan would be managed by Lingrong, fostering a sense of gratitude in Xiao Yan towards her, ultimately making her a trusted ally in the Imperial Medical Office. The Fu Cha family remained unaware of the relationship between Xiao Yan and Lingrong, thus this approach was quite prudent. And Lingrong accepted the contract. Dr. Qiao is currently attending to the Emperor's health and is not at Ningxi Juda. I will convey my thanks to you on her behalf. Your Grace, you are too kind of the two, one intent on bestowing favors, the other on establishing goodwill. Engaged in pleasant conversation, suddenly Bao Wan returned with a face full of fury. Chapter 32, and Lingrong's retaliation upon seeing Madame Fu Cha. Bao Wan repressed her anger and greeted her with respect. As a senior maid of Yanxi Palace, Madame Fu Cha felt compelled to inquire about her daughter's well-being. What grievance has Miss Bao Wan suffered? With her eyes slightly reddened, Bao Wan managed to suppress her feelings of injustice, replying, "It's nothing. I beg your pardon for causing you to laugh at me." Lingrong frowned slightly, displeased, and said, "Bao Wan, you have always been composed. Why do you display such uncharacteristic behavior before Madame Fu Cha today? If you do not clarify your feelings, do you wish for Madame Fu Cha to misunderstand?" It seemed that Bao Wan only then realized her misstep and immediately knelt down. "Your Grace, I was in the wrong. How could I let Madame misunderstand and cause dissatisfaction between you and Miss Fu Cha, who share such a sisterly bond?" Madame Fu Cha quickly interjected to ease the tension. "Your Grace, you were overly concerned. How could I be so sensitive? Miss Bao Wan has provided much care for the esteemed ones, as Sang Er has told me numerous times." Lingrong's expression softened a bit. "Please rise and speak." "Yes, Your Grace. A few days ago, Your Grace was nearly harmed by the eunuch in the flower chamber at the behest of Jinping, almost losing your life. I was worried about a repeat occurrence and went to keep watch over the flower chamber early this morning, but to my surprise, Madame Fu Cha grew even more anxious than Lingrong. Her daughter's mental faculties were not complete, and if she were to fall victim to such treachery, it would be unacceptable." "Miss Bao Wan, what has happened? Please tell me." The head eunuch of the flower chamber, He Ming, had only been appointed last winter and was exceedingly arrogant, declaring that no outsiders were permitted in the flower chamber. I clearly stated that I merely wished to inspect the flowers of Mingseju to ensure they were not tampered with. Yet, He Ming, taking advantage of his position and support, treated me with great disrespect and even ordered several eunuchs to throw me out. Bao Wan skillfully reported her grievance, omitting any mention of her provoking He Ming intentionally. It was unknown whether this was a trait of the Yi family, but even as a eunuch of Yuan Ming, He Ming had never lowered his status, even after nearly 30 years. He still considered himself the legitimate grandson of the Yi family and the cousin of the most powerful Shi Guifei. Huan Bai.An Lingrong, upon first encountering Yi Ming, recognized him as a proud man devoid of any servile demeanor. This was both a blessing and a curse. Lacking any obsequiousness made him pleasant to behold, yet a proud soul could not easily endure provocation, Baowan merely expressing her concerns over her master's poisoning by those in the flower chamber. Had inadvertently incited He Ming's wrath, this matter, even if investigated, would certainly fall upon He Ming's shoulders, since last winter, when he took office, and Baowan's slip of the tongue regarding Shi, it was hard not to connect this to the rise of Shi Guifei, who had gained power over the 6 palaces. If anyone wished for her downfall, besides the envious concubines, it would be Madame Fucha. Fucha Peijun had suffered from Jin Huan's madness for 5 or 6 years and could never regain favor. A fact that fueled Madame Fucha's resentment. Bao Wan's words merely stirred a sense of shared enmity within Madame Fucha. To spur her into action would require a bit more bait. And Lingrong feigned confusion. He Ming, is he not the same eunuch we encountered 7 years ago, who spoke to Huan Bai next to Shi Guifei? Bao Wan chuckled. Your Grace. Have you forgotten? 7 years ago, I was not present at Yuan Ming. Yuan. An Lingrong knocked her head lightly. Look at me, I have become muddled. The one who accompanied me that day was the maid Cui Er from Fanningu. It was Cui Er who informed me that the eunuch speaking with Huan Bai was He Ming from the flower chamber. I was puzzled at the time, thinking that name did not sound like that of a junior eunuch. She never anticipated that he would now be the head of the flower chamber. Time truly flies. It has been 7 years in the blink of an eye. Bao Wan wore an expression of realization. No wonder he is so arrogant. It turns out he has known Huan Bai since 7 years ago. I noticed he bore some resemblance to Huan Bai and thought he was a relative of hers. And Lingrong laughed dismissively. Such a trivial matter hardly merits anger. You are foolish for running all the way to the flower chamber. You should merely keep an eye on the comings and goings of Ming Seju. Bao Wan appeared regretful. I truly acted foolishly. An Lingrong covered her mouth with a handkerchief, suppressing laughter, while discreetly glancing at the distracted Madame Fucha. She had provided the necessary clues. If the Fucha family could not uncover anything from this, she would need to reassess their capabilities. As for Huan Bai, her retaliation had merely begun. 2 days later, Yongzheng returned to the palace with a retinue. Upon her return to Yanxi Palace, and Lingrong swiftly received word that the Garjia clan was being investigated, and all members were imprisoned. On July 22, amidst torrential rain, and Lingrong, who had spent the previous night in the emperor's chamber, remained in Yangxian due to the downpour. Yimin was implicated in framing Jin Yuan Dao, leading to the Jin family's exile to Ninggu Ta. Now that the Jin family had been vindicated, Jin Huan was summoned early to attend to the emperor's documentation. The adult males of the Garjia family were executed, the underage males exiled, and the wives and daughters of the officials were exterminated along with the entire clan. Jin Huan concealed her deep-seated hatred well, though her hands moved ever more swiftly as she ground the ink. The news reached the cold palace, where Qi Guiren escaped. She first ran to Jingren Palace seeking the empress's aid. In her past life, Isho observed with indifference. In this life, Isho could not even leave Jingren Palace, lacking the qualification to be a mere spectator. Qi Guiren fled straight to Yangxian, never considering how she managed to escape the cold palace or why the robust guards could not catch a frail woman like herself. Qi Guiren, now demoted to commoner status, knelt outside the hall, berating Jin Huan. In this life, her voice had been rendered hoarse and low by An Lingrong, failing to carry into the hall. An Lingrong, gauging the timing, emerged from the inner chamber. Your Majesty. Shi Guifei, it seems I hear someone wailing. What is the matter? Yongzheng snorted coldly. Yimin's framing of the Jin family is utterly unforgivable, and the Garjia clan dares to plead for her maternal family. How absurd, isn't Qi Guiren in the cold palace? And Lingrong's seemingly perplexed inquiry caused Yongzheng to furrow his brow as Jin Huan cast a glance at An Lingrong, puzzled over how Su Peixing had offended her. The distance from the cold palace to Yangxian was not short. The fact that Garjia Wen Yuan could traverse from the cold palace to Yangxian raised suspicions. And Yongzheng would not believe the guards were unaware of this. Su Peixing was the husband of Jin Shi and also a reliable assistant. Naturally, Jin Huan wished to protect him. Perhaps the sister of Chun Fei was unaware that Qi Guiren had already been demoted to commoner status. She was now Garjia Wen Yuan, a commoner. Su Peixing's release of Garjia Wen Yuan created an opportunity for her demise. Had she still been Qi Guiren if Su Peixing intended to kill her?
He would have faced certain death as well, however, if a commoner were to create a scene outside Yang Xian Su Peisheng as the palace supervisor would have ample justification for her execution. Lingrong achieved her objective. Merely nodding, I see Yijin Huan initially believed in Lingrong would continue to leverage Garjia Wen Yuan for her own purposes, thus she remained on high alert, preparing to counterattack. However, she was taken aback when Lingrong fell silent. After the rain ceased, Yijin Huan prepared to leave Yang Xian. Lingrong immediately followed, her demeanor cheerful, igniting Jin Huan's ire. The only occupants of Yang Xian were the three of them. And Jin Huan's desire to leave first naturally had its reasons, since Lingrong had already hinted at someone deliberately placing Garjia Wen Yuan in Yang Xian. Su Peisheng must urgently seek the emperor's forgiveness. Yet, with Lingrong's presence, certain things could not be said too plainly. Yijin Huan could only hope that Su Peisheng had not irreparably worsened the situation. Chapter 33. The corpse of Garjia Wen Yuan and Lingrong and Jin Huan reached the door of the hall. Su Peisheng was secretly rejoicing over having bludgeoned Garjia Wen Yuan to death. Whoever sought to harm Jinshi, he would eliminate without hesitation. Upon seeing Su Peisheng's expression, Yijin Huan felt a pang of unease. And Lingrong silently chuckled, for she had calculated the timing perfectly. Su Gongdang, just now Chun Fei inquired why Garjia was clearly in the cold palace yet appeared outside the hall. Su Peisheng's heart skipped a beat. He had intentionally provided Garjia Wen Yuan with an opportunity to provoke the emperor's wrath during the judgment of the Garjia clan. As he had anticipated, Garjia Wen Yuan was demoted to commoner status, which enabled him to kill her without consequence. However, if the emperor believes this to be a deliberate scheme to ensnare Garjia Wen Yuan, Su Peisheng, who was once filled with pride, now found himself engulfed in terror. He hastily paid his respects to Lingrong and Jin Huan before retreating to the Yangxin Hall. Jin Huan initially intended to inquire why Lingrong was targeting Su Peisheng, but Lingrong spoke first. Has the news regarding Jiang Xinyu, which we discussed last time, been ascertained by the Ziguifei? Such matters cannot be discussed here, Jin Huan replied as she followed Lingrong to a secluded spot. Indeed, this person exists, and we owe thanks to Chunfei for the information. It is merely a matter of mutual benefit. Ziguifei must not forget our agreement, observing the triumphant smile on Lingrong's face. Jin Huan could not help but ask, is Chunfei not concerned that I might go back on my word? After all, how many concubines in the harem never touched the power of the palace in their lifetime? And we each have our own agendas. If I achieve my goals yet fail to honor my promise, what then? And Lingrong caught a raindrop falling from the eaves with her hand. If Ziguifei truly speaks without honor, I shall have no choice but to tell the emperor a tale. What tale? And Lingrong chuckled lightly. Yi Huang and An Yijin Huan's expression darkened slightly. You truly know how to exploit my vulnerabilities. And Lingrong scoffed, when playing the role of a substitute, one must accept the realities of that role. With many in the fray, one could easily create a new Chunyuan empress. Jin Huan snorted coldly. Chunfei seems entirely unconcerned about being treated as a mere stand-in. Lingrong remarked indifferently. Ziguifei, I once said, we both benefit from resembling the Chunyuan empress. Lingrong wore an air of nonchalance, yet Jin Huan found it difficult to accept this notion. And Lingrong continued onward, unperturbed by any possibility of Jin Huan changing her stance. Jin Huan, having desires, was destined to make compromises. Not far away, a cart was being pushed forward. Lingrong suddenly seized Jin Huan, feigning fright before Jin Huan could react, and Lingrong's scream pierced the air hidden nearby. Baowan and Baoke, upon hearing Lingrong's cry, rushed over. Both pointed at the objects on the cart, exclaiming in unison, it is Kagairan. Jin Huan instantly realized she had fallen into Lingrong's trap once more. This path had been chosen by Lingrong, but how did Lingrong know they would encounter the body of Garjia Wen Yuan here? Baowan and Baochue's shrill cries were impossible for the guards and eunuchs to ignore. The chief eunuch Gao Weiyong, drawn by the commotion, quickly recognized this could be his singular opportunity to supplant Su Peisheng. Originally the chief eunuch of the young prince's residence, he had found himself eclipsed by Su Peisheng after the emperor ascended the throne, though he had once maintained a good rapport with Su Peisheng. He now felt a sense of urgency as even Su Peisheng's apprentice, Ziazizi, was edging ahead of him. For years, he had been sidelined by Su Peisheng and Ziazizi. This rare opportunity must not be squandered. Gao Weiyong sprinted toward the Yangxin Hall with all the speed he could muster. Ziazizi, with keen eyes, attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Initially Yijin Huan was horrified by the gruesome sight of Garjia Wen Yuan, but she quickly regained her composure. Ziazizi, hurry, and have someone remove the body. If Chunfei is frightened, I shall hold you accountable. The young eunuch pushing the cart heard the command and promptly attempted to advance. Baowan pretended to be frightened and fell in front of the cart,
while Baoke struggled to help her up. The narrow path was blocked by two palace maids, making it impossible for the cart to pass. Ironically, these two maids were the closest attendants to the currently favored Chuanfei. Inside the Yangxin Hall, Su Peisheng was in the midst of apologizing to Yongzheng. Guorgia Wenyuan had knocked out the matron on duty and stealthily escaped. Due to the heavy rain, visibility was poor, and the guards allowed her to brazenly confront the emperor. Yongzheng, having long since lost affection for Guorgia Wenyuan, sighed upon hearing of her slander against Jin Huan and her subsequent brutal death. Choosing not to comment further, just as Su Peisheng began to feel a sense of relief, Gao Weiyang burst into the hall, breathless. Your Majesty, it is dire news. Ziguifei and Chuanfei have been terrified by the body of Guorgia. You must go and see. Chuanfei is frail. When I arrived, she was nearly collapsed atop Shiguifei. Su Peisheng glared fiercely at Gao Weiyang. What sort of women are Ziguifei and Chuanfei? How could they be frightened by a mere corpse? Yongzheng may have been indifferent to Guorgia Wenyuan's fate, but Lingrong and Jin Huan were his most cherished concubines. As Su Peisheng contemplated excuses to obstruct the situation, Yongzheng had already striven forth with Gao Weiyang. Upon reaching the cart and witnessing the body, his eyes narrowed. The corpse lay barefooted, its bones broken, the blood-soaked garments tattered, revealing the ghastly purple skin beneath, and the once delicate face now appeared grotesque. And Lingrong leaned against Jin Huan, a smile curling at her lips. Had it not been for the horrific sight of the body, Yongzheng might not have pursued accountability for Su Peisheng's unilateral order to execute Guorgia Wenyuan. In truth, Yongzheng had never intended for Guorgia Wenyuan to survive, yet she had once been a woman he favored, even devoid of affection. The brutal murder of a once favored concubine, especially in such a humiliating manner, was intolerable for an emperor. Su Peisheng knelt, speechless. He was certain that when the emperor demoted Guorgia to commoner status, he had ceased to care for her fate, which emboldened him to act, yet the emperor had publicly declared he would not grant her a death sentence. Preserving the last shred of dignity for Guorgia's former status. By seeking vengeance for Jinsi, Su Peisheng had obliterated that final semblance of respect. Gao Weiyang ascertained why Guorgia escaped from the cold palace today. Su Peisheng shuddered slightly. It was over. Gao Weiyang, intent on reclaiming the position of Yongzheng's most trusted confidant, acted with decisive swiftness. By nightfall, the truth had emerged. Someone had informed Guorgia Wenyuan in the cold palace that the Guorgia clan had been exterminated. As she fled the cold palace, the guards merely observed indifferently until she had run far before feigning a pursuit. From the cold palace to Jingren Palace, and thence to Yangxin Hall, Guorgia Wenyuan fell multiple times in the torrential rain. Yet a group of guards did not catch up. As for Su Peisheng's claim that Guorgia Wenyuan had insulted Jin Huan, the hoarseness of her voice rendered her words inaudible to Yongzheng. Although he knew Su Peisheng would not deceive him on this matter, without hearing it himself, the charge of Guorgia Wenyuan's slander against the empress did not carry much weight. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that Guorgia Wenyuan had been brutally beaten to death by several eunuchs within the palace. Chapter 34, The Palace Devours Its Inhabitants. Gao Weiyang astutely presented only the facts to Yongzheng, refraining from speculating about the mastermind behind the events. All involved parties were handed over to the Department of Punishments. Su Peisheng was someone Jin Huan was determined to protect. That evening Jin Huan brought Cui Jinsi to Yangxin Hall. She adopted a strategy of retreating to advance, indicating that her own actions had caused Jinsi much grievance. Su Peisheng, being Jinsi's husband, sought to avenge her suffering, stemming from her failure as an empress to safeguard those around her. Cui Jinsi knelt in earnest supplication, wishing to accompany Su Peisheng through life and death. Jin Huan then revealed at a propitious moment that Jinsi had once been a favored attendant to the Chunyuan empress. Yongzheng's heart softened. In Yingxiyuan upon hearing that Lingrong had been frightened. Danju hurriedly brought Namuyan along. How are you? I heard that Chigu Guorgia Wenyuan met a very tragic end. You must have been terrified. And Lingrong shook her head. Sister Danju, I am fine, do not worry. Yet Danju suddenly turned, instructing Sanger to take the ever-clinging Fucha Guerin away. Fucha Guerin pouted before reluctantly departing. Following them, Namuyan, Baowan, and Baoke were all ushered out into the courtyard. An Lingrong, somewhat perplexed, asked Sister Danju, do you have something to discuss? Danju grasped An Lingrong's hand. An Lingrong's hand was slender and pale, soft as though devoid of bones. Danju held it gently, her voice low. Su Peisheng has offended you, has he not? The tone was subdued. Yet it startled An Lingrong, nearly causing her to leap. In this matter, she had merely mentioned that Kagairan was in the cold palace and led Jin Huan to the path where Guorgia Wenyuan's body was relocated. She had taken no other action. She was aware of Danju's intelligence but had not anticipated her keen insight. Sister Danju, how could Su Gonggang offend me? He is a tactful and seasoned individual. In essence, she and Su Peisheng were alike, having risen from humble beginnings as lowly attendants eunuchs to their current status. Even when elevated, they could not help but reminisce about their past insignificance. Out of fear of falling back into that humble state, they became shrewd and strategic. Having endured relentless bullying, they harbored a desire for vengeance, often displaying a ruthless nature. Individuals of similar ilk can easily detect one another. Thus, even while they maintained a polite facade, both held disdain for the other beneath the surface. During Lingrong's period of disfavor, Su Peisheng, the palace's perennial good-natured figure, turned a blind eye to her suffering. In her previous life, she had been ridiculed alongside Jin Huan and Su Peisheng, receiving a derogatory title, while Su Peisheng had even brought a flock of Orioles to further insult her. Her only retort had been to curse him as a eunuch. However, the true impetus for Lingrong to take action against him stemmed from Lin Xiu. Su Peisheng's collaboration with Ji Weisheng and involving Lin Xiu meant he had to prepare for retribution. And Lingrong was never a good person, yet she wished to present herself favorably in front of Danju. Although Danju was someone she had deliberately befriended, Danju's kindness over the past days made her reluctant to reveal her true nature.
Do not deceive me. I am not truly foolish. After the rain ceased today, I intended to wait for you beside the Yangxin Hall, only to catch a glimpse of Baowan and Baoke lurking stealthily in the small garden. Subsequently, the lifeless body of Gargia was pushed forth. Although you exhibited fear, you managed to maintain your composure. Yet, how could someone as audacious as Baowan be so frightened as to remain immobile? She was merely stalling, awaiting the moment when the emperor would witness Gargia's corpse with his own eyes, was she not? You appear so delicate and fragile. It truly vexes me to no end. Lingrong's long eyelashes fell, concealing all emotions within her eyes. Cruel-hearted, dark-minded, and scrupulous, sowing discord, repulsive, malicious, and utterly despicable. This was the judgment once passed upon her by Shen Meizhuang and Jin Huan, whom she once regarded as sisters. Now it was Danju's turn to render her verdict. If you wish for me to undertake such a task, that is but a trifle. Yet, considering the tragic demise of Gargia, what if you were to have nightmares after witnessing such horror? Lingrong's eyes widened. What do you mean by that? How much humiliation did you endure in the palace before? That Su Peisheng, as the chief eunuch, is the one who orchestrated your torment. He is the one who has wronged you. Lingrong, why is it so different from her expectations? Danju grasped Lingrong's hand tightly. Though I lack favor, I have allies both within and outside the palace, surpassing you in strength. You call me sister. Do you think my sisterhood is to be taken lightly? I am acutely aware that the imperial palace is a predatory place. Those who are too gentle, unlike my kind, would have long been devoured, leaving not a trace behind. I am fully cognizant of the hardships you have endured along this arduous journey, and it pains me greatly if from now on I shall accompany you, alleviating your burdens. Lingrong's eyes grew misty. Sister Danju. Just call me sister, do not add my name. Lingrong smiled through her tears. Sister, Danju gently wiped away her tears. Su Peisheng is the emperor's confidant. It is impossible to truly eliminate him. Lingrong, I understand. I never intended for his death. Danju, regardless of his connection with Cui Jinsi or the support he provides to consort she will never relinquish him. The emperor may merely reduce his position, fostering a lack of trust in him. Lingrong, I know, that is sufficient. She never intended to remove Su Peisheng in one fell swoop, but as long as he loses the emperor's favor, she could enact her plans more freely. Danju, since you have taken action, if Su Peisheng were to suffer only a modicum of punishment and suspicion, that would be too lenient. Leave the rest to me. Rest assured, Su Peisheng must not remain in the palace any longer. Lingrong's eyes widened once more. Sister, you need not offend others on my behalf. As long as Su Peisheng is under suspicion from the emperor, that is enough for me. Danju rolled her eyes. I have told you. Do not concern yourself with the remaining matters. Su Peisheng knows the emperor too well. As long as he remains in the palace, he still has the potential to rise again. Only by leaving the imperial court can he find true peace. Lingrong felt a pang in her nose. She had always treaded cautiously in her endeavors. If she could cause Su Peisheng to lose the emperor's favor once, surely there would be many more opportunities to come. Yet now someone was telling her not to worry about the remaining matters, that they would resolve it for her. Lingrong found herself relishing this feeling of being wholeheartedly protected. Sister, please do not betray me. As long as you treat me sincerely, I shall undoubtedly protect you with all my might. The following morning, Shupin Borjigit Danju entered the palace for the first time in 8 years to pay her respects to the Empress Dowager at Shokong Palace. Since the onset of spring, the Dowager's health had been deteriorating. The physicians of the Imperial Hospital believed she would not survive until autumn, and nearly all of them hinted to Yongjing that preparations for her funeral should commence.
However, upon returning from the old summer palace, the newly appointed female physician Xiao Yan, dispatched by Yongjing to treat the dowager, demonstrated extraordinary medical prowess. The dowager's condition improved significantly, and if she were willing to cooperate with the treatment, prolonging her life for several more years would not pose a problem. The dowager initially intended to leverage her health to compel Yongjing to release the empress, yet upon observing her recovery, Yongjing remained steadfast, not relenting. The dowager then contemplated refusing treatment, but after consulting Lingrong, Xiaoyan persuaded her, noting that without her, the Ulanara clan would truly lack a stronghold. Infuriated, the dowager reluctantly accepted the treatment.
Chapter 35. Xiaoyan's confidence. It was rare for Dan Zhu to visit the dowager, and naturally, the dowager displayed great warmth towards her. They conversed merrily until Dan Zhu's expression suddenly darkened.
The palace could indeed be terrifying at times, and she longed for her homeland. The dowager, perplexed, inquired about the source of her sentiments. Dan Zhu immediately lodged a serious complaint against Su Peixing. His clandestine relationship with a palace maid was already detrimental to his reputation. Yet this maid served a high-ranking consort, who not only had an adult prince but also the emperor's youngest child. Following yesterday's downpour, Su Peixing had brutally beaten a once-favored consort to death in a fit of rage for truancy. Not only was Garjia Wenyuan's demise tragic, but the humiliation of her being left barefooted and in tattered clothes was utterly disgraceful. What about the dignity of the royal family? The dowager was enraged upon hearing this. She valued the royal family's honor above all else. Even though Garjia Wenyuan had been demoted to a commoner, she had once been part of the royal lineage. The dowager held a fondness for Jin Huan. Yet the Empress Yishou remained confined in Jingren Palace due to matters involving Jin Huan. No matter how much the dowager cherished Jin Huan, it could never outweigh her own niece. Soon, the dowager summoned Yongjing and urged him earnestly. If a mere servant dared to beat a former consort to death today, tomorrow he might conspire with others to commit treason. If the Empress Yishou were present, such chaos would never ensue. Upon hearing the dowager mention Yishou, Yongjing's head throbbed. After agreeing to severely punish Su Peixing, he hastily departed. Enraged, the dowager pounded the table, only to realize afterward that her health seemed to have improved significantly. Yongjing then sought out Jin Huan and gently explained his predicament of being caught in the middle. If Su Peixing were to remain, the empress must vacate Jingren Palace. Jin Huan pondered for a long while before ultimately requesting that Su Peixing be banished from the palace. All 8 guards involved in Garjia Wenyuan's incident were executed. Xiazi was given 30 lashes and dispatched to the old summer palace. Su Peixing was granted leave from the palace to enjoy his twilight years. While Cao Woyong succeeded him as the new chief eunuch, Garjia Wenyuan was buried in accordance with her status. Lingrong silently offered a stick of incense for Garjia Wenyuan. Wenyuan, no Wenyuan, you ought to be grateful to me. Had it not been for me, you would have met the same fate as in your previous life, dragged to a mass grave as a commoner, devoured by wild dogs. In truth, you should also thank the emperor. Without that treacherous servant Su Peixing, the emperor should be able to live a few more years this time around, since Qiao Yan had resided in Yanqi Palace upon entering the palace and was an outsider. She continued to live there even after becoming a physician. Today, on her day off, she first provided a routine examination for Fucha Guoran before visiting Lingrong's palace. Lingrong appeared quite at ease, as if the recent upheaval within the palace held no bearing on her. Xiaoyan placed her fingers on Lingrong's pulse. Your health is nearly restored. Over the years, Lingrong had consumed quite a bit of contraceptive medicine, which had inevitably impacted her health last year, in her efforts to practice ice skating. She had also taken muscle-relaxing pills, leading outsiders to believe that she had almost lost any chance of conception. However, the fact that she had been able to conceive using the prescription given by the Empress in her previous life indicated that her body was indeed capable of bearing children. Moreover, with Xiaoyan present, it was only a matter of time before her health would improve. Lingrong handed Xiaoyan the prescription from the Empress. Xiaoyan frowned. This prescription is too harmful. You must not use it at all. With me around, if you desire offspring, you need not resort to such measures. Lingrong leaned her head on Xiaoyan's shoulder, aware that the prescription should not be used. Yet, at that time, to save Bihuan, she had no choice but to force a pregnancy. During that period, her health had nearly deteriorated entirely. Even normal conception would have been a challenge to sustain. This prescription was far too domineering. Even for a healthy woman, the best outcome would merely involve sacrificing the mother's life for the child's. At that time, her body could only sustain the child for 4 or 5 months. And despite knowing it would not survive, she had recklessly proceeded. Initially, it had been for Bihuan, but eventually all her thoughts had been consumed by that child. When the child perished, she could not bear to go on living.
On that day, she had not lacked opportunities to turn the tide, but with the family gone, her mother lost, and her child departed, she lacked the motivation to continue fighting, yet this time, even without her mother. She had Xiao Yan, who was akin to a sister, and Dan Zhu, who treated her as kin, along with Fu Cha Peijun, who relied on her. Her health had improved, and she could still have her own child. If possible, she hoped that the child from her previous life could return to her side in this life. And no matter what, she must protect him. Xiao Yan sensed Aunt Lingrong's sorrow, her heart softening, regarding the past. Aunt Lingrong remained vague, however. Xiao Yan had heard enough about her sister's humiliations and mistreatments during her recent visits to the Imperial Hospital and the Six Palaces. The Dowager holds little affection for you and has repeatedly chastised you on account of the Empress. Why must I save her? Aunt Lingrong wiped away her tears, revealing a hint of a cold smile. The Dowager cares only for the Ulanara clan. If she were to die, she would undoubtedly use her will to compel the Emperor to release the Empress. The Empress, though seemingly gentle, possesses a cruel heart. I hold many secrets in her hands and have done numerous disreputable deeds for her. While I can manage these matters, I cannot escape some repercussions. Xiao Yan understood. Do you wish for me to devise a plan to ensure she never emerges again? Aunt Lingrong's heart jolted, and she straightened her posture. You must not act recklessly. The Empress is not akin to Liang Zhen or Zhao Yingyang. Even if she is not favored, she is still the mother of the nation. You are one of my few remaining relatives. If something were to happen to you, what am I to do? And Lingrong spoke with urgency and haste. Her cousin, both righteous and wicked, was inherently more audacious than herself, and she could not allow her to take risks. Xiao Yan felt a surge of warmth in her heart. Though proud, she was not arrogant. While she possessed confidence in her exquisite medical skills, she did not underestimate the practitioners of the Imperial Medical Institute, particularly Wen Shichu and Wei Lin, who were undoubtedly formidable. I will heed your words, please do not fret. Yet, and Lingrong still felt a tinge of unease and confided in Xiao Yan, I hold a significant piece of leverage against the Empress. One that the Emperor would never forgive her for. My concern is not for her, but rather to maintain a balance against Qi Guifei. Enough about me. How do you fare at the Imperial Medical Institute? Have you encountered any difficulties as a woman entering the Imperial Medical Institute, especially as a common doctor directly promoted by Yongzhang without selection? Xiao Yan was bound to face exclusion from others. And Lingrong, during her time in the Yuan Ming Yuan, had treaded upon the entire Imperial Medical Institute to ensure that Yongzhang remembered Xiao Yan, an act that would inevitably incite resentment from the practitioners. You first healed Lady Fu Cha, then restored my voice, and now even the Empress, who has left the entire institute at a loss, has regained her health because of you. Having just arrived, it is natural for one to make a name for oneself, to establish a foothold. Yet I truly worry that the institute will create obstacles for you. An Lingrong was filled with concern, while Xiao Yan remained unfazed. Even if I do not attract attention, they will not tolerate my presence. Rest assured, they cannot harm me. As a woman in the harem, Xiao Yan found herself in a more advantageous position than other physicians. Her medical skills surpassed those of the practitioners at the institute. Thus logically, many should seek her out. However, residing in Yanxi Palace, to outsiders she was either in Lingrong's person or not at all. A physician with a clear stance inevitably causes unease. Fortunately, the Empress could not do without Xiao Yan at present. Her medical prowess was her greatest asset. As for the Empress's ailment, while the others at the institute may hesitate, Wen Shichu should be capable of treating it. Xiao Yan's statement left An Lingrong momentarily astonished. In her previous life, Wen Shichu had gone to guard Shenmei Zhuang during her mourning, yet in this life, he remained at the Imperial Medical Institute. An Lingrong let out a cold laugh. Ah, the fickleness of the human heart. Chapter 36. The disheartened Shenmei Zhuang. After losing favor, Shenmei Zhuang relied heavily on the Empress's protection to live well within the palace. The bond she shared with the Empress over the years prevented her from remaining indifferent to the Empress's illness. Those who wished for the Empress's demise could only be Jinhuan. An Lingrong's fingers twirled as she contemplated how she could utilize this information. Jinhuan was unlike her. She was fully aware of the implications of events. She knew that if the Empress were to die, a will would undoubtedly be left to favor Exiu. In her previous life, the Empress's will had ensured that Yishou's position as Empress could not be revoked. In this life, Yishou had yet to emerge from Jingren Palace. Consequently, should the Empress pass, there would certainly be a clause in the will to lift Yishou's confinement. This was why An Lingrong had insisted on Xiao Yan healing the Empress. As long as she remained alive and with Jinhuan's clandestine maneuvers, Yongzhang would not release Yishou. However, from Jinhuan's perspective, if the Empress were gone, Yishou would be discarded. Wen Shichu had indeed committed acts that could lead to the annihilation of 9 clans. Men in the white moonlight will always be the white moonlight.
between Shen Meizhuang and Jin Huan. When Shi Chu had indeed chosen Jin Huan, it is regrettable that matters of medicine cannot be measured. Otherwise, I would ensure that the esteemed Hui Guoran understands that the man she risks the annihilation of his entire clan to be close to holds her closest friend in his heart. And Lingrong found it hard to comprehend why in her previous life everyone believed that Shen Meizhuang had been wronged by Jin Huan, leading to her premature delivery. It was clear that she had been distressed over Wen Shi Chu, which was hardly even a case of premature birth, such a blatant matter. A group of blind and foolish individuals. Upon hearing in Lingrong's words, Xiao Yan had already guessed her intentions. Do you wish for everyone to know? Or just Hui Guoran? And Lingrong indeed sought to use this incident to wrest power from Jin Huan. However, when Shi Chu's loyalty to Jin Huan surpassed that of anyone else, making it difficult to implicate Jin Huan in this matter. Let Shen Meizhuang know, and that shall suffice. After all, medicine is a field with its own specialties. If Wen Shi Chu firmly asserts that he is unable to treat her, no one can delve into his heart to discover the truth. If this matter escalates, it may backfire on us. Furthermore, with you by my side, I need not fear Wen Shi Chu. Keeping him in the palace may yet prove useful. Xiao Yan nodded. To strike at the heart. Though it may not inflict tangible harm upon Jin Huan and Shen Meizhuang, it would reveal the depth of their sisterly bond, especially since Shen Meizhuang has borne Wen Shi Chu's child. While he still holds Jin Huan in his heart. An Lingrong replied, their relationship is indeed strong. A few misunderstandings are insufficient to drive them apart. However, if Shen Meizhuang feels discontent, then I feel satisfied. It was only after entering the palace that Xiao Yan learned that Lin Shou's death had been caused by Shen Meizhuang's machinations against An Lingrong. Compared to An Lingrong, who had already attempted to eliminate Shen Meizhuang once, Xiao Yan harbored a more urgent desire to be rid of her. In Sui Yushen, Shen Meizhuang cradled Jinghe. Her heart softened. Jinghe had already been entrusted to Jin Huan's care, yet Jin Huan, like a sister to Shen Meizhuang, visited almost daily to see Jinghe with Jin Huan present, even if Shen Meizhuang had fallen from grace. The Naiwafu dared not make things difficult for her. Although the accusations against An Lingrong had been pinned on Kai Xing, many still believed that Shen Meizhuang had orchestrated the scheme against her. After all, the testimonies of Xiao Luzi and Xiao Shunzi were full of holes. Shen Meizhuang, with her lofty pride, could hardly endure the scornful remarks of others, thus she had scarcely left Sui Yushin these past days. Mei Jie, I have heard that the Empress has been gravely ill. The Empress has protected me all these years. Now that she is unwell, I have not had the chance to serve her. I wonder if she holds it against me. Caillou informed me that the people at the Imperial Medical Institute are at their wits' end. Even someone as skilled as Shi Chu cannot heal the Empress? Jin Huan felt a pang of guilt. Shen Meizhuang had treated her better than her own sister, yet she found herself contemplating her own interests more. Sister Mei, though we are in Sui Yushan, we must still exercise caution. When Tai Yi is still Wen Tai Yi. Shen Meizhuang's face flushed. Since Jin Huan had learned of her relationship with Wen Shi Chu, she no longer wished to hide it from her. Inadvertently she had slipped and mentioned Wen Shi Chu's name. Huan I understand. Rest assured, I will never reveal it before outsiders. Now their trio, herself, Wen Shi Chu, and Jinghe, could avoid suspicion, thanks to the price paid by Kai Xing. She truly needed to act with caution. The Empress has recovered significantly. Shen Meizhuang's cheeks reddened further. I knew that sure, when Tai Yi's medical skills are exceptional, he will certainly cure the Empress. Jin Huan felt a lump in her throat. While Wen Shi Chu could indeed heal the Empress, under her direction he had deliberately concealed his skills. The Empress had been treated by Xiao Yan, a medical girl sent by the Fucha family. Wen Shi Chu had stated that Xiao Yan's medical skills were remarkable. Jin Huan could not fathom how An Lingrong had become so fortunate. She had never wished for An Lingrong's demise, yet she did not want her to gain favor either. An Lingrong's voice had been ruined, yet she had risen to a position of honor. Now that her voice had returned, she was even more formidable. Xiao Yan's exceptional medical skills had already drawn the attention of many concubines eager to befriend her, residing in Yanxi Palace. If An Lingrong were to draw her in, it would significantly bolster her influence. Huan what are you pondering? Shen Meizhuang noticed Jin Huan's distraction and inquired. Jin Huan, not wishing to burden Shen Meizhuang with her concerns, smiled and shook her head. I am fine knowing that Jin Huan would bring Jinghe over today. Shen Meizhuang had sent Caillou early to summon Wen Shi Chu, hoping for a brief family reunion. However, even after Jin Huan departed with Jinghe, Wen Shi Chu had yet to arrive at Sui Yushin. After Jin Huan's exit, Caillou observed Shen Meizhuang's despondence, unsure whether to feel pity or sigh in resignation. From the day the young mistress gave birth, or rather, from the moment Shi Guifei learned of their affair, when Tai Yi had not returned to Sui Yushin aside from the incident of framing Chun Fei, The young mistress and Wen Tai-yi had not met again. The young mistress always believed it was because Wen Tai-yi had gone to Yuan Ming Yuan, which was why he had not sought her out. Yet even upon returning from Yuan Ming Yuan, Wen Tai-yi had still not come. Regardless of whether it was to avoid suspicion or due to Shi Guifei, Wen Tai-yi had made his choice. The young mistress should also consider the Shen family and all the maids and eunuchs in Sui Yushan, and not remain obstinately attached to her hopes. With Kai Xing gone, the young mistress still could not see clearly. Perhaps the next to perish would be herself. Before Caillou could finish her lament, a physician from the Imperial Medical Institute arrived late. "Are you Caillou? I am Qiao Yan from the Imperial Medical Institute. Wen Tai-yi is unable to come to Sui Yushan due to pressing matters, so he entrusted me to treat Hui Guoren when Shi Chu sought to avoid Shen Mei Zhuang." And Xiao Yan, understanding this, had volunteered to come to Sui Yushan. Caillou was stunned for a moment. This young female physician, who had recently gained considerable fame in the palace, appeared remarkably youthful. "Xiao Tai-yi, please come in." Shen Mei Zhuang had initially felt joy and anticipation upon hearing that someone from the Imperial Medical Institute was coming, yet, upon stepping outside, she was greeted by the sight of a delicate young woman. Caillou, fearing that Shen Mei Zhuang might speak inappropriately, quickly explained, "Young mistress, this is Qiao Tai-yi from the Imperial Medical Institute, here to attend to your ailment." "Qiao Tai-yi, is it not Wen Tai-yi?" The disappointment on Shen Mei Zhuang's face was evident. Xiao Yan concealed a cold smile, then bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Hui Guoren. Wen Tai-yi has entrusted me to attend to you. Did he send no other messages for me?" Saiwa's complexion was as pale as a sheet. Chapter 37. Their minds are not well. Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow slightly. This esteemed Hui Guoren, renowned for her composure, was even more love-struck than she had imagined. She deliberately inquired, "Are you referring to your pulse diagnosis?" "Esteemed one, rest assured, I have taken note of your pulse record." Shen Mei Zhuang grew anxious. "No, it is not the pulse record. I merely wish to ask about Dr. Wen." "Your Highness," Kai Wei exclaimed, fear gripping her as she tightly clutched Shen Mei Zhuang's arm. "Today, Dr. Wen has matters to attend to, which is why Dr. Qiao has come. While you are accustomed to Dr. Wen's care, Dr. Qiao is undoubtedly highly skilled as well." Finally regaining her composure, Shen Mei Zhuang turned to wipe away her tears and sat despondently in a chair. Xiao Yan had checked her pulse and prescribed a remedy, although the esteemed one was not in grave danger. Excessive worry, lack of sleep, and rampant liver fire could lead to serious illness if left unchecked over time. "I just reviewed Dr. Wen's pulse diagnosis, and it was only recorded up to 4 months ago. I wonder if during these past 4 months, other physicians have treated you." Shen Mei Zhuang's face turned ashen. Had it really only been 4 months, it felt as though she had not seen Wen Shichu in 4 years. Kai Wei was flustered, fearing that her mistress's behavior was too conspicuous today. Dr. Wei and Dr. Wang have also come, but they both said there was nothing serious. Perhaps their diagnoses were not recorded. Xiao Yan feigned a sudden realization. "Ah, I nearly forgot. Dr. Wen has indeed been quite busy recently. Both concubine Shi of Yangzhou Palace and concubine Duan of Yanqing Palace are under his care." Shen Mei Zhuang's complexion darkened further. "Yangzhou Palace and Yanqing Palace? Does he visit often? Is he not attending to the Empress Dowager at Shokang Palace?" Shen Mei Zhuang was unaware of the true nature of Wen Shichu's commitments. She merely speculated that he was too occupied with the Empress Dowager to attend to her. Xiao Yan's expression turned astonished. "The Empress Dowager's condition is quite serious. It is a head ailment, which is not Dr. Wen's specialty." Shen Mei Zhuang's cheeks flushed slightly. "Dr. Qiao, you may not be aware, but Dr. Wen is well read in medical texts and possesses exceptional skills. His knowledge in medicine is extensive. He is humble and does not seek the limelight, yet his medical prowess is unparalleled. Years ago, he even formulated a remedy for the plague. His medical skills and character are both of the highest caliber." Listening to Shen Mei Zhuang extolling Wen Shichu, Xiao Yan could only gaze heavenward in silence. She had come to sow discord, not to listen to a love-struck woman sing the praises of her beloved. "I am still new to the Imperial Medical Department and know little of Dr. Wen. However, since you speak so highly of him, it must be true. Yet, given the Empress Dowager's unique situation, Dr. Wen may not have an effective treatment. Since returning from Yuan Mingyuan, I have been the one treating the Empress Dowager. Dr. Wen is only responsible for concubine Shi and concubine Duan's health." Shen Mei Zhuang's smile froze on her face. Xiao Yan continued nonchalantly. "The Empress Dowager's illness is special. In my lifetime, I have only encountered 2 similar cases. However, when I first arrived in the capital, I heard that about 8 or 9 years ago, a Dali temple official suffered from a similar ailment. But fortunately, he was saved by a physician. I do not know whether that colleague has retired or has passed away, but before I entered the Imperial Medical Department, no one could treat the Empress Dowager's condition." It is truly a pity Jin Yuandao indeed suffered from a head ailment and had received treatment from Wen Shichu, yet his illness was not the same as the Empress Dowager's. Xiao Yan dared to say this because, firstly, she did not name names, secondly, she was merely recounting something she had heard from 8 or 9 years ago, and thirdly, at that time, Wen Shichu, as a physician, had treated an official without royal permission. Which was a grave offense. She was not afraid of her lies being exposed. Moreover, in Shen Meizhuang's eyes, she had likely already concluded that Xiao Yan was referring to Jin Yuandao and Wen Shichu. Shen Meizhuang's lips trembled, her eyes glistening with tears. Before participating in the selection, she had heard that Jin Yuandao suffered from a severe headache and could not find a capable physician to treat him. On the day of the selection, she had inquired with Jin Huan about the situation, and Jin Huan had said that fortunately he had been treated by an old friend from the Imperial Medical Department. Which was how her father had recovered. Later, Shen Meizhuang learned that this old friend was none other than Wen Shichu. Shen Meizhuang's heart felt as though it were being scorched. If Wen Shichu could save Jin Huan's father, why could he not save the Empress Dowager? After prescribing a remedy, Xiao Yan urged Shen Meizhuang to remain calm before taking her leave. Once Xiao Yan departed, Shen Meizhuang resolved to seek out Wen Shichu for clarification. But Kaiwei blocked her way. Your Highness, Dr. Qiao was merely speaking from hearsay. Those matters are from many years ago and may not even pertain to Dr. Wen and Lord Jin. Tears shimmered in Shen Meizhuang's eyes. Kaiwei, was what Dr. Qiao said true? Shichu did not have time to see me because he was attending to the Empress Dowager. Did he? Seeing she could not dissuade Shen Meizhuang, Kaiwei could only tell the truth. Your Highness, the Empress Dowager is indeed under Dr. Qiao's care. Before Dr. Qiao, the Imperial Medical Department had no solutions, including Dr. Wen. Shen Meizhuang exclaimed, how is that possible? Shichu is exceptionally skilled. Dr. Qiao is merely a young physician from the common folk. How could her skills surpass his? Kaiwei replied, Your Highness, perhaps Dr. Wen has his own unavoidable reasons. Shen Meizhuang covered her face and wept, and after a long while, she asked, so all this time, Shichu has indeed been treating Huaner? Has he? Yet Huaner appeared to be in good health just now. After posing the question, Shen Meizhuang bitterly smiled, realizing how she had forgotten. She herself was not seriously ill, yet she frequently sought out Wen Shichu. She had always known that Wen Shichu loved Jin Huan most. She had thought that after they had a child his feelings for her would change, yet now, he was unwilling to even see her. Your Highness, perhaps Dr. Wen is trying to avoid suspicion, especially given the last time. What does he need to avoid? Everyone knows he cannot. Besides, if Huaner can visit him, why can I not? Shen Meizhuang truly despised her current self. Ever since Caixing's death, she could not personally nurture the child she had labored to bring forth, and her mindset had become far less stable than before. After experiencing these upheavals, she yearned for Wen Shichu's comfort. Yet he continuously evaded her. Watching Shen Meizhuang weep in despair, Kaiwei felt both pained and bewildered. Upon returning to the Imperial Medical Department, Wen Shichu sought out Xiao Yan, subtly inquiring about Shen Meizhuang's situation. Xiao Yan responded truthfully. Observing the tortured and conflicted expression on Wen Shichu's face, she felt a pang of discomfort. When Lingrong had first recounted the complex relationships among these individuals, Xiao Yan had thought that Wen Shichu and Shen Meizhuang were not of sound mind. Today, it seemed they were indeed afflicted with grave issues. After finishing her shift, Xiao Yan returned to Yanqi Palace, only to be notified by someone from the Naiwafu that she was to be relocated to Linyuan. Adjacent to the Imperial Medical Department, the Imperial Medical Department had quarters where physicians on night duty could rest. However, as a woman, Xiao Yan could not reside with a group of men. There were 2 small courtyards beside the Imperial Medical Department. Xing Yuan was for the head physician, while Lin Yuan had remained vacant. Liang Duorui's expression was somewhat obsequious. The current Xiao Yan was no longer the inexperienced physician who had just entered the palace. The Fucha family, Chuanfei of the Emperor, and the Empress Dowager all held her in high regard. Now even concubine she had specifically arranged for her to stay in Lin Yuan, providing her with a palace maid. This was a unique privilege among physicians. An Lingrong had already guessed that Xiao Yan would soon be moving out of Yanqi Palace. However, neither of them had anticipated it would happen so swiftly. It seemed that Su Peixing's downfall had a significant impact on Jin Huan. Chapter 38, Sister, help me. Sanger wore an expression of indignation. Her young mistress was clearly getting better, yet the Naiwafu wanted to transfer Xiao Yan away. How could the Naiwafu concern itself with such matters if not due to the influence of concubine she behind the scenes? Sanger suspected that Jin Huan was worried her young mistress might recall past events. Yes, it must be that concubine she is deliberately preventing my young mistress from recovering. The more Sanger thought about it, the angrier she became, yet she dared not display her dissatisfaction with Shen Huan in front of others. only causing her eyes to redden with suppressed emotions. Lingrong could not help but smile. Jin Huan hardly regarded Fucha Peijun at this point, observing Sanger nearly fuming like a toad, and Lingrong gently tapped her head. Your Highness, there are rules in the palace. It is indeed inappropriate for Dr. Chow to reside in the palace of a concubine. However, Dr. Chow entered the palace for the purpose of treating your young mistress. Since Sister Fucha no longer requires daily acupuncture, you could simply rise early on Dr. Chow's days off to fetch her. Make sure to rise early, for Dr. Chow is now a favored figure in the palace. If you delay, someone else may claim her. Sanger nodded vigorously. Your Highness, rest assured, I will rise at the crack of dawn to bring Dr. Chow over. Xiao Yan chuckled. Do not worry, I am a responsible physician and will not delay in treating Lady Fucha. Joking aside, both Lingrong and Xiao Yan understood that with Xiao Yan's departure, she would soon be quite busy, not to mention those concubines who had long sought to have Xiao Yan treat their ailments. There were plenty of people eager to win her favor. Jin Huan understood Lingrong's sensitive nature. If Xiao Yan grew closer to others and Lingrong would not utilize her, she had accurately guessed Lingrong's temperament but never suspected that Lingrong and Xiao Yan were blood relatives. And Lingrong smirked, knowing Jin Huan's schemes would come to naught. Liang Duorui, observing the four of them chatting amiably, grew anxious. Dr. Chow, the arrangements at Lin Yuan have been completed. I have brought along several young eunuchs today to move your belongings in one trip. If you find anything missing upon reaching Lin Yuan, feel free to let me know. Sanger glared at Liang Duorui in resentment but said nothing. Lingrong exchanged a few pleasantries with Xiao Yan before heading off to Zhongsui Palace. When Danju encountered Lingrong, her face lit up with surprise. Why have you arrived so late? And Lingrong replied, Sister, I need your help. Without inquiring further, Danju readily agreed, of course. And Lingrong felt a surge of emotion within her and dropped any pretenses. The esteemed consort, she had once approached me with a proposition, but it seems that the deal may no longer be viable. Jin Huan had long since lost her affection for Yongzhang and was not particularly concerned about his favor. She held a high position as a powerful consort in the palace, with the fifth prince, who had no chance of ascending the throne, entirely out of the picture. She monopolized 2 out of the 3 remaining princes. The emperor harbored both love and guilt towards her. Furthermore, she had a multitude of friendly consorts. And the head eunuch, Su Peisheng, covertly supported her. Her greatest rival, the empress, was trapped in Jingren Palace, unable to emerge from every angle. Jin Huan was in an invulnerable position in the palace power struggle, even in light of Lingrong's unexpected rise in favor. Jin Huan did not excessively suppress her, however, with Su Peisheng forced to leave the palace and Xiao Yan surpassing Wen Shichu to become Yongzheng's most valued physician. Jin Huan finally felt a sense of crisis. As Lingrong had said, if Jiang Xinyu, who bore a striking resemblance to the late Empress Chen Yuan, were to enter the palace, it would pose the greatest threat to her. If Jiang Xinyu could be kept under Jin Huan's control, it would be one thing, but Jin Huan feared the emergence of another Lingrong, though she shared a degree of sisterly affection with Lingrong. If Lingrong could betray her, what kind of person Jiang Xinyu might be remained a mystery to Jin Huan. With the empress still alive and Lingrong becoming increasingly inscrutable, Jin Huan dared not easily relinquish the emperor's favor. And Lingrong discerned Jin Huan's thoughts, particularly from the request for Xiao Yan to vacate the Yanqi Palace. Thus she sought out Danju without delay. She needed to keep Jiang Xinyu firmly under her control. In just 6 months, the events of her previous life had shifted considerably. Lingrong worried that if Xin Yura were to enter the palace in this life, she would be utterly incapable of dealing with 2 women whose beauty, temperament, and talents mirrored those of Empress Chen Yuan. Danju replied, I have noted down Jiang Xinyu from Suyang County, Baoding Prefecture. Rest assured, I will not allow this woman to fall into Jin Huan's hands. And Lingrong added, aside from this matter, I require your assistance with another issue. Danju responded affirmatively. Lingrong whispered to Danju, who nodded in agreement once more. On a particular day, when Wen Yi arrived at Yanqi Palace, she was accompanied by the third prince, Hongshi. Hongshi appeared somewhat displeased but still courteously greeted Lingrong and consort Fu Cha. I have come to the palace today to plead for the empress. But unfortunately, my father does not consent. Lingrong remarked, what a good child you are, albeit a bit foolish. When he interjected, consort Fu Cha's health has greatly improved. In the past, you were close with my mother. If she were aware, she would surely be delighted. Consort Fu Cha could barely recognize the child from years past and felt a sense of familiarity with Hongshi. Hongshi then turned to Lingrong. Consort Chun, you have always been close to the empress, and she has cared for you greatly. Currently, you are the most favored in the palace. If you could plead on behalf of the empress, the emperor would undoubtedly agree to release her from Jingren Palace. It was well known in the palace that the relationship between Consort Chun and the empress was strong. should she remain indifferent to the Empress's plight? It would likely lead others to perceive her as a cold-hearted individual. Consort Fucha, still grappling with Hongshi's words, finally grasped the last sentence. You speak nonsense. Lingrong is the best. Hongshi, flustered, replied, Consort Fucha, I do not mean to speak poorly of Consort Chun. What I meant was if Consort Chun were willing to plead for the Empress, outsiders would certainly commend her for her gratitude and loyalty. And Lingrong's gaze deepened. Oh, the Empress's kindness towards me has merely placed me as a tool in her hands, without any benefits for myself. The potions I have endured over the years have nearly ruined my body. Seeing that Lingrong's expression remained calm and seemingly unfazed, Hongshi prepared to continue persuading her. Lingrong's lips curled into a slight smile. Third Prince, it was your fourth brother who instructed you to say this. Was it not? Oh, how did you know, Consort Chun? But the fourth brother forbade me from revealing that it was his suggestion. Lingrong lowered her gaze, thinking him quite foolish. Hongli would certainly not believe that a few provoking words from Hongshi would lead Lingrong to recklessly risk offending the emperor by pleading for the empress. He merely intended for her to see the situation clearly. His third brother was a hopeless case. The fifth prince was raised outside the palace, and the emperor did not even grant him an audience. The third prince was foolish and could easily be manipulated, losing his chances of succession. The remaining two princes were Xinhuan's sons. If Lingrong were even slightly wise, she should not oppose Xinhuan. This was a caution from the fourth prince to Lingrong, a warning. Unfortunately, Lingrong at this moment most despised being warned from a position of superiority. A prince of humble beginnings. Merely because he had aligned himself with the emperor's favored consort, thought himself capable of dictating palace matters. Did he truly believe he had that right? Among the four princes, it appeared that the fourth prince was indeed the most likely to inherit the throne. And in her past life, he had done so. However, Lingrong had been granted a second chance. She would not allow events to unfold according to the trajectory of her previous life.
Chapter 39, Manipulating the Third Prince. Lingrong understood that the third prince was not particularly astute and that conversing with him required straightforwardness. Has the third prince ever considered what would happen if the empress were to leave Jingren Palace?
Hongshi was taken aback. The empress leaving Jingren Palace was just like before, wasn't it? And Lingrong, with an expression of genuine sincerity, spoke insincerely. The empress is kind-hearted and upright. When she was swayed by the Guergia clan, she questioned the identities of the sixth prince and the fourth princess. Later, it was confirmed that consort she had no improper relations with physician when the emperor was furious, and the empress was filled with guilt. After the empress was confined, consort she managed the harem adeptly, earning the emperor's repeated praise. In such circumstances, even if the empress were to leave Jingren Palace, with the 6 palaces in disarray and her having no power, burdened by guilt towards consort what could she possibly do? Hongshi fell into contemplation. He found some merit in Lingrong's words, but if he followed her reasoning, would that not mean the empress would never leave? Consort Chun, does that mean we should allow my father to keep the empress in prison indefinitely? And Lingrong's gaze was piercing as she fixed her eyes on the third prince, filled with expectation. Hongshi, under her intense gaze, felt a sense of responsibility weigh upon him and straightened his posture, eager to hear more from Lingrong. Whether the empress can be released entirely depends on you. Third prince. Me, he questioned. Consort Chi is pure and kind-hearted. When we first entered the palace, she took great care of us. Fu Cha, would you agree? Consort Fu Cha nodded in affirmation at the mention of Consort Chi. As their relationship seemed quite amiable, Hongshi did not comprehend why Lingrong suddenly brought up his mother, but hearing her nostalgic tone filled him with sadness. Lingrong, ignoring Hongshi's puzzled and sorrowful expression, continued, during her lifetime, Consort Chi cared deeply for you, third prince. Her greatest wish before passing was that you would win the emperor's favor. Afterward, you were raised under the empress's name, and she had high expectations for you. You are the emperor's firstborn and the only son under the empress. If you garner the emperor's favor, persuading him to release the empress will not be a difficult task. Hongshi finally understood. Yet comprehension did not translate into action. Consort Chun, are you suggesting that I should tell my father I wish to alleviate his worries? And Lingrong nearly rolled her eyes. You certainly cannot say that. Your father is in the prime of his life. He has no need for your assistance. The emperor's favorite trait was a diligent and earnest child. What you can do now is study diligently. Once you earn the accolades of your tutor, the emperor will surely notice your efforts. The third prince's face contorted. He knew Lingrong spoke the truth. His mother and the empress had both advised him similarly. Yet he simply was not cut out for studying. I know the third prince excels in horsemanship and archery, perhaps devoting less thought to academics. The third prince nodded repeatedly. Consort Chun truly understood him well.
However, as a prince, you must not neglect your studies. It matters not if you lack talent in reading, you must inquire of your tutor about anything you do not understand. As long as the tutor observes your diligence, the emperor will eventually see it as well. The third prince was exceptionally dull, and studying was beyond him, but his kind-hearted nature compelled him to strive for the empress. Lingrong did not expect him to achieve anything remarkable in his studies. Her intention was merely to use him to irritate the fourth prince. Among the three princes in the palace, the fourth prince had grown up in the Yuan Mingyuan, or he could not possibly compare to the bond between Hongshi and the emperor. Meanwhile, the sixth prince, raised by the talented consort, she enjoyed immense power and favor in the palace. The emperor placed significant importance on the sixth prince, visiting Yangshuo Palace frequently to see him. The bond between father and son was deepening day by day. The sixth prince was still young, and the emperor was in his prime. It was crucial for Hongshi to make a strong impression before the sixth prince matured. Even the slow-witted third prince grasped the situation. Rest assured, Consort Chun, I will do my utmost to demonstrate my progress, and then I shall request my father to release the empress. Lingrong smiled. The third prince was not her ultimate goal, the fourth prince was. You and the fourth prince are studying together. There must be some bond between you, and you can seek his counsel on certain matters. However, bear in mind that the fourth prince is also Consort Shi's child. His words and actions may not stem from sincerity, so you must exercise your own judgment. Regardless of the task at hand, one must always deliberate carefully. If you find yourself unable to make a decision, seek the counsel of Wen Yi. Third brother widened his eyes in disbelief. Did pure concubine imply that he was inferior to Wen Yi? Wen Yi's eyes crinkled with laughter. Compared to the brooding fourth brother, she preferred the straightforward nature of third brother. Rest assured, pure concubine, I shall keep a watchful eye on third brother, she declared. Third brother's eyes grew even wider. He was no fool. Why would he need an 8-year-old Wen Yi to look after him? Yet, he sensed that in Lingrong and Wen Yi bore him no malice, and though he harbored some discontent at their perception of his simplicity, he ultimately chose not to voice his objections. After third brother departed, Wen Yi animatedly recounted her experiences in the abode of the princes. The young girl radiated joy, clearly reveling in the life among the princes. In her early years, Chao Qinma had faced a difficult childbirth in the palace of Hua Fei due to the influence of Huani Xiang. And Wen Yi's health had remained fragile ever since. It was perplexing why Dowager Guifei did not allow the imperial physician to nurture Wen Yi after taking her in. Eventually, it was in Lingrong. With the consent of Yongzhang, who arranged for Qiao Yan to concoct restorative medicine for Wen Yi now, Wen Yi was as healthy as her peers. Upon hearing that Qiao Yan had moved to Lin Yuan, Wen Yi felt a twinge of disappointment. As dusk approached, Ba Wan reported that fourth brother had gone to Yangshuo Palace, his expression grim upon arrival and little improved upon departure. Lingrong's lips curled slightly. It seemed Shen Huan had expended considerable effort to soothe the suspicious and contemplative prince. Wen Yi, while engaged in paper folding with Lady Fu Cha, suddenly remarked, "This is merely the beginning." Lingrong gently tapped Wen Yi's forehead, acknowledging that this child, much like Chao Qinma, was both astute and resilient. However, she remained a child, and it was indeed a challenge for her to feign ignorance in front of Dowager Guifei. Children often harbor too many worries, easily becoming troubled. Thus, in Lingrong's presence, Wen Yi did not conceal her thoughts, and Lingrong allowed her to express herself freely. At such a tender age, it would be best for her to focus on her studies. As for other matters, I shall take care of them. Wen Yi's eyes reddened, and she buried her face in Lingrong's embrace. On the 7th day of the 8th month, as the Mid-Autumn Festival approached, the palace was filled with festive cheer. While a significant event transpired in the outer court, the former governor of Juzhou and Bihai was reported for embezzling a staggering 800,000 taels of silver. Since ascending the throne, Yongzhang had enforced frugality, and upon learning of Bihai's alleged corruption, he was furious and ordered Bihai's imprisonment during the morning court. When Lingrong received the news, she could hardly contain her laughter in disbelief. In her past life, Bihai had also been accused at this time. However, in that lifetime, the bulk of the alleged embezzlement occurred between March and June of that year. In this life, she had already secured Bihai's dismissal in February. Indeed, the timeline of bribery had shifted, yet the unfolding drama remained to be seen. Chapter 40. Indifference is unfilial regarding Bihai. And Lingrong felt no lingering paternal affection in her past life. For the sake of her mother, she had endured a forced pregnancy. Bihai not only escaped the charges of embezzlement but was also granted 100 taels of gold for his retirement. Had she not lost her child and succumbed to despair, Bihai might have truly enjoyed a peaceful old age in this life. Having come to terms with her mother's absence, how could she possibly protect Bihai? She had bided her time, waiting for this very day. Baowan, unaware of Lingrong's true intentions, misinterpreted her somber expression as concern for Bihai. Your Highness, do not worry too much. The Emperor dotes on you greatly and would not truly execute Lorden. Lingrong concealed her calculated gaze behind her long thick lashes, allowing herself a moment to gather her emotions before raising her tear-filled eyes. Baowan, witnessing the despair in Lingrong's expression, felt a pang of sympathy yet remained at a loss for words. Silently cursing Bihai for being a burden, Baowan had been by Lingrong's side since her entrance to the palace and was keenly aware of the hardships she had faced. Now that Lingrong had finally extricated herself from the queen's control, been granted the title of consort, and regained her voice and health, Baowan rejoiced more than anyone. Yet, if Bihai were truly convicted, the emperor would surely vent his wrath upon her mistress, which incensed Baowan. Baowan, accompany me to Yangxin Palace, and Lingrong instructed. Yes, your highness, but should you not change into simpler attire, in Baowan's view? Since they were going to plead for mercy, it would be best to dress modestly. Lingrong offered no explanation, turning into her chamber to add an extra layer of trousers beneath her formal attire. Particularly thickening the padding around her knees, she anticipated a lengthy period of kneeling today and needed to protect her legs. Once properly attired, Lingrong hurried to Yangxin Palace, with Baowan swiftly following behind. Upon arrival, Lingrong knelt silently on the cold ground. Baowan knelt behind her. Puzzled by Lingrong's choice not to plead for mercy, the head eunuch Gao Woyong grew anxious upon seeing Lingrong kneeling outside. He was well aware that his ascent in the court was due to Lingrong's assistance, whether intentional or not. He did not dare to become too close to the concubines. Unlike Su Peisheng, but if the opportunity arose, he would gladly reciprocate Lingrong's kindness. However, the gravity of the family's situation was immense, and with the emperor in a furious state, Lingrong's request for mercy could easily provoke his ire. Yet if she did not come, she would be deemed heartless. Gao Woyong paced back and forth. Before reporting to the inner court, Yongzheng was engaged in a discussion with Shen Huan regarding Bihai's case when he learned of Lingrong kneeling outside the hall. Neither crying for justice nor defending herself. He felt a mix of emotions. Lingrong had previously informed him that Bihai was easily swayed and that the family's concubines were greedy. Thus, he had dismissed Bihai from his post, yet, Lingrong had not mentioned how her father dared to embezzle such a substantial sum. Shen Huan observed Yongzheng's expression and casually remarked. Pure concubine often said that her father was cautious and merely sought to protect himself. It seems she believes there is some injustice at play, which is why she kneels outside to plead. Yongzheng's anger flared at the mention of injustice. She herself has admitted that her family's concubines are greedy. Bihai's guilt is evident, there are witnesses and material evidence against him, there can be no injustice here. Yongzheng was furious with Bihai, yet he sincerely cherished Lingrong. Would her extended kneeling injure her legs? If she were injured, how could she perform the dance of the rainbow garment in the future? Her health had never been robust. Yongzheng began to pace within the hall, ultimately stepping outside. Shen Huan's expression shifted, and she followed closely behind upon learning that Lingrong was kneeling outside Yangxin Palace. Xian Guoran wasted no time in rushing over. She had never liked Lingrong from the outset. Lingrong's background was inferior to hers, and she had no offspring, yet she had risen rapidly in rank. Not only had Lingrong been elevated, but Bihai, a mere 8th grade official, had also been promoted to the 4th grade governor by the emperor. Initially, Xian Guoran had relished Bihai's dismissal, but she was taken aback to discover that at the same time, Lingrong had been conferred the title of consort. As a longtime member of the young prince's household who had given birth to the grand princess, Xian Guoran was still only a noble consort. While the lowborn Lingrong, who had neither offspring nor virtue, had already achieved the rank of consort, how could Xian Guoran accept this? Pure concubine, dressed as you are, one might think you come to plead for your father. Those unaware might even believe you are here to attend to the emperor. In truth, Lingrong's attire was not extravagant, it was merely standard formal wear. However, the general expectation was that one would dress plainly when pleading for a guilty father. Lingrong, however, did not wish to be associated with Shen Huan due to her modest attire, which might provoke Yongzheng's displeasure. Ignoring Xian Guoran's cold remarks, Lingrong remained focused on her kneeling position. When Yongzheng exited, he beheld Lingrong's composed demeanor, which contrasted sharply with his expectations. Bihai's embezzlement of 800,000 taels is a crime deserving of the utmost punishment. I will not hold you accountable for his actions, as you are unaware, but should you dare to plead for him, I shall ensure he faces the consequences. Lingrong bowed her head, stating, Your Majesty, I have been away from home for 8 years.
And I am unaware of the changes in my father's character. However, I do know that Nbihai is first and foremost a subject of the emperor, and only then my father. If he has indeed committed such a grave error,
Your Majesty may dispose of him according to the law. I shall not intercede on his behalf, yet he remains my father, and if I remain indifferent, it would be unfilial of me. I kneel here to convey to your Majesty that there is no need to consider my face.
And to fulfill my last filial duty as a daughter, how can I be at ease while my father languishes in prison? By kneeling here, I hope to atone for his misdeeds. I beseech your Majesty to grant me the opportunity to kneel for 3 hours.
Xinhuan furrowed her brow, and Lingrong's tactic of retreating to advance was likely to touch the emperor's heart. Yang Zhang had anticipated that Lingrong would plead tearfully, yet he was taken aback by her composure and understanding. He stepped forward to assist her, saying, "The ground is cold. What if you harm your health?" And Lingrong looked up, a faint smile gracing her delicate features even as tears fell, softening Yang Zhang's heart further. Your Majesty's affection for me is deeply appreciated. However, this may be the last act of filial piety I can offer my father. I implore your Majesty to grant me this wish." Yang Zhang sighed and removed his outer robe, draping it over Lingrong's shoulders. "If you wish to kneel, then kneel. As for Nbihai, I shall not allow him to suffer excessively. And Lingrong replied, "No, in truth, you may impose punishment on Nbihai. The more severe, the better." "Thank you, your Majesty. Bring forth Dr. Qiao at once and ensure she attends to Chun Fei with utmost diligence, allowing no room for error," commanded Xinhuan. As she clenched her long nails into her palm, pain shot through her hand. She pondered when it was that Yang Zhang had begun to regard Lingrong with such importance. Xing Guiren gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Could it be that Nbihai's grievous misdeeds had no repercussions for Lingrong? Chapter 41, The Death of Nbihai. Upon returning to the hall, Xinhuan approached Lingrong, crouching beside her to gaze into her eyes. "A sister Chun Fei possesses remarkable cunning. With just a few words, she has evoked the emperor's compassion. I find myself truly envious. However, with uncle imprisoned, what if a rat were to bite him and he contracted a disease? What then?" And Lingrong contemplated silently. If Xinhuan could indeed eliminate Nbihai, it would save her considerable effort. Why would she Gui Fei say such a thing? Surely there could be no rats in the prison. Feigning innocence, and Lingrong appeared utterly unperturbed, incensing Xinhuan to the point of grinding her teeth. The mere thought that Lingrong would allow a rat to harm her father filled her with a murderous rage. "I hope that Sister Chun Fei will think likewise in the future." After Jean, she assisted Xinhuan in her departure. Xing Guiren followed suit, leaving Lingrong to remain kneeling straight as an arrow. She feared not that Xinhuan would report her. The young noble was long deceased, and there was no evidence to incriminate her. Yet, despite their long-standing enmity, she felt a twinge of guilt for unleashing a rat upon Jin Yuandao. However, guilt aside, given another chance she would act the same way again. Not on that day. The Empress had subtly suggested that she take action against Jin's family, resulting in Jin Huan's miscarriage, with the Jin family comprising mainly women aside from Jin Yuandao. If she did not target him, it would merely mean the demise of Madame Jin or Jin Yurao. When Xiao Yan arrived in haste, she beheld the sight of Lingrong's upright posture in prayer. Stifling her concern, she knelt to take Lingrong's pulse. Fortunately, Lingrong's health had been well managed. Otherwise, she would never have permitted such a risk. After kneeling for 3 full hours, Lingrong's legs felt as though they had been pierced by countless needles. Nevertheless, she maintained her straight posture, proclaiming loudly, "This humble servant is profoundly grateful for His Majesty's grace. I now take my leave." Yang Zhang, who had been anxiously awaiting her words for 3 hours, finally released a breath of relief. "Gao Woyong, prepare a soft sedan chair to escort Chun Fei back to Yanqi Palace." Gao Woyong felt a surge of joy within him. "Yes, Your Majesty." Xiaoyan first assisted Lingrong into the sedan chair before helping the nearly incapacitated Bao Wan to follow behind. "Thank you, Dr. Qiao. I can manage on my own," she insisted. Do not be obstinate. "I shall apply some medicine upon our return." Xiaoyan replied, "Thank you, Dr. Qiao." At the entrance of Yanqi Palace, Bao Kate sang air. And Fu Cha Guiren had been awaiting Lingrong's return. As Lingrong, pale-faced, descended from the sedan chair, Fu Cha Guiren burst into tears. Sang air felt overwhelmed, lamenting that her young master always brought trouble. Bao Kei supported Lingrong while discreetly thanking the lead attendant, slipping him some silver. The lead attendant, a foster son of Gao Woyong, now held a position in the palace akin to that of the previous Xiazi. He understood that their rise to power was entirely due to the favor bestowed upon Chun Fei by the emperor, although Gao Woyong had repeatedly advised him to maintain distance from the concubines. Whether out of gratitude or flattery, they would only seek to uphold the reputation of Yanqi Palace, never accepting Bao Kei's silver. "Miss Bao Kei, you are too courteous. It is the emperor's command that we escort the revered Chun Fei back." He then turned to Qiao Yan. Dr. Qiao, His Majesty has decreed that you must remain in Yanqi Palace tonight to ensure the safety and well-being of Chun Fei. This was precisely what Qiao Yan had hoped for. This humble servant accepts the decree. An Lingrong wiped away Fu Cha Guiren's tears. I am unhurt, however. Sang'er has heard that you knelt for quite some time. Hearing Fu Cha Guiren articulate her concerns so clearly, and Lingrong felt her legs ache less. That shall not happen again. Xiao Yan handed a medicinal ointment to Bao Ke for application on Bao Wan, then examined Lingrong's knees. Despite having placed cotton padding beneath, and Lingrong's knees were still bruised and swollen, what was the need to kneel for 3 hours? Your body cannot withstand such strain. An Lingrong munched on the pastries that Sang'er had brought earlier, her hunger evident. Do not worry. I know my own body. This act must be performed. Xiao Yan sighed, no longer wishing to press the matter. As the days passed, petitions against Bai Huai multiplied. His status as a royal relative rendered his misconduct particularly egregious, and thus a warning to others. With an abundance of evidence accumulating, Yang Zheng pondered deeply before ultimately sentencing Bai Huai to immediate execution, recalling Lingrong's remarks about the greed of his concubines. He added that all of Bai Huai's concubines were to be sold off. Yang Zheng specifically instructed Gao Woyang that this matter was to remain concealed from Chun Fei. However, that very afternoon, palace maids began gossiping outside Yanqi Palace. An Lingrong instructed Bao Wan to keep an eye out, then fell gravely ill. On the second day following Bai Huai's execution, one of his concubines, Xiao Yinyang, accompanied by her son Ling Xian, arrived at Shuntian Prefecture to seek justice. Her voice was filled with anguish, and Ling Xian cried bitterly, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Xiao Yinyang accused the prefect of Chuzhou, Lu Deming, of fabricating evidence of Bai Huai's corruption, thereby conjuring a grievous injustice against the infamily. No one knew how Xiao Yinyang and her son had traveled such a distance to cry out for justice immediately following Bai Huai's execution. Yet, the focus of public attention lay elsewhere. Bai Huai was indeed Chun Fei's father, a genuine royal relative. If even a royal relative could be unjustly executed, the implications were monumental. The populace buzzed with chatter, while the prefect of Shuntian dared not take on the case, for it was the emperor himself who had issued the death decree. Who could overturn it? When Dan Zhu relayed the news to Lingrong, she instructed Bao Wan to identify the palace maid who had spread the rumors. Under duress, the maid revealed the tale of Bai Huai's execution and Xiao Yinyang's arrival in the capital to seek justice. And Lingrong, who had remained in the dark regarding Bai Huai's plight, fainted upon hearing the news. The physician diagnosed her as being a month and a half pregnant. Yang Zhang was both surprised and elated. He calculated that on the day Lingrong had knelt for 3 hours outside Yangxin Hall, she had already been a month pregnant. Fortunately, the physician assured him that Lingrong's health was stable, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. From the moment she regained consciousness, Lingrong wept incessantly, and with the support of Dan Zhu, she knelt to implore a retrial of Bai Huai's case. Your Majesty, I know my father must have erred. Your execution is not unjust, yet, if there lies any hidden truth, the infamily could clear some of the stigma against them. Moreover, it was your Majesty who elevated him to the position of prefect for my sake. In recent days, Lingrong had been consumed by guilt for the wrongs he had done to the emperor. If even a hint of extenuating circumstances existed, it would alleviate some of her remorse towards His Majesty. Tears streamed down her face like rain on a pear blossom, one hand cautiously cradling her belly while the other clutched a handkerchief to wipe away her tears. Yang Zhang, witnessing her anguish, lifted her gently. You carry a child within you. For the sake of this child, I will uncover the truth. Thank you, Your Majesty. Soon after, Qiao Yan was summoned back to Yanqi Palace, until Lingrong safely delivered her child. Xiao Yan would reside within Yanqi Palace, prioritizing Lingrong's health above all else. The retrial of Bai Huai's case left the prefect of Shuntian in a state of bemusement. The evidence against Bai Huai's corruption had been irrefutable, which was why Yang Zhang had issued the death decree. In his eyes, this retrial was merely a formality to appease the newly pregnant Chun Fei. A mere act for show, yet, to his surprise, this trial unearthed numerous inconsistencies. Fearful of overstepping, the prefect of Shuntian called for a conference with the 3 departments. A succession of new evidence and witnesses was presented in court, transforming Bai Huai's case into a matter of intrigue. Chapter 42. The truth revealed. Bai Huai had indeed accepted illicit gains. However, he was timid by nature. During his 3-year tenure as prefect of Chuzhou, he had accepted bribes totaling 38,000 taels of silver. Moreover, these bribes stemmed from lenient sentencing in serious cases, without any clear instance of miscarriage of justice. Strictly speaking, the most he could be charged with was the confiscation of his assets.
which was hardly enough to warrant a death sentence. The true cause of Bai Huai's downfall was the 800,000 taels of silver, which had not been acquired during his term in office. Nonetheless, Bai Huai was not entirely blameless. He fell into a trap set by others, proving himself rather foolish. In February, following Bai Huai's dismissal, he faced a significant psychological blow, transitioning from prefect to commoner.
At just over 40, he was still in the prime of his life. In April, a merchant named Bao Yonli approached Bai Huai, calling him father-in-law and inflating his ego, having come from a merchant background. Bai Huai felt an immediate camaraderie with Bao Yonli. Once Bao Yonli gained Bai Huai's trust, he sought his assistance in being introduced to the newly appointed prefect. Lu Deming. Bai Huai repeatedly declined, asserting that he had only met Lu Deming during the handover and was not well acquainted with him. Bao Yonli, however, was overjoyed. "You have a connection with Lord Lu. His daughter is the esteemed Xan Guirin in the palace, ranking far below Chun Fei. If Lord Lu were to meet you, he would surely defer to you." Bai Huai, flattered by these words, was ultimately persuaded by Bao Yonli to seek out Lu Deming. As expected, Lu Deming adopted a very humble demeanor in Bai Huai's presence. The psychological impact of Bai Huai's dismissal, compounded by the flattery of the two men, gradually restored his confidence and even inflated his sense of self-worth. Thanks to this connection, Bao Yonli sent considerable amounts of money to the Yin family. Although Bai Huai had always been cautious by nature, Bao Yonli reassured him, "You are merely resting at home. This is a gift, not corruption." Bai Huai, convinced, thought to himself that this could hardly be considered greed. 2 months later, Bao Yonli approached Bai Huai again, proposing to undertake the repairs of the Chuzhou River, with the profits to be split between them. Chuzhou is a prosperous region, with annual expenditures on river maintenance amounting to 3 to 4 million taels. It is a well-known fact that river repairs are highly lucrative. The construction bureau of Chuzhou is directly overseen by the governor, and merchants often provide substantial benefits to the governor's office in hopes of securing contracts for river maintenance. However, such tacit arrangements are not to be discussed openly. In recent years, Governor Bihai was exceedingly timid and cautious, allowing merchants to bid openly for the river repair contracts, devoid of any underhanded dealings. When Bao Yonli expressed his desire to undertake the river repairs, Bihai inquired why he did not approach L. Deming directly, Bao Yonli awkwardly smiled, revealing that this year's contractor for the river repairs remained the Yang family from the previous year. Bihai understood that, in principle, river repair contracts are awarded annually through competitive bidding, yet last year's bidding saw fierce competition among several merchants. Ultimately, the Yang family secured the contract by underbidding others by 30%. With the stipulation that they would again be awarded the contract for the following year. It was not unprecedented to contract for 2 years at once. After discussing it with Lord Pan of the Construction Bureau, it was deemed feasible, thereby eliminating the need to seek a new contractor for this year's river repairs. While Bihai waved his hands in refusal, Bao Yonli asserted that he had already reached an agreement with the Yang family, providing them with compensation, and they were willing to relinquish this lucrative contract. However, since the Yang family had signed the contract during Bihai's tenure, transferring it to Bao Yonli required Bihai's signature. Treating it as though the Yang family had only contracted for 1 year, while Bihai remained conflicted, Bao Yonli had already won over his favored concubine, Yu, with a gentle nudge from Yu. Bihai consulted both L. Deming and the Yang family, both of whom assured him that there would be no issues. Caught up in the moment, Bihai, under their urging, signed a new contract dated from the previous year. L. Deming smiled as he stamped the governor's seal. Bihai had initially intended to amend the original contract with the Yang family to reflect a 1-year term, but was drawn away by the group to dine at a restaurant. In a state of inebriation, Bihai was unaware that he had affixed his seal to another document. Within a month, Bao Yonli delivered a profit of 700,000 taels to the Yin residents. And combined with the previous benefits given to Bihai, the total amounted to 800,000 taels. Soon after, the Yang family filed a lawsuit against Bihai during his tenure as governor of Chuzhou. Bihai had coerced the Yang family into awarding the river repair contract to the Sichuan and Shaanxi merchant, Bao Yonli. L. Deming summoned Bao Yonli to court, who firmly claimed to possess a signed agreement from Bihai, stating he was unaware of any other matters. Subsequently, numerous individuals came forward, accusing Bihai of corruption and bribery. When Bihai was brought to trial, he naturally proclaimed his innocence, the day after he was imprisoned. The sole attendant who could corroborate the events of that day drowned. On the third day, the confession he had signed, along with other evidence, was sent to the capital. In his confession, Bihai admitted to embezzling over 800,000 taels during his 3 years as governor of Chuzhou.
The account books detailing the embezzled funds were meticulously crafted. L. Deming and the inspecting officials who rushed from the capital indeed discovered bribe money hidden within the inn residence, thus, Nbihai was swiftly sentenced to death. What had initially appeared to be a solid case took a turn when Nbihai's concubine, Aunt Xiao, arrived in the capital with evidence, crying out for justice. Unfortunately, she arrived too late, and Nbihai had already been executed. It was only due to the protection of the household servant of the Karakan tribe's leader that Aunt Xiao and her son safely reached the capital, escaping death. The leader's daughter, Borjigit Danju, who was also a consort in the imperial harem, shared a sisterly bond with Nbihai's daughter, Chunfei and Lingrong. Lingrong's mother, Lin Xiu, had passed away in September of the previous year. But at that time, Lingrong had been recuperating from an illness and had not received any correspondence from home. It was not until July of this year that Lingrong learned of her mother's death. Nearly a year after Lin Xiu's passing. As a consort in the harem, Lingrong dared not indulge in excessive mourning. She could only beseech her friend Danju to burn her embroidered diamond sutra at her mother's grave as a token of her sorrow. When the servant of the Borjigit family arrived at Lin Xiu's grave, they fortuitously encountered Aunt Xiao and her son, whom they escorted to the capital. The evidence provided by Aunt Xiao was scant, consisting solely of the account books from the inn residence, personally penned by Nbihai. Having come from a merchant background, Nbihai's accounts were exceedingly detailed, each year's income and expenditures from the inn residence, along with their profits, were meticulously recorded. The origins of the 38,000 taels received during his 3 years as governor were also included. The accounts for each year were clear and without error. The 80,000 taels of bribes that Nbihai was accused of receiving were all documented in his account books, attributed to the same individual during the months of April to June of this year. Sent to the inn residence as gifts, referral fees, and profits from river maintenance. That individual was Bao Yangli. When the officials from the censorate traveled to Chuzhou to interrogate Bao Yangli, he narrowly escaped being silenced. Fortunately, Aunt Xiao had already enlisted the help of the Borjigit family to protect Bao Yangli as a witness. Subsequently, Bao Yangli, the head of the Yang family, and other victims who had pressed charges against Nbihai and the Chuzhou government were all brought to Shuntian Prefecture. Except for those who had already been silenced. After 2 months, the truth of the Nbihai case finally came to light. The mastermind, L. Deming, was imprisoned in the Shuntian Prefecture jail, awaiting the emperor's judgment. Upon hearing the news, Lingrong knelt once more outside the Yangxin Palace. Chapter 43, Lingrong's survival strategy. This time, as soon as Lingrong knelt down, she was pulled into the palace by Yongzheng. Her pregnancy had progressed for over 3 months, and the turmoil surrounding the inn family had taken a toll on her appearance. Her small, delicate face, once as clear as autumn water, was now marred by bloodshot eyes. She struggled to muster a smile, only to deepen Yongzheng's concern for her. Linger, do you blame me for wronging your father? And Lingrong shook her head. Your Majesty has not wronged my father. It is true that he accepted bribes. While his crime does not warrant death, it is nonetheless unforgivable by law. His demise was due to deception by others, who also deceived your Majesty. I harbor only resentment for those behind the scenes. I am grateful to your Majesty for agreeing to a retrial, sparing my father from departing this world with such a tarnished name. As she spoke, and Lingrong covered her face and wept bitterly. Yet I am still so heartbroken. I have lost my mother, and now my father is gone. I have no family left. Yongzheng felt both guilt and sorrow, embracing Lingrong tightly. Do not worry, Linger. I shall certainly provide you with an explanation. And Lingrong sobbed uncontrollably in Yongzheng's arms. In the case against Nbihai, the principal offender, L. Deming, was executed. The men of the L family were conscripted into servitude, while the women were all relegated to the status of official slaves. The favored consort Lingfeng, who was initially granted a white silk ribbon, was demoted to a concubine due to the intercessions of Jinhuan Jingfei, and the Grand Princess Shuhua, stripped of her title and confined for life in the Chuzhou Palace. The noble consort Duan Guifei was elevated to the rank of empress, while the management of the 6 palaces was entrusted to the consort Danju. Chunfei and Lingrong was promoted to Chun Guifei. Nbihai was posthumously titled the Earl of Anshuan, with the title inherited by his son, and Ling Xian. Upon the issuance of the imperial decree, and Lingrong sat in the courtyard, caressing her belly and gazing towards Songyang. The truths uncovered by the Shuntian prefecture were indisputable, yet the encounter between Aunt Xiao and the Borjigit family was no mere coincidence. When Aunt Xiao became pregnant with Ling Xian, she had been maliciously framed by Zhao Yingyang for infidelity. At that time, Nbihai favored Zhao Yingyang so much that he refused to investigate the matter and sought to punish Aunt Xiao severely. Lin Xiu, who had always been bullied by Zhao Yingyang and dared not speak up, Grateful for Aunt Zhao's years of care, stood before her resolutely. At that moment Lin Xiu, whose vision was unclear, was supported by the 9-year-old and Lingrong as they confronted Zhao Yingyang and her accomplices. Zhao Yingyang's methods were crude, consisting of blatant slander. Under Lin Xiu's questioning, the so-called witnesses were riddled with inconsistencies and contradictions. Thus, Aunt Zhao and her unborn child were spared. Unfortunately, and Bihai, in his foolishness, was easily swayed by Zhao Yingyang's words and came to believe that she too had been deceived. Consequently, Zhao Yingyang remained the mistress of the in-household. In the aftermath, Aunt Zhao, Lin Xiu, and Lingrong faced increasingly dire circumstances. It was only after Aunt Zhao gave birth to Linxian that her temperament grew bolder. Fighting for Lingrong's opportunity to inherit the family secrets of spice-making. Moreover, due to the utter lack of talent among Bihai's illegitimate children, he recognized his legitimate daughter's intelligence and entrusted all of the family's recipes to Lingrong. And Lingrong, quick to learn, developed several spice recipes that gained notable acclaim in Songyang. Regrettably, the profits from An family's spices never reached Lingrong. She could only use them to improve her and her mother's living conditions. During that time, she and Aunt Zhao conspired to persuade Lin Xiu to divorce Bihai. Even if it meant being cast aside, it would be better than enduring suffering in the household. However, Lin Xiu vehemently opposed this idea. Lingrong could not comprehend her reasoning. She possessed skills in spice making and embroidery, and she believed that leaving the family would undoubtedly lead to a better life. Soon Lingrong learned the reason behind Lin Xiu's refusal. The new recipes she developed were forcibly claimed by a wealthy merchant in Chuzhou, who happened to be a relative of the governor. The extent of Bihai's protection extended only to Songyang County. If Lingrong were to leave the family, she would be unable to safeguard those recipes even within Songyang County. After the recipes were taken, Bihai unjustly blamed Lingrong, believing that if she had not developed the new recipes, he would not have needed to plead with the county magistrate for a resolution. An innocent man suffers for possessing a jade. At that moment, Lingrong gained deeper insight into Bihai's coldness and the survival rules of this world. She realized that in order to survive, it was not enough to possess capability. One must also rely on more powerful individuals, even if it meant becoming a pawn in their game. Later on, Xiao Yan briefly returned to the inn residence. That year, at the age of 15, Lingrong found herself targeted by Zhao Yingyang, who persuaded Bihai to make her a concubine. Xiao Yan, in a fit of rage, killed Zhao Yingyang, intending to take Bihai along with her. However, due to the recipe incident, Lingrong worried that Bihai's death would only worsen Lin Xiu's plight. Thus, Bihai was allowed to live for several more years. Initially, it was believed that with the demise of Aunt Zhao, the lives of the few women would improve. However, the newly arrived Aunt Zhao proved to be no less formidable, with a mind as intricate and challenging as that of Aunt Zhao. At that time, Lingrong was already a candidate among the selection of beauties, intending to intentionally fail and return to Songyang to care for her mother. Yet, Aunt Zhao's influence altered her plans. Only by entering the palace as a consort would her father and Aunt Zhao dare not mistreat Lin Xiu. Bihai, wary of Lingrong's selection in the capital, knew well that only 5 daughters of officials were chosen from the entire Chuzhou prefecture. With such a promising daughter, should she gain favor in the palace, it could only benefit him. Therefore, Bihai was determined to secure Lingrong's entry into the palace, ensuring she lacked for neither silver nor garments. Unbeknownst to him, the 3,000 taels of silver he prepared for her were stealthily swapped by Aunt Zhao. By the time Lingrong and her attendant Aunt Zhao discovered this, they had already arrived in the capital. Left with no choice, Lingrong was compelled to sell the jewelry gifted by Xiao Yan to sustain herself in the capital. On the day of the selection, she concealed a special fragrance within her hairpin adorned with pearls. Yet, should the fragrance attract butterflies, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. She had meticulously planned to use fresh flowers as a disguise. But while searching, she inadvertently collided with the domineering Xia Dongchen. If such a person were to enter the palace, she would surely be bullied. Lingrong feigned humility to draw attention from the palace attendants. But to her dismay, they were reluctant to offend Xia Dongchen. Ultimately, Zhen Huan stepped forward, gifting her a begonia blossom, which conveniently spared her the trouble of plucking flowers for her hair after being selected. Zhen Huan welcomed her into the residence. Years of survival instincts told Lingrong that she must attach herself to Zhen Huan without outshining her. As Fang Ruo taught the palace rules, Lingrong's deliberate concealment of her talents made Zhen Huan appear even more astute. Lingrong keenly observed Fang Ruo's regard for Zhen Huan, which stemmed not solely from Zhen Huan's intelligence. Particularly when Fang Ruo mentioned Empress Chen Yuan, she cast a contemplative glance at Zhen Huan. Lingrong was unsure of the reason behind it, yet she recognized that Zhen Huan was the crucial ally she needed to support However, as mere young girls, despite her intentions of using Jin Huan, the sisterly bond between them grew stronger by the day. For a long time, Jin Huan became the sister and Lingrong cherished the most. Regrettably, after entering the palace, a succession of events transpired, and the leg she wished to cling to transformed from Jin Huan to the Empress, shifting their relationship from allies to adversaries. Fortunately, from this moment forth, she would no longer need to depend on others. An Lingrong would become the object of others' reliance. Xiaoyan leaned down to wipe away An Lingrong's tears, and Bihai has died, half of Ant's vengeance is avenged. And Bihai's life was transparently despicable, a truly contemptible figure, for in Lingrong, and Bihai was only of use in that fleeting moment of death. Trading in Bihai's demise for the emperor's guilt and the rank of imperial concubine was worth it. Yet if given the choice, she would gladly exchange all she possesses now for Lin Shou to still be alive. Chapter 44, Dying Isn't So Easy. Qiaoyan gazed in the direction of the palace, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. The Yin family was vindicated, and in Bihai's concubines, illegitimate sons, and daughters were all released without charges. They actually intended to remain in the Inshuanbor residence, foolishly hoping to ascend through her. An Lingrong's tone was as frigid as frost. Those who once humiliated my mother and me, I shall not spare a single one. Especially that you woman. Even if she yearns for death, it will not come easily. I shall ensure that she spends the rest of her life in remorse and suffering. A fleeting satisfaction crossed Xiaoyan's face before it was replaced with hatred. And then there was Ji Weisheng from the Astronomy Bureau. He must pay the price. As for Shen Meizhuang, her recent days have been quite difficult, ever since Shen Meizhuang learned that Wen Shichu was deliberately avoiding her, she fell gravely ill. Caillou had to visit the Imperial Hospital almost every day. When Shichu could not escape, making a trip to the Broken Jade Pavilion, returning with a darkened expression, as if he had been beaten. The next day, Qiaoyan went to the Broken Jade Pavilion, feigning casualness while making a few pointed remarks, and seeing Shen Meizhuang's haggard appearance brought her a sense of delight. Currently, the most troubled in the harem was not Shen Meizhuang but Shen Huan. Shen Meizhuang, due to the matters concerning Wen Shichu and Jinghe, inevitably grew resentful towards Shen Huan. Shen Huan had to consider Shen Meizhuang's feelings while also concealing the meetings between Shen and Wen. Meanwhile, the Fruit Prince was restless. After learning from Wen Shichu that Hong Lei and Ling Shi were his children, he repeatedly entered the palace, attempting to meet Shen Huan and the twins, sending Shen Huan into a state of trepidation. Yongzheng harbored unquenchable desires for Jin Yuro. After much contemplation, Jin Huan decided to send Jiang Xinyu into the palace to divert Yongzheng's attention, only to discover that Jiang Xinyu had gone missing. Jin Huan regretted her indecision regarding Su Peisheng, which had cost her the pawn that was Jiang Xinyu. Xan Guerin expressed her loyalty to Jin Huan, intending to use An Bihai to diminish An Lingrong's favor. But Jin Huan lacked the energy to engage, leading to numerous flaws in this life. An Bihai case, which An Lingrong ultimately overturned. However, because Jin Huan did not participate, the matter did not implicate her. Jin Huan was beset with many concerns. Huan Bai grew increasingly restless, and the fourth prince occasionally came to Jin Huan seeking reassurance. Duan Guifei Chiyu Bin was promoted to imperial noble consort to make room for An Lingrong. She benefited from An Lingrong's favor, and the initial wariness towards An Lingrong from Jin Huan and Wen Yi had considerably eased. To put it simply, aside from Wen Yi, there was no conflict between her and An Lingrong. Chiyu Bin and Jin Huan had initially come together for mutual benefit. As Jin Huan's influence grew, and with two princes at her side, Chiyu Bin naturally leaned towards Jin Huan in all matters. Yet now An Lingrong and Jin Huan both held the rank of noble consort, with favor not inferior to Jin Huan's, and behind her were the Fucha and Borjigin families. Should An Lingrong bear a prince, Jin Huan might not be able to outmaneuver her. Chiyu Bin, skilled in patience, would not easily take sides amidst the unclear situation. The day after Duan Guifei's promotion to imperial noble consort, Jishang sent numerous gifts to Yanchang Palace, expressing gratitude to An Lingrong for curing Wen Yi's scars. An Lingrong immediately sensed Chiyu Bin's intention to indicate that she would not interfere in the conflict between her and Jin Huan. This was a remarkable boon for An Lingrong. Chiyu Bin was astute and skilled in forbearance. Should An Lingrong truly confront her, she would undoubtedly face numerous subtle setbacks. Whenever An Lingrong thought of Chiyu Bin, she could not help but recall the equally shrewd and patient Chao Qinma, and she herself shared similar traits. What a fate Wen Yi had upon hearing Qiaoyan mention Ji Weisheng, and Lingrong's smile turned cold and cruel. Ji Weisheng, let him linger a few more days. Now, I am a favored concubine with child, that should instill sufficient dread in him for a while. The emperor has already permitted An Shao and Ling Xian to enter the palace to see me. An Xiao, after all, is a woman of the inner court. An Lingxian may not excel in studies, but he possesses a remarkable talent for commerce. Should he be able to hold his own, I might also gain some influence outside the palace. The inner palace traditionally does not allow men from the outside to enter, however, due to the injustice surrounding An Bhui's death and An Lingrong's constant worry that the An family's turmoil might affect her unborn child. Yongjing permitted An Lingxian, who was only 14, to accompany An Xiao into the palace to comfort the concubine's homesickness. When An Lingrong left Songyang, An Lingxian was merely 6 years old. She equally harbored disdain for each of her illegitimate siblings and had never shown An Lingxian any kindness due to his mother. An Xiao, moreover, ever since An Lingxian was born, An Lingrong spent more time in the An family's shop and had little interaction with him. An Lingxian had always been strong-willed and did not particularly favor his gentle and weak legitimate mother and sister, leaving their sibling bond almost non-existent. Yet, as An Lingrong departed Songyang, An Lingxian, as if foreseeing that his legitimate sister would surely be selected and never return, suddenly knelt before her. An Lingxian expressed that he knew his fate was tied to Lin Xiu. He lamented only his youth and inability to win An Bhui's favor like his brothers, but vowed that as long as he remained, he would ensure no one bullied Lin Xiu, putting An Lingrong at ease. Upon entering the palace, An Lingrong, devoid of favor, still sent back the silver she had saved to the An family, wishing to improve Lin Xiu's circumstances. Later, she received letters from home, 3 letters from 3 individuals. An Bhui insisted she must secure the emperor's heart. Lin Xiu wrote that her eyesight had recovered and due to An Lingrong's status, no one in the An residence dared to bully her anymore, urging her to take good care of herself. An Lingxian remarked that the items An Lingrong sent back would only benefit Anqiu and her ilk, and that it would only distress Lin Xiu, asking her not to send anything in the future. An Lingrong was momentarily taken aback by An Lingxian's bluntness. His words were too direct, unfortunately, due to the distance from Songyang to the capital and the heavy palace walls. An Lingrong's correspondence with her family was rather limited. Most of the letters she received were from An Bhui, urging her not to lose favor, while Lin Xiu advised her to take care of herself. Occasionally, there were letters from An Lingxian expressing regret over his lack of scholarly talent and his inability to uphold the An family through education. At the tender age of 10, An Lingxian began engaging with the An family's business. At that time, An Lingrong had just been elevated to a consort position and was greatly favored in the palace. Growing up around Lin Xiu, An Bhui was not overly harsh with him, allowing the child to accumulate quite a bit of wealth. He had intended to use this money, along with An Lingrong's influence, to redeem Xiaoyan. Unfortunately, the Liang family had taken Xiaoyan away to a distant place. Had Xiaoyan been able to return to the An family at that time, perhaps Lin Xiu would not have encountered misfortune. Before this year, the last family letter An Lingrong received was during last summer. An Lingxian wrote in the letter that their uncle from the Xiao family had regained his fortune through trade with foreigners and that he would soon accompany the Xiao family to Guangzhou. It was said that Guangzhou had many foreign missionaries skilled in treating difficult ailments. An Lingrong had been in the palace for many years, enjoying great favor, yet had never conceived. An Lingxian wished to see if the foreigners might possess effective remedies. Even though An Lingrong harbored no particular affection for An Lingxian, she was nonetheless moved by the letter. Shortly thereafter, due to celestial phenomena, An Lingrong found herself trapped and ceased to receive any correspondence from her family. Until her death and subsequent resurrection, within this illusion, An Lingrong could only behold those whom she cherished and despised, Lin Xiu, Xiaoyan, Zhenhuan, Yixiu, Yongzhang, and others. She remained oblivious to how An Bhui had been deceived. Nor did she know the fates of An Xiao and An Lingxian. However, with the decline of the An family, it was reasonable to surmise that both individuals met with unfortunate ends after her rebirth. An Lingrong was swiftly elevated to the status of a consort and re-established contact with the An family. In Chapter 45, An Xiao entered the palace when An Lingxian traveled to Guangzhou last year. Although he was under the care of the Xiao family, he was still not yet 13 years old. How could Lin Xiu rest assured? She insisted that An Xiao accompany him, originally a merchant woman accustomed to traversing the land. An Xiao later became a concubine to An Bhui after the Xiao family fell from grace. It was due to her experiences that she had escorted An Lingrong to the capital for the selection of candidates. An Xiao and An Lingxian spent over half a year in Guangzhou, and upon their return to the An family, they learned of Lin Xiu's passing. Everyone believed that Lin Xiu had succumbed to her worries for An Lingrong, leading to her melancholic demise. Only An Lingxian suspected that there was more to Lin Xiu's death than met the eye. However, the An family was firmly under the control of the Yu clan. And Ling Xian was unable to uncover any truths from October of the previous year until February of this year, and Ling Xian had written 5 letters to Lingrong, all of which were intercepted. It was only later that Lingrong discovered the letters had been withheld. She attributed this misdeed to Liang Duorui of the Imperial Household Department, not long after re-establishing contact with the Yin family. And Ling Xian wrote to inform her of a man named Bao Yangli, who seemed to be in close proximity to An Bihuai and appeared to harbor ulterior motives, based on Ling Xuan's description.
And Lingrong deduced the other scheme. She had initially thought that in this lifetime, the tragic outcome of Shen Meizhuang's difficult labor would not occur, and thus, the matter of Lingfeng's father concerning An Bihuai would be avoided. Yet, she soon realized that some individuals were determined to trample her down. Since this was the case, if she did not leverage this incident to achieve her own objectives, she would not be in Lingrong. And Lingrong instructed An Shao and Ling Xian to gather evidence while refraining from meddling in other matters. An Shao, initially reluctant to part with An Bihuai, aimed to dissuade An Bihuai from associating with Bao Yangli. And Ling Xian managed to persuade An Shao, revealing that he had uncovered the truth behind Lin Shou's death. Only then did An Shao resolve to watch An Bihuai step by step into the trap laid by others. In July, Ling Xian informed An Lingrong that the other party would likely act soon. An Lingrong sought out Dan Zhu, requesting her assistance to find someone to escort An Shao and her son into the capital while simultaneously safeguarding Bao Yangli. The most crucial witness, An Shao and Ling Xian were preparing to go to the Yingtian prefecture to voice their grievances. With An Bihuai's demise, the L family's downfall, and Lingfeng's imprisonment, and Lingrong was elevated. While Ling Xian became the Duke of Anshun, the concubines and illegitimate offspring of An Bihuai, seeking to survive under An Zhao's care, would receive their retribution, just as they had treated Lin Shou and her companions back then. An Shao would undoubtedly repay them in kind. As for Yu Shi, who had directly caused Lin Shou's death, she was a person whom An Lingrong had specifically instructed must not perish, with An Lingrong's pregnancy and her elevation to the rank of imperial consort. The Imperial Household Department sent another batch of young maidservants and eunuchs to her. Citing the need for rest, she chose to retain only 2 young eunuchs. One was named Xiao Zhuozi and the other Xiao Ruizai. In their previous lives, these two had been punished by Liang Duorui and subsequently consigned to serve in the Ministry of Punishments. Zhen Huan had used these two against An Lingrong, clearly indicating that no one was permitted to treat her kindly, thus causing everyone in the harem to avoid An Lingrong. Although Xiao Zhuozi and Xiao Ruizi were not particularly bright, they had not wronged An Lingrong in their past lives. And since they had brought her misfortune, she decided to keep them by her side this time. After all, she was clever enough, and having somewhat dim-witted companions suited her well. Xiao Zhuozi and Xiao Ruizi knelt in excitement, pledging their loyalty. An Lingrong, having come from humble beginnings, felt a measure of compassion for the eunuchs and maids, though she was less generous than Zhen Huan and Shen Meizhuang. However, since her promotion to An Pin, many had sought to serve in the Xianyi Palace, yet An Lingrong, being thoughtful and cautious, found it difficult to trust anyone and had not retained anyone, whether as a Pin or a Fei. But now, as an imperial consort with child, it would be unreasonable not to add personnel to the Xianyi Palace. During this selection by the Imperial Household Department, countless individuals vied to serve in the Xianyi Palace. Xiao Zhuozi and Xiao Ruizi felt immensely fortunate that among so many they had been chosen. They vowed to devote themselves entirely to the pure imperial consort. This past incident rekindled An Lingrong's displeasure. Now endowed with the authority to assist the 6 palaces, Dan Shu swiftly unearthed several discrepancies in the accounts of the Imperial Household Department, although most were issues left behind by the former head of the department. Liang Duorui's knowledge and concealment of these matters led to his punishment and removal. The newly appointed head of the Imperial Household Department, Duan Siwen, first sought to curry favor with Dan Zhu and subsequently pledged loyalty to An Lingrong through her. Duan Siwen, originally the deputy head of the Imperial Household Department, had never neglected the needs of the Xianyi Palace despite everyone else avoiding An Lingrong. Besides her bearing the dragon's offspring, he harbored a measure of sympathy for her. Before long, the day arrived for An Shao and her son to enter the palace. An Lingrong informed Sanger that the Fucha family could now take action. Xiao Yan concealed herself in the Imperial Medical Office during An Shao and her son's entrance. As her relationship with An Lingrong could not be known to others, the palace servants in the Xianyi Palace bowed to An Shao and her son. An Ling Xian, now 14, was a strikingly handsome young boy. Having traveled extensively since the age of 10, he had matured significantly compared to his peers over the past few years. You have worked hard caring for the consort. In the future, you must remain diligent. And Ling Xian stated as he distributed several money pouches, even giving one to Sanger, who served by Fucha Gairan's side. The palace servants rejoiced, remarking on the lack of support from the pure imperial consort's family. Now left with only a solitary widow and her child. To their astonishment, the young duke was so generous, distributing a heavy pouch of gold, a rarity in the palace. "Thank you, Duke," Anshao said as she helped Lingrong sit down. She gazed at Lingrong's pronounced belly, tears streaming down her face. When the lady was alive, her greatest wish had been to see her eldest daughter. With a child of her own, royal offspring were precious. Once a prince or princess was born, as long as the mother did not commit an unforgivable error, she would ultimately live a peaceful life. An Ling Xian, upon seeing Aunt Zhao's tears, grew anxious. "Aunt, what did we say when we came? All the misfortunes are behind us. The consort is now pregnant and must not be burdened with worries." At his words, Aunt Zhao wiped her tears with a handkerchief, forcing a smile that was more painful than crying. And Lingrong offered her no comfort. The ability to cry was a good sign, for the most challenging thing was to feel the urge to weep but be unable to do so. The three exchanged brief accounts of their respective situations. The Yin family had been conferred the title of Duke of Anshan and granted a small residence. However, the title of Duke of Anshan was merely nominal. And Ling Xian held no official position and received an annual stipend of only 300 taels, with no substantial foundation. If he wished to become on Lingrong's support, he would have to continue engaging in commerce. Fortunately, the Yin family's spices were indeed excellent, and everyone was aware that the Duke of Anshan's residence was the pure imperial consort's family. Despite his youth, and Ling Xian had yet to encounter any difficulties in business dealings. Observing in Ling Xuan's adept manner in dealing with others, and Lingrong felt a sense of satisfaction. The capital city was not like Songyang, it was filled with significant figures. You must be cautious in your dealings. The Yin family will rely on you in the future. I have numerous rivals in the palace, and those who cannot grasp me may target you. If you and Aunt encounter anything unusual, you must inform me. Upon hearing Lingrong mention rivals in the palace, and Ling Xuan's expression darkened slightly. He had heard about Lingrong's experiences in the palace last year. Do not worry about me and Aunt Consort. I am not the foolish and Bihui. Even if I cannot assist you much, I will never become a burden. In chapter 46, and Ling Xian continued, his gaze briefly sweeping over Lingrong's belly with the assistance of the Fucha and Borjigit families. I have also gained some manpower. For now, I may not require their services immediately, but sooner or later, these individuals will certainly become your support. Lingrong chuckled lightly. They were all individuals brought out by Lin Xiu. Possessing a keener insight than others earlier, when Fucha Guerin had sought her out, she had been drawn away by Sanger. Upon hearing that she had a guest, before leaving, she inquired why a Yen had gone to the Imperial Medical Office again. At that moment, and Ling Xuan's eyes brightened. "Aunt, I have something I wish to discuss privately with the consort. Would you mind stepping outside for a moment?" Aunt Xiao paused in surprise. "Oh, all right." After Aunt Xiao was led away by Bao Wan, and Ling Xuan's demeanor grew even more serious than before. Was the Yen that Fucha Guerin mentioned the cousin from the Chao family? And Lingrong nodded. "Yes, but our relationship must remain undisclosed to outsiders." And Ling Xuan's brow, which had been lightly furrowed, relaxed. "I understand. The emperor already has 4 princes. I was initially worried that someone might pose a threat to you. With your cousin by your side, I feel reassured. Consort, I am not a useless person kept at home. Over these years, I have traveled extensively and made numerous connections across various circles. A hint of pride flickered in Ling Xuan's eyes as he mentioned his acquaintances. This time, securing a reversal for the Yin family owes much to the support of the Borjigit family, but my friends also played an indispensable role. An Lingrong had heard Dan Zhu mention these matters. Her brother was indeed remarkable. An Ling Xian continued, whether it is the Fucha family or the Borjigit family, their capacity to assist you is limited. Some matters should be entrusted to me. Rest assured, I will act within my means and will never become a burden to you. And Lingrong once again burst into laughter. Very well, there is a matter I require you to attend to immediately. The esteemed J.W. Ishing from the Astral Bureau, I entrust him to you. Upon hearing the name J.W. Ishing, and Ling Xuan's expression shifted dramatically. He had been investigating the cause of Lin Xiu's death and was aware that Lingrong had once been confined to the Yanqi Palace due to a pronouncement from the Astral Bureau. They had claimed that imperial consorts with a surname containing the character Mu were ominous. If they intended to use Mu as a basis, why not simply state the names containing that character, and Biawa's name also featured Mu? Thus he could not place the blame solely on Lin Xiu, yet J.W. Ishing specifically mentioned surnames containing Mu, compounded by Su Peixing's remark that Pin's biological mother bore the surname Lin. which directly implicated Lin Xiao in her demise, with the case of An Bihua resolved, and Ling Xian, relying on his youth to avoid arousing suspicion, gathered a wealth of information in the capital. Subsequently, Su Peixing and J.W. Yixing remained within his purview. Su Peixing had already been ousted from the palace, making him an easy target for An Lingshuan's retaliation. However, regarding J.W. Yixing, he refrained from taking action hastily, as he was not well versed in the convoluted dynamics of the court and the inner palace. Now, with An Lingrong's directive, An Lingxian quickly devised a plan. Rest assured, Your Highness, I know precisely what to do. Upon learning that the An family's spice shop had officially opened, An Lingrong penned several formulations she had meticulously researched over the years. However, she distinctly marked one particular powder formulation. All these can be produced and sold at the shop, especially the Shuhen glue. I want you to expedite its notoriety. Although Jin Huan had already acknowledged the absence of issues with Shuhen glue before the emperor, and Lingrong preferred to be thoroughly prepared. Since the opportunity had arisen, she aimed to seal the last remaining loophole. Once Shuhen glue was available on the market, Jin Huan would find it increasingly difficult to assert whether the version containing musk in her possession was indeed a gift from An Lingrong. Should anyone dare to accuse An Lingrong of wrongdoing in this matter, it would undoubtedly be slander, and Lingxian accepted the list. Despite his lack of inherent talent in perfumery, his years of immersion in the spice trade allowed him to discern the quality of the ingredients at a glance. Particularly with Shuhen glue, which countless women yearned for. An Lingrong then pointed to the marked powder formulation. This one, find a way to send it to a powder shop in a distant locale, preferably in places like Tianjin or Baoding. Remember, this list originates from around the Spring Festival 6 years ago, transmitted from the palace. An Lingshuan's eyes sparkled with determination, already devising a plan in his mind. I know how to proceed. The An family has never seen this formulation before. 6 years prior to the Spring Festival, someone from the palace had indeed purchased this type of powder in Baoding. The shopkeeper had been puzzled, as the list for this powder had clearly been transmitted from the palace. Why then was it being bought from the outside? The seller and buyer of the powder were not necessarily of the same faction, a fact the shopkeeper could not ascertain. An Lingrong's lips curled into a smile. Her brother had, with just a mere hint from her, discerned her intentions. A true meeting of minds. Your Highness, does the buyer of the powder need to be identifiable? And Lingrong shook her head. This list is precisely the powder formulation that lured Songzi to the side of the noble Fu Cha. Much time has passed since then, and little can be uncovered now. However, the Empress remains, and she will inevitably emerge from the Jingren Palace sooner or later. I must muddle the waters before that occurs. The Empress has already lost the Emperor's trust, as long as I adamantly deny any wrongdoing. With a royal heir at her side, she has little to fear. Yet, she was still uncertain of her brother's capabilities and dared not complicate matters too much. It sufficed for him to extricate her from that year's predicament. The days spent together flew by swiftly. By evening, Xiao Yingyang and An Lingxian were preparing to leave the palace. Inform my cousin that Xiao Shoucheng, the eldest son of the Qiao family, has squandered his entire fortune gambling. The stepmother, Changshi, who once tormented her, and Xiao Xing are now living in destitution. An Lingshuan's words left An Lingrong momentarily stunned. I said you, it is I, but fear not, Your Highness, I would never gamble myself. It was orchestrated by a friend. An Lingrong understood that this friend must be one of the individuals he had referred to as part of the diverse social spectrum. Once I have money in hand, Mother instructed me to approach the Liang family to redeem my cousin, but regrettably, the Liang family was not in Songyang at that time. My cousin had been separated from my mother for years due to Xiaoxing. So I devised a scheme against Xiao Shoucheng. After An Lingxian explained, he suddenly leaned close to An Lingrong's ear and whispered, sister, take care. A pang of emotion surged in An Lingrong's heart, tears mingling with a smile. Take care. When Xiaoyan learned that An Lingxian had already orchestrated the downfall of the Qiao family 2 years prior, she laughed until her stomach hurt. When I returned to Songyang with the Liang family at the beginning of last year, I encountered Xiao Xing and Changshi. Indeed, they are in dire straits. They blocked me at the Liang family's entrance, hoping for a bit of food money. With such an unattractive appearance, their aspirations were rather grand. I didn't even give them a morsel of poison. I merely wished for them to continue descending into ruin. At that moment, I thought if I could find out who caused their misfortune, I would certainly bow in gratitude. Haha, seeing Xiao Yan laugh so heartily was a rarity, and An Lingrong couldn't help but join in. And Lingxian had executed this matter splendidly, yet, she wondered what extent J.W. Yixing's affairs could reach in mid-November. Rumors began to swirl within the capital. He Shangliang, the former Minister of Rights during the late Emperor's reign, was exiled to Shenyang Fort for grave disrespect. Among those banished were Yi Shangnan, the eldest grandson of the Yi family.
And He Bijou, the youngest daughter of the Yi family. At the time of exile, He Shangnan was only 6 years old, but the coroner responsible for his remains claimed that the body he prepared for burial had a bone age exceeding 8 years. Contradicting He Shangnan's age, the former Deputy Minister of Justice, Jin Yuandao, had once entrusted the care of a young eunuch, He Ming, in the old summer palace to someone. Last winter, He Ming was promoted to the chief eunuch of the imperial flower chamber. Seemingly under the influence of palace officials, oddly enough, those who had met He Ming believed he bore a striking resemblance to Yi Shangnan's father, He Qinghua. He Bijou had passed away shortly after arriving at Shenyang Fort. However, 24 years ago, someone in Baoding had seen a woman resembling He Bijou, heavily pregnant. Her name was He Mianyan. The man frequently seen with He Mianyan bore the surname Jin and was reportedly a court official. He Mianyan later gave birth to a daughter named Yuin, who bore a striking resemblance to the Jin surnamed man. 19 years ago, He Mianyan passed away, and Yuin was brought to the capital by the Jin surnamed man. Among the servants who had attended to He Mianyan in Baoding was a guard named Ding Daxiang, who was later purchased by the residents of Fucha Weidu. Coincidentally, the day before, Fucha Weidu had dined at Baoqing Tower at the invitation of colleagues, where Ding Daxiang recognized the fourth-rank ceremonial officer, Niu Hulu Lingzhu, as the very Jin surnamed man from those days. Niu Hulu Lingzhu's complexion turned pale as he vehemently denied the allegations, yet who among those present was unaware that Niu Hulu Lingzhu was the father of Ziguifei and, before his elevation, was originally named Jin Yuandao. Jin Yuandao and He Bijou had been childhood sweethearts. Had it not been for the calamity that befell the He family, they would have long since been wed. The Fucha family and the Jin family were at odds, leading Fucha Weidu to snort in disdain and leave the table. This incident occurred amidst the uproar surrounding the wrongful case of Nbihua. Thus few paid heed to this minor affair. Jin Yuandao himself harbored a sense of luck and hesitated to discuss the matter with his wife or daughters in the palace. Little did he know, the Fucha family would take over 2 months to thoroughly investigate the events of that time. After the case of Nbihua subsided, rumors regarding He Ming, He Mianyan, and Jin Yuandao spread like wildfire. Fucha Weidu submitted a memorial requesting a thorough investigation into the events of the past. Jin Yuandao fainted in the court, only to be mercilessly kicked several times by Fucha Weidu, who claimed he was feigning illness. Poor Jin Yuandao had endured much suffering in Nguta, and after being kicked by the martial Fucha Weidu, he spat out blood and truly fell unconscious. Yongjing punished Fucha Weidu, ordering him to carry Jin Yuandao back home and find a doctor to treat him. Fucha Weidu complied but remained insistent on clarifying the events of the past. Many officials echoed his sentiments. The decree for the He family's exile had been issued personally by the late emperor. If someone had engaged in subterfuge, it must be thoroughly investigated, whether by coincidence or not. Some time ago, Jin Huan had intended to adopt her maidservant Huan Bai as a sworn sister. Yongjang had long believed Huan Bai bore a resemblance to Jin Huan, and in hindsight, it was likely due to Jin Yuandao. In his heart, he was nearly certain that Fucha Weidu's claims were true, yet Yongjang found himself in a dilemma. Jin Yuandao had once been a contributor to the downfall of Nian Gangyo but was framed by Yi Min, leading to his exile in Nguta and subsequent suffering. After clearing his name, he was reluctant to regain his former post and instead occupied a position without power, leaving Yongjang feeling guilty, beyond Jin Yuandao's wrongful conviction. What troubled Yongjang most was Jin Yuandao's 2 daughters. Jin Yuandao's eldest daughter was his favorite Ziguifei. Jin Huan, his youngest daughter Jin Yuro, bore an even closer resemblance to Empress Chinyu. Yongjang had attempted several times to bring Jin Yuro into the palace, only to be thwarted by Jin Huan's various excuses. Jin Yuro had also explicitly stated her desire to be a wife, not a concubine, and was unwilling to share a husband with her sister. After much internal conflict, Yongjing hastily concluded the morning court session with a remark that the matter could be discussed later. Jin Huan, ever astute, quickly learned that someone from the previous court had suddenly attacked her father, accusing him of privately exchanging prisoners and keeping sinful daughters as concubines. Her legs weakened, and she fell heavily into her chair. The revelation of Huan Bai's identity left her alarmed. Who could possibly know such a confidential matter? Jin Shi, unaware of the underlying implications, continued to urge Jin Huan, asserting that there was no need to worry about unfounded accusations. Jin Shi, I'm feeling a bit unwell, please step outside for a moment. Distraught and overwhelmed, Jin Huan failed to notice the worry etched on Jin Shi's features. On this day, Jin Si initially intended to seek Jin Huan's assistance for Su Peisheng, yet upon observing Jin Huan's weary demeanor, she suppressed her words. Yes, Your Highness. Jin Si then commanded, bring Huan Bi here. Momentarily taken aback by the gravity of the situation, Jin Si's heart raced. she ultimately quelled her rising panic and complied, responding affirmatively before retreating when Huanbi arrived and listened to Jin Huan recount the events of the morning court session. She was nearly paralyzed by fear. "Your Highness, please save father. He is of advanced age and cannot endure further suffering." Jin Huan glared at Huanbi. "Huanbi, do you wish to bring ruin upon us all?" Huanbi clasped her mouth tightly, tears streaming silently down her face, unable to suppress her resentment. "It was you who suggested I seize the opportunity to recognize you as my sworn sister. That is why I could not help but call father dad, and in truth, he is indeed my father." Jin Huan spoke sharply. "If you wish to doom father, then go ahead and shout. Will you be satisfied knowing that all shall suffer because of you?" Huanbi dared not respond, merely shaking her head as tears flowed. Jin Huan, feeling a pang of compassion, grasped Huanbi's hand gently, her voice lowered. "Huanbi, you are my sister. Our blood ties shall not be altered by status. However, in this circumstance, I cannot acknowledge you as my sworn sister any longer. Those individuals are accusing father, yet they possess no evidence. It is nothing but slander. Should you become my sworn sister, and given your resemblance to father, they would inevitably deduce that the jade hidden of yesteryear is you." Huanbi's complexion turned ashen. "So, am I to be a servant for life? You have promised that I would become the second miss of the Jin family, and my mother's tablet would enter the Jin ancestral hall. I endured 3 years of hardship at Ganlu Temple for this promise, risking my life to accompany you back to the palace. Yet now you say I can no longer be a lady of the Jin family." Jin Huan felt a bitter pang within. "Huanbi, it is not that I am fickle, it is simply that father can no longer withstand such turmoil. I promise you, even if you are not a daughter of the Jin family, I shall ensure you a prosperous marriage in the future. I shall also find a way to honor your mother's tablet, and she shall not become a wandering soul." Huanbi wept profusely. "My mother only wishes to enter the Jin ancestral hall, and I only wish to marry Prince Guo. Your Highness, the prince is already aware of Hongi and Lingxi's identities. If he continues to seek an audience with you recklessly, it will surely bring ruin upon us all. He listens to you. Persuade him to take me as his wife. I can restrain him and prevent any impulsive actions." Jin Huan felt as if her heart were being torn asunder. "Given your current status, if you were to marry him, you would not even be considered a concubine." Huanbi shook her head. "I do not care. As long as I can be by his side, I am indifferent to everything else." "Sister, I implore you." Jin Huan felt a deep ache at being called sister, yet the thought of Yunli with another woman plunged her deeper into despair. Chapter 48, The Regret of Su Peixing. After being expelled from the palace, Su Peixing's life was not as dire as one might expect. As a confidant of the emperor, numerous concubines sought his assistance, and he reaped considerable benefits from their requests. He had wealth, a residence, and servants to attend to him, free from the worry of inadvertently offending the emperor and being cautious in his actions. In this sense, Su Peixing lived comfortably, yet, transitioning from the emperor's most trusted aide to experiencing the chill of neglect, it was impossible for him not to feel despondent. Furthermore, having left the palace, he found it exceedingly difficult to meet with Jinxi, and he was engulfed in regret daily. He quickly recognized that this was a form of retribution from Lingrong. Su Peixing loathed his past underestimation of her. His guiding principle had always been to be kind to others, yet he could not help but belittle Lingrong. A woman steeped in pettiness, rejected by the emperor on her first night, was destined to remain inconsequential in the palace. All he needed was to maintain a veneer of politeness. Besides being dismissed on her first night, it was Lingrong's refusal to die that caught Su Peixing's attention when he found himself in a predicament with Xia Xiazi. Xia Xiazi harbored a deep-seated hatred for Lingrong, who had previously humiliated him and had long contemplated the idea of using a bowstring to end her life. However, Su Peixing worried that if the emperor learned of their intentions, they would be deemed cruel. So he sent word to Suiyu Pavilion. Indeed, it was not long before someone from Suiyu Pavilion arrived. To Su Peixing's surprise, it was Lingrong. Despite her pale face, she insinuated to them that whether Lingrong died by suicide or was murdered was of no consequence. Once she was gone, Su Peixing and Xia Xiazi no longer hesitated. If the emperor pursued the matter, it would fall back on Lingrong. After Lingrong departed, Xia Xiazi used the prepared bowstring and mercilessly ended Lingrong's life. Yet, what significance did the words of a disregarded mean? Su Peixing had Xia Xiazi make a trip to Suiyu Pavilion, effectively placing the blame on the emperor's favored Guan Gairan.as for the exact words spoken by Lingrong. None paid heed, regardless of how tragic Lingrong's death might be. It was ultimately a scheme devised by Lingrong and Guan Gueran. Subsequently, Lingrong's father, Bihai, was ambushed while escorting silver rations to the northwest and imprisoned. The primary individual responsible for the delivery of the rations was Jiang Wenqing, the magistrate of Songyang County. After the incident, Jiang Wenqing fled with the silver, leaving Bihai to report the matter promptly. No matter who investigated, Bihai could not be sentenced to death. However, at that time, Lingrong had aligned herself with Jin Huan and Shen Meizhuang, inciting the jealousy of Yanqilan. Yanqilan advised the emperor to execute Bihai. As a trusted confidant of Yongzheng, Su Peisheng was acutely aware that the emperor had never intended to kill Bihai. It was merely a means to placate the Northwest Army. Thus, Jiang Wenqing faced execution. While Bihai was merely imprisoned, Lingrong beseeched Shen Meizhuang to intercede for Bihai. This presented an opportunity for Su Peisheng to curry favor with Shen Meizhuang, which he did not let pass. After some persuasion, Shen Meizhuang relinquished her desire to see the emperor and expressed her gratitude to Su Peisheng. As expected, the emperor, taking advantage of the opportunity provided by Jin Huan, warned Yanqilan against meddling in court affairs, and subsequently released Bihai. At that time, Su Peisheng's impression of Lingrong was that she was impulsive and lacked intelligence. It was no wonder she had not succeeded in her advances after nearly a year in the palace. However, he was taken aback when Lingrong unexpectedly captivated the emperor with her performance of golden thread garment. Over the next 2 years, from the lowest rank of a mere consort, Lingrong ascended to the position of a favored concubine. While others in the harem fluctuated in favor, although Lingrong was not the most cherished, she remained the most steadfast. Su Peisheng once relished the fact that he had concealed his disdain for her. He understood all too well that he and Lingrong were cut from the same cloth, both marked by insecurity and a propensity for vengeance. Reflecting on the past, Su Peisheng could hardly restrain his self-recrimination. From aiding Jin Huan's return to the palace to marrying Jinsi, he had witnessed Jin Huan rise to the pinnacle of power within the harem, and he began to grow complacent. The imperial astrologer Ji Weisheng mentioned to the emperor that there were ominous signs associated with certain concubines whose family names contained the character for wood. He immediately deduced that this was Jin Huan's maneuver against Lingrong. Whether or not Su Peisheng was involved, the emperor would ultimately discover that Lingrong's mother bore the surname Lin, thus fulfilling Jin Huan's plan. However, at that moment, he was too eager to suppress all of Jin Huan's adversaries, which led him to hastily accuse Lingrong's mother. Lingrong, a cold-hearted individual, had few whom she truly cared for. However, once someone touched upon her sore spot, it would be fatal. Su Peisheng never anticipated that Lingrong, even while trapped in Yanqi Palace and deprived of her voice, could still turn the tide with her ice dance. Yet even after regaining the emperor's favor, Su Peisheng remained dismissive of her. With Jin Huan's position in the palace firmly entrenched, how could a mere favored concubine without a title contend with the esteemed Shi Guifei? However, the subsequent events left Su Peisheng filled with regret. After Lingrong's dance earned her the title of concubine, she established connections with the Fu Cha and Borjigit families. Not only did she heal her voice with the assistance of a physician sent by the Fu Cha family, but she also elevated the previously obscure Borjigit noblewoman to the position of Shupin. At that juncture, Su Peisheng began to fear underestimating Lingrong, yet he remained puzzled as to how Lingrong had discovered his intentions to eliminate Guerjia Wenyuan. Regardless of his regrets about involving Lingrong's mother, it was all too late. Su Peisheng's remorse came too late. Externally, he appeared to live a life of comfort, but inwardly, he felt profound solitude. Fortunately, Jin Huan had specifically instructed Jinsi to meet with Su Peisheng every 10 days, which significantly improved his mood. Su Peisheng had once inquired of Jinsi when Jin Huan would take action against Lingrong. Given all the wrongs she had committed, Jinsi merely urged him to be patient. Not long after, he heard that Lingrong's father, Bihai, had embezzled 80,000 taels of silver and was reported. Su Peisheng felt a sense of vindication. However, his satisfaction was short-lived, as the case against Bihai was soon overturned due to Lingrong's pregnancy and the emperor's guilt. She was bestowed the title of Guifei. Her close companion Shupin was granted authority over the 6 palaces. The Yin family was ennobled as Shun Bo. Lingrong, having lost an unworthy father, gained numerous benefits had it not been for Lingrong's consistent display of filial piety. Su Peisheng might have suspected that this entire scheme was orchestrated by her. Nevertheless, in the following period, Su Peisheng lacked the energy to contemplate Lingrong's affairs following the resolution of the Yin family's issues. He encountered a series of misfortunes. First, a small estate he had previously acquired, which cultivated grains and vegetables and raised chickens, ducks, geese, and fish, all perished. Then, eerie cries frequently echoed at night around his residence. Su Peisheng harbored a skepticism towards the supernatural. However, the servants of the Su household were paralyzed with fear for over a month. they were subjected to intermittent nocturnal terrors, which left Su Peixiang utterly exasperated, yet he could not pinpoint the source of these disturbances. Ultimately, one of his rented shops faced a lease termination. Though the cancellation was indeed unfortunate, he had ample time on his hands and could sustain his livelihood through small ventures, yet his entrepreneurial efforts bore no fruit. And he found himself swindled out of a substantial portion of his retirement funds. Chapter 49. I am also his mother. Su Peixiang reported the fraud to the Shuntian prefecture, but despite his efforts, he could not apprehend the deceiver. He surmised that his diminished status, no longer serving as the emperor's eunuch, rendered him a target of neglect. In desperation, he confided in Jinsi, expressing a desire to seek assistance from Jin Huan. Jinsi initially intended to relay Su Peixiang's plight to Jin Huan, but upon learning of Jin Yuandao's sudden denunciation, she sensed Jin Huan's deep concern. Naturally, she could not exacerbate the situation at such a critical juncture. Jinsi, being astute, initially thought Jin Yuandao had been wronged, but upon witnessing Jin Huan's countenance, she realized that the matter was likely more than mere rumor. When she approached Huanbi, she deliberately broached the subject. Noting the unmistakable alarm etched on Huanbi's face, the allegations against Lord Fucha appeared, with high probability, to be true. Jinsi felt an intense frustration. The empress's father was truly foolish. It was said that the most obstructive father in the palace was that of Chen Guifei. Yet, how much better was the father of Shi Guifei? First, he offended his colleagues and was ensnared, leading the empress to a state of despair, compelling her to endure 3 years of hardship at Ganlu Temple despite her recent childbirth and lingering frailty. Then, due to his grave illness, the empress was forced to contrive a return to the palace while pregnant with the child of the Gui Junwang. The sacrifices made were not limited to the empress's bond with Gui Junwang, but also included the life of Cui Jinsi and the precarious fates of countless individuals aware of the truth. Now, another scandal emerged regarding the rearing of a criminal's daughter as a concubine. Alongside the revelation of an illegitimate child, connecting the dots, Cui Jinsi surmised that this illegitimate child was none other than Huanbi. Was there any father so reckless as to bring a concubine's daughter into the household to serve the legitimate daughter, only for the latter to introduce her into the palace? To make matters worse, the concubine's daughter was the offspring of a criminal. Cui Jinsi found it incomprehensible. She had met Madame Jin, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Empress Chen Yuan. Not only in appearance but also in her gentle demeanor. How could such a beautiful and tender woman end up with such a husband? It was widely rumored in the capital that Jin Yuandao, a junior official of the Dali Temple, remained steadfastly loyal to his wife, vowing never to take a concubine despite having only 2 daughters. Truly a farcical claim. In the Yuan Temple of the Xie Palace, Fucha Guoran cautiously caressed in Lingrong's abdomen. Lingrong, I recall there once was a child here. A pang of pain shot through in Lingrong's heart as she closed her eyes, suppressing her emotions. She had never regretted her past actions. Yet the absence of remorse did not absolve her of guilt. Perhaps your child yearned for you and has returned to your side through me. Fucha Guoran suddenly lifted her head, her eyes sparkling. Rover, you are right, it must be him. From now on, I shall also be his mother. An Lingrong covered the corner of her mouth, forcing a smile. He ought to call you Fucha Nyang Nyang, not so, Fucha Guoran insisted, her tone firm. Lingrong, I am the godmother, we shall raise this child together. He will call you Nyang and me Fucha Nyang. And Lingrong feigned reluctance, but Sister Danju has already claimed that role. This child has a godmother. Fucha Guoran, displeased, grasped in Lingrong's hand. That won't do. Danju resides in the Zhongsui Palace, which makes caring for the child inconvenient. We will raise him together. I am the godmother. Dear Lingrong, please agree. Just then, the door curtain lifted, and Danju entered. She warmed her hands by the stove before pushing Fucha Guoran's hand aside to warm her own. Had I known you would compete with me for the title of godmother, I should have instructed Xiaoyan to treat you more slowly, allowing the child to call you Shui Nyang before restoring your health. Fucha Guoran rolled her eyes at Danju. Yan is a kind person and would never do such a thing. Ronger, dear Lingrong, please agree. After all, I shall never have my own children. I will cherish him as my OWN. An Lingrong felt a sharp pang in her heart at Fucha Guoran's words. She wore a soft smile. You both are the child's godmothers. Let us not quarrel. If Fucha Guoran remained somewhat dissatisfied, feeling she could not compete with Danju. How wonderful it would be if Lingrong were to bear 2 babies. And Lingrong stifled a laugh, covering her eyes. Danju's heart stirred. Lingrong, you wouldn't. And Lingrong bit her lip and nodded, placing a finger to her lips in a gesture for silence. Danju quickly understood, and Lingrong's pregnancy had already drawn the attention of many, including the other consorts, and there were unsavory things sent by the princes. If it became known that she was carrying twins, who knew what chaos would ensue? Perhaps it was due to the recent concealment of pregnancies by 2 other consorts. And within Lingrong's delicate frame, no one suspected her of expecting twins. Danju glanced at the dim-witted Fucha Guoran, thinking it best she remain uninformed. Shi Guifei had gone to the Yangxin Palace that evening. It was uncertain how the emperor would react. Lingrong's brows flickered. The emperor will not investigate this matter. Danju was puzzled. Why not? Jin Yuandao indeed committed this act, why not pursue it? And Lingrong explained. Because the emperor is quite certain that Lord Fucha speaks the truth, and it is indeed true that he cannot investigate. Although Bijou was the daughter of a criminal, she was herself ensnared by her father's misdeeds. And Lingrong refrained from voicing her thoughts. The Yi family had shown great disrespect to the late emperor, yet had not been disrespectful to Yongzheng in the slightest. The current emperor harbored little affection for the late sovereign. A young woman sent to the frontier would undoubtedly suffer greatly. The emperor now coveted the second mission, and he was well aware of the hardships Jin Yuro endured due to her family's transgressions. Jin Yuandao merely rescued a woman from the flames. The emperor, priding himself on his deep affection, would only empathize with Jin Yuandao's actions. As for taking a concubine and having an illegitimate daughter, such matters were merely viewed as moral failings by men and did not constitute grave errors, since these issues were not deemed serious in the emperor's eyes, and given his guilt towards the injustice suffered by Jin Yuandao. Coupled with Jin Huan and Jin Yuro, he would certainly treat the matter with leniency. Danju felt a twinge of disappointment. So the Fucha family has labored in vain. Lingrong appeared unconcerned. It is not in vain. He Ming will undoubtedly meet his end. A few days ago, Shi Guifei sought to adopt Huanbi as a sworn sister. The chance is likely lost now as Jin Yuandao's career has reached its conclusion. It is a pity for Madame Jin. Everyone envies her for having a loyal husband, yet now it seems more like a jest. In regard to Jin Yuandao's shameful attempts at concealment, and Lingrong found it hard to discern who was more shameless, him or Bihui. After some contemplation, she concluded her father was indeed the more shameless, for Jin Yuandao would never mistreat his wife and children. Not long after Danju and Fucha Guoran departed, Xiaoyan returned from the Yangxin Palace. Since trying Xiaoyan's prescribed remedy, Yongzheng had not only shed considerable weight but also felt markedly invigorated, leading him to harbor the illusion that he could live for another 500 years. These days, Xiaoyan nearly visited him every other day to take his pulse. Shi Guifei dances beautifully. Was that the Jinghong dance? The emperor just called out Wanwan. No one in the harem dared to mention the resemblance between Jin Huan and Empress Chen Yuan. Yet, and Lingrong had long shared all her experiences since entering the palace with Xiaoyan. The moment Yongzheng uttered Wanwan, Xiaoyan stepped out. As she left the Yangxin Palace, she clearly perceived the restraint, resentment, and helplessness in Jin Huan's gaze. Chapter 50. The shameless scoundrel. And Lingrong never anticipated that Jin Huan would resort to the very means of courting favor that she had always scorned. All for Jin Yuandao. The women of the harem bore the weight of their family's honor in disgrace. Not everyone was fortunate like Danju, whose noble lineage afforded her a degree of protection even in the harem's trials. Most were compelled to desperately seek the emperor's meager affection to safeguard their families. Jin Huan had always enjoyed more favorable circumstances than others. Her beauty and intellect bore a striking resemblance to Empress Chen Yuan, granting her a significant advantage from the outset. Even when she fell afoul of the emperor's ire, she had Gui Junwang and Wen Shichu's devoted protection, as well as Shin Meizhuang's scheming and the unwavering support of Huanbi and Jinsi. Shin Huan had never truly faced a dead end, which was why she looked down upon Lingrong's unrelenting struggle for favor. Only when Jin Yuandao fell gravely ill and Ningguta and the Gui Junwang, who had once adored her, disappeared, did Jin Huan begin to learn the art of humility. In truth, even if Gui Junwang were lost, with Wen Shichu's affection, she could still be well taken care of. Regrettably, Jin Huan had never held Wen Shichu in high regard. She longed for a man's unwavering love while simultaneously desiring the power to protect herself and her family upon returning from Ganlu Temple. Jin Huan's mindset had transformed significantly after experiencing such dramatic highs and lows. Once she had been compelled to return to the palace for her family's sake, and she could have called it a mere necessity. Now, with Yongzheng not yet pursuing Jin Yuandao's accountability, Jin Huan found herself unable to remain still. Once one bends the knee, one finds it all too easy to bow again and again. Lingrong suppressed her reflections and remarked, "It seems Shi Guifei has other plans. Let us observe how things unfold." The following day's morning court session confirmed in Lingrong's suspicions. Jin Yuandao indeed fell ill and requested retirement, to which Yongzheng consented. Shortly thereafter, He Ming, the chief eunuch of the Yuan Minjuan flower chamber, tragically drowned in a well. Yongzheng, citing the advanced age of the Gui Junwan without a spouse, forcibly arranged for him to take Meng Jingxian. the daughter of the Duke of Pei, as his secondary consort, while Huan Bai, a maidservant beside the Ziguifei, was designated as Gui Junwan's concubine. It is said that prior to this betrothal, Gui Junwan had encountered Ziguifei in the imperial garden. And upon parting, his expression bore a resemblance to that of a corpse. When confronted with the arranged marriage, Gui Junwan vehemently refused to take a principal wife, resulting in the dignified daughter of the Duke of Pei. Meng Jingxian, being relegated to the role of secondary consort, upon hearing this news, and Lingrong could not help but lament the profound transformation of Jin Huan. However, this was to be expected, had Lingrong been in her position. She would have made a similar choice. Huan, by having achieved her desires, naturally expressed her boundless gratitude towards Shen Huan, obediently following her commands. With Huan by overseeing him, Gui Junwan was less likely to act out of control, thus temporarily securing the safety of Jin Huan and Hongzhou, as well as Lingxi. Lingrong understood Jin Huan's decision, yet Huan, by having entered the Gui Junwan's residence as a side consort in her previous life and having managed its internal affairs, was now merely a lowly concubine. It remained uncertain whether the esteemed daughter of the Duke of Pei could tolerate her presence. After settling in the capital, the Yin family established several shops, all of which thrived remarkably well. Among them, the Yin family's spice shop was said to earn a fortune daily, a claim not without merit. The shop offered not only spices but also shuhen blue, as well as floral water, snowflower cream, and honey powder imported from Guangzhou. Although still young, and Lingxian demonstrated considerable acumen in managing affairs, ingeniously applying various marketing tactics learned from foreigners. Products such as floral water, snowflower cream, and shuhen glue were sold on a limited release basis at astonishing prices, yet due to their exceptional quality, they were often sold out upon arrival, with influential backing and a generous spending habit. And Lingxian was quite well connected among the children of officials in the capital. On this particular day, he received an invitation from Wei Guangying, the young son of the esteemed counselor of the Tongshengsi, to dine at Baoqing Tower among a group of youths of similar age. There were also scions from the families of the chief and deputy astronomers. A year prior, the chief astronomer, Pang Kaiyuan, had fallen ill, resulting in the deputy Ji Weisheng appearing before the emperor, and thus the positions of the two were exchanged. This incident caused considerable discord between the Pang and Ji families, and unexpectedly, the young heirs from both families encountered each other today. Pang Zhengyu, the eldest grandson of the former chief astronomer and now the deputy, glared fiercely at Ji Ping, the youngest son of the current chief astronomer. Ji Ping, unwilling to be outdone, shot back a defiant glare at Pang Zhengyu. Sparks flew between the two, while the host, Wei Guangying, placed an arm around Lingxian and smacked his forehead, lamenting his lack of foresight. My apologies, Jiping and Zhengyu, you were both my friends. Let us bury the hatchet today. At merely 14 years of age, Pang Zhengyu was brimming with youthful vigor, and with a cold snort, he retorted, "Base scoundrel, I disdain to lower myself to your level." Jiping, being slightly older and aware that most of those present were not individuals his family could afford to offend, had no intention of prolonging the confrontation. However, a well-dressed youth suddenly burst into laughter, and his mirth proved contagious, causing nearly half the attendees to join in. The Astronomical Bureau was not a department of substantial power but was highly esteemed for its prestige. The populace held great reverence for celestial phenomena, and the chief astronomer was respected among officials. Both the late emperor and the current sovereign were known for their wisdom, promoting or demoting officials based largely on merit. Yet, the ascent of Ji Weisheng was marked by peculiar circumstances. Last autumn, the emperor had summoned Pang Kaiyuan to inquire about celestial events, but due to his sudden illness, Ji Weisheng represented him. This was not merely a matter of representation. Ji Weisheng subtly maneuvered to secure his position by undermining Pang Kaiyuan. Subsequently, Ji Weisheng ascended to the position of chief astronomer while Pang Kaiyuan was relegated to deputy. Such opportunistic tactics resonated with the emperor's suspicious nature but alienated other officials, which is why Pang Zhengyu's insult drew laughter from the gathering of aristocratic youths. Jiping's face flushed with indignation, eager to retort but at a loss for words. Wei Guangying interjected to smooth over the tension. All right, the purpose of today's gathering is to introduce you to my good friend." He clapped Lingxian on the shoulder, declaring, "This is my brother, Lingxian, the Duke of N. In truth, among the dozen or so youths present, half were already acquainted with Lingxian, and those who had not met him had certainly heard of his reputation. Regardless of the Yin family's humble origins, Lingxian was undeniably of noble stature. With his sister, the pure and noble consort, being a favored concubine of the emperor, the goods from the Yin family shop were indeed in high demand. "Pa, what do you mean my brother? Lingxian is clearly my brother." "I have known Lingxian far longer than you have." "Haven Tite Lingxian, What are you squabbling about? My sister was in the same palace as the pure and noble consort when you were still in your cradles. The last speaker was Fu Cha Boxing, the sixth son of Fu Cha Weidu, and the illegitimate brother of Fu Cha Peiyun, although Fu Cha Boxing was a son born out of wedlock. The Fu Cha family belonged to the Manchu Yellow Banner, and his father Fu Cha Weidu was a trusted minister of the emperor among those present, aside from Meng Yunzi, the legitimate grandson of the Duke of Pei. Fu Cha Boxing held the highest status. His words silenced the others as he warmly grasped in Lingxuan's hand, stating, "My legitimate mother has mentioned that my sister relies on the pure and noble consort's protection in the palace. Therefore, I must maintain a good relationship with you," and Lingxian Meng Yunzi, being the nephew of Meng Jingxian and the legitimate eldest grandson of the Duke of Pei, would not ordinarily be invited to such a gathering hosted by Wei Guangying. However, upon hearing that both Fu Cha Boxing and Lingxian would be present, he decided to attend. Chapter 51. The thoughts of the Meng family. Since her teenage years, Meng Jingxian had been resolute in her affection for Gui Junwang. Vowing to marry no one else, the Duke of Pei also harbored intentions to facilitate this union, which resulted in Meng Jingxian languishing in her unfulfilled desire for nearly a decade. Initially, the emperor's betrothal seemed to fulfill both Meng Jingxian's and the Duke of Pei's aspirations. However, it soon came to light that the arrangement was a result of Ziguifiai's intercession with the emperor, wishing to bestow her maidservant upon Gui Junwang, given that Gui Junwang had yet to marry at over 30 years of age. The emperor naturally could not restrict him to a single concubine, thus, Meng Jingxian found herself inadvertently betrothed. This revelation left the Duke of Pei with a bitter taste in his mouth. At the time, the scandal surrounding Jin Yuanda was making waves, and even the most naive could deduce that Huan Bai was the illegitimate daughter of Jin Yuanda and he Bijou. The fact that the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Pei was made a secondary consort had already unsettled him. But the notion of being linked to the daughter of a disgraced minister who had become a maidservant only compounded his humiliation, were it not for Meng Jingxian's insistence on the marriage. The Duke of Pei would have preferred to avoid this alliance altogether. Who could predict whether Huan Bai's past would resurface troubles? The Duke of Pei had also heard that before the scandal involving Jin Yuanda erupted, Ziguifei Jin Huan had even contemplated recognizing Huan Bai as a sworn sister. If Huan Bai had indeed become the sworn sister of Ziguifei, thus belonging to the Niu Hulu family as the second daughter, she might have found herself in a position equivalent to Meng Jingxian, as a secondary consort to Gui Junwang. Was it truly a matter of honor to be on par with the illegitimate daughter of a disgraced minister who had served as a maid for 2 decades? The Duke of Pei gritted his teeth in anger. He was infuriated with his daughter for her lack of ambition, having harbored an unyielding infatuation with Gui Junwang for 10 years, and now reveling in the prospect of being betrothed alongside Huan Bai. He was also enraged with the emperor for insisting on marrying Meng Jingxian to Gui Junwang alongside Huan Bai, which felt like a slap in the face to the Duke of Pei's family. Yet, while he felt pity for his daughter, he dared not express his outrage toward the emperor. Thus, his ire fell upon Ziguifei. Regardless of his anger, the Duke of Pei was more concerned about what awaited his daughter within the Gui Junwang's residence. Meng Jingxian was wholly devoted to literature and the arts. Although no longer young, she remained remarkably innocent. Huan Bai, being the sister of Ziguifei, could potentially pose a threat if Ziguifei chose to maneuver for her benefit. The empress was confined, and the imperial noble consort was rendered powerless. Thus, the only one who could rival Ziguifei was the pure noble consort, who naturally fell within the Duke of Pei's purview. While the Duke of Pei could not directly access the pure noble consort, his brother and Lingxian would always find a way to connect with her. Hence, Meng Yunzi's presence at today's banquet. Upon hearing Fu Cha Boxing's words, Meng Yunzi, unwilling to be outdone, squeezed past Wei Guangying and took a seat to Lingxuan's left. My aunt is also about to marry into the royal family, so I suppose I am related to Lingxian as well. Fu Cha Boxing chuckled. Indeed, we are relatives. You should call both Lingxian and me uncle. While Fu Cha Boxing's statement bore truth, both he and Meng Yunzi were 17 years old, 3 years older than Lingxian. How could they possibly address him as uncle? And Lingxian intervened. Aunties and uncles aside, they are not present. Let us regard ourselves as brothers. What need is there for such formalities? Meng Yunzi shoved Fu Cha Boxing playfully. Exactly, Lingxian is my younger brother. He then turned to Lingxian. Lingxian, be sure to reserve a few bottles of your Shu Hen Glue snowflower cream, and that floral water for me. My aunt is quite fond of your products, but they are so difficult to come by. As her nephew, I must make some gesture before she enters the Gui Junwang's residence. And Lingxian smiled and obliged, instructing his attendant to bring forth a number of exquisite small boxes.
He handed 2 boxes to Meng Yanzi, saying these can be used for washing hands, faces of bathing, and hair care. Your aunt will surely appreciate them. He then distributed a box to each of the other guests. This is the latest shipment from Guangzhou. Dear brothers, take these home for your female relatives to try out if they find them useful. Do consider supporting my family's business in the future. The eyes of the other youths sparkled with excitement. The goods from the Yin family were indeed treasures. What a beautiful box! The design is unlike any engraved wood box of the Qing dynasty. Most packaging in the Qing dynasty remained within the realm of wooden carved boxes. While some spice shops offered tin boxes adorned with pearls and gems, however, the tin boxes brought by An Lingxian were not only elegant but also featured vibrant oil-printed designs, devoid of any embossed texture, making them exceptionally vivid in color. Despite the fact that the young gentlemen present hailed from affluent families of officials, such a box was an unfamiliar sight to all except Fu Chaoboxing. This is clearly an item from the West. Ling Xian, you truly excel. My family possesses merely a larger tin box for pastries, yet you effortlessly produce a dozen or so. What is contained within? Soap pods, soap beans. It smells delightful, far more fragrant than the soap beans my aunt uses. An Ling Xian's eyes crinkled in a smile. This foreign item is called soap. Isn't it lovely? I must tell you, I gifted several boxes to my sister, and she adores them. The noble Fu Cha and consort Shu both desire some as well. Even the emperor uses this soap for his bathing and grooming. Upon hearing that the emperor and the concubines of the harem favor it, others' eyes gleamed with interest. An Shun Bo, what is the price of this item? We are all friends, just call me Ling Xian like Bo Xinggu. Yunze Gu and Guangying Gu, the young man who had initially addressed him as in Shun Bo, his face radiant with excitement, quickly corrected himself. Ling Xian, how much does one box cost? Not expensive, 20 taels of silver. That is indeed reasonable. Ha, I shall send my maid to an S shop shortly. I will also have someone go promptly, as an S spice shop is doing a booming business. If we delay, there may be none left. Amidst the clamor, Ji Ping wore a grim expression. 20 taels of silver for a bar of soap. Are these people made of money? The Qintianjian is a clear water office. Aside from the chief, others do not enjoy much profit. Ji Wei Shang was only promoted to chief of Qintianjian last year, and the Ji family's wealth is not as substantial as others. Pang Zhengyue's gaze flickered. He glanced at Ji Ping and then at An Ling Xian, who was being flattered by several youths, a glint of shrewdness in his eyes. An Shun Bo, I am slightly younger than you. May I call you Ling Xian Go? Among those present, he was indeed the youngest compared to An Ling Xian, and because of this youthfulness, his flattery bore no trace of insincerity. And Ling Xian smiled and nodded. Of course, you may. Pang Zhengyu, taking advantage of his youth, addressed him as Go, which only deepened Ji Ping's frown. Ling Xian, you have just arrived in the capital this year. You may not yet know of a significant event from last autumn. The moment Pang Zhengyu opened his mouth, Ji Ping sensed trouble. He attempted to intervene, only to be held back by Wei Guangying, who urged him to drink. An Ling Xian raised an eyebrow. If it pertains to events in the capital last year, then I am certainly unaware. Do enlighten me. Pang Zhengyu embellished the tale of Ji Wei Shang and An Lingrong's ill omen, narrating it with fervor. Ji Ping shot a glare at Wei Guangying, who was still gripping his arm, and cautiously turned his gaze to An Ling Xian. In the dim light, the shadow on An Ling Xian's face obscured his expression. He fixed his gaze on Pang Zhengyu, waiting for him to continue. Chapter 52. How dare you speak of others? Pang Zhengyu could distinctly sense An Ling Xian's displeasure, and he feigned a long sigh. Alas, the noble Chen Guifei has been trapped in the Yanqi Palace, enduring much disdain and torment. It is said that the Naiwafu has even withheld her salary, leaving her without a single basin of charcoal during winter. How bitter the winter in the capital is. Her voice has been nearly ruined by the cold, rendering her nearly mute until this summer. Rumor has it that during that time, even the lower-ranking concubines in the palace dared to bully her. Pang Zhengyu faltered, as everyone noticed An Ling Xian's clenched fists, his face a mask of suppressed fury. An Ling Xian was aware that An Lingrong had fallen from grace due to the ill omen, and he had anticipated that she would be looked down upon. He had written several letters to An Lingrong last year, all of which had gone unanswered, indicating her difficult circumstances, yet he had not anticipated that within the vast imperial palace, even a concubine's winter coal could be withheld. Aside from coal, there would certainly be food, clothing, and salary withheld as well. Who grants the Naiwafu such audacity? And Ling Xian could not restrain his tears. The reason they dared to bully a mere concubine was simply that the An family lacked influence. During his last visit to the palace, An Ling Xian had perceived that An Lingrong's voice was drastically different from before.
It seemed her voice had been damaged, and it was likely that it was only after cousin Xiao Yan entered the palace that she received treatment. During her period of disgrace, how much effort had his sister expended to reach her current position? Fu Chaobo Xing, due to his connection with the noble Fu Cha, was more aware of the palace's circumstances. Last year, due to Lingrong's fall from favor, even the noble Fu Cha's salary was curtailed. The Fu Cha family was unable to deliver even basic supplies. Later they discovered that the noble Fu Cha and Sang Heir had been huddled together under their blankets for warmth, the principal concubine. And Pin suffered even more, often enduring humiliation, with her blanket soaked by water. How bitter the winter in the capital is. Seeing the glimmer of tears in Ling Xian's eyes softened Fu Chaobo Xing's heart. Pang Zhengyu, do not speak further. Presently the noble consort's fortunes have greatly improved, and those who once wronged her will undoubtedly face retribution. Upon hearing the word retribution, Ji Ping turned pale. Ever since Shen Mei Zhuang was demoted, she had completely lost the emperor's favor. Though she was the mother of a princess, her name was absent from this year's excursion to the Yuan Minjuan. Ji Wei Sheng's ascension to chief of Qintianjian was due to Shen Mei Zhuang's influence. Fortunately, although Shen Mei Zhuang had fallen, there still remained the powerful Jin Huan in the harem, which eased Ji Wei Sheng's concerns. Little did he know that Su Pei Shang, the emperor's most trusted aide, had been expelled from the palace. The expulsion of Su Pei Shang seemed to have an Lingrong's hand behind it. Now when Lingrong had become a noble consort, although she lacked palace authority, her close friend, Consort Shu, held significant power over the 6 palaces. Furthermore, she was with child. Although Ji Wei Sheng tried to remain calm, he could not help but feel anxious. Ji Ping noticed Ji Wei Sheng's fear, yet felt there was no need for excessive worry. No matter how much the noble consort rises, she cannot extend her influence over the court, let alone beyond the palace. The infamily, though elevated to a marquisate, wielded no real power. However, despite the lack of fear, Pang Zhengyu's blatant revelation of last year's events still stirred some trepidation in Ji Ping. Ling Xin fixed his gaze on Ji Ping, his fists clenching and relaxing, ultimately settling into a calm demeanor. Since Lord Ji asserts that Lord Pang must scheme to maintain his position, then Lord Ji must be equally so. He currently enjoys a salary, holds authority, and relies merely on my sister's connections. How dare he speak ill of others, with a salary to sustain, and authority to rely upon, is a direct reference to Ji Wei Sheng's previous insinuation regarding Pang Kaiyuan, that one must scheme to secure their position. Zhengyu, are there truly so many coincidences in this world? It is merely the result of someone's deliberate machinations. If Lord Pang suddenly falls ill and loses his position to another, you must ensure that your grandfather investigates whether foul play was involved. His tone was frigid, laden with sarcasm. Ji Ping, infuriated, retorted, and Shun Bo, my father was appointed by the emperor as chief. Are you questioning the emperor? And Ling Xian huffed coldly, do not place such labels on me. My sister was first honored as a consort before being elevated to noble consort. You say my sister brings ill omens. I must inquire, what calamity has arisen because of her? Since my sister's elevation to consort, the noble Fu Cha, consort Shu the emperor, and the empress dowager have all enjoyed good health outside the palace. The realm is peaceful, and the seasons are favorable. Certainly this is due to the emperor's governance, yet it also indicates that my sister could not possibly bring misfortune. If the family suffers calamity, it is merely a frame-up. Though my father has sadly passed, his death unearthed treacherous individuals for the emperor. My family has been elevated to a marquisate. My father, though deceased, remains honored. Therefore, which calamity has my sister brought upon us? And Ling Xian stepped closer to Ji Ping, pressing him relentlessly. Ji Ping retreated until, in a panic, he fled outside. Ling Xian called after his retreating figure, Lord Ji, who climbed up by stepping on others, is truly a farce. Pang Zhengyu erupted in laughter, and Ji Ping nearly stumbled down the stairs. Ling Xian flicked his sleeves and returned to his seat, his anger still simmering. Fu Chaobo Xing and Meng Yunze flanked him, offering a few words of comfort. After a considerable time, and Ling Xian finally managed to suppress his anger, diverting the conversation as if nothing had occurred, regaling everyone with tales of recent happenings in Guangzhou. These youths were all natives of the capital, with the furthest they had ventured being the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions. They had never even encountered foreigners. At this moment, as in Ling Xian described the blue-eyed, golden-haired foreigners, the translucent glass beads, the long-distance binoculars, and the matchsticks that could ignite with a mere scratch, they listened with rapt attention. Pang Zhengyu observed in Ling Xian's eloquence, drawing admiration from others, and his own eyes flickered with intent. Meng Yunze glanced at Ling Xian, then at Fu Chaobo Xing and Wei Guangying, before casting a final look at the eager Pang Zhengyu.
a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This is rather intriguing. I in the Yanqi Palace, and Lingrong was cradling a warming stove, listening to Danju read. Recently Zhen Huan had been attending to the emperor daily in the Yangxin Hall, significantly reducing his visits to Yanqi Palace, allowing the few of them some rare leisure. Xiao Yan had mentioned that medical texts such as the Essentials for Raising a Daughter emphasized prenatal education. And Ling Xian had also written that Western nobles pay great attention to the fetus's feelings during pregnancy, claiming that by 4 months, one could converse and read to the unborn child. Terms like external manifestation leading to internal sensation and change arising from sensation were beyond in Lingrong's comprehension, yet she followed their advice nonetheless. However, Xiaoyan cautioned against excessive eye strain for pregnant women. So the reading was entrusted to Bao Wan and others. Danju, fearing that Bao Wan's knowledge might be insufficient and could harm Lingrong's unborn child, took over the task of reading to the fetus. The noble Fu Cha had initially been overjoyed at Lingrong's fetal movements, but upon hearing Danju's voice reading, she felt drowsy. She, however, was unwilling to return to Yixingchuan and instead chose to sleep in Lingrong's bed. Danju finished reading Shangled Qiming and took a sip of water to moisten her throat. Today, the Empress Dowager had once again instructed the Emperor to release the Empress, and it seemed that the Emperor was exhibiting signs of softening. And Lingrong had long anticipated this. The Empress had been confined for nearly a year and could not possibly remain so indefinitely. Before the sacrificial ceremony, it was inevitable that the Empress would be released. Chapter 53, No such thing as a father. Danju frowned, saying, once she is released, she will have to go to Jingren Palace every morning. I, at least, am not obliged to go, but what about you? And Lingrong's pregnancy was now nearing 5 months, and with the winter roads being slippery, it would be easy for someone to cause trouble, leading to potential complications. Do not worry, I can take care of myself. If it becomes unbearable, I will have Xiao Yan speak to the Emperor, and I shall remain in the Palace of Eternal Harmony to nurture the fetus. Yes, that would be for the best. If it comes to that, I shall accompany you. With me around, no one would dare to bully you. An Lingrong smiled and nodded in agreement, while An Lingrong was enveloped in warmth and joy. The atmosphere in Yangzhou Palace was far from pleasant. Early in the morning, Zhen Huan took Jinxi to Yangxin Hall. Huan Bai, who was to marry the Gui Junwang after the new year, had been obediently staying in Yangzhou Palace. Heedful of Zhen Huan's words. As a concubine, she could not even hold a wedding. She could only be carried into the Gui Junwang's residence in a small sedan chair. However, this was Huan Bai's own choice. And she was still filled with anticipation as she embroidered her bridal veil. Outside the window, 2 palace maids trimming the flowers were engaged in idle chatter. Sister, is it true that a maid from Yangzhou Palace has been bestowed upon the Gui Junwang? Sure, keep your voice down. This is the vicinity of Noble Consort's palace. Do not speak carelessly. I heard that Noble Consort went to Yangxin Hall early this morning, so there's no need to be so cautious. Sister, I want to know which maid is so fortunate as to become the prince's concubine. Do tell me. Alright, I have no choice but to relent to your pestering. The maid bestowed upon the Gui Junwang is a servant who grew up alongside Noble Consort. Her status is quite extraordinary. Extraordinary or not, how could the emperor personally decree that she become a concubine for a prince? The Gui Junwang is the object of desire for so many young ladies in the capital. How could this maid be so lucky? Huan Bai blushed at these words, for even the palace maids were aware of the Gui Junwang's merits. Let me tell you, you must not speak of this to anyone else. Rest assured, sister, I shall keep it under wraps. Not long ago, someone mentioned Noble Consort's father, claiming he had a bastard daughter with a criminal's daughter. I hear that it is that very Huan Bai. Huan Bai felt a surge of happiness. Although she could not claim her ancestry, everyone already knew she was the sister of the Noble Consort. In truth, she did not quite understand the Noble Consort's actions. The emperor had ceased to pursue her father's matters. Why could he not fulfill his promise? If she became a daughter of the new Hulu clan, she could become a side consort rather than a lowly concubine. Entering the Gui Junwang's residence as a concubine would require considerable effort in the future to attain the position she desired. Huan Bai continued to listen intently, somewhat melancholic. Is it possible, if Huan Bai is indeed the sister of Noble Consort, how could she possibly become a servant? What father would allow one daughter to serve another as a maid? Naming her Huan Bai, to call her a servant, is utterly degrading. I refuse to believe it. Huan Bai's face turned pale. No, her father did this to protect her. Yes, indeed, no father would act so. It must be a misunderstanding. Speaking of this, there was another matter. Have you heard? What? Himing, the chief eunuch in charge of the flower house at Yuan Minjuan, died in a well, and they say the circumstances were quite shocking. How could that be? He is a chief eunuch and wouldn't need to fetch water himself. How could he end up in a well? Isn't that obvious? He must have been silenced. Huan Bai suddenly stood up, exclaiming, He Ming is dead. He is the last descendant of the Yi family. How could he die? The noble consort had clearly stated she would not harm him. It must be those two little hussies spreading rumors. Huan Bai hurriedly dashed out of the courtyard, intent on confronting the two palace maids for the truth, yet those two maids had already departed. She hurriedly caught hold of one of them. Stop! What were you babbling about outside Yangshuo Palace just now? The maid, caught off guard, looked bewildered. Yangshuo Palace? We haven't been there today, the other maid chimed in. We just came from Chuanchi Hall. As soon as the two maids spoke, Huan Bai realized she had mistaken them. Despondently, she turned to leave, only to be intercepted by a woman clad in green. Looking up, she saw Yi Lanyi, her expression as frosty as the winter's ice, her gaze icy. Huan Bai felt a surge of displeasure. Yi Lanyi was of a lower birth than in Lingrong, merely favored by the emperor for her resemblance to Nian Shilan. What was so remarkable about her? Though she looked down upon Yi Lanyi, she still performed a proper greeting, for Yi Lanyi was now a noble consort. Why Yi Lanyi circled Huan Bai, her words as chilling as the winter frost. You are unworthy of the prince. Not even as a concubine do you deserve that title. I advise you not to enter the prince's residence. Should you bring trouble upon him, I will not spare you. Huan Bai's mood was already sour from the words of the two maids, and now being threatened by a horse-tameress daughter, she could barely contain her anger, remembering Yi Lanyi's feelings for the Guijunwang. Huan Bai retorted with sarcasm, Noble consort Ning, whether one is worthy of the prince or not is not for you to determine. I am the one designated by the emperor for the prince. Even as a concubine, I am one who can remain by his side, yet you, despite your infatuation, will never have the chance to stand beside the prince in this lifetime. Why Yi Lanyi's complexion paled slightly. Then she sneered, What does it matter if you stand beside him? Can you pull his heart to your side? Lowering her voice, she added, Forcing your sister's lover to remain with you, do you not find that tragic? Huan Bai, exasperated, shot back, You are simply envious of me. You desire this opportunity, yet it is still out of reach. After saying this, she turned to leave, leaving Yi Lanyi standing there for a long time. Baowan vividly recounted the confrontation between Huan Bai and Yi Lanyi, lamenting that she had not dared to get too close, thus unable to hear their words. An Lingrong, amused by Baowan's performance, felt her face ache from smiling. Baowan had indeed captured the expressions of both Huan Bai and Yi Lanyi perfectly. Why Yi Lanyi appeared beside Huan Bai because someone had informed her maid Alu that Huan Bai was Jin Yuandao's illegitimate daughter, also the daughter of the criminal He Bijou. She was bestowed upon the Guijunwang at the request of noble consort Shi. The emperor could not possibly be unaware of Huan Bai's identity. Why would he still assign her to the Guijunwang? If one day Huan Bai's identity were to be exposed, what would the prince do? Not to mention whether the emperor would seize the opportunity to create trouble or whether the world would mock the prince. Yi Lanyi was troubled for the Guijunwang. Huan Bai was not at ease either. The mere thought of the term servant filled her with humiliation and rage. Moreover, she needed to clarify the matter regarding He Ming with Jin Huan. Huan Bai stood at the entrance of Yangshuo Palace, waiting for Jin Huan's return, but after enduring the cold until her limbs were frozen, she still had not seen her. An Lingrong, having enjoyed the spectacle, now felt somewhat bored. The weather had been unfavorable lately, and Danju and Fucha Peiyun, concerned for her safety, had ordered her not to leave the Palace of Eternal Harmony, and she was nearly becoming ill from ennui. Fortunately, today marked Wen Yi's return to the palace. An Lingrong prepared the clothes, shoes, and warming pot she had arranged for her, eagerly awaiting Wen Yi's arrival. Before Wen Yi could arrive, Yongjing entered first. As he stepped into the room, he could not help but place his icy hand upon An Lingrong's abdomen. Chapter 54. Who wants to see the eighth prince? An Lingrong discreetly furrowed her brow, her hand resting on her belly. Feeling the chill even through her garments, Yongzhang, with a face brimming with delight, exclaimed, He moved, and Lingrong silently cursed, You foolish man, if he were uncomfortable, would he not move? Though displeased, she maintained a smiling facade. He must know that the emperor has come. He is in high spirits. Yongzheng gazed at An Lingrong's smile, his heart stirred. Jin Huan's current attire and makeup increasingly resembled that of Chen Yuan. At times, he even doubted if Chen Yuan had truly returned. This thought thrilled him, yet upon reflection, he realized that Jin Huan and Chen Yuan had begun to diverge more and more. The former Jin Huan bore a resemblance to Chen Yuan, but her talent and demeanor were far more similar. Now Jin Huan seemed to resemble Chen Yuan in appearance through her makeup, yet her aura and gaze were distinct. After a period of introspection, Yongjing felt ever more despondent. His Wanwan would never return. Even though Jin Yuro bore a closer resemblance to Chen Yuan, he could still clearly discern the differences between them. Bored, Yongzhang made his way to the Palace of Eternal Harmony. At this moment,
listening to Lingrong's voice, which echoed Chen Yuan's, and seeing her gentle smile and the twinkle in her eyes, he found himself momentarily lost in thought, although there was no resemblance, and Lingrong's gaze and smile were strikingly reminiscent of his Wanwan. Yongzheng wrapped his arm around Lingrong's waist. "Why are you still so thin? Is the food from the small kitchen unpalatable? Your Majesty, the food from the small kitchen is quite to my liking. I have even gained a little weight." I recall that at this time, noble consort Shi's belly was already this large. Yongzheng gestured as he spoke, then suddenly remembered something and corrected himself. However, she was carrying twins at that time, so it was normal for her belly to be large. Lingrong struggled to suppress her laughter. Xinhuan's large belly was not solely due to the fact that she was carrying twins. Dr. Chow had mentioned that her frame was slender, and it was normal for the fetal position to be slightly smaller than that of an average person, as long as the child was healthy. She felt reassured. Yongzheng nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, before her pregnancy, Lingrong had been as slender as a wisp of smoke. He assisted her in taking a seat and then picked up the book titled Yoshue Qianglin from the table. What interest could Romer possibly have in such a children's primer? And Lingrong's lips curled into a smile as she replied, "Ling Xian heard from the foreigners that prenatal education can enhance a child's intelligence. I cannot vouch for its truth, but it certainly does no harm, so I have made it a point to read to him for an hour each day." Yongzheng couldn't help but chuckle. Prenatal education, huh? The foreigners have so many novel ideas. Previously, when Ling Xian had gifted him soap and a pocket watch, he had found them superior to anything from the Grand Council. It was a pity that Ling Xian had little interest in governance. He was at a loss as to how to reward him. If the emperor is pleased, then it is Ling Xuan's honor. Why should we fret over what he desires? And Lingrong's playful banter put Yongzheng in good spirits, prompting him to take up the Yoshue Qianglin once more and read to her gently, his voice directed at her burgeoning belly. At that moment, when he arrived and was greeted by this heartwarming scene. "Greetings to your Majesty and to Empress Chun." Yongzheng was not particularly inclined to see Qi Yuebin, and consequently, when Yi, who accompanied him to Yanqing Palace, was rarely in his presence. However, when Yi was his firstborn after ascending the throne, and he cherished her dearly. When Yi arrived, "Has she grown so tall?" Yongzheng's expression softened with affection, causing Lingrong to feel a wave of sweetness. Was this truly the kind of sentiment a father could express? When Yi had intended to leave after inquiring about Lingrong but was persuaded to stay, "Your Majesty, when Yi is currently at the elder brother's residence, returning only every 10 days. I miss her dearly. Would it be acceptable for her to dine here before we send her back to Yanqing Palace?" Yongzheng, having seldom seen his beloved daughter, naturally agreed to share a meal with her. During dinner, both Lingrong and Yongzheng served Wen Yi, bringing tears to her eyes. Since she could remember, she had never experienced such nurturing from both parents simultaneously. Throughout the meal, Wen Yi, with innocent exuberance, recounted amusing tales from the elder brother's residence. Yongzheng nodded approvingly as she mentioned that the third brother had been performing admirably recently, and that the fourth brother was favored by the Grand Tutor. He had indeed received reports from the elder brother's residence indicating that both brothers had shown commendable behavior. "The Grand Tutor informed me that Hongsher has been spending considerable time with Hongli. He may not be academically inclined, but learning from Hongli would serve him well." When he nodded eagerly, "Your Majesty, rest assured that the third brother and fourth brother share a close bond. Just the day before yesterday, the fourth brother mentioned taking the third brother to visit eighth uncle." "Your Majesty, who is eighth uncle? I have never met him." Yongzheng's expression darkened. "What did you say? Who intends to visit the eighth prince?" And Lingrong's heart sank. This was an event that was not supposed to occur for another 2 years. Yet it had surfaced prematurely. It seemed that the third prince had indeed made considerable progress recently, prompting the fourth prince to feel threatened and to act swiftly against him. When Yi, appearing anxious, said, "Your Majesty, please don't be angry. I shall not inquire further. Please do not be upset with Wen Yi." The little girl's pale visage still bore a hint of adoration for her father, which made it difficult for Yongzheng to express his ire. And Lingrong gently patted Wen Yi's back. "Wen Yi, your father is not angry with you. Do not be afraid, Your Majesty. Let us eat quickly. It will be unappetizing if it cools." At that moment, Yongzheng could hardly pay attention to Lingrong. The mere thought of his two sons intending to visit his political rival ignited a fury within him. "Wen Yi, tell me, what exactly is going on?" Wen Yi bit her lip and eventually recounted the events in a hushed tone. The day prior, the Grand Tutor had praised the third prince for his significant improvements. The third prince had told Wen Yi that soon he would be able to plead with the emperor to release the empress. The fourth prince had stood behind the third prince and Wen Yi. wearing a peculiar expression before pulling the third prince away. Once they were gone, Wen-yi remembered that she had something else to say to the third prince and chased after them. Upon catching up, she overheard the fourth prince suggesting a visit to eighth uncle. The third prince had looked shocked, exclaiming, "You dare to visit eighth uncle? Aren't you afraid of being seen?" Wen-yi felt that the conversation was no longer suitable for her ears and refrained from approaching. The fourth prince remarked that eighth uncle had been stripped of his title and imprisoned, living a fate worse than death. It was indeed pitiable. They were the emperor's own brothers, and should they plead for eighth uncle and 14th uncle before the emperor, it would preserve the emperor's legacy, preventing accusations of fratricide. After finishing her recounting, Wen-yi cautiously added, "Your Majesty, the third brother and fourth brother truly have your best interests at heart in wanting to see eighth uncle." Upon hearing Wen-yi's words, Yongzheng stood abruptly, his jade bracelet clattering heavily onto the table. Wen-yi, frightened, clung to Lingrong. "Empress-chun, did Wen-yi upset his majesty?" And Lingrong rose, gently patting her head, casting a worried glance at Yongzheng. "Your Majesty, the third brother and fourth brother are still young and kind-hearted. They must have been incited by someone. Please do not take it to heart." Incited by someone? It is indeed so, but only the foolish third prince is the one being incited. With that, he seized the bracelet and strode away. It was not until Yongzheng had been gone for quite some time that Wen-yi released her grip on Lingrong, the previous fear vanished from her visage. And Lingrong instructed Bao Wan and Bao Ke to stand guard outside. "Wen-yi, why did you speak so in front of your father?" Chapter 55. Wen-yi's early wisdom. Wen-yi grasped Lingrong's hand. "Empress-chun, do you think Wen-yi is particularly wicked?" And Lingrong's heart softened, and she tenderly stroked the girl's delicate hair. "I know Wen-yi is a good child, however, you are still very young. It is best not to involve yourself in such matters too soon." Wen-yi's eyes brimmed with tears as she gently rested her head against Lingrong's belly. "I grew day by day while inside my mother's womb. Did I not?" And Lingrong sighed softly, realizing that the sharp wit of Chao Qinma had been inherited entirely by Wen-yi. If only Wen-yi were older, this wisdom could serve as her foundation. Yet, at merely 8 years of age, such precocity would only bring her distress. Although the third prince was somewhat dim-witted, he was indeed a caring older brother, since Wen-yi had entered the elder brother's residence. She had grown closest to the third prince, after being persuaded by Lingrong to first gain the emperor's approval before requesting the release of the empress. The third prince had been diligently striving forward. He might not grasp the Grand Tutor's teachings, yet he maintained a respectful demeanor, seeking clarification from the Grand Tutor and the fourth prince whenever he found himself perplexed, although he remained confused after their explanations. It did not hinder him from establishing an image of diligence. In contrast to the clever but overlooked fourth prince, the emperor favored the third prince, whom he had cherished since childhood. Besides the third prince, the sixth prince, the biological son of Jin Huan, also left the fourth prince feeling uneasy. Although Jin Huan repeatedly assured him that she would treat both sons equally, the fourth prince remained insecure. At this moment, Lingrong had become pregnant and was elevated to the position of noble consort. The fourth prince, by instinct, believed that Lingrong was carrying a male child. Most of the undesirable things that had been sent from the elder brother's residence had originated from him. However, he was astute and skilled at winning people's favor. A significant portion of the palace maids and eunuchs in the elder brother's residence had been swayed by him. The clues that Lingrong and Danju managed to uncover ultimately pointed to the clumsy third prince. This was also why Lingrong had refrained from exposing the matter. The fourth prince was indeed a formidable opponent. His plan was to eliminate Lingrong's unborn child if possible, but if that failed, to use Lingrong to suppress the third prince. Unfortunately, Lingrong had never fallen for his schemes, and the third prince continued to move about freely before the fourth prince. As the year drew to a close, the empress was certain to be released. Once released, it would be exceedingly difficult to confine her again. Moreover, the third prince was the legitimate son raised under the empress's name, making him more rightful than anyone else. Naturally, he was the one the fourth prince most desired to eliminate. With the third prince's intellect, the fourth prince only needed to set a trap, and he would willingly walk into it. Alas, the fourth prince's schemes collided with Wen-yi's awareness. The situation was certainly not as coincidental as Wen-yi had presented. She was aware of the fourth prince's private meeting with the third prince and had drawn information from the latter. "Empress-chun, I know the third prince is not suited to be emperor, but I cannot bear the thought of the fourth prince on the throne either." Lingrong felt a mix of bitterness and frustration. This child's precocity made her wonder if she too had returned from a previous life. Yet, Lingrong understood that Wen-yi was indeed still the same child. "Wen-yi, how do you know so much?"
When Chao Qingma passed away, when he had been barely 4 years old, how could she remember so many details? I have always remembered my biological mother. I even recall Empress Hua before my mother passed. She held my hand tightly and told me she had misplaced her trust in others. She also warned me that upon her death, I would surely be entrusted to either noble Lady Duan or noble Lady Jing for raising. She urged me to be obedient and to consider myself their daughter. 2 Tears slipped from Wen Yi's eyes. In time, I indeed became the daughter of noble Lady Duan. She treated me well. Yet when noble Lady Hui approached her concerning my illness, noble Lady Duan hesitated only briefly before consenting. They did not know that I had not truly fallen asleep. I was merely pretending to avoid facing noble Lady Hui. They even spoke of my biological mother, calling her treacherous, ungrateful, and insatiable. Later, when I was ill and could not shake off my fever, noble Lady Duan kept apologizing while holding me. I knew she cared for me. But she would never prioritize me as my own mother would. Empress Chun, is my mother truly as wicked as they say? And Lingrong wiped away Wen Yi's tears. In this palace, there are no absolute heroes or villains. It is all merely a struggle for survival for oneself and for those one cherishes. When he choked back her tears as she spoke, Aunt Lingji said the same. Aunt Lingji, and Lingrong finally comprehended why. At such a tender age, when he possessed such profound knowledge, after the demise of Hua Fei, her 2 maidservants, Songji, perished in loyalty, while Lingji vanished without a trace. Unlike Songji, Lingji remained almost invisible by Hua Fei's side. Her appearance unremarkable and far less favored than Songji. Following the revelations of Hua Fei's misdeeds by Chao Qingma, everyone in Yikuan Palace was subjected to severe torture. In a rush, Hua Fei had arranged for the already committed Songji to leave Yikuan Palace, sparing her from brutal punishment, yet Lingji seemed to have been entirely overlooked by all. She neither entered the Ministry of Justice nor reappeared in public, as if she had never existed. But now, when he spoke of Aunt Lingji, when he gazed at Lingrong, her face a portrait of anguish and conflict. Your Highness, she implored, Aunt Lingji said that Madame Hua treated you poorly in the past. But she is deceased now. Might you refrain from directing your ire toward those who were close to her? And Lingrong began to harbor doubts regarding Wen Yi's intentions for this visit. In addition to delivering some ill tidings to the 4th prince, was she also conveying Lingji's goodwill? Could it be that Lingji had her sights on the prince? When my grievances with Hua Fei and myself are merely a matter of humiliation, not a vendetta. Were Hua Fei still alive, I would undoubtedly repay her for the insults she heaped upon me in the past. However, with her death, my resentment has long since dissipated, not to mention Lingji, who bears me no malice, even Songji, who once treated me with disdain. I do not hold on to such pettiness. When he felt a wave of relief wash over her. Your Highness, I was genuinely worried that you might come to dislike me for my association with Aunt Lingji. And Lingrong couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, foolish child. Wen, where is Lingji now? How did you come to meet her? Aunt Lingji is at the laundry bureau. I do not know how she got in. As she refuses to say, last year, when I fell ill, she brought me clothes, and I am uncertain if Duan Yang was aware of her existence. After I recovered, I sought her out at the laundry bureau. But alas, she was far too busy with endless piles of laundry and bedding, and we exchanged hardly a few words. An Lingrong sighed, realizing that they had indeed said very little. This Lingji was far more astute than Hua Fei and Songji. Seeing that Lingrong was truly unperturbed by her presence, Wen Yi happily engaged her in conversation. Meanwhile, the Empress Dowager Qiyuebin had been waiting for nearly an entire day for Wen Yi to return, and having received no word, dispatched Jixiang to the Yanqi Palace. After Jixiang's departure, Qiyuebin's eyes were red with suppressed tears. Wen Yi was the child she had painstakingly acquired. The celebration of Wen Yi's first birthday in the Yuan Minjiwan. The moment Qiyuebin laid eyes on the child, she knew she wanted her. That day she had also encountered Jin Huan, and with a mere glance she recognized that Jin Huan could assist her in avenging herself. Chapter 56. I will not cause any more trouble. Qiyuebin recalled the past, feeling momentarily lost. That year, Nian Shilan had conspired against Jin Huan by framing her with tapioca flour, and she had intervened to rescue Jin Huan, thereby earning her favor. Later, at the scene where Fu Cha Guoran was knocked to the ground by Sungzi, she found a fragrant powder box. Qiyuebin was acutely aware that Fu Cha Guoran's miscarriage was orchestrated by the Empress. Yet at that time, her hatred for Hua Fei was profound, and her feelings for Wen Yi began to blossom. To possess Wen Yi, both Hua Fei and Chao Qingma had to be eliminated. Thus she took the fragrant box and openly befriended Jin Huan, while subtly implicating Hua Fei and Chao Qingma as the true culprits behind Fu Cha Guoran's miscarriage. Coincidentally, Jin Huan, awakening from her confusion, deduced that Chao Qingma was the one who had pushed her. Had Jin Huan not been discovered to be pregnant, she would have been deemed responsible for Fu Cha Guoran's plight rather than a savior.
Chao Qinma's maliciousness had drawn Jin Huan's ire, and a tacit understanding had formed between them. Subsequently, she revealed her affections for Wen Yi to Jin Huan, who promised to help her secure the child. When the Nian family fell from grace, the emperor was reluctant to execute Nian Shilan. Jin Huan administered a potent poison to Chao Qinma, urging her to suggest the assassination of Nian Shilan.
In due course, Nian Shilan was cast into the cold palace, meeting her demise against the walls. Chao Qinma, too, was secretly eliminated for her proposal. Qi Yuebin finally obtained the beloved Wen Yi. She held a genuine affection for the child. But having never borne a child herself, her care for Wen Yi paled in comparison to Chao Qinma's attentions. Last year, when Shen Meizhuang approached her with plans to drug Wen Yi, she hesitated. Yet she vaguely sensed that Shen Meizhuang's venture might lead to Jin Huan's return to the palace. The Nian family, whom she despised, had perished, but the empress still lacked a counterbalance. After a brief moment of indecision, she acquiesced to Shen Meizhuang's request. However, Qi Yuebin never anticipated that the skilled physician Wen Shichu would administer such a potent remedy. When Wen Yi fell into an unrelenting fever, she regretted her decision. Fortunately, Wen Yi emerged unscathed. Otherwise, she would have found it impossible to forgive herself. Yet after her recovery, though Wen Yi remained as obedient and understanding as ever, there was a palpable distance that had grown between them. Initially, Qi Yuebin did not dwell on it, believing that a child could be easily soothed. It was only this year that Lingrong unexpectedly gained the privilege to interact with Wen Yi. It was then that Qi Yuebin realized Wen Yi seemed to favor the introspective Lingrong far more than her, who had nurtured her for 4 years. Given a second chance, she would never again wager Wen Yi's well-being. After Wen Yi was taken away by Ji Xiang, and Lingrong sent someone to the laundry bureau to attend to Lingji, since she was someone Wen Yi cared for, and Lingrong did not mind extending her care. However, she did not plan to meet Lingji just yet. She had a premonition that Lingji would bring unexpected rewards but also considerable troubles, until the child was safely born, and Lingrong wished to avoid any unnecessary complications. She was no longer the isolated figure of her past life. Many matters no longer required her solitary planning. In Yangshou Palace, Huan Bai, her eyes reddened, reproached Jin Huan for having killed He Ming to silence him. Jin Huan felt utterly weary. She had exerted herself to devise strategies for her father and Huan Bai's sake. She had even forced herself into the very role she had once loathed. Jin Shi, filled with sympathy, observed Jin Huan. Miss Huan Bai, your current status is no longer what it used to be. You cannot speak and act as you did before. The Empress has labored tirelessly for your benefit. Jin Shi, Jin Huan's loyal aide, had guessed the truth behind Huan Bai's identity. As Jin Huan, seeking to learn more about Empress Chen Yuan, laid everything bare regarding Huan Bai, though Jin Shi had already suspected as much. Jin Huan's trust moved her deeply, intensifying her concern for Jin Huan. A father who prided himself on his deep feelings yet cast his burdens upon his daughter, a sister who acted impulsively, unable to grasp her sister's struggles, a prince who held unwavering affection for the Empress but faltered when it came to matters of the heart, and the fourth prince, who was sensitive and insecure, constantly in need of the Empress's comfort and encouragement. Even Hui Guoran, who had always shared a close bond with the Empress, had recently begun to offer her cold shoulder. The only one who consistently prioritized the Empress, obediently following her every command, was Wen Shichu, yet he was not the one the Empress cherished most. Jin Shi assisted Jin Huan into a chair. Huan Bai scoffed, bitterly remarking that she was originally the second miss of the Jin family. Yet her father had bestowed upon her a name befitting a servant. Jin Huan had previously promised to acknowledge her as a sworn sister, which had already diminished her status, yet she had no better alternatives. So she consented. It now, however, that sisterly bonds seemed lost. Even Cui Jin Shi was able to admonish her. Jin Huan, upon seeing Huan Bai's expression, realized she was once again throwing a tantrum, suppressing her own impatience. She grasped Huan Bai's hand. On such a cold day, how could you stand outside for so long? Your hands are freezing. Huan Bai sulked, remaining silent. Huan Bai, because of this incident, father has been compelled to resign. Our family cannot withstand any more turmoil. This matter must reach a conclusion. You must remember, you have no ties to the Yi family, although you have married into the Guo family as a concubine. I assure you, on your wedding day, I shall ensure you are married with great fanfare. Once you have established yourself in the Guo family, we will find a way to gather the remains of the Yi family members. At that time, we can choose a discreet location to build a tomb for the He's and arrange for an orphan to be placed under the Yi family name to guard their spirits. Ensuring your mother has someone to rely on in death. Jin Huan's plan was not particularly sound. The Yi family had been treasonous, and even if a tomb were erected, it could not bear the name of the Yi family.
Yet Xin Huan was mentally and physically exhausted these days, and her primary concern was to stabilize Huanbai's eyes brightened, as long as the remains of the Yi family were still intact. It would be possible to find a family with the surname Yi, offer them some benefits, and erect a tomb in their name later. However, all of this depended on her establishing herself in the Guo family. At least attaining the status of a side consort, yet the prince had no affection for her. Achieving the rank of side consort or even primary consort would undoubtedly require Xin Huan's assistance. Your Highness, I understand. I will not cause any more trouble. Upon hearing Huanbai finally relent, Xin Huan exhaled in relief. She sighed inwardly, recognizing that while the Empress excelled in many respects, her leniency toward Huanbai was a flaw. In years past, she had known full well that Huanbai had erred, yet she merely offered verbal warnings, followed by efforts to placate Huanbai with favors, allowing her to become increasingly oblivious to her own mistakes. Now it remained unchanged. In the Yangxin Hall, Yongzheng coldly observed the third and fourth princes who had come to pay their respects. Initially, the third prince merely greeted Yongzheng, saying nothing further, but as the fourth prince rose, the third prince hastily knelt down in a flurry. Yongzheng inwardly scoffed at this fool. This son was feeble, lacking in talent, yet he was indulged at every turn. No matter how foolish the third prince may be, he was still his son. Before the third prince could speak, Yongzheng took the initiative to address him. Upon hearing that you were to visit the Zhangrenfu to see Yunfei, the third prince was momentarily taken aback. His father, the emperor, appeared rather displeased. Was he still expected to plead on behalf of 8th uncle and 14th uncle? The fourth prince clenched his fists tightly, wondering if the emperor had already uncovered his schemes. Why did he cast a glance in his direction? His gaze was somewhat frosty. At the onset of my reign, your 8th uncle and 14th uncle made every effort to obstruct me, showing me nothing but disrespect. The emperor said Hongli had grown up in the Yuan Minjuan and perhaps lacked full awareness of such matters. Yet, Hongsher, you witnessed it all firsthand. Chapter 57. The anxious Ji Weisheng. Yongzheng glanced at the third prince and noticed a flicker of concern on his face, which slightly improved his mood. The sorrow etched on the fourth prince's features was far more evident, prompting a cold snort from Yongzheng within. I did not instruct you to take pleasure in their misfortune. Yet here you are, visiting those who once harmed me. Truly you are a fine son. The fourth prince covertly cast a glance at the third prince, hoping he would speak in defense, thus easing their father's displeasure. Allowing him to step in and smooth things over. Had Wendy not previously suggested that he assist the third prince in gauging the emperor's mood, the third prince might have rushed forward to explain and plead. However, with Wendy's words in mind, the third prince, despite his usual foolishness, sensed something amiss. Wendy advised that if the emperor rebuked him, he should kneel and admit his fault. Before the third prince could decipher the meaning behind Wendy's words, he had already knelt. Your Majesty, please do not be angry. We were merely speaking of it. We have not yet gone to see 8th. Just as the words 8th uncle were about to escape his lips, the third prince suddenly spotted Gao Woyong behind the emperor, frowning deeply and subtly shaking his head. With the rare moments of clarity that came to him, the third prince quickly improvised and altered his words. We have not yet gone to see Yunfei. Yongzheng, initially enraged by the third prince's incomplete statement, felt his ire diminish significantly upon hearing the third prince refer to 8th brother as Yunfei. The fourth prince's back was drenched in cold sweat. His plans for the day had likely unraveled. Without further calculations regarding the third prince, the fourth prince knelt as well. Your Majesty, I acknowledge my faults. This matter should not be blamed on third brother. The fault lies solely with me. Earlier, someone informed me that the sinner Yunfei is your kin, and now that he is confined in the Zhangrenfu, it may lead to misunderstandings among the populace regarding your character. I feared this might tarnish your illustrious name, so I conveyed a few words to third brother. Third brother only wished well for you, which is why he suggested visiting Yunfei. Your Majesty, I did not dissuade third brother. All blame rests on my shoulders. Please do not punish him. The third prince sensed something peculiar in the fourth brother's words but dismissed it, convincing himself that he was merely overthinking. Your Majesty, I am the elder brother. How could I allow my younger brother to bear the blame? Please punish me instead. Yongzheng gazed at his two sons, feeling increasingly disheartened, one excessively clever, the other excessively dull. You both are no longer children. Refrain from visiting the aged brother's residence in the future. Gao Woyong, draft an edict. The third prince was conferred the title of Min Bail, while the fourth prince was bestowed the title of Jean Bail. The third prince was perplexed, feeling that Bail was rather too lowly a title. Surely he deserved the rank of a prince first. Nonetheless, recognizing his father's foul mood, he wisely refrained from expressing his discontent. After all, being granted the title of Min implied that the emperor still regarded him as exceptionally astute and was somewhat satisfied with him. The fourth prince sighed in relief, having narrowly escaped this ordeal, although he had incurred the emperor's dissatisfaction and had merely been granted the title of Baal, once he established his own residence. He could surround himself with his own people free from the constraints of the aged brother's residence, yet the title of Jin signified the emperor's discontent, necessitating greater caution in his future actions. When Shen Huan received the news, her teacup trembled slightly in her hand. Now was not the time to confront the third prince. The fourth prince was far too eager. Fortunately, there remained some room for maneuver, since the emperor had mentioned the eighth prince. It was evident he had caught wind of some rumors acknowledging the fourth prince's machinations against the third prince. The emperor had still conferred both of them as Baal, indicating his greater disappointment with the third prince. And Lingrong also learned of the news promptly. She was not surprised by the emperor's decision. The fifth prince was akin to a phantom, the sixth prince still too young, leaving only the third and fourth princes as the emperor's viable options. While he harbored discontent towards both, he could hardly cast them both aside, especially since neither had committed an irredeemable act. However, this incident had undoubtedly planted a thorn in the emperor's heart regarding both the third and fourth princes. Henceforth, it was likely that the sixth prince would become the emperor's focal point for cultivation. An Lingrong gently caressed her abdomen and chuckled softly. This was for the best. The Enshunbo residence. And Ling Xian was listening to reports from his subordinates. Ji Weisheng had become exceedingly cautious, fearful of falling into others' traps. His meals were now delivered to the Qintianjian by a household servant. Before eating, he insisted that the servant taste his food first. Each day, he donned common attire on his way to the Qintianjian, changing into his official robes only upon arrival. He was particularly vigilant at home, having suspended plans to acquire additional servants for the Ji residence, and new arrivals were prohibited from entering Ji Weisheng's courtyard. An Lingxian chuckled softly. He must be exhausting himself. Well done, continue to keep a close watch on him. I want him to remain perpetually on edge. Yes, since the banquet at Baoqing Tower, Fucha Wendu, Meng Yunzi, and Pang Zhengyu had frequently visited him, particularly Pang Zhengyu, who implied variously that if his grandfather were to be reinstated, the Pang family would certainly align themselves with the pure concubine. An Lingxian had little interest in the Pang family. The current emperor held no reverence for celestial omens. It was Ji Weisheng's ominous predictions that had caused the emperor to rely on the Qintianjian's council, further diminishing Yongjing's trust in them. The Qintianjian now merely functioned as a customary institution, primarily tasked with calculating seasonal changes, formulating calendars, and predicting celestial phenomena for significant ceremonies. Following several ill omens, the Qintianjian dared not address matters concerning the imperial harem lightly. However, if a Qintianjian official were to be an ally, it could help An Lingrong avoid some troubles. Thus, and Lingxian suggested to Pang Zhengyu that they should return the favor to Ji Weisheng in kind. Due to Ji Weisheng, the Qintianjian's resources had been significantly curtailed. Ji Weisheng, pretending to be aloof, found it difficult to connect with others. Hence, since his promotion to the chief official, he had not managed to win over the other members of the Qintianjian. Compared to Ji Weisheng, the staff placed greater trust in Pang Kaiyuan, who had served as chief official for over a decade. Pang Zhengyu deliberately provoked Ji Ping, recounting how Ji Weisheng had harmed his grandfather and implying that the Pang family would surely retaliate in kind. And Lingxian also spread rumors that Su Peisheng was being targeted for revenge. Unable to sleep peacefully each night, Ji Weisheng had been treading carefully, fearing he might slip up during the year-end sacrificial ceremony. This year's sacrificial ceremony was set for the 8th day of the 12th month. After nearly a year of confinement, Aisho was finally released on the 2nd day of the 12th month. Though she had been under house arrest, she was still aware of many happenings in the outside world. Gualjia's Wen Yuan had perished, Ujin Pin and Kong Changzhan had been cast into the cold palace, and Xin Meizhuang had been demoted. A new Princess Jingha had emerged in the palace, along with a female imperial physician. Yifucha Guoran had recovered from her madness, and even in Lingrong, in her frail state, had managed to conceive. Borjigin Guoran had been elevated to Shu Pin and granted authority in the 6 palaces. Qi Yuebin had become the empress, and both the 3rd and 4th princes had been conferred the title of Baal, leaving the aged brothers' residents to reside in their own Baal mansions. Most shocking to Isha was that An Lingrong's voice had returned, and she had ascended to the rank of pure concubine. The chief eunuch beside the emperor had been replaced by Gao Woyong, while Su Peisheng had been expelled from the palace. Chapter 58. Why should one acknowledge evidence that cannot be refuted? Isho sat in a daze on her chair for a long while before calling out, Ichiensho, go find and pin pure concubine for me. The title pure concubine was almost spat through clenched teeth. Had it not been for Lingrong's sudden fainting during Gualjia's accusation against Jin Huan, she would not have had to confront Jin Huan personally, and thus would not have faced such prolonged confinement. And Lingrong was laughing and chatting with Dan Zhu and Fucha Peiyun when Jianqiu arrived. Upon hearing that Jianqiu wanted Lingrong to go to Jingren Palace, Dan Zhu wished to accompany her. "The roads are slippery in the snow. I cannot bear to let you go alone. Allow me to accompany you." And Lingrong stopped her. "Sister, do not worry, a Jingren Palace is merely a short walk away. Darf Chao has advised that pregnant women should take more walks. The Empress merely wishes to understand what has transpired in the palace this past year. She will not trouble me, have faith." Dan Zhu could not ease her worries. But she understood that Lingrong had previously had to rely on the Empress for her survival. The Empress was not an easy person to deal with, and now that Lingrong occupied a high position, there was no need for her to entangle herself with her. Given their current circumstances, it was indeed best to keep things clear. She should not be present. Having thought this through, Dan Zhu placed a warming pan in Lingrong's hands. "I will not feel at ease if you are alone. I will have Namuyan accompany you. She will wait for you outside Jingren Palace." Lingrong smiled and nodded. "All right, sister." Dan Zhu leaned in close and whispered, "If anything happens, be sure to shout loudly. Namuyan has some skills and is quite attentive. She will definitely hear you. If after an hour you have not returned, I shall come to find you." And Lingrong couldn't help but chuckle. No matter how anxious the Empress might be, she would not dare to openly harm a pregnant concubine within her own palace. However, Dan Zhu's concern brought her great comfort. "Very well, sister." Upon seeing Jianqiu's lifeless expression, Fucha Peijun felt an immediate aversion and clung tightly to Lingrong's hand, unwilling to release it. Lingrong gently patted her hand and gestured towards her own belly. "I shall seek refuge in the Empress's palace for a moment. You continue to assist Sister Dan Zhu in crafting her little belly wrap." These words Fucha Peijun let go, saying, "Go on, go on. I shall take care of my goddaughter's belly wrap." Jianqiu looked on first in astonishment, then with a cold sneer. On the slippery, snow-covered path, and Lingrong moved slowly with the support of Bao Wan and Namuyan. Although Jianqiu felt discontent, she dared not urge Lingrong forward. With Lingrong expecting a child, it was imperative that no mishaps occurred within the Jingren Palace or on the way there. Fortunately, the Jingren Palace was in close proximity to the Yanxi Palace, and they arrived in no time. Muyan and Bao Wan stood guard outside the palace. Lingrong glanced at Jianqiu, whose face had turned a shade of green with anger, yet she still had to support Lingrong into the hall. Xiu's gaze was fixed on Lingrong's protruding belly, her hatred palpable, as if she wished to terminate the child's life at that very moment. Lingrong performed a respectful bow. "Long live the Empress." Xiu remained silent, continuing to stare at Lingrong, who maintained her posture of deference. Lingrong frowned, caressing her belly with a look of distress, her body swaying unsteadily. "Your Majesty, the physician has advised that my health is poor. I cannot stand for long, nor kneel for extended periods. I humbly request a seat." Presumptuous and pin. Xiu rose, pointing an accusatory finger at Lingrong. Jianqiu stood beside Xiu, her eyes glinting with icy disdain as she regarded Lingrong. And Lingrong, undeterred, rose and seated herself on a nearby chair. "Thank you for your graciousness, Your Majesty." Xiu's finger trembled with rage. "Presumptuous, when did I grant you permission to sit?" And Lingrong blinked her large, clear eyes, adopting an air of nonchalance. "The Empress is known for her compassion and virtue. Who in the palace would dare to trouble a pregnant woman? By the way, who was the Pin you mentioned earlier?" "There is no such person in the palace. I am the pure Guife." Xiu, infuriated, let out a mocking laugh. "Pure Guife, ah, I see you have grown wings and wish to escape my grasp." Lingrong feigned ignorance. "Your Majesty, I do not comprehend your words. You are the sovereign of the harem, and all concubines dwell under your protection. What do you mean by escaping control? Who do you wish to control? And for what purpose?" Jianqiu leaned in to whisper something to Xiu. Xiu's face contorted with sarcasm. "Pure Guife, so you have allied yourself with the Fucha family. However, what would happen to you if the Fucha family learned that their child perished under your watch?" And Lingrong's face turned pale with shock. "Your Majesty, what do you mean? What child of the Fucha family perished under my care?" Xiu was left speechless by Lingrong's audacity. "Pure Guife, what charade are you playing?" And Lingrong's face was a mask of unjust grievance. "Your Majesty, I truly do not understand. You cannot sow discord between me and Sister Fucha simply because of our friendship." The fragrant powder of Songzi had not been concocted by her since that day. The box she discarded had long been destroyed by the Empress Dowager during her efforts to protect the Empress. Shi Yubin could surmise that the Fucha family's loss was orchestrated by the Empress, but without conclusive evidence orchestrated by Linxian outside the palace. Who would dare act against a pregnant Guife? Besides, compared to herself, Shi Yubin would most likely prefer to see the Empress toppled. On that day, Fu Chapeijun's pregnancy had been lost in the sight of all, having been knocked down by Songzi. Now, even Songzi had been long gone, and with no witnesses to corroborate the events, why should she take the blame? With her current standing, she had little fear of losing the support of the Fu Cha family. Yet, she did not wish to lose Fu Chapeijun's reliance on her. She had already sacrificed too much and would not relinquish what she could hold on to now, seeing Yishou trembling with rage. Jian Xiu's gaze remained fixed on Lingrong. The pure Guifei was indeed eloquent. Did she dare not acknowledge her own deeds? And Lingrong raised an eyebrow. Why should I admit to actions I did not commit? If you, Aunt Jianxiu, are unconvinced, you may certainly bring my case before the court. However, the last Guifei wrongfully accused has suffered greatly in the Xinjiang department, so you should be prepared to accompany her. Jianxiu retorted, you, let alone the fact that there was no evidence left behind. Even if there were, Jianxiu would not dare to speak of it at that time, and Lingrong had nearly been a pawn. The mastermind was the Empress herself. Their discussion of this matter today was merely an attempt to threaten Lingrong into continuing to serve the Empress, yet the current Lingrong was vastly different from before. Refusing to be coerced in the slightest, noticing Jianxiu's expression, Lingrong suddenly felt a flicker of suspicion. Had Fu Cha-Gairen's pregnancy truly been lost due to Songzi's actions, Your Majesty? If you truly wish to investigate the events surrounding Sister Fu Cha's past, the retired physician Zhang must certainly be summoned. As Lingrong spoke, her eyes were fixed intently on the Empress, who indeed seemed to flinch slightly. Lingrong finally understood. Ultimately, Fu Cha-Gairen's loss had stemmed from the fragrant powder she had concocted. Being knocked down by Songzi had been the Empress's first move, and the physician Zhang's involvement was the crucial second step to ensure the plan's success. The so-called pregnancy preservation medicine must have contained abortifacients. The Empress was a meticulous strategist, layering her plans with lethal intent. Truly a formidable opponent, she hoped that during this period of pregnancy Zhen Huan would be of assistance, ideally leading to their mutual demise. Chapter 59, Pure Guifei. Have you lost your mind? The Empress took several deep breaths before finally regaining her composure. Pure Guifei, you were elevated to your current status due to my support. How quickly you forget your gratitude. A flicker of hatred crossed in Lingrong's eyes. Support? It was the Empress's duty to recommend consorts for the Emperor. Was the Empress implying she intended to exploit her role to manipulate the concubines of the harem into serving her? If we were to refuse, would we then face your repression and retaliation? Yishou, once again enraged, replied, in just a year, Pure Guifei has become so eloquent. Regardless, I am the Empress of the Great Qing, and it is my right to discipline the concubines. Your insolence in opposing me, come. And Lingrong rose. The pollen of the Manglan flower, when added to jujube and ginseng tea, causes infertility. Yishou's words were abruptly cut off, and after a moment, she shouted, Pure Guifei, what nonsense are you spouting? Outside the palace, Namuyan heard the Empress's voice and called out, Pure Guifei, do you require me to enter? Yishou, feeling dizzy with anger, could hardly believe that the palace had become so unruly in her absence. Jianxiu, who dare shout outside, how dare they act so brazenly in Jingren Palace, send her to Xinjiang, and Lingrong replied, Your Majesty, I advise you to remain calm. That is Namuyan from the Borjigit family. She was sent by Sister Danju to protect me. If any harm were to befall us in Jingren Palace, Sister Danju would undoubtedly summon the Emperor to seek justice. I am of a timid nature and might inadvertently speak words that should not be spoken. Yishou's complexion turned ashen with fury. Do not utter falsehoods. Do you know the consequences of slandering a nation's heir? And Lingrong nodded earnestly. I understand. I also know that as Empress, administering infertility drugs to the concubines has its own repercussions. Namuyan's voice echoed once more. Lingrong looked at the Empress. Will you sit down and discuss this calmly, or shall I summon Namuyan to come in? Tell her to leave. And Lingrong pressed her lips together in a smile and called out loudly, Namuyan, remain outside. I am fine. Jianxiu shot a fierce glare at Lingrong. Lingrong was disinclined to waste any further time with the Empress Sgargia when Yuan was dead. And the red musk pearl could be considered dead without witnesses. However, the Manglan flower pollen was something the Empress had not perfectly concealed. Jujube ginseng tea is a fine thing, but why would someone mix a harmful substance into such beneficial concoctions? Yishou fixed Lingrong with a look of disdain. What evidence do you possess? Jinpin, Kong Changzai, Qing Guoren, Lu Diying, and others, all of whom have ingested the tea here, if any have suffered reproductive harm. The physician can still investigate. The Manglan flower only grows in Iliang County, Yunnan, and its blossoms are toxic. The locals are well aware of this and dare not approach it lightly. 4 years ago, Individuals from the palace sought the county magistrate's assistance in gathering the pollen. This caused quite a stir in Ilion County at the time, making it easy to trace, regardless, once one enters Xinjiang. Few can withstand the pressure. As for whether other matters might emerge from this, who can say? The mention of other matters caused Yi Xiu's expression to change dramatically. The pure Guifei truly dared to speak of anything. Do you not know that the more one knows, the quicker one meets their end? And Lingrong locked eyes with Yi Xiu. If the empress truly wishes to crush someone, how is it that the power of the palace has shifted from her grasp? Seeing the anger on Yi Xiu's face, and Lingrong felt a sense of satisfaction. She was currently living quite well and had no desire to die, but if others insisted upon forcing her, they would see who would perish first, let alone a pregnant Guifei. Should any misfortune befall her, the emperor would undoubtedly investigate to the end. Even without her pregnancy, she would not recklessly expose her trump cards. Your Majesty, feel free to take action. I assure you, should I perish, you shall never set foot beyond the confines of Jingren Palace again. After all, my parents are no longer with me, and I am left to navigate this world in solitude. Death would be but a release. To exchange my life for the Queen's lifelong disdain from His Majesty, even ensuring that we never meet again, seems rather worthwhile. Yi Xiu sensed an underlying meaning in Lingrong's words. As if she were privy to other matters. How could that be? And Lingrong had only been in the capital for less than 9 years. Suppressing her unease, she retorted, "Madwoman, you are out of your mind." Pure Guifei, and Lingrong paid no heed to Yi Xiu's outburst. Your Majesty, with the cold weather and treacherous roads, I am feeling rather unwell. Surely you would show compassion and excuse me from my daily greetings? Yi Xiu exclaimed, "You are being outrageous," and Lingrong replied, "It matters not if your Majesty disagrees. The imperial physicians have stated my condition is poor, and His Majesty will certainly consider the well-being of the heir. Rather than waiting for the emperor to speak, it would be wiser for your Majesty to bestow favors upon me, thereby salvaging your precarious position." Yi Xiu shot back, and Lingrong, "How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" And Lingrong countered, "Your Majesty, I merely wish to bear my own child. I seek nothing more. My humble origins pose no threat to you, instead of fixating on my condition or seeking to silence me. Perhaps you should contemplate how to reclaim your power in the palace. Feeling unwell, I shall take my leave now." With that, and Lingrong turned to depart, prompting Jian Xiu to intervene. Yi Xiu rubbed her forehead and instructed, "Jian Xiu, let her go." And Lingrong paused, casting a glance back at the queen, then offered a sympathetic smile to Jian Xiu, sending chills down her spine. Though Yi Xiu resented in Lingrong's defiance, she recognized some truth in her words. She had been rendered powerless and, due to the affair with Shen Huan, was confined for a year. Her priority was to regain her authority, yet, the child in Lingrong's womb felt like a thorn perpetually lodged in her heart. Jian Xiu, feeling pity, remarked, "Your Majesty, she is merely a low-born woman. Even if she gives birth, she poses no real threat." Yi Xiu looked at Jian Xiu, who immediately recalled Lingrong's sympathetic smile before leaving. "Your Majesty, I have been by your side since childhood, loyal to you without question. And no matter what happens, I shall never betray you." Yi Xiu hesitated. She had few trustworthy individuals left, and without Jian Xiu, whom could she rely on? Moreover, Jian Xiu was indeed fiercely loyal. Zhang Fuai could no longer remain. Jian Xiu's eyes reflected a sense of loss, and she ultimately nodded in agreement. And Lingrong hurried home, startling Bao Wan and Namu Yen with her brisk pace. "Your Majesty, please slow down. It is dangerous." Upon returning to Yanqi Palace, Dan Zhu and Fu Chapei Jun gathered around her. "The queen did not trouble you, did she?" "Well, rest assured, the queen is sympathetic to my struggles with pregnancy and should excuse my greetings." Dan Zhu looked puzzled. "Is she really so kind-hearted?" And Lingrong smiled. "She must now reconstruct her image of benevolence, mustn't she?" Lowering her voice, she confided in Dan Zhu, "Sister, please help me protect Zhang Fuhai." Dan Zhu, taken aback, quickly nodded and exchanged a word with Fu Chapei Jun before departing Yanqi Palace. Zhang Fuhai, the head eunuch beside the queen, had endured a year of hardship due to her confinement, living a life hardly better than that of lesser concubines eunuchs, now that the queen had been released. He was naturally elated. Chapter 60. The fading sisterly bond. Zhang Fuai, after flaunting his authority to the eunuchs delivering flowers, felt quite pleased. A smaller eunuch, whose face was obscured, discreetly slipped him a small pouch while bowing, then hurried away. Zhang Fuai, rubbing his fingers against it, discovered only a piece of paper inside, which made him even prouder. Indeed, with the queen's return, those seeking to curry favor were back, and instead of silver ingots, they now brought silver notes. Finding a secluded spot, he opened the pouch to inspect the notes, only to uncover a small slip of paper. Under the fragrant tree of shattered jade pavilion, red musk pearls and dream orchid pollen, Zhang Gonggang has committed numerous unspeakable acts for Her Majesty. Does he not fear retribution? Cold sweat broke out on Jiang Fuai's brow. He glanced around to ensure no one was watching before hastily tearing the note to shreds. As the queen's confidant. How could she possibly wish him harm? Yet, the eunuch who had approached him knew too many secrets. He could not be allowed to remain. Once he caught that small eunuch, he would bring him to the queen. As Jiang Fuhai contemplated this, Jian Xiu emerged from the palace doors, observing his restless demeanor. She was a born member of the Ulanara family, having grown up alongside the queen, her loyalty unquestionable. Though Jiang Fuhai's bond with the queen could not compare to hers, he had been with her since her entry into the palace and had done much for her. Was it truly necessary to eliminate him? Jian Xiu gazed up at the sky, ultimately making a resolute decision. If the emperor were to discover that the scarcity of offspring in the harem over the years was due to the queen's words, he would not spare her or Jiang Fuai. She believed she could endure any torture for the queen, but what of Jiang Fuai? The most dreadful fate was not merely the harm to the heir, but the exposure of the pure Yuan Empress's affair, which would render the queen's existence unbearable. Jiang Fuai could not be allowed to stay any longer. That evening, Jiang Fuai failed to locate the small eunuch and cursed his misfortune, only to find Jian Xiu waiting for him. After an afternoon of contemplation, he was no longer as certain that the queen would spare his life. The musk under the shattered jade pavilion was buried by Jian Xiu, and the red musk pearls and dream orchid pollen were all brought into the palace by him. If the truth were to surface, the queen might indeed wish him dead. However, as the chief eunuch beside the queen, he could not simply extricate himself from her influence and had to remain vigilant. Jiang Fuhai resolved to keep the matter of the small eunuch and the note concealed for the time being. Jian Xiu, what brings you here? In the dim light, Jian Xiu's eyes flickered uncertainly. The queen had been confined for so long, and aside from some items harmful to the fetus, there was not even a trace of poison that could eliminate Jiang Fuhai. She had initially planned to discreetly eliminate him, but as the chief eunuch of Jingren Palace, any hint of this would lead to dire consequences. This task must be executed by her own hand. Jiang Gangang, the queen has endured nearly a year of humiliation due to the confinement imposed by Shi Guifei. Has she ever experienced such indignity? The disgrace of a master reflects the incompetence of the servant. I shall risk everything to avenge her. Jiang Fuhai was puzzled. Jian Xiu, how do you plan to seek vengeance for the queen? I need her to die, and you shall help me smuggle the poison into the palace. The rest is for me to handle, and I assure you it will not implicate you. Jiang Fuhai was taken aback. Jian Xiu, please do not act rashly. This is unnecessary, truly unnecessary. The queen is still the empress of the Great Qing. No one can challenge her. Furthermore, do we not have Min Bail? He hesitated. If the queen seeks to retaliate against Shi Guifei for this humiliation, it would not be difficult, would it? Jian Xiu fixed her gaze on Jiang Fuhai. Jiang Gangang, let us discuss the future when it arrives. For now, the queen is in sorrow, shedding tears daily, and I cannot bear it. Rest assured, I will execute this cleanly, ensuring no suspicion falls upon Jingren Palace. Rest assured? What does that even mean? Jiang Fuai scoffed inwardly. Does the queen know of this? The queen is indeed aware. This is her command to you. You must quickly find a way to procure the poison. Jiang Fuhai had been with Yi Xiu for 30 years and understood her character well. She would never instruct someone to poison a concubine. This statement was either Jian Xiu's deception or the poison was never intended for a concubine. If it were not for a concubine, then it could only be. Jiang Fuai felt a chill run down his spine, the word silence from the note echoing in his mind. Jian Xiu, the entire harem is under the control of Shi Guifei and Xu Pin, and our people are constantly restricted. Acquiring such items will not be easy. Jian Xiu's expression shifted. Then when can you procure it? Tomorrow or the day after? At the latest, within 3 days, you must have it for me without delay. Jiang Fuhai was now certain that the poison was meant for his own use. The queen was always calculating and deliberate. When dealing with concubines, she would proceed with caution, leaving no room for error. Only when it came to those beneath her would she act without hesitation. I will do my best. It is late now. You should return. After Jian Xiu accepted his response, she departed, but not before urging Jiang Fuhai to expedite the matter. Jiang Fuhai, drenched in sweat, thought that even without the heron top red, there were other means. How could he safeguard his own life? The day after the queen's release from confinement, she resumed the morning greetings from the 6 palaces. The Xu Pin of Zhongsui Palace had never participated in such matters, while Ning Pin from Chuanqi Palace was exempted by the emperor, and the pure Guifei of Yanqi Palace, being with child, along with Fu Cha Gueran, who had yet to recover, did not attend. The other concubines had no choice but to participate. They had enjoyed nearly a year of not having to rise early, and now that the queen had returned, they were forced to wake up in the frigid weather and make a long journey to Jingren Palace, which left them feeling quite disgruntled. Presently, the emperor rarely visited the harem. Even when he did, it was only to Yangshuo Palace, while the two main figures in Yanqi Palace and Chuanxi Palace had not even come. They yearned to exchange acidic remarks, but found no one to direct their words at. Yi Xiu glared at Qi Yubin, donning the attire of the empress, then at Jin Huan, who was subtly regarded as the leader among the concubines, along with the latent dissatisfaction in the eyes of the crowd. Nearly causing her to hurl the cup in her hand, she was wholeheartedly determined to win back the affections of the concubines, yet did not impose any hardships upon them, merely exchanging pleasantries before sending them on their way. Once the crowd had dispersed, Yi Xiu suddenly inquired of Jianxiu whether she noticed that Jin Huan's makeup bore a striking resemblance to that of Chen Yuan. Jianxiu, of course, had perceived this similarity. The empress let out a cold laugh and instructed Jianxiu to inform the Yula Nara family to expedite the grooming of Jiang Xinyu for the harem. Unfortunately, just a few days later news arrived from the Yula Nara family that Jiang Xinyu had vanished. However, that is a tale for another time. As the formal greetings concluded, Jin Huan observed the haggard visage of Shen Meizhuang and wished to share a few words with her. Only to see Shen Meizhuang bow respectfully before striding back to the Suwayu pavilion. Jin Huan wiped away her tears with her fingers, her heart heavy with sorrow. She and Shen Meizhuang had always shared a sisterly bond. How could they have become so estranged? She had gone to great lengths to stage a performance before the emperor to protect Shen Meizhuang and Wen Shichu. Their lives, along with Jinghe's, had been secured. And there were no longer any suspicions regarding Jinghe's identity within the harem. Yet, when Shichu had rendered himself incapable through his own actions, Caixing had perished, and Jinghe had been entrusted to her care. Over time, these events would inevitably create a chasm between them, causing them to drift further apart. Chapter 61. For you, I am willing. Initially, Jin Huan feared that the affair between Wen Shichu and Shen Meizhuang would come to light. Unable to dissuade Shen Meizhuang, she could only command Wen Shichu not to visit the Suwayu pavilion. Later, in public, Wen Shichu admitted his inability to engage in human relationships, torn between his guilt towards Shen Meizhuang and his deep-rooted feelings for Jin Huan. He became even more reluctant to venture to the Suwayu pavilion. Jinghe was his daughter, raised in the Yangshuo Palace, naturally drawing him there more often, after Jinghe's paternity was confirmed by the emperor. Jin Huan was consumed with various matters. She needed to handle the aftermath of Xiao Luzi and Xiao Shunzi's deaths, travel to the Yuan Minjuan to prevent the emperor from forcibly bringing Yu Rao into the palace. Resolve the troubles caused by Huan Bai, advocate for Su Peisheng, and plead for daring after the incident within Bihua. Additionally, she had to soothe Shen Meizhuang, strategize for Huan Bai, comfort Hongli, and counsel Gui Junwang. She also had to care for 3 young children and nurture her gradually blossoming relationship with Longyue. All these responsibilities left Jin Huan utterly drained. Why could her sister may not show her the same understanding as before? Jinshu observed Shen Meizhuang's resolute departure and then glanced at Jin Huan's pained expression, letting out a sigh. Your Highness, let us return. It is so cold outside. You must not catch a chill upon entering the Tiyuan Hall. Jin Huan beheld Dan Zhu reading Fucha Peijun embroidering and in Lingrong lounging contentedly in a chair. The scene appeared so warm and inviting. Once she had shared many such delightful moments with Lingrong and Shen Meizhuang. The moment Jin Huan appeared, Fu Chapeijun immediately leapt up, hiding beside Lingrong's chair. She had mostly recovered and understood that Jin Huan would not transform her into a human pig. Yet the sight of her still instilled fear. Danju furrowed her brow and stood to shield Fu Chapeijun behind her. Sanger, see your little master home. Fu Chapeijun clung closely to Sanger, trying to distance herself from Jin Huan, and swiftly dashed out. Lingrong observed Fu Chapeijun's departure before turning her attention to Jin Huan. Baoan, fetch a hand warmer for the consort. Jin Huan settled down. It is quite lively here with you, Sister Chun Guifei. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit today? Jin Huan felt a twinge of melancholy, and Lingrong's words had grown increasingly forthright. Devoid of any niceties. Itu and Minjuan, I once struck a deal with Chun Guifei. Why then, has she gone back on her word? And Lingrong scoffed, I knew you would come seeking me regarding Jiang Xinyu. So much has changed in this life. Jin Yuro has yet to extricate herself from the emperor's grasp, nor has she wed Shun Bail, but what concern was that of hers? And Lingrong popped a walnut, peeled by Baoan, into her mouth. I hear walnuts are beneficial for fetuses. Baoan prepares a bowl for me daily. Consort, she jokes. I merely provided you with leads, the rest is up to you. You had the opportunity to bring Miss Jiang into the palace swiftly. Yet you hesitated. Did I not advise you to act promptly? Li Zhenhuan closed her eyes, concealing her regret. Indeed, she had the chance to use Jiang Xinyu to extricate Yu Rao from her troubles. However, after Su Peisheng was dismissed, she dared not allow a woman who resembled the empress so closely to enter the palace and share the emperor's favor. By the time she truly sought Jiang Xinyu, She discovered that the latter had vanished. She surmised that Jiang Xinyu had been concealed by Lingrong, which was why she had come to the Yanqi Palace. Lingrong smiled slyly. Speaking of which,
I have provided all the necessary leads to consort Shi, yet the power in the palace you promised me has yet to materialize. Jin Huan opened her eyes and cast a glance at Dan Zhu.
The power of the 6 palaces held by Xu Pin is no different from being in your hands. Lingrong's eyes widened. His sister Dan Zhu's power has no bearing on consort Shi. Dan Zhu interjected. Lingrong is my sister. If not for her, who would covet such trifling power, it is hardly worth the effort. Lingrong covered her mouth, stifling a smile. Sister, you have worked hard. For you, I am willing. The two exchanged words. Feigning deep sisterly affection, which stung Jin Huan's eyes, she understood that the matter of Jiang Xinyu was solely her own fault, and she could not blame Lingrong, so she shifted the topic. In the past, Chen Guifei was always close to the Empress. I heard that when the Empress first emerged yesterday, Chen Guifei was the first she sought. The Empress's regard for her sister was indeed enviable. And Lingrong recognized that Jin Huan was probing her stance towards the Empress. Should she ally with the Empress, Jin Huan would have no means to resist. The Empress treated all the sisters of the 6 palaces equally. It was not solely Lingrong who received her favor. Moreover, Dr. Qiao advised me to take care of my health and worry less. Within the harem, the Empress firmly occupies the central chamber, with consort Shi Jing Fei and sister Dan Zhu managing the palace affairs. I merely need to focus on nurturing my child. Jin Huan regarded Lingrong, interpreting her words to mean that she would not conspire against the Empress before giving birth. But what about afterward? Over the years, few concubines in the palace had conceived, and even fewer had borne heirs. Sister has always been close to the Empress. I suppose you understand her character better than I. What are your plans for the future? Jin Huan nearly implied that the Empress would not spare Lingrong's unborn child. Even if it were to be born, what then? Would she continue to serve the Empress? And Lingrong's humble origins had led her to be favored by the Emperor. Attaining the rank of Guifei was already a stroke of fortune beyond measure. The Empress had a son like Shun Bail, who was ever considerate, naturally planning for his welfare in all matters. It was said that the Emperor had recently taken a keen interest in the 6th prince, who had a remarkably astute mother in consort Shi. Once he matured, he would undoubtedly be the Emperor's most favored child. Jin Huan's expression shifted. The 3rd and 4th princes had been conferred the title of Bail, and though she had initially found their status somewhat lowly, she had not given it much thought. The two were both Bail, but the 3rd prince was dull-witted, while the 4th prince had far greater prospects. Yet, the Emperor had suddenly become increasingly attentive to Hongli, even mentioning the crown prince several times. Initially Jin Huan believed it to be a test from the Emperor, but gradually she realized that it was indeed the Emperor's growing disdain for both the 3rd and 4th princes. If Hongli were of sufficient age and the Emperor were to grow frail, Jin Huan would not have been overly concerned. However, Hongli was merely a year old, and the Emperor appeared to be in ever finer spirits. With 3 older brothers above him, if he were seen as a target for all, his lineage could face further turmoil. The Empress's emergence filled Jin Huan with trepidation, which was also the reason for her visit to Lingrong today. Regrettably, while Lingrong seemed unlikely to ally with the Empress, she also would not collaborate with Jin Huan to undermine her. It appeared that her sister intended to remain a passive observer, waiting for Jin Huan and the Empress to wound each other before reaping the benefits. Dan Zhu chuckled. Consort Shi's words are amusing. Why would Lingrong involve herself in your affairs with the Empress? Why must she choose to assist you or the Empress? Were the roles reversed, if Lingrong were to confront the Empress, consort Shi would undoubtedly remain aloof. Jin Huan gazed at their intertwined hands, feeling a swirl of emotions. Her sister was truly fortunate to have a considerate elder sister like Xu Pin looking out for her. Chapter 62. Why are you here again? And Lingrong tilted her head to regard Jin Huan. The fortune of consort Shi surely did not pale in comparison to Lingrong's. Hui Guoran also schemed on your behalf. Upon hearing Lingrong mention Shen Meizhuang, Jin Huan felt a pang in her heart. Her sister Mei had grown distant from her. Seeing Jin Huan's pale countenance, Jinshu whispered, Your Highness, the children must be missing you. Let us return. Jin Huan nodded. Her purpose for coming today was merely to discern Lingrong's stance. It would be an added benefit to uncover Jiang Xinyu's whereabouts. However, Lingrong had already distanced herself from her. It sufficed that she would not ally with the Empress against her. As for the future, the road ahead was long, and each would rely on their own capabilities. It is slippery outside in the snow. May consort Shi have a safe journey. I shall not see you off. Jin Huan glanced at the two who had drawn close together, as well as Fu Cha Pei Jun, who awaited her departure beneath the eaves of Yixing Pavilion, and felt an increasing sense of desolation. Once she had been surrounded by many sisters during her time as a favored concubine. Now, as the most powerful consort she in the harem, she often felt a profound loneliness. The outside world was frigid. The Yongshou palace must be warm as spring at this time, yet she did not wish to face Huan Bai, who would soon become a consort to Yunli. She yearned to visit the Suoyu pavilion, yet she was acutely aware that even if she did, her relationship with Shin Meijuan could never attain the intimacy shared between Lingrong and Danzhu. In the capital, at the Ji residence, Ji Weisheng, bearing the weight of 2 dark circles under his eyes, unleashed a torrent of scolding upon the servants. He harbored concerns that Pang Kaiyuan would exact revenge on him before the grand sacrificial ceremony. At the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, each day was a careful balancing act fraught with tension, and it was only upon returning home that he found a moment's respite. However, unbeknownst to him, for 2 consecutive nights, either a wild cat had scurried around his room or the haunting sound of a sorrowful swan echoed through the night, lamenting with poignant melancholy. The servants were as dim-witted as pigs. Not only did they fail to capture a human, they couldn't even catch a cat. Noticing Ji Weisheng's weary demeanor, his concubine urged him to rest a while longer. Just as Ji Weisheng began to succumb to a drowsy haze, he felt something crawling across his face. When he reached out to touch it, his hand encountered a slippery sensation. Startled, Ji Weisheng bolted upright, only to hear his concubine exclaim loudly, "There's a snake!" How could there be a snake in the dead of winter? Ji Weisheng knew such a coincidence was impossible. Someone must be deliberately tormenting him. Regrettably, he had no evidence and was uncertain whether the mastermind was Pang Kaiyuan or the family of the pure concubine. Otherwise, he would have certainly brought the matter before the emperor. After this rude awakening, Ji Weisheng found it impossible to fall back asleep. As he realized the dawn was still distant, he took a bath and closed his eyes to gather his thoughts. Today was the day of the sacrificial ceremony, and he could afford no slip-ups. The Ji residence was quite far from the palace. Ji Weisheng had to set off at the crack of dawn. As was his custom, he consumed a bowl of old duck soup, waiting for his body to warm slightly before boarding the carriage to catch a few more winks. Shortly after leaving the Ji residence, the horses suddenly went wild, neighing frantically, their front hooves rearing high, and then they bolted ahead at breakneck speed. The coachman Old Zhao struggled to rein them in but was unable to regain control of the frenzied horses. Ji Weisheng's heart raced as if it would leap up his throat. The dawn was still dim, and the road was deserted, so he feared not colliding with pedestrians. Yet in this icy winter, having just experienced snowfall, the road was slick with ice, and it wasn't long before the carriage overturned. Ji Weisheng was left dazed and confused from the impact. The wild horse tumbled to the ground, struggled to rise, and attempted to drag the overturned carriage along. The coachman, enduring pain, climbed to his feet and severed the reins of the rampaging horse. Once the horse fled, the carriage finally stabilized. Ji Weisheng crawled out, his clothes torn and tattered. Fortunately, he had recently kept his official robes with him, ensuring they remained intact. However, with the horse gone and a considerable distance still to the palace, returning home to find another carriage would not suffice. Time was of the essence. "Master, your hand." Ji Weisheng had a gash on his hand, bleeding profusely and causing him sharp pain, yet, at that moment, he could hardly focus on that. The streets were deserted, with not a single soul in sight. Would he really have to walk to the palace? Inwardly, Ji Weisheng cursed and silently vowed that after today, he would find a way to purchase a residence near the palace. Fortunately, fortune smiled upon him. As a carriage was approaching, Old Zhao quickly flagged it down. The coachman, hearing Ji Weisheng's command, stood in the middle of the road and shouted, "Stop, stop!" The carriage was driven by a young man, not yet 20. "Who are you? Why are you blocking my vehicle?" "Young sir, my esteemed master is Ji Darun of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau. Our horses have gone mad. Could we kindly request..." "No, move aside, young sir, I implore you to assist. My master is in urgent need. I have urgent matters as well. Step aside," the young man snapped, cracking his whip and driving away. Ji Weisheng, initially concerned about the fortuitous appearance of the carriage, was now frantic. "Old Zhao, think of something. What could Old Zhao possibly do?" "Master, let us walk a bit further. Once it gets lighter, more carriages will appear." Ji Weisheng calculated the time. Given that today was the sacrificial ceremony, he could indeed afford to arrive a bit later. With no other options, he trudged forward on the icy road, alternating between deep steps and shallow ones. After only a short distance, Ji Weisheng was already panting heavily. He had not rested well in recent days, had consumed only a bowl of soup that morning, and the bitter cold rendered him nearly unable to move. In winter, dawn comes late, and the streets were nearly devoid of pedestrians, let alone carriages. "Young master, you truly are something else. On such a cold day, why must you rise so early for lamb soup?" "Couldn't I have bought it for you? What do you know? Your young master only relishes Zhang Dajio's lamb soup." And it must be freshly made to taste right. Zhang Dajiao's lamb soup shop was near the palace and boasted a thriving business during the winter. Ji Weisheng had been a regular there. But of late, he had lived like a startled bird, subsisting on meals sent from home and had not visited the shop. Hearing a familiar voice, Ji Weisheng and old Zhao turned to see the young man from earlier speaking unhappily to the carriage. Inside the carriage, a youthful voice claimed to be the young master. Ji Weisheng exchanged glances with old Zhao, prompting him to stop. The young man again. Why are you here again? Are you mad? The young man's face flushed with anger, and the voice from within the carriage asked, Daxing, what is happening? Old Zhao hastily stood beside the carriage, explaining the situation, after a moment of silence within. The voice finally replied, Fine, since it's on the way, let us go together. However, I will stop at Zhang Dajiao's lamb soup shop. The rest of the journey is up to you. Old Zhao glanced at Ji Weisheng, who nodded in agreement. Thank you, young sir. That will suffice. Ji Weisheng breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly boarded the carriage. Inside was a youth clad in blue brocade, seemingly around 18 or 19 years old. Ji Weisheng clasped his hands in gratitude, and the blue-clad youth nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Noticing Ji Weisheng's injured hand, he produced a handkerchief, asking, Would you like me to bandage it? Ji Weisheng dared not accept a stranger's offering, repeatedly shaking his head to decline. Fortunately, the bleeding had ceased, and once they arrived at the bureau, he would need only to wash it clean and apply a simple bandage. The long sleeves of his official robe would conceal the injury. Chapter 63, Ji Weisheng's embarrassment. This carriage was larger than the average one, providing a comfortable ride. Most notably, it was equipped with a door, and thick curtains shielded them from the cold winds outside. Inside, charcoal burned, creating a warmth that made one drowsy. Ji Weisheng pinched himself to regain his senses. The blue-clad youth held an oil paper package containing several steaming buns, eating them leisurely. Ji Weisheng felt even hungrier. Yet he dared not indulge in the food of a stranger, forcing himself to ignore the delicious aroma wafting from the buns. The young man named Daxing drove the carriage swiftly and steadily. And after more than half an hour, they arrived at Zhang Dajiao's shop. 2 bowls of lamb soup, and make them large. Coming right up, esteemed guest, please step inside. Zhang Dajiao's shop was bustling, and arriving late could mean the soup would be sold out. At this moment, several patrons were already seated inside. Ji Weisheng disembarked, the fragrant aroma causing his stomach to rumble. He had initially brought breakfast, intending to heat it up at the bureau, but due to the carriage accident, his lunchbox had spilled everywhere. The sacrificial ceremony would not conclude until the afternoon, and he could scarcely endure until then. Rubbing his bruised eyes, Ji Weisheng ultimately decided to eat before continuing. He instructed old Zhao to ensure that the soup was served directly from the large pot and to personally deliver it to him, insisting it must not pass through anyone else's hands. Ji Weisheng took a small bowl and ladled some soup from one of the large bowls, waiting for old Zhao to finish his before he drank the remainder. After consuming the lamb soup, he felt less cold and finally set off toward the palace. Upon arriving at the palace, there were less than 15 minutes remaining before the sacrificial ceremony was to commence. Ji Weisheng hurriedly arranged his appearance, bandaged his injury, and donned his official robes. Pang Kaiyuan's cold smirk sent chills down Ji Weisheng's spine, yet he scrutinized his attire. It was neat and would not betray him before the emperor. This year's sacrificial ceremony proceeded exceptionally smoothly, with the emperor and empress adorned in splendid attire, burning incense and offering candles, praying for favorable weather, standing to the right and slightly behind the emperor. Ji Weisheng's face turned pale as he felt the urgent need to relieve himself, yet, as the presiding official of the ceremony, how could he possibly leave? Ji Weisheng desperately endured the abdominal pain. Lamenting why it had to strike at this moment, had he noticed the discomfort earlier, he could have avoided compromising himself before Pang Kaiyuan, who was undoubtedly scheming against him. But now Ji Weisheng found himself in an inescapable predicament. As the incense was burned and candles offered, it was time to present the sacrificial text. Ji Weisheng was supposed to bow and present it to the emperor, but he felt paralyzed with fear. He believed that any movement would lead to a disastrous release. After waiting for a moment with no sign of Ji Weisheng presenting the text, the emperor shot him a displeased glance. Ji Weisheng clenched his buttocks tightly, glancing towards Pang Kaiyuan, hoping he might assist in delivering the text. However, Pang Kaiyuan merely gazed down respectfully, entirely oblivious to Ji Weisheng's plight. As the auspicious moment approached, the emperor was about to call for assistance when an unbearable stench filled the air. Ji Weisheng, the envoy of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, was publicly humiliated during the sacrificial ceremony, stripped of his position and exiled to Ninguta to serve as a commoner. Vice-envoy Pang Kaiyuan was reinstated and instructed to swiftly select an auspicious date for another sacrificial ceremony. Upon receiving the news, and Lingrong and Xiaoyan exchanged knowing smiles. In the prison, Ji Weisheng's complexion was as pale as paper. He surmised that this was the Yin family's revenge against him, yet he remained oblivious to the source of his misfortune. Even the bowl of lamb soup, which coachman old Zhao had also consumed, had posed no issue. Where had it all gone wrong? He had merely hinted at An Lingrong's ill fortune at the emperor's behest. An Lingrong had not suffered greatly and had even ascended to the rank of noble consort. Why would the entire Ji family be condemned to exile? Ji Weisheng found this perplexing, and even the primary beneficiary of the situation, Pang Kaiyuan, could not fathom it either. He merely echoed the words brought back by Suanzi, coldly mocking Ji Weisheng, occasionally uttering that everyone consumes grains and legumes, so how could one avoid illness? Yet, he never anticipated that Ji Weisheng could create such a colossal blunder. The thought that the mastermind behind it was merely a 14-year-old boy left Pang Kaiyuan astounded. Regardless of the Yin family assisting him and reclaiming his official position, he dared not harbor any treachery against the pure and noble consort. At the Yin Shanbo residence, and Ling Xian offered incense for Lin Xiu. The concubines and illegitimate children of An Bihua were all sent back to their ancestral home in Sanjiang. An Ling Xian managed all of Songyang's enterprises. Should these individuals comply, he would not mind spending a few taels of silver to support them. However, should they defy him, the fate of the Yu family awaited them. Yu's illicit liaison with the servants had led An Ling Xian to ruin her appearance and voice on behalf of her father, relegating her to a life as a menial maid in the household, where it seemed she would not survive for many more years. An Lingxuan's personal servant and Lu remarked that today marked the day Ji Weisheng's entire family would leave the capital, and wondered if they should see them off. An Lingxian shook his head. While he certainly wished to humiliate them face to face, his sister had advised him that the complexities of fate were inscrutable, and one could never know if those they trampled upon would encounter unexpected fortunes. It was best to quietly strike down a drowning dog from the shadows, without exposing oneself to the public eye. However, Ji Weisheng had to die. The harsh cold of Ninguta and Ji's hidden ailment weighed heavily on him. An Lu understood and responded affirmatively, proceeding to make arrangements. As usual, and Lingxian visited the shop, where he had acquired a fine item the previous day. Mr. Smith had informed him that Westerners had a trading method called an auction. Intrigued by this approach, and Lingxian decided to test the waters with an object known as a clock. For today's auction, he had even purchased another shop. The current manager of the shop, named Shirley Kai, was the same blue-clad youth Ji Weisheng had encountered that day. All the distractions, wild cats, swana snakes, and lamb soup, were mere smokescreens. The horses had gone wild because Ji's household servants were busy capturing wild cats and snakes, during which someone had tampered with the feed. The carriage had also been sabotaged, making it prone to tipping over on the swift snow-covered roads. Of course, if it did not tip over, and Ling Xian had further plans in store. Fortunately, everything proceeded smoothly, and the plan was set to succeed at this stage. Immediately following, leveraging Ji Weisheng's caution, De Xing drove the carriage, refusing old Zhao's request for a ride. When they encountered Ji Weisheng a second time, he would undoubtedly board their carriage. The coal in the carriage had been laced with a poison called Lifusin. To prevent the warmth from escaping, the carriage door remained closed, and the concentration of Lifusin within was sufficient to poison Ji Weisheng. However, Ji Weisheng's injury had not been part of the original plan. The Lifusin would spread through his bloodstream via the wound, potentially precipitating his symptoms. Shirley Kai offered Ji Weisheng a handkerchief to avert this unexpected turn of events, but Ji Weisheng declined. Consequently, Shirley Kai consumed a bun, leading Ji Weisheng to partake in the lamb soup. The warmth of the soup delayed the onset of the poison's effects. Had it not been for that bowl of lamb soup, Ji Weisheng might have sensed something amiss as soon as the ceremony commenced. All he needed to do was feign illness, allowing Pang Kaiyuan to make an appearance, and he would merely suffer a demotion afterward. An Lingxian mused that he could always return another time. Yet, he never imagined things would unfold so smoothly, with Ji Weisheng making a fool of himself at such a critical moment. Upon learning of Ji Weisheng's exile, Shen Meizhuang was so astonished that she knocked over her cup. Ji was always diligent and cautious. How could he commit such a grievous error? Although the emperor did not place much importance on the astronomical bureau, Ji Weisheng was still one of her own, and his downfall represented a loss. However, she had little time to lament, for when Shichu had arrived, chapter 64, leave. Ever since when Shichu had been slapped twice by Shen Meizhuang at the Shattered Jade Pavilion, he had become increasingly reluctant to see her. However, Rizhen Huan had stated that Shen Meizhuang was currently in a foul mood and needed his consolation, when Shichu did indeed harbor feelings for Shen Meizhuang. So he came today. Shen Meizhuang looked at the person before her, filled with both anger and joy. She truly despised the person she had become. She had always prided herself on her lofty ideals, Even if the emperor were to show her feigned affection, she could immediately retract her feelings, yet, in the presence of Wen Shichu, even knowing he held greater regard for her good sister, she found it impossible to sever those emotions. Perhaps it was because he had cared for her during her most desolate days, or perhaps it was due to the child they had together. "Are you really here?" Shen Meizhuang's cool voice quivered slightly. Wen Shichu, gazing at her haggard face, felt a pang in his heart. "Noble consort, your health seems to be suffering." Shen Meizhuang furrowed her brow, her expression forlorn. "Noble consort. Have I lost my name again?" When Shichu lowered his head, he was now a man rendered useless, and outsiders would no longer suspect any impropriety between him and Shen Meizhuang de Mayer. The way he tenderly called her name pierced Shen Meizhuang's heart. When Shichu felt equally desolate, his feelings and promises to Jin Huan were etched in his very bones, unchanging for a lifetime. Yet, Shen Meizhuang was gentle and virtuous, utterly devoted to him, having borne him a child. And he found himself developing affections for her as well. However, due to his status and the guilt buried deep within, he dared not see Shen Meizhuang too often. Kaiwa, witnessing the two embracing, sighed inwardly and stepped outside, wishing to grant them time to reminisce. Yet, as she exited, she unexpectedly encountered Xiao Yan, who approached with a beaming expression. Kaiwa was startled, her heart racing as she called out, "Dr. Qiao, what brings you here?" Inside, Shen Meizhuang and Wen Shichu were equally startled and quickly separated. "Miss Kaiwei, how did the medicine I prepared for noble consort feel?" Good, she stammered. "Naturally, Dr. Qiao's medicine is excellent. It's just a pity that my young master has been wallowing in self-pity and hasn't taken it." Kaiwei glanced at the now separated Shen Meizhuang and Wen Shichu, finally feeling relieved. "What brings Dr. Qiao here today?" "The noble lady Ning from Chuanqi Palace shares similar symptoms with noble consort, and the other prescription I prepared worked exceptionally well. So I thought to bring it for noble consort to try and also take her pulse." Kaiwa smiled awkwardly. "Dr. Qiao, you are very considerate. I sincerely thank you on behalf of my young master. However, since Dr. Wen is here, there is no need to trouble you today." Dr. Qiao looked astonished. "Dr. Wen, I saw Miss Huanbi from Yangshou Palace looking for him this morning, and thought he had gone there. Since he is here at the Shattered Jade Pavilion, I shall take my leave." With that, Xiao Yan gracefully departed. Shen Meizhuang's complexion turned pale. "Did Huaner send you?" When Shichu's lips moved, indeed Jin Huan had sent him. But he had intended to come regardless, thinking of Jin Huan mentioning that Shen Meizhuang had grown distant from her lately. When Shichu hoped to mend the sisters' rift. "A noble consort, she is concerned for your health and suggested that leave admired you." Before Wen Shichu could finish, he received another slap across the face. "Kaiwei, see him out." Kaiwei was equally furious. She had thought Wen Daran was reluctant to part with the young master, but it turned out to be because of noble consort. The esteemed guests of the Shattered Jade Pavilion could not be summoned, yet he came at her behest. Wen Shichu wished to explain but found himself at a loss for words, and was pushed out by Kaiwei. Shen Meizhuang covered her face and wept. She would rather Wen Shichu never come than to have him visit out of pity for her from others. As Xiao Yan strolled leisurely outside the Shattered Jade Pavilion, she caught sight of Wen Shichu emerging, his body hunched in a defensive posture, and her lips curled into a smile. Lingrong had said that aside from his exceptional medical skills, Wen Shichu's intellect was merely ornamental. Indeed, that seemed to hold true. That evening, feeling quite satisfied, Xiao Yan returned to the Yanqi Palace, only to hear that Jiang Fuai had brought fake hemlock into the palace. Jiang Fuai, clever and astute, had realized that Jianqiu sought hemlock to deal with him, leaving him in constant fear. He was terrified that the empress would not wait for the hemlock to enter the palace before turning against him. Coincidentally, he overheard two palace maidens discussing a medicine shop outside the palace that had been raided for selling fake drugs. Jiang Fuai, with a stroke of inspiration, expended considerable effort to acquire a fake poison that perfectly mimicked the color and taste of hemlock. As the chief eunuch by the empress's side, Jiang Fuai was privy to many of her clandestine dealings. In the past, he had viewed the empress as an unassailable figure, believing his status would secure him a lifetime of glory. Thus, he had never entertained any disloyal thoughts toward her. However, after the empress was confined to Jingren Palace for a year, Jiang Fuhai began to feel that her position might not be so secure. Unfortunately, at this juncture, the empress had developed murderous intentions toward him. Amidst his anxiety, he sought to seize this opportunity to escape. That small note proved that someone had already uncovered the empress's schemes, and should he remain in the palace, it was only a matter of time before he faced torment and demise. The coincidental encounter with the fake death potion named 7-Day Soul Bewitching Powder filled Jiang Fuhai with a glimmer of hope for escape, yet he feared that his well-laid plans might backfire, so he repeatedly confirmed that his godson Xiaoyu could rescue him in time. To persuade Xiaoyu to assist him, he even promised him 2,000 taels of silver, which caused him great distress when Jianqiu impatiently sought him out for the third time. He finally obtained a fake death potion that bore a striking resemblance to hemlock. The empress was becoming anxious, and if she could not procure it soon, Jianqiu would have to resort to other means. However, given Zhang Fuhai's unique status among the palace maids and eunuchs, acting rashly could invite unnecessary trouble. With the hemlock in hand, matters would become significantly easier. That evening, after drinking a bowl of silver ear soup gifted by the empress, Zhang Fuhai suddenly died. Jianqiu stealthily appeared, wiping the blood from Zhang Fuhai's nostrils and mouth before swiftly departing. The following day, the chief eunuch by the empress's side, Zhang Fuhai, was discovered to have succumbed to sudden illness. Eunuchs, being of lowly status, could not have their bodies remain within the palace. The remains of Zhang Fuhai were entrusted to his godson for burial, with even the burial site chosen in a secluded location. Yet, within a mere few days, rumors began to circulate that Zhang Fuhai's demise was not due to illness but rather a result of a dispute with eunuch Yun from Yangshou Palace, who had allegedly taken his life. Accompanying this rumor was the assertion that eunuch Yun was exceptionally skilled, having once frightened the noble consort Li into madness. The empress implored the emperor to seek justice for Zhang Fuhai. However, without evidence, she was dismissed with a few words from him. As she departed, she encountered Jin Huan, their gazes igniting with mutual animosity. Upon leaving the Yangxin Palace, the hatred in the empress's eyes intensified. In the outskirts, Zhang Fuhai awoke, praising his son for his endeavors. His possessions were nearly more abundant than Su Peixing's. After Xiao Yuzi took 2,000 taels, a substantial amount remained. Under the cover of night, Zhang Fuhai fled the capital with the remaining wealth, only to be knocked unconscious. Xiao Yuzi distributed 300 taels each to the little eunuchs in the Yanqi Palace, Xiao Zhuozi and Xiao Ruizi. With the favored consort Chun, her eunuchs enjoyed considerable attention wherever they went. In Chapter 65, the crown prince was to wed Xiao Zhuozi and Xiao Ruizi, both of humble beginnings, maintained excellent relations with the lower-ranking eunuchs. In Yanqi Palace resided a skilled physician, Xiao Yan. When Zhang Fuhai pressured Xiao Yuzi to discreetly gather intelligence, he sought the help of these two. Responding to Xiao Yuzi's request, Xiao Zhuozi and Xiao Ruizi inquired with physician Xiao, discovering the existence of a fake death drug. Where could one find such a drug? There was a pharmacy called No Medicine that had gained fame in Hangzhou, but for reasons unknown, it closed down, only to reopen in Tianjin a few months prior. Speculation arose that the elusive owner of No Medicine had relocated there, yet no one could ascertain the owner's identity. Some claimed it was an old man, others a woman, or perhaps a young man, and some even suggested a foreigner. Business thrived at the Tianjin pharmacy, which boasted an eclectic array of medicinal materials, capable of concocting anything available on the market. Some claimed to possess foreign remedies, strange yet effective. As for specialty medicines, they were shrouded in secrecy, but with sufficient wealth, they could be procured. The 7-day bewitching powder fell into this category. To ensure realism, Zhang Fuhai requested the pharmacy to concoct a powder that would induce bleeding from the nostrils and mouth without being fatal. This was a particularly rare concoction, costing an astonishing sum. Additionally, the dosage he arranged for testing amounted to 3,000 taels. Lingrong and Xiao Yan were engaged in a game of Gomoku, sent over from Enlingxian. Both were astute and calculated, yet they were unfamiliar with Go. Leaving that pastime to Jin Huan and the talented individuals of the crown prince's circle, at Gomoku sufficed, even the likes of Lady Fucha could partake. Xiaoyan placed a piece, stating that Zhang Fuhai had already been captured by Ling Xian, inquiring how she intended to utilize him. Upon hearing Zhang Fuhai's name, and Lingrong nonchalantly replied, "Nurture him well, bide our time. And when the moment is ripe, deliver him into the hands of Consort Shi." Xiaoyan understood. Recently, Consort Shi and the Empress had clashed, and despite the setbacks and numerous trivial matters, Consort Shi still managed to maintain an upper hand over the Empress. It was no wonder that the unsavory elements entering Yanqi Palace had significantly diminished. Clearly the Empress could no longer spare the effort to deal with her. I've informed the Emperor that you require a period of convalescence for the next few months, feign illness and avoid all engagements, and Lingrong instructed with a nod of agreement. On December 20th, a joyous occasion unfolded for the Crown Prince's residence and the Peguagon's household. Although Meng Jingxian was a secondary consort, her entry into the Crown Prince's residence essentially made her the lady of the house. As there was no primary consort, the Peguagon's household prepared a dowry for Meng Jingxian that rivaled that of a primary consort. Meng Yunze, having a close relationship with his aunt, brought along several good friends to form the entourage for the wedding. An Lingxian was also among the group at the Crown Prince's residence, was adorned festively. Yet the crown prince wore a mournful expression, evoking Meng Yunza's ire. An Lingxian nudged Meng Yunza. Today is your aunt's day of joy. Temper your anger. How can my aunt's beauty and talent be lacking? She has squandered years of her youth for him, yet he appears as if he bears the weight of the world, disrespecting my aunt. Meng Yunza retorted. An Lingxian rolled his eyes. Go tell your aunt that if she wishes to leave with you, I will ensure her departure is splendid. Meng Yunza fell silent. His aunt's long-held desire had finally been realized, and he dared not jeopardize it, lest his father break his legs. As the crown prince wed, Min Bail Hongshi and Jean Bail Hongli assisted in receiving guests. Hongli, sharp-eyed, quickly spotted An Lingxian, who bore a semblance to An Lingrong. In just a few months, An Lingxian had established himself in the capital. While An Lingrong provided support and the Fucha and Borjigin families helped, his own prowess was not to be underestimated. This mere teenager had access to remarkably rare goods. Many sought supplies from Guangzhou through the An family's shop, even forming connections with foreigners, yet none had the fortune of An Lingxian. The items he presented to the palace were favored even by the emperor. Hongli had considered involving himself, but having just emerged from the prince's estate, he lacked a solid foundation and dared not act impulsively. Yunza, who was this, compared to Hongshi, who only seemed to grow taller without gaining wit? Hongli was far more adept at social interaction. Despite having only met Meng Yunza once, he treated him as an old friend. Meng Yunza introduced An Lingxian to the two. Hongli grasped An Lingxian's sleeve. You are the brother of Consort Chun. I ought to address you as uncle. Despite An Lingxian's talents, he was still young, and the An family's lucrative business could be advantageous if he were to become one of their own. An Lingxian feigned surprise. Jean Bail is a prince. I cannot accept such a title, just call me Lingxian. This fourth prince was evidently not simple-minded. He seemed intent on planning for his sister's future, making him a potential threat that would need to be dealt with. Hongli and An Lingxian appeared chummy, much to Meng Yunza's chagrin. Given Huanbai's circumstances, Meng Yunza was keen to prevent An Lingxian from becoming too close with Consort Shi's son. Hongshi also looked on in astonishment, believing himself to be on good terms with Consort Chun and Lady Fucha, yet here was the fourth prince taking the lead. Lingxian, are you settling in well in the capital? Is anyone bullying you? If they do, come find me at my residence. I will certainly stand up for you. The three, Hongli and Lingxian, and Meng Yunza, internally scoffed at his naivety, after exchanging a few pleasantries. Meng Yunza pulled An Lingxian away. Upon returning, An Lingxian dispatched An Lu to deliver rare items to Min Bail and Jean Bail, thus establishing connections with both Dai and Yangshuo Palace. The atmosphere was heavy with discontent due to the crown prince's wedding. Zhen Huan and Huanbai felt particularly downtrodden. Huanbai had initially been elated at the prospect of serving as a concubine in the crown prince's residence, yet the grand nature of the crown prince's marriage cast a shadow over her spirits. Had she been a daughter of the Niu Hulu clan, she would not merely be a concubine. Zhen Huan observed Hong Yu and Lingxi, concealing her tears deep within her heart. At the crown prince's residence, Meng Jingxian heard that the prince was inebriated, forcing a smile. On their wedding night, she found herself alone in an empty chamber, having anticipated her lack of favor but never to this extent. And Lingrong's pregnancy had progressed beyond 5 months, and aside from herself and Dan Zhu, only Chao Yan was informed of the twins she carried. The emperor was overjoyed, but after the empress had smeared accusations against Hong Yu and Lingxi, he no longer blindly trusted the tranquility of his harem. At and Lingrong's request, he spread word that she was expecting a girl, although the empress still harbored intentions of eliminating An Lingrong's child. Having already exhausted herself over Hongyu with no progress, she was forced to temporarily abandon her plans regarding An Lingrong. After all, having an additional princess in the palace was not overly consequential. However, if an opportunity arose to eliminate that child, it would be most fortuitous. The day after the crown prince's wedding, he brought Meng Jingxian into the palace to express gratitude for the imperial decree. After exiting Shokong Palace, they proceeded to Yangxin Palace. The crown prince remained in Yangxin Palace while Meng Jingxian headed towards Jingren Palace. In Chapter 66, the discerning Meng Jingxian, while visiting the Empress Dowager, mentioned wanting to pay her respects to the pregnant consort Chun for good fortune. Naturally, the Empress Dowager consented. However, Meng Jingxian's true intention was not to meet consort Chun but to seize the opportunity to observe the maid Huan Bai. To visit consort Chun, the attendance of the Empress and consort she was requisite. After departing from Jingren Palace and Yanqing Hall, Meng Jingxian finally arrived at Yangshuo Palace. Though merely a maid, Huan Bai garnered her attention due to her prior service during the incident when the crown prince fell from his horse at the beginning of the year. A close maid of a palace consort tending to a prince was certainly thought-provoking. This maid was also suspected to be the illegitimate sister of the consort. When Meng Yunza was venting to a few friends And Ling Xian inadvertently mentioned something that piqued Meng Yun's interest, suggesting that perhaps the two had prior interactions. What relationship could a prince and a maid possibly have? At most, they might have crossed paths in the palace. But wait, this maid had spent 3 years at Ganlu Temple alongside consort Shi, and Ganlu Temple was quite near the Crown Prince's Qingliang Terrace. Moreover, the Dowager consort Shu was also in residence at Ganlu Temple. Thus, it was entirely plausible that the Crown Prince and Huanbai had already developed an affair there. If that were the case, such a calculating maid would not be one to underestimate. As for why the Meng family had not speculated about Xin Huan, it was simply because Xin Huan was related to the Crown Prince by marriage. As Xin Huan has married and given birth. The esteemed Gui Junwang remains the coveted bachelor in the hearts of many noble maidens throughout the capital. In the absence of concrete evidence, no one dares to suspect any illicit affair between the two. Meng Jingxian, as Gui Junwang's secondary consort, shares in his glory. Should the Meng family become aware of any impropriety between Gui Junwang and the imperial consorts, they would likely be at a loss for how to conceal it. Within the confines of Yangshuo Palace, Meng Jingxian keenly perceives the unmistakable hostility emanating from Huanbai, a sentiment she can comprehend. Yet, why does even the esteemed Shi Guifei exhibit a hint of sorrow in her eyes when facing her? Meng Jingxian's mind races. Could it be that Shi Guifei, upon seeing her, is reminded of Huanbai's impending departure from her side, thus provoking her melancholic disposition? Yet, that notion seems rather implausible. The matter regarding Jin Yuandao and He Bijou has been suppressed, effectively barring Huanbai from ascending to the status of the second daughter of the Nuhulu family. That Meng Jingxian could marry the enviable Gui Junwang as a maidservant represents a commendable outcome. So where does Shi Guifei's sadness originate? Meng Jingxian finds herself utterly perplexed. Upon exiting Yangshuo Palace, she encounters a woman clad in green palace attire, unmistakably a consort. It is Ning Pin, as the maidservant leading her through the various palaces informs her. Meng Jingxian approaches to pay her respects, only to find Ning Pin's gaze also tinged with sorrow, a sentiment mirroring that of Shi Guifei. Meng Jingxian's heart races. In the palace of Yanqi, Meng Jingxian gazes enviously at Lingrong's burgeoning belly. During their initial meeting, words elude them, and the conversation defaults to the close relationship between her nephew Meng Yunjia and Lingshan. Lingrong responds with a smile. Yet she knows little of Meng Jingxian. In a previous vision, she had seen Meng Jingxian pregnant with Gui Junwang's child, though whether this was an act of boasting or a warning remains uncertain. As she had hurried to inform Xin Huan of the pregnancy, subsequently, Meng Jingxian met her demise after tasting a bowl of soup before feeding Hong Yi. How tragically unfortunate, being of the same age as Lingrong. Meng Jingxian was expected to participate in the selection of consorts, yet her admiration for Gui Junwang became the talk of the town, rendering her entry into the palace impossible. Presently, she appears radiant and healthy, a stark contrast to the rumors of her frail constitution from her past life. Lingrong surmises that in her previous life, Huanbai had usurped a likeness, leading Meng Jingxian to mistakenly believe that Gui Junwang's beloved was Huanbai. Hence, as fellow secondary consorts, Meng Jingxian chose to keep a low profile. In this life, Huanbai can only enter the residence as a maid and will arrive several months later, allowing Meng Jingxian to discard any pretense. Meng Jingxian exudes elegance and serenity, embodying the grace of a distinguished lady reminiscent of Xin Meizhuang in Lingrong's eyes, reflecting on the infatuated image she has crafted for herself, and Lingrong sighs inwardly, recognizing that beneath it all, she shares a bold and unrestrained spirit akin to Xin Meizhuang. However, Meng Jingxian is far more fortunate than Xin Meizhuang, as she can openly be with the one she loves. Lifting her teacup, and Lingrong conceals her scrutinizing gaze, acknowledging, indeed, she possesses notable beauty. Since Meng Jingxian was able to bear Gui Junwang's child in her previous life, it seems likely she will achieve a similar fate in this one. Gui Junwang, a man of deep affection, holds Xin Huan in his heart, yet this does not preclude him from being tender and considerate toward other women. Once a child is born, Meng Jingxian will share a multitude of ties with Gui Junwang. To Lingrong, who does not place much importance on romantic entanglements, it seems that Meng Jingxian is fortunate to marry the man of her choosing and to be the sole mistress of the royal household. However, Meng Jingxian desires not merely Gui Junwang's companionship, but also his heart. At this moment, her conversation has shifted from Meng Yunjia and Lingshan to Xin Huan. I have just exited Yangshuo Palace and encountered that young lady Huanbai. Perhaps it is due to her prolonged association with Shi Guifei, but Huanbai bears a resemblance to her, with striking features. My lord is indeed fortunate. Come April next year, I shall be addressing Huanbai as a sister. Having accompanied Shi Guifei for 2 decades, she must have adopted her temperament and mannerisms. As I am the secondary consort and have taken Huan Bai into the residence, I must take good care of her. I have heard that the pure consort holds a close friendship with Shi Guifei. I am anxious and uncertain about what Shi Guifei favors. A flicker of understanding crosses in Lingrong's eyes.
This is not merely an inquiry about Huan Bai, it is a clear attempt to glean information regarding Jin Huan. Although Meng Jingxian does not appear particularly astute, she is remarkably perceptive, having discerned that Jin Huan is indeed her rival for affection after a single visit to the palace. And Lingrong furrows her brow slightly, appearing deep in thought. Though Shi Guifei and I are sisters within the same palace, we have been preoccupied with our own affairs over the years and do not frequently interact. I only know that she is well read and possesses great talent. Upon hearing this, Meng Jingxian's eyes brighten slightly. Gui Junwang is renowned for his martial prowess and literary talent. Who in the capital is unaware of this? To be worthy of Gui Junwang, she too must have immersed herself in literature and earned a modicum of recognition. An Lingrong again lifts her teacup, concealing the upward curve of her lips. Shi Guifei not only excels in playing the guqin but also possesses extraordinary dancing skills. Meng Jingxian's expression stiffens momentarily. Women of their background are naturally expected to master the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, yet dancing skills. She recalls the grand banquet in Zhozhou, where Hui Gui played the qin, and Gui Junwang harmonized with his flute, while Shi Guifei performed a breathtaking dance that left her utterly awestruck. Meng Jingxian's complexion pales slightly, revealing a rather unpleasant smile. So it turns out that Gui Junwang shares such a connection with Shi Guifei. An Lingrong observes her expression closely, concluding that Huan Bai's entry into the royal residence may not bode well for her. Of course, that is contingent upon her ability to gain entry in the first place. Shi Guifei and Hui Gui, who grew up together in the same household, share a deep bond. Should Meng Jingxian wish to learn of Huan Bai's preferences, perhaps Hui Gui would know more. A look of gratitude appears on Meng Jingxian's face. Thank you for the information, Your Highness. Given your condition, I shall not take up any more of your time. An Lingrong nods with a smile and glances at Bo Wan. Chapter 67, Shen Meizhuang spits blood. Bao Wan escorted Meng Jingxian away, returning an hour later with 4 pieces of news. The first piece: after leaving Yanqi Palace, Meng Jingxian indeed went to Suiyu Pavilion. Although An Lingrong had deliberately steered her there, upon hearing this news, she couldn't help but sigh. A woman in love is truly restless. Fortunately, this time Huan Bai does not hold an equal status as a secondary consort. Otherwise, she would have surely met her demise at Meng Jingxian's hands. The second piece of news reveals that upon departing Yangshou Palace, Meng Jingxian encountered Ning Pin, while Ning Pin's expression was unreadable. Meng Jingxian's countenance shifted from confusion to shock after the meeting. An Lingrong paused, realizing that Meng Jingxian's sharpness was due to encountering 3 women enamored with Gui Junwang all at once. Zhen Huan and Yi Lanyi, both of whom are also unrequited in love, likely share this similarity, causing Meng Jingxian to suspect Zhen Huan. Truly, Gui Junwang is exceedingly popular among women. The third piece of news states that after leaving Suiyu Pavilion, Meng Jingxian heard a call for the imperial physician from Kaiwei. The fourth piece of news indicates that as Meng Jingxian departed the palace with Gui Junwang, she held his hand tightly, appearing exceedingly sweet. Though Gui Junwang's expression was less than pleased. An Lingrong shakes her head with a soft chuckle, realizing she had underestimated Meng Jingxian. This woman is anything but ordinary. Bao Wan, who says Gui Junwang's expression was displeased? As newlyweds, their relationship is naturally harmonious, leaving the palace hand in hand, fingers interlocked, displaying an affectionate demeanor. Bao Wan quickly grasped the situation and nodded in agreement. Meng Jingxian lingered in Suiyu Pavilion for half an hour before departing. Upon her exit, Shen Meizhuang's weary face bore an expression of doubt. Meng Jingxian claimed to be inquiring about Huan Bai, yet every word seemed to revolve around Shen Huan. Shen Meizhuang found it perplexing. Why was she so interested in Huaner? Could it be that Huaner and Gui Junwang? The thought sent a chill through Shen Meizhuang, paling her complexion. Compared to others, Shen Meizhuang understands Shen Huan better, since Shen Huan returned from Ganlu Temple. She had always believed it was for the sake of the Jin family, never considering any other possibilities. Yet now, she realizes many details she had previously overlooked. Jin Huan had been diligently meditating at Ganlu Temple, while Wen Shichu would visit her whenever he had the chance. Shen Meizhuang, eager to learn of Jin Huan's news, requests that he come to Suiyu Pavilion each time after meeting with her. Before Jin Huan returned to the palace, or rather, before Jin Huan rekindled her relationship with the emperor at Ganlu Temple, Wen Shichu's demeanor had been decidedly off. That period coincides with the unfortunate passing of Gui Junwang.
Coupled with the fact that Hong Yi and Lingxi were born prematurely after only 7 months, Shen Meizhuang covers her mouth tightly. Her Jinghe had indeed misreported the gestation period. Hong Yi and Lingxi's births did not resemble those of a child born 7 months early. Having unraveled the secrets, Shen Meizhuang silently weeps. Zhen Huan's pregnancy could not have occurred without Wen Shichu's involvement. It seems that even prior to her own circumstances, Wen Shichu was willing to engage in actions that could jeopardize an entire clan. For Zhen Huan, Wen Shichu would stop at nothing, yet she has already borne his child, and he only deigns to visit her when Zhen Huan allows it. Moreover, Zhen Huan's words express disapproval of her meetings with Wen Shichu. Yet she has also engaged in similar actions. Why must she present herself in such a manner before her? Kai Wei escorts Mang Jingxian back and witnesses Shen Meizhuang collapsing, blood spilling from her lips, which sends her into a panic. My lady, what has happened? Someone fetch the imperial physician at once. When Suiyu Pavilion sent for help, all the imperial physicians turned their gazes towards Wen Shichu in unison.
Who does not know that Suiyu Pavilion only seeks out physician when unfortunately physician one is far too occupied and typically delegates the task to them, yet they are reluctant to face the disappointed expression of Hui Gui. As if their medical skills were lacking. Ironically, ever since Mang Jingxian's arrival, Zhen Huan has felt a heaviness in her heart. She had been suppressing the disappointment in her heart, but upon hearing that Mang Jingxian and the Prince Guo were leaving the palace hand in hand, in an intimate manner, she could no longer hold back. Her vision darkened, and she collapsed onto her chair. She was a woman of great inner strength, and soon sat upright as if nothing had happened. Though her complexion was exceedingly pale, Jinsi felt a pang of sympathy and insisted on seeking Dr. Wen to examine her, although both Yangshou Palace and Sui Yuxuan had only summoned Dr. Wen. This was the first time their paths had crossed. Upon hearing that Shen Meizhuang had fainted, Wen Shichu grabbed his medical kit and prepared to head to Sui Yuxuan, but before he could rise, he overheard Huanbi mention that Zhen Huan was unwell. His heart was torn in two, wishing he could split his body in half to attend to both. Xiaoyan stifled her urge to laugh and firmly grasped Wen Shichu's arm. Lord Wen, allow me to attend to Lady Hui. With someone making a decision for him, Wen Shichu ceased his internal conflict and left with Huanbi. When Xiaoyan arrived at Sui Yuxuan, she was met with the sight of Shen Meizhuang's face, pale as a sheet, which pierced her heart anew. The noble consort, she is unwell, and Lord Wen has gone to Yangshou Palace. Before he departed, he entrusted me to treat the noble lady, Shen Meizhuang. Her gaze unfocused, took a while to inquire, what is wrong with Huaner? Is it serious? Xiaoyan tightened her grip on the strap of her medical kit, suppressing her urge to curse. Shen Meizhuang still cared deeply for Zhen Huan. I am unaware. Just moments ago, Lord Wen was prepared to come here, but Miss Huanbi suddenly intervened, mentioning that consort she was unwell. Lord Wen did not ascertain the details before heading to Yangshou Palace. After a considerable pause, it seemed Shen Meizhuang began to grasp the implication of Xiaoyan's words. She coughed up blood again, her tears flowing more freely. Kaiwa, frightened, clung to her tightly. Dr. Qiao, please do not say any more. Quickly see to our young mistress. Xiaoyan concealed the coldness in her eyes, took her pulse, and wrote a prescription instructing Kaiwei to prepare it promptly. Lady Hui, I am uncertain why you often harbor such distress. However, judging by your pulse, it appears you have not taken the medicine I previously prescribed. If you continue down this path, it will surely lead to troubles. Shen Meizhuang remained silent. Life and death seemed to hold little significance for her now. Xiaoyan felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. Although I have not experienced marriage and childbirth, having recently been commanded by the emperor to assist Consort Chun with her pregnancy, I have witnessed the suffering she endures due to her condition. It makes me truly appreciate the burdens of motherhood. Compared to Consort Chun, you have endured even greater pains in childbirth, thus I can only imagine how deeply you feel this. Though Princess Jinghe is currently being cared for by Consort Shi, you are her biological mother. For the sake of Princess Jinghe, you must prioritize your health. Hearing the name Jinghe stirred something within Shen Meizhuang, and she shifted her gaze slightly at Jinghe. Yes, I still have Jinghe, Xiaoyan replied at last. You remember you have a daughter, Dr. Qiao. How can I nurture my own child? After speaking, she forced a self-deprecating smile, realizing that Xiaoyan was merely a common physician who had been in the palace for less than a year. How could she possibly know? I have heard that ladies of your rank can raise their own children. Why do you not seek to elevate your status? Xiaoyan spoke sincerely, causing Shen Meizhuang to drop her guard. A woman, even one from humble origins, must cultivate good relationships with the noble women of the palace to thrive in the imperial medical department. Shen Meizhuang believed Xiaoyan genuinely wished for her restoration. Yet she had no desire to serve the emperor any longer. He was old, portly, and callous, a far cry from Wen Shichu. Dr. Qiao, have you seen the Empress Dowager recently? How is she faring? Xiaoyan replied.
It seems that only when one requires the Empress Dowager do they think of her. Chapter 68. Truly cultivating her hatred, the Empress Dowager was haunted by the lingering effects of having poisoned Long Kedwa. Aware that her days were numbered, she sought to persuade the emperor to release the 14th Prince Yuntian, but was met with rejection. She wished for the empress to be released from confinement. Yet that too was denied. Were it not for the year-end sacrificial ceremony, the empress would still be confined within Jingren Palace. Amidst all her frustrations, the Empress Dowager had nearly exhausted herself, while Qiao Yan could help her regain some health to prolong her life. She could not alleviate the turmoil within her heart. Indeed, Qiao Yan had no desire to intervene now that the empress had emerged from Jingren Palace and Lingrong's position was secure, and she had temporarily subdued the empress with Meng Lanhua's pollen. Even Jiang Fuhai was under her control. Whether the Empress Dowager lived or died was of little concern to Qiao Yan. However, she did not wish for Shen Meizhuang to seek the Empress Dowager's assistance.
Rumor had it that the Empress Dowager held a great fondness for Shen Meizhuang. Should Shen Meizhuang truly be restored and reconcile with Shen Huan, all of Qiao Yan's efforts would be in vain.
The Empress Dowager was not young anymore. Not long ago, she had, alas, as one ages, tranquility is most beneficial, yet the inner palace was always tumultuous. If the Empress Dowager were to worry excessively, it would be. As Qiao Yan pondered, she glanced at Shen Meizhuang and noticed her expression of despair, causing her to scoff internally. If Shen Meizhuang were to seek out the Empress Dowager, she would not hesitate to provide the Empress with a handle against her. I have heard from my colleagues that the noble lady and consort she share a deep sisterhood. Should consort she be willing to intercede on your behalf, it might not be impossible to achieve your desires. Upon hearing this, Shen Meizhuang's face flashed with a mix of shame and anger. Qiao Yan felt reassured. As she departed, she encountered Wen Shichu hurrying from Yangzhou Palace, leaving her speechless once more, regardless of whether he would inadvertently provoke further misunderstandings from Shen Meizhuang. The two maidservants following closely behind him were glaringly obvious. Was he blind? And Lingrong, upon hearing from Qiao Yan that someone was tailing Wen Shichu, immediately suspected the Empress's people. However, the situation between Wen Shichu and Jin Huan had become quite clear. Were the Empress's people following Wen Shichu out of suspicion regarding his relationship with Shen Meizhuang, and Lingrong's confusion would soon find its answer. Once again, the eve of the Lunar New Year arrived. Although when Lingrong was with child, she, as a favored concubine, was still required to attend the grand palace banquet. Danju sat beside her, preventing her from touching any food or drink at the banquet, which left Lingrong feeling both amused and exasperated. Last year's New Year's Eve, and Lingrong had regained the emperor's favor through her ice dance, and within a year had ascended in rank repeatedly. Now pregnant with the emperor's offspring, she had undoubtedly sparked envy in many hearts. This year, there were 4 or 5 concubines performing the ice dance, which made Yongzheng frown, while he enjoyed watching his concubines strive to please him. He did not desire everything. Danju leaned toward Lingrong, whispering, imitating Dong Shi. Lingrong covered her mouth, stifling a laugh, and upon looking up, found Yongzheng gazing intently at her. Ronger's ice dance is as spirited as the Plum Blossom Fairy. Far beyond the capabilities of others, that Yongzheng momentarily faltered, unable to recall the name of the performing woman, but Xiu quietly interjected, Your Majesty, that is Ruan Ying. Yongzheng cleared his throat awkwardly, Ruan Ying. Please step down and the rest of you as well, no need to perform, it lacks novelty. Ruan Ying, gliding across the ice, turned pale and nearly fell. The other concubines waiting in line to perform also looked dismayed. Xiu and Jin Huan exchanged glances with Lingrong. Lingrong felt as though she might explode from anger. This Ruan Ying was truly exceptional at instigating her ire. The emperor had a knack for teasing his subjects. And Lingrong's face was flushed with a bashful smile, appearing harmless. Yongzheng felt a twinge of regret, and Lingrong was pregnant and could not act recklessly. As the ice dance concluded, Danju discreetly produced pastries from her sleeve and handed them to Lingrong. The empress, in her struggle for power with Shen Huan, had recently been at odds with her, and Danju genuinely feared for Lingrong's safety. All the food Lingrong had consumed today had been brought from Zhongsui Palace. As the banquet progressed, the prince arrived with Meng Jingxian from Shokong Palace. Your Highness, please forgive my tardiness. Yongzheng was unperturbed. Has the Empress Dowager been lecturing you again? You should be getting her a grandchild soon to ease her worries. The prince forced a stiff smile. Your Highness is merely jesting at my expense. Meng Jingxian linked her arm through the prince's, her face blooming like a rosy cloud, her voice soft yet audible to those around. I shall ensure we do so promptly. Yongzheng erupted in hearty laughter. Jin Huan felt a stab of pain in her heart and lowered her head. Yilani and Huanbi wore expressions of discontent. Lingrong sighed once more. This Meng Jingxian was truly not an ordinary person. After the Prince Guo and Meng Jingxian took their seats, a palace maid brought in a tcup. The maid retreated. She caught sight of Huanbi behind Jin Huan. Her face blanching in shock, unable to suppress a gasp. Everyone noticed the maid's unusual reaction. As she hurriedly retreated, she nearly stumbled. Yongzhang and Isho exchanged frowns. Gao Woyong scrutinized Yongzhang's expression and called out, "Which palace are you from, maid? How can you be so ill-mannered?" The maid, pallid, stammered, "Your Majesty, forgive me, Your Highness, I am the newly entered maid Qingyin." "Why did you gasp just now?" Qingyin glanced at Huanbi, quickly lowered her head, trembling all over. At that moment, everyone realized the trouble lay with Huanbi. Jin Huan's fingers clenched tightly. Could it be that Huanbi's identity was truly about to be exposed? And Lingrong cast a sidelong glance at Jin Huan and then at the Empress. She pondered various possibilities in her mind, yet ultimately did not foresee any implications for herself. Thus, she settled down to watch the drama unfold involving those close to consort. Gao Woyong dared not speak out. Yongzhang assumed it was merely Huanbi's appearance that had raised suspicions. Since he had decided not to pursue the matter further, there was no need to disrupt the festive atmosphere of the banquet. Just as Gao Woyong was about to dismiss the maid, Qing Guiren, seated at the end of the table, suddenly spoke up. "A Qingyin Gao Gonggang is asking you a question. Why do you only look at Miss Huanbi?" And Lingrong scoffed. Having lost Guerjia Wen Yuan and herself, the Empress could only support her own people, the noble consort Qing and the original noble Lady Jin, as well as the ever-present Lady Kong. Were all introduced into the palace by the Empress after Jin Huan's visit to the Ganlu Temple in her early years. However, at that time, all the favor within the palace was almost entirely monopolized by An Lingrong and Guerjia Wen Yuan. Shortly after these individuals entered the palace, they found themselves cast into disfavor. Noble Lady Jin hailed from a prominent family, and Lady Kong relied on her. The two, being gossipy by nature, enjoyed flitting around the various courts. And before they were relegated to the cold palace, and Lingrong still had the opportunity to see them frequently. Yet, noble consort Qing was like a specter, rarely seen by An Lingrong, like noble Lady Jin and Lady Kong. Noble consort Qing also partook of the red date and ginseng tea bestowed by the Empress during her first audience with her. Surprisingly, after years of remaining invisible, she could no longer contain herself and became a woman of the Empress. Consort Qing directly pointed at Huanbi, and the others could no longer pretend not to see, for Qingyin had already spoken. "Your Majesty, Your Highness," the maid said, "before entering the palace, I had encountered that young lady." Huanbi grew anxious. Although she did not comprehend the gravity of the situation, she was certain it was not a favorable one. "You lie. When have I ever met you?" Jin Huan grasped Huanbi's hand. Huanbi, being impulsive, was easily led astray. Under the ambiguous circumstances, it was wiser to remain silent. Qingyin, summoning her courage, looked once more at Huanbi. "I would not mistake her. I saw this young lady by the riverside when I accompanied my mother to offer incense at Ganlu Temple." Huanbi's heart settled, so it was Jin Huan sensed that matters were far from simple and wished for Huanbi to take another look. However, Huanbi had already stepped forward. Kneeling on the ground, she had done much for her elder sister. And although the Gui Junwang was aware he needed a deeper impression, even if the Gui Junwang did not love her, a touch more pity would be welcome. "Your Majesty, I did indeed often wash clothes by the riverside during my time at Ganlu Temple. It must have been then that this maid Qingyin saw me. The nuns at Ganlu Temple forced the lady to wash the garments of everyone in the temple." Huanbi knelt in the same direction as Qingyin. Unaware of the shock that painted Qingyin's face upon hearing her words, Jin Huan pinched her palm. From where would the Empress strike? And Lingrong's gaze flitted between Huanbi, Qingyin, and noble consort Qing. Yet she could not fathom the Empress's intentions. Once more, the confused voice of noble consort Qing rang out. "Qingyin, the Emperor and the Empress are present. Why do you persist in that manner, yet speak in riddles? What is your aim?" Huanbi finally sensed that the atmosphere had shifted. She closed her mouth and ceased to speak. The Empress frowned. "Qingyin, speak." Summoning her courage, Qingyin said, "I did not see this young lady washing clothes. She had a man assisting her with fetching water and washing clothes." Noble consort Qing covered her mouth, disbelief etched across her features. "A man. It is well known that Ganlu Temple is a nunnery, with few men venturing nearby. What did that man look like?" And Lingrong began to understand. Yet, the Empress had just been released from confinement for less than a month, had no power in the palace. And even Jiang Fuhai was gone. How could she possess such means? She needed to observe further. If the Empress truly had the upper hand in this game, she would need to be more cautious moving forward. Jin Huan guessed as much. She rose, casting a cold glance at noble consort Qing before looking at Qingyin. "At Ganlu Temple, Huanbi, and I entered and exited together. You say you saw her, yet did you not see me?" Qingyin cautiously assessed Jin Huan before ultimately shaking her head. "I have only seen this young lady Huanbi. I have not encountered your grace, dressed in the attire of a noble consort. Zhen Huan was referred to simply as noble consort by Qing Yin, who was a newly entered maid, which made her words more credible. Zhen Huan turned her gaze to Yongzheng. Your Majesty, the nun Moyan from Ganlu Temple has confirmed that I was tasked with chopping wood and washing clothes. Even in the depths of winter, my hands had to be immersed in the frigid river, and during the cold season, I was sent to Lingyun Peak. The tears that Zhen Huan withheld stirred a pang of compassion in Yongzheng. Gui Junwang clenched his fists, anguish painted on his face, while Meng Jingxian gently tugged at him. Only then did Gui Junwang lower his head, striving to conceal his emotions from others. An Lingrong felt a twinge of pain in her teeth. Thankfully, the Emperor's attention was solely on Zhen Huan, otherwise, given Gui Junwang's distraught appearance, it would have been impossible not to raise suspicions. However, those of noble birth were distinct, despite their fondness for Zhen Huan. One could hardly say they helped her chop wood or wash clothes. This was even less than what Wen Shichu had done. As in Lingrong brooded, Zhen Huan continued, Your Majesty, the past few years have been fraught with trials for noble consort Shi. Even now she is suspected of having an affair. Fortunately, Your Majesty is wise, and thus her innocence has been restored. The slander against noble consort Shi had been nearly a year ago, yet every time Zhen Huan recalled that day's events, her heart raced with trepidation. Thankfully, the vile individuals who had defamed noble consort Shi had been executed, providing some measure of relief for the lady. Zhen Huan and Jingfei harmonized their narratives, evoking sympathy from the emperor towards Zhen Huan, while simultaneously reminding everyone that Zhen Huan had been exonerated, making it impossible for others to use the Ganlu Temple incident against her, and warning Qing Yin to refrain from speaking recklessly. Zhen Huan's words led those unaware of the situation to conclude that the man Qing Yin mentioned was indeed Wen Shichu. The emperor had ceased to pursue the matter of Wen Shichu visiting Ganlu Temple to attend to Zhen Huan's health. Whether Qing Yin had encountered Wen Shichu or Huanbi, it was not a significant issue. Yet Zhen Huan dared not let her guard down. The Empress would not orchestrate such a drama if she had already secured Zhen Huan and Wen Shichu's innocence. I bring up the past merely to state that Huanbi and I were never apart while washing clothes. But Qing Yin claims to have seen Huanbi and not me, which can only imply that she has mistaken someone. Noble consort Qing was taken aback by Zhen Huan's frigid gaze, but recalling the Empress's instructions, she steadied herself and pressed on. Qing Yin, noble consort, she claims you have mistaken someone. Is that so? Qing Yin shook her head vigorously. I would never mistake her. This young lady Huanbi was clad in dark robes, wearing a nun's hat, yet behaved intimately with a man. I found it peculiar, which is why I remembered her appearance. Qing Yin's words incited a tremendous uproar. You speak nonsense, Huanbi exclaimed in fury, casting a nervous glance at Gui Junwang, who unfortunately was lost in his own sorrow and failed to notice her distress. Zhen Huan's complexion shifted slightly. Could it be that Qing Yin was referring to a Jin? If anyone were to witness a Jin and Huanbi together, then it would be difficult to conceal young Lia's involvement in her affairs. Zhen Huan took a discreet deep breath. No, Qing Yin was lying. Huanbi harbored feelings for young Li and had always treated a Jin with indifference. How could there be any intimacy? Your Majesty, Huanbi is a favored maid of the Gui Junwang. As a member of the royal household, how can a mere maid so brazenly slander her? Please, Your Majesty, have someone interrogate this audacious maid. How dare she speak such absurdities? And Lingrong narrowed her eyes. The best resolution to this situation would be for Gui Junwang to step forward. If he merely stated that it was he who had met with Huanbi, the Empress would no longer have any cards to play. Regrettably, Gui Junwang's heart was solely with Zhen Huan, making it improbable for him to admit to any intimacy with Huanbi in her presence. Isho realized that she had yet to alter the Emperor's perception of her. After today, the Emperor would likely harbor even more suspicion towards her, yet, as long as the power in the palace remained in Zhen Huan's hands, she would find no peace. It was precisely because Huanbi was Gui Junwang's favored maid that the matter required thorough investigation in public. Your Majesty, given the multitude present today, if Huanbi's innocence cannot be restored, how shall we speak of the royal family in the future? Yongzheng scanned the Empress. If the world were to speak solely of Gui Junwang, what concern was it of his? But if they were to speak of the royal family? Gao Weiyang, upon noticing Yongzheng's expression, immediately called out in a loud voice, Qing Yin, clarify your statements. If you continue to be evasive, you will be sent to the Ministry of Justice. Trembling, Qing Yin replied, I will speak. I will say everything. That man seemed to be a physician. I distinctly heard him say he had come from the Imperial Medical Institute, and Huanbi called him Shichu Gij. Jingfei felt relief wash over her. As long as it was Wen Taisher, there would be no issue. Even the lower-ranking concubines who had initially come to watch the spectacle felt some disappointment. If the man was indeed Wen Taisher, then there was no problem, after all. Noble consort, she had previously stated that when Taisher had visited Ganlu Temple, making their meeting perfectly normal. Furthermore, who was unaware that when Taisher was incapable of such things, Wanbi shot a glance at Gui Junwang. Her complexion paling in anger. You speak nonsense. As the events unfolded and Lingrong's eyes narrowed, so it was that the Empress had indeed employed the most direct tactic, engaging in a confrontation that left Jin Huan with little room to maneuver. Upon hearing Qing Yin's words, noble consort Qing chuckled softly. Shichu Gij, this one Taisher truly seems to be a man of many misfortunes. Several concubines began to laugh earlier this year, when Shichu had been embroiled in rumors of an affair with noble consort Shi. Then in March was once more entangled in speculation concerning Hui Guoran, and now, on the final day of the year, he was rumored to be involved with Huanbi. Was it a case of misfortune or exceptional fortune? Why was it always him? Jin Huan glared at Qing Yin. How dare you speak such nonsense before the emperor? She then turned to Yongzhang. Your Majesty, the condition of Wen Taisher's body has been verified by the eunuchs. How could he possibly have any involvement with Huanbi? Huanbi also bowed her head. Your Majesty, I am wronged. I beseech your Majesty to restore my innocence. Noble consort Cheng rose, bowing gracefully towards Yongzhang and Isho. Your Majesty, Empress, I have a matter to discuss, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate to voice it. Yongzhang furrowed his brow. Jin Huan felt a sudden jolt in her heart, while Isho smiled with a benevolent expression. What does Lady Qing wish to say? Lady Qing appeared hesitant, yet ultimately bit her lip and spoke. The esteemed Dr. Jiang from the Imperial Medical Institute is a distant relative of mine. He mentioned what? Do speak swiftly, an onlooker among the concubines inquired. Lady Qing's face flushed. He stated that Dr. Wen cannot be deemed natural, and that it should not be attributed to congenital causes, but rather to human intervention. An Lingrong remarked. Indeed, the Empress should not be underestimated. Jin Huan's heart raced, yet she steadied her thoughts. Lady Qing is truly idle, engaging in discussions of a man's private matters with a physician. Such behavior is indeed rare in this world. Lady Qing's complexion turned pale, and she hastily knelt. Your Majesty, I was merely curious in the moment. Yongzhang snorted coldly, leaving Lady Qing collapsed on the ground. An Lingrong sighed inwardly, acknowledging Jin Huan's prowess. After this, it would be challenging for Lady Qing to regain favor. Alas, the Empress's strategy is firmly rooted in fact, leaving Jin Huan with no counter. Isho regarded Lady Qing with a cold gaze. Had it not been for her slight connection to the Imperial Medical Institute, she would not have supported such a fool. Your Majesty, this matter concerns the imperial family and is of grave importance. It must be thoroughly investigated. The Prince of Guo finally roused from his own anguish. Yet he too was at a loss as to how to address the current predicament. Meng Jingxian whispered, ensuring only they could hear. Your Highness, Miss Huanbi has yet to enter the prince's residence. Speaking on her behalf now will only incite further suspicion regarding her character. Others would not believe that a dignified prince would concern himself with a maid's washing and chores, lest they draw other conclusions. The prince's expression shifted. He could not allow any association to be made with Huaner. Yongzhang's gaze deepened. He cared little for the reputation of the 17th. However, the 3rd, 8th, 9th, 10th, and 14th had all been imprisoned by him. He did not wish for the world to judge him as having discord with his brothers, thus he could only be amiable towards the 17th, should he designate a concubine of ill repute for the 17th. Outsiders would surely conclude that he was mistreating his own kin. Isho chuckled quietly to herself. Having spent 30 years with the emperor, she understood him better than anyone. Being perceived as harsh towards his brothers was secondary. If it were confirmed that Wen Shichu had only later been rendered incapable of fathering children, then his evasive behavior would only serve to fuel the emperor's suspicions. Gao Woyang investigate. After Gao Woyang departed, Yongzhang too took his leave. The banquet concluded, yet the matter remained unresolved. Upon returning to the Yanqi Palace, Danju could no longer contain herself. Lingrong, do you believe Dr. Wen is inherently incapable of fathering children? Or did he, in an attempt to conceal something, render himself so? Jin Huan, the Prince of Gui, and Mei Zhuang, and Wen Shichu, aside from the involved parties, only Lingrong and Xiao Yan were privy to such a clandestine affair. And Lingrong dared not disclose it to Danju. The accusations made by the Garjia family against consort Shi regarding infidelity had resulted in the Empress's year-long confinement. After such an ordeal, one could only imagine that the Empress would not dare to stage today's performance without substantial evidence against Dr. Wen. Danju nodded. I share your belief. The Empress must possess incontrovertible proof to act so boldly. With Dr. Wen repeatedly embroiled in such matters, he must certainly be implicated. However, the 2 blood tests had confirmed that the 6th prince and Dr. Wen were not blood relatives, and Princess Jinghe was indeed the Emperor's daughter. Dr. Wen had no illicit relations with consort Shi or concubine Hui. Could it truly be related to Huanbi? And Lingrong stifled a laugh, while Wen Shichu had no improper ties with Jin Huan. He had indeed fathered children with concubine Hui, yet Jin Huan's performances were undeniably impressive. To outsiders, Hongli and Lingxi could not be regarded as Wen Shichu's offspring. They must certainly be the emperor's. The blood of Jing had intertwined with the emperor's, thus making her his child as well. With no doubts surrounding the children, no one would question the mother. After Dan Zhu finished speaking, she shook her head again. Still struggling to comprehend following today's events, the empress would undoubtedly face the emperor's disdain for a considerable time. Was it worth it for a maid and a physician? Dan Zhu was aware that Huanbi was Jin Huan's sister. Yet the information had not been made public. Huanbi's status remained that of a mere maid. Even if she became the Prince of Guo's concubine, her position would still be lowly. The empress truly had no need to act in such a manner. And Lingrong explained, the empress's display, ostensibly aimed at Huanbi, is in truth designed to sow seeds of doubt in the emperor's heart regarding consort Xi. It is widely known that Dr. Wen frequented the Ganlu temple. On the day of the blood test, the emperor felt guilt over his misunderstanding of consort Shi and sympathized with her suffering at Ganlu temple. Thus he refrained from pursuing any accountability from Dr. Wen. However, as time passes, the emperor's guilt has waned. Once it is revealed that Dr. Wen fabricated his own condition, the emperor will inevitably grow suspicious, even if the sixth prince and fourth princess are not Dr. Wen's children. It does not exonerate him from any illicit dealings with consort Shi. Given the empress's methods, it is likely that rumors will begin to circulate today, making it difficult for the emperor to avoid suspicion. Dan Zhu covered her mouth. I partially understand, yet I do not fully grasp. If the empress is targeting consort Shi, why not allow Qin Yin to directly accuse consort Shi and Dr. Wen? As soon as she posed the question, she realized the answer. Jin Huan and Dr. Wen ought to be innocent. Without conclusive evidence, no one would dare to embarrass the emperor publicly. However, implicating Huanbi is an entirely different matter. The emperor harbors no genuine feelings for the Prince of Gui, and with the empress's guidance, this matter will inevitably be pursued. The more convoluted the situation, the more it invites suspicion, whether it be consort Shi or Huanbi. Neither can defend themselves. The empress's maneuver is indeed ruthless. Lingrong, after being confined for a year, the empress still possesses such tactics. Should she succeed in diminishing Jin Huan's standing, she may soon turn her attention towards you. And Lingrong furrowed her brow slightly. Yi Xiu, supported by the Dowager Empress, could engage in actions that displease the emperor without jeopardizing her position. Though she holds the ultimate weapon, the true cause of Empress Chen Yuan's death, she has yet to find a suitable opportunity to exploit it. Currently, she is pregnant and does not wish to confront the empress head-on. Chapter 71. Time is running out, and Lingrong rubbed her forehead, realizing that after the 2 blood tests, any rational individual would refrain from using Wen Shichu as a scapegoat. Yet the empress had chosen this moment to precisely target Dr. Wen and Huanbi. It was exceedingly illogical. The Ulanara family could certainly uncover numerous details, yet she sensed an unseen hand guiding the empress. But who could it be? Why target Dr. Wen and Huanbi? If the Ulanara family truly sought to investigate, they might even involve the Prince of Gua, yet today there was no hint of that. The empress exhibited no signs of suspicion towards the Prince of Guo. Lingrong meticulously recalled the day's events, and suddenly her eyes lit up. Meng Jingxian, it must be her consort. She was not without her chances for a comeback. Yet it would require sacrificing some of her favorite. Dan Zhu paused, asking, how might she turn the tables? The emperor's heart is inscrutable. Suspicion once cast cannot easily be dispelled. Lingrong, if we can establish a connection between Huanbi and Dr. Wen, only then can we fully clarify the relationship between consort Shi and Dr. Wen. Dan Zhu, but Huanbi is already the Prince of Guo's concubine. If she were to have an affair with Dr. Wen and this were to be revealed to the emperor, it would be treason. Lingrong, Huanbi is destined not to enter the Prince of Guo's residence. As for the charge of treason, if Dr. Wen admits to harboring affections for Huanbi, and she responds with indifference, or if there are other reasons preventing their union, especially with consort Shi's involvement, it would not be implausible. Dan Zhu laughed. How could that be possible? Dr. Wen is no fool. Well, perhaps in matters concerning consort Shi, he is not much different from a fool. Lingrong, now that Gao Woyong has gone to investigate, Dr. Wen is not particularly clever. However, his resolve is unwavering. To protect those he cherishes, he would rather perish than admit to any desires for consort Shi. And Lingrong recalled that in her previous life, when Shichu had resolutely castrated himself, and she could not help but shudder. Jin Huan and Shen Meizhuang were those he held dear, and for their sake When Shirchu would certainly clench his teeth and say nothing, due to the epidemic, the emperor had always held him in high regard. If he could find a suitable excuse to explain his downfall, perhaps he might survive, but what excuse could he possibly find? And what of the Meng family? With the empress acting so decisively, how could the Meng family be certain this matter would not implicate the Prince of Guo? And Lingrong's thoughts echoed those of Jin Huan. She and Wen Shichu were innocent. However, should the emperor harbor suspicions, he would inevitably send someone to investigate, if they were to uncover her connection to Yunli. Then Jin's family, the Prince of Guo, Hongli, Lingxi, Wen Shichu, Jinxi, Huanbi, and even the already exiled Su Peisheng, as well as Mo Yan from Ganlu Temple, would all face dire consequences. Huanbi too recognized the gravity of the situation. Fear rendered her speechless as she anxiously gazed at Jin Huan, hoping she would devise a clever plan soon. Jinxi knelt down. Jin Huan assisted Jinxi to her feet. Jinxi, do you have any good ideas? Jinxi's eyes reddened. Your Highness, do you not already have a plan in mind? Dr. Wen would never implicate you, but as long as the Emperor's suspicions remain, the potential for exposure persists. The only viable course of action is for Miss Huanbi to confess that Dr. Wen visited Ganlu Temple because of her, thus dispelling the Emperor's intention to investigate there. Huanbi was taken aback, exclaiming, Your Highness, I have had absolutely no— Miss Huanbi, Jinxi's voice was low yet carried an undeniable authority. I am aware that this situation has caused you distress. But if we do not proceed in this manner, we all face certain death. I may be expendable, yet the Empress, along with the 6th Prince and the 4th Princess, are your closest kin, not to mention your father. Tears streamed down Jin Huan's face as she implored Jinxi, cease your words. I shall contemplate alternative solutions. I have failed to fulfill my promise to Huanbi. How could I possibly sacrifice her happiness again? Jinxi too was reluctant, for despite Huanbai's flamboyant demeanor, her loyalty to the Empress was unwavering. Your Highness, time is of the essence, and no better alternatives remained. As she spoke, she knelt before Huanbai once more. Miss Huanbai, should the Emperor dispatch the Zhanggan Bureau to investigate this matter, even the prince shall meet his demise. Can you bear such a fate? Huanbai covered her mouth, stifling her cries. Jin Huan and Gui Junwang were individuals she deeply cared for. Why must she be the one to sacrifice herself for the greater good? Later that evening, when Xiao Yan returned to the Yanqi Palace, her countenance was somewhat grim. In recent days, the Empress had been utterly subdued by Jin Huan. Xiao Yan had initially thought this was beneficial, as it allowed Lingrong to rest during the fierce conflict. Yet no one anticipated the Empress's counterattack would be so swift and ferocious. After when Tai was taken away by Cao Wuyong, Zhang Tai was also summoned for questioning. Zhang Tai was of course a distant relative mentioned by Qingai Ren. An Lingrong was initially unaware of how Wen Shichu had been rendered incapacitated. On that day in Yangshou Palace, the young eunuch who examined Wen Shichu had mentioned a deficiency in male reproductive organs, leading An Lingrong to presume he had been dealt a harsh blow, similar to the past. However, she soon realized that if that were the case, the young eunuch's expression would not have appeared so normal. It could only be attributed to the effects of a drug upon Xiao Yan's arrival. And Lingrong learned of a powder called Chu Yang San, which could cause the male reproductive organs to atrophy, akin to castration. Regrettably, the atrophy caused by Chu Yang San differed from congenital ailments. An experienced physician would undoubtedly discern the true cause. An Lingrong produced a letter and handed it to Xiao Yan. This had just been delivered to the palace by An Ling Xian's messenger. Upon reading the letter, An Lingrong was left with mixed emotions. Had she received it earlier, she was uncertain if she would have warned Jin Huan. The letter detailed how Meng Yunzhe had become intoxicated and lamented over An Ling Xian, commenting on how Shi Guifei was favored by the emperor, even being able to casually assign a palace maid to a prince. It seemed likely that in the future, either the 4th or 6th prince would inherit the throne, elevating that maid above Meng Jingxian. Should Shi Guifei ascend to the position of Empress Dowager, those concubines who had previously been at odds with her would likely face a difficult time. The Meng family had painstakingly investigated and discovered that a palace maid named Huanbai was at Ganlu Temple. Alas, as Meng Yunzhe reached this point, he leaned into An Ling Xian's neck. His eyes glazed with intoxication. An Ling Xian quickly realized that Meng Yunzhe was feigning drunkenness. The Meng family sought to use An Lingrong as a pawn against Jin Huan. He pretended to be inebriated, feigning ignorance. An Ling Xian did not rise to the bait, nor did he impede the Meng family's schemes. Soon he discovered that the Meng family had been in close contact with the Ulanara family in recent days. The Ulanara family had visited Ganlu Temple, but prior to that, the Meng family must have erased all information regarding Gui Junwang. Even the 2 maidservants at Qingliang Terrace had been taken back to Gui Junwang's residence by Meng Jingxian. After reading the letter, Xiao Yan couldn't help but chuckle coldly. If they were to seek cooperation openly and honestly, it would have been acceptable. Instead, they harbored the delusion of having others charge ahead while they remained blameless. Reaping the benefits, such thoughts were quite fanciful. What do you intend to do? If Shi Guifei learns that this matter does not implicate Gui Junwang, she will surely fight back. An Lingrong shook her head. No matter what I wish to do, it is too late. Jin Beilu has already made his move. Chapter 72. The servant acknowledges her mistake and Lingrong was uncertain whether she hoped for Jinhuan to overcome this hurdle or wished for her to falter. Jin Beilu entered the palace promptly and soon departed. At the hour of Shen, the prince's residence sent something into Yongshou Palace. Xiao Yan was taken aback. What is it? The family heirloom jade pot of the Wen family. At the hour of Yu, whispers filled the palace as small palace maids and eunuchs exchanged gossip. Amidst their chatter, the names of Wen Taiyi, Shi Guifei, and Huan Bai were repeatedly mentioned. Jing Fei punished a few gossipy maids and took Long Yu to Yang Xan Hall. Long Yu, now 4 years old, was fair and adorable, adorned with a jade necklace around her neck. The emperor had been in a foul mood due to the day's events. Yet upon seeing Long Yu, he managed to suppress his anger. Long Yu bore a striking resemblance to Empress Chen Yuan, and coupled with the necklace, it easily reminded the emperor of her Jin Huan. At Ganlu Temple, had once entrusted Feng Ruo to replicate the exquisite jade necklace of Empress Chen Yuan, resulting in a white jade necklace. At Long Yu's first birthday banquet, Jing Fei presented this white jade necklace to her. Claiming it was a personal gift, with the assistance of Duan Fei, this garnered the emperor's affection for Long Yu, as she often reminded him of Jinhuan. It had been a while since Long Yu had worn that necklace. Hadn't it? As the emperor spoke, Long Yu smiled and requested her father to hold her. Compared to the late emperor, Yang Zheng's offspring were fewer. Among the 3 older princes, he only felt a semblance of paternal affection towards the third, who was rather dim-witted. The eldest princess Shui had always been at the prince's residence, and he had scarcely seen her. The second princess, Wen Yi, was his first child after ascending the throne, and he genuinely cared for her. However, since Wen Yi was entrusted to Qi Yubin for upbringing, he seldom saw her. Before Hong Yi's birth, Long Yu was the emperor's most cherished child. Of father, I asked mother to find you. Today, mother returned home in tears. When I inquired, I learned that someone was troubling her over Xin Yang's situation at Ganlu Temple. The emperor glanced at Jing Fei, whose eyes were red, as she wiped away her tears. Your Majesty, do not blame me for speaking too much in front of Long Yu. I am simply heartbroken for Shi Guifei. How much suffering must she endure at Ganlu Temple? Each day is filled with endless labor, and that wretched girl is undeserving of such a fate. Long Yu, stepping down from the emperor's embrace, tenderly wiped away Jing Fei's tears. Mother, do not be sad. I know that when Xin Yang was expecting her younger siblings, she endured much hardship. I will take good care of my younger siblings in the future. As she spoke, she removed the necklace from her neck. Father, I know this is your birthday gift to me, and I truly cherish it, yet mother mentioned that when Xin Yang was with child, she also suffered greatly outside the palace. I wish to give this necklace to Ling Shi Mei, so that Xin Yang knows I hold her in the same regard as I do mother. Is that acceptable? Long Yu's eyes were red-rimmed, filled with compassion for Jinhuan. The emperor gently ruffled Long Yu's hair. And before he could respond, Gao Wuyong entered to report, Your Majesty, Shi Guifei and Miss Huan Bai are kneeling outside the hall. Long Yu looked on in shock. Mother, did Xin Yang do something wrong? Why is she kneeling? Jing Fei's tears fell once more. Xin Yang is benevolent and kind-hearted. When those around her err, she naturally comes to plead on their behalf. Upon hearing the words plead, the emperor snorted coldly and stepped outside the hall. Jing Fei cautiously followed behind, pulling Long Yu along. Upon seeing the emperor, Jinhuan first bowed deeply. Your Majesty, this servant has not managed her subordinates well. Please punish me. The emperor cast a blank gaze at Jinhuan, then at the trembling Huan Bai. What is the matter? Huan Bai trembled as she raised the jade pot high. Your Majesty, this servant acknowledges her mistake. When I was in the Jin household, the master mistress, and the empress all treated me with great kindness. Huan Bai's words were ambiguous, yet the emperor grasped their meaning. Huan Bai was the illegitimate daughter of Jin Yuan Dao, and it was likely she lived a much better life in the Jin household than an ordinary maid. The master and mistress often spoke of finding her a good match, yet no matter how much she was valued in the Jin household, she was merely a servant. If she sought a good match, it would only be as a concubine. As Huan Bai reached this point, tears flowed freely, echoing Jinhuan's teachings. The emperor had already deduced her lineage. By saying this, Huan Bai aimed to convey that her words were rooted in truth. My master held great favor for Wen Taiyi's father, and the Wen family has a good relationship with the Jin family. Wen Taiyi is skilled in medicine and remarkably handsome. this servant Huanbai's feelings were for Guijun Wang, and admitting to having affections for Wen Shichu was something she found impossible to voice. So she could only weep softly. To outsiders, it appeared as though Huanbai had developed feelings for Wen Shichu but was too embarrassed to admit it. After a lengthy pause, Huanbai still couldn't articulate her thoughts through her tears. The emperor frowned with impatience. Gao Wuyong quickly said, "Miss Huanbai, His Majesty is waiting for you to continue." Huanbai wiped away her tears, gritted her teeth, and pressed on. Soon I accompanied the empress into the palace. At that time, I thought if I received the empress's favor, it would not be impossible to become Wen Taiyi's legitimate wife. The empress was unaware that I already held affections for another. She promised that when I turned 25, she would arrange a splendid marriage for me. 5 years ago, Your Majesty. The empress was in great favor, and I expressed my feelings to Wen Taiyi, intending to seek the empress's blessing should he agree. As Huanbai spoke these words, her thoughts were of Guijun Wang, and fresh tears cascaded down her cheeks as she realized that there was no longer any possibility for her and the prince. At that time, Wen Taiyi had not replied, merely stating that such matters required parental consent. After he is reported to Lord Wen and Lady Wen, he will come to find me. However, shortly thereafter, a grave incident befell the Jin family. Lu Zhu collided with a knife, leaving the empress in profound anguish. Had it not been for the timely discovery of her pregnancy, the empress might not have survived. For the sake of the child within her, she exerted every ounce of strength to persevere. Initially, the lord contracted the plague, and soon after, the Jin family faced exile, leading to the empress's premature labor. Subsequently, she left the palace to cultivate herself, enduring immense suffering at Ganlu Temple. At this juncture, Huanbai and Jin Huan were both overwhelmed with sorrow. Those years had brought untold hardships to both the Jin family and Jin Huan. Yang Zheng sighed deeply, a flicker of pity glimmering in his eyes. I had thought that my chances with Physician Wen had vanished, yet, unexpectedly, Physician Wen sought me out at Ganlu Temple, presenting a treasured jade vase and offering assistance on several occasions. During that time, the empress was subjected to daily humiliations, and if she were to discover my connection with Physician Wen, she would undoubtedly insist on my departure. But how could I bear to let her suffer alone? Thus, this matter became a secret shared between me and Physician Wen. After returning to the palace, I intended to clarify this issue with the empress, but little did I know, Physician Wen suddenly informed me that he had lost all feelings for me and urged me to find a good family to marry into. Although I had pledged my heart to him, I understood the principles of propriety and morality, and how could I allow myself to be so dismissed? Since he had expressed such sentiments, how could I continue to entangle myself with him? Chapter 73, Huanbai collides with the pillar. Yang Zhang observed the despair etched on Huanbai's face with clarity, yet Jin Huan, kneeling before her, remained unaware Physician Wen intends to sever ties with me. And naturally, I must return the jade vase to him. He, however, stated that once a gift is given, it should not be reclaimed. Thus, I cast the vase aside, only to rediscover it today. Later, the empress's father fell victim to rumors, and those within the palace began to gossip about me. The empress, grateful for my companionship over the years, petitioned the emperor to arrange a marriage for me. The Prince of Guo, being of noble lineage and possessing remarkable charm, is a man whom I could scarcely have aspired to be with. It must be a fortune accumulated over many lifetimes. Upon learning of the betrothal, I harbored inappropriate thoughts and concealed my affair with Physician Wen even more deeply. I believed that the past was behind me, yet it was discovered. Huanbai's voice faltered once more, leaving her unable to continue. Jin Huan bowed her head to Yang Zhang. Your Majesty, this matter is entirely my fault for failing to discern Huanbai's feelings, which led to Huanbai and I grew up together, akin to sisters. Huanbai has endured countless grievances and hardships for my sake. I intended to offer her the best I could, yet I inadvertently committed such a grave error. All of this is my fault. I implore your Majesty to punish me. Long Yu rushed forward, embracing Jin Huan. Your Highness, please do not cry. Since giving birth to younger siblings, your health has not been well. I beseech you not to hold it against her. Jing Fei wiped her tears. Your Majesty, on such a cold day, if the esteemed concubine remains kneeling like this, what will happen if she falls ill again? Long Yu then approached Yang Zhang, grasping his hand. Your Majesty, Long Yu can care for the younger siblings, and I wish to give this necklace to Lingxi, but I desire to be together with your Highness in caring for them. The 4-year-old girl, delicate and tender, with tears on her cheeks, was a sight that tugged at one's heartstrings. Yang Zhang regarded Long Yu, taking the necklace from her hand. Lost in thought, Huanbai glanced at Jin Huan, then to Long Yu and Jing Fei, a fleeting moment of determination crossing her face. Your Majesty, this has nothing to do with the Empress. It was my own greed that nearly sullied the grandeur of the royal family. I acknowledge my wrongdoing. Jin Huan suddenly felt an ominous premonition and turned to look at Huan Bai, trembling with fear. Huan Bai had already dashed towards a pillar beneath the eaves of Yangxin Palace. Huan Bai! Jin Huan's anguished voice rang out as she rushed to grasp Huan Bai, barely managing to slow her pace. Huan Bai's head collided with the pillar, blood gushing forth as Jin Huan held Huan Bai tightly. Quickly summon the physician. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan was discussing with Lingrong how the fourth prince had acquired the jade vase when she was called away by Xiao Shangzi. There were few physicians on duty that evening, and only Xiao Yan, the most skilled among them, remained available to save Huan Bai. Lingrong felt a pang of anxiety upon hearing of Huan Bai's mishap, although she and Huan Bai had never seen eye to eye. The news of Huan Bai's collision with the pillar stirred a deep sense of sympathy within her. Huan Bai may have been unable to share in Jin Huan's joys, yet she had indeed endured suffering alongside her, even willing to sacrifice her life for her sister. Such fortitude! By the time Xiao Yan arrived, Huan Bai had already been carried into Yangxin Palace. The on-duty physicians had gathered, and they had staunched the bleeding from Huan Bai's head. Yet her vitality was waning. Xiao Yan knelt beside her, examining her condition, and quickly applied needles to seal her Baihui acupoint. Your Majesty, I must administer acupuncture to Miss Huan Bai. Naturally, this required her to remove her clothing. Yang Zheng instructed Xiao Shangzi to carry Huan Bai to an inner chamber. Jin Huan stumbled along behind them. Half an hour later, Xiao Yan, drenched in sweat, withdrew all the needles and dressed Huan Bai again. Jin Huan, refraining from interrupting Xiao Yan, finally asked anxiously, "How is Huan Bai? Her life is not in danger." But what? Xiao Yan's heart felt heavy. "I fear that Miss Huan Bai may behave like a child in the future." Jin Huan's heart ached. "Yes, there's still a chance for treatment. If it can heal her, I am willing to exchange anything for it." Xiao Yan shook her head. "Esteemed concubine, for Miss Huan Bai to retain her life is already a challenge. To return her to normalcy seems unlikely given her current condition. She will require skilled physicians to care for her with acupuncture for at least 2 years to ensure her survival." Jin Huan's lips trembled, and she eventually left the room, kneeling directly before Yang Zhang. "Your Majesty, I beseech you to grant a marriage for Huan Bai and physician Wen, regardless of whether the emperor suspected her motives." Jin Huan no longer cared. Her only desire was to ensure her sister's survival. Yang Zhang regarded Jin Huan's face, etched with despair, and then glanced at Long Yu's tear-streaked cheeks. "Gao Woyang, bring Wen Shichu here." Wen Shichu, having endured severe torture, bore wounds all over his body. He was utterly bewildered by the situation, only aware that his actions had been unveiled. The interrogators pressed him for information regarding Ganlu Temple. Knowing he must tread carefully to avoid implicating Jin Huan and Shen Meizhuang, he clenched his teeth and remained silent. Upon entering Yangxin Palace and witnessing Jin Huan's ashen face, he assumed the discovery of the twins had come to light and knelt in silence. Jin Huan's heart twisted at the sight of Wen Shichu's misery, realizing she would irrevocably lose both him and Shen Meizhuang from this moment forward. "Physician Wen, your mutual pledge of lifelong devotion with Huan Bai has been disclosed." Wen Shichu was taken aback. When had he ever pledged lifelong devotion to Huan Bai? Although puzzled, he dared not voice his confusion. "I have already petitioned the emperor for your betrothal. However, Huan Bai has become foolish. Do you still wish to marry her?" Just as Isho arrived, she overheard this statement. She had intended to further entangle Jin Huan in her schemes, but seeing Yang Zhang's ironclad yet guilt-ridden expression, she ultimately refrained from speaking. Regardless, after today, Jin Huan would undoubtedly be left in a weakened state, and she had managed to plant a thorn in the emperor's heart, allowing future endeavors to unfold slowly. When Shichu's mind buzzed with confusion, why Huan Bai? Yet, it was perhaps fortunate that it was Huan Bai, as it spared the esteemed concubine and noblewoman from the fallout. "Your Majesty, Empress, esteemed concubine, I had previously injured myself while testing medicine. A man incapable of fulfilling his duties could hardly bring happiness to Miss Huan Bai. Yet, if she needed me, I shall remain steadfast. It is true that I cannot fulfill my duties. The rumors surrounding me are mere fabrications. I have never uttered such words from the beginning. I have only stated that I cannot fulfill my duties without specifying when or why. If the emperor chooses not to pursue the matter, I shall not be guilty of deceiving the throne." Yang Zhang glanced at Xiao Yan, who nodded in agreement. "Esteemed concubine is correct. Huan Bai has indeed lost her senses. Physician Wen, you shall care for Huan Bai from now on and shall not return to the Imperial Medical Department." Esteemed concubine. Caring for the princes and princesses is arduous. The affairs of the 6 palaces should be entrusted to the empress. With that, he wearily waved his hand, signaling for everyone to depart. Jin Huan's countenance was filled with sorrow, and when her gaze met the seemingly compassionate look of the empress, a glint of ruthlessness flickered within her. Chapter 74. Have you ever encountered Wen Shichu? As Xiao Yan returned to the Yanhui Palace, She was once again pulled away by Caillou, noblewoman Hui had fainted again. An Lingrong, having learned the general circumstances from Bao Wan, felt a chill run down her spine. The empress preferred to lurk in the shadows, letting her pawns do her bidding, but that did not mean she was incapable of acting herself. Whenever she chose to intervene, it was with fierce resolve, whether it was the death of Empress Chen Yuan or the incident involving Jin Huan's old garments. Coupled with today's revelation regarding Huan Bai and Wen Shichua's lifelong pledge, it was clear that the Empress had further plans, before An Lingrong could speculate on the Empress's next move. Yang Zheng arrived at the Yanhui Palace. No matter how much she wished to avoid him today, she greeted him with a bright smile. "Your Majesty has arrived. Why was I not informed in advance? I could have had the kitchen prepare some soothing soup." As she spoke, she instructed Bao Wan to prepare a calming broth. Yang Zheng waved his hand wearily, stating, "I am quite fatigued today. Only in your presence can I find a semblance of solace." And Lingrong observed him incessantly rubbing his temples and moved to stand behind him, providing a gentle massage, although the emperor often insisted that such tasks were beneath him and that An Lingrong need not attend to them personally. She was acutely aware that he derived considerable pleasure from her ministrations. Her technique, learned from Xiao Yan to alleviate her mother's fatigue, was both delicate and soothing. Her hands, soft and fragrant, captivated Yongzheng for a fleeting moment. After a considerable time, he began to feel less weary. Grasping An Lingrong's hand, he beckoned her to sit beside him and engage in conversation. "Before you entered the palace, you resided at the Jin residence for a time. Did you ever encounter Wen Shichu?" An Lingrong straightened her back slightly, sensing the emperor's lingering suspicion towards Jin Huan and Wen Shichu, previously allied with Jin Huan. Her subsequent allegiance to the empress was well known to the emperor. A misstep in her reply could have dire implications for her. "While at the Jin residence, I accompanied noble consort Shi in learning court etiquette from Auntie Fangrua, a physician, when visited solely to attend to Uncle Jin's ailment. And he would only be in the front courtyard. I have never laid eyes upon him." Yongzheng's expression remained displeased. "What is your perspective on the matter of Huanbi and Wen Shichu? Though he is but a minor physician, it seems unnecessary for him to take a maid as his wife." An Lingrong adopted a troubled demeanor. "Speak plainly. I shall not hold it against you." Only then did An Lingrong cautiously articulate, "Recently, there have been rumors outside the palace regarding Uncle Jin. I suspect." Her hesitant demeanor brought some relief to Yongzheng's mood. The imperial consorts should possess the awareness befitting their status. "Each one of them, in their cunning, treats me as a mere tool, as if I were a lifeless entity. Do you suspect Huanbi to be that illegitimate daughter?" And Lingrong's eyes widened in astonishment. "Your Majesty, do you share this sentiment?" Yongzheng's expression softened further. "Continue. Though Huanbi is a maid, her beauty is striking. Raised in the Jin residence, her temperament is somewhat delicate, rendering her undesirable to the young servants. I do not find it surprising that Wen Shichu may have developed an interest in her." Yongzheng remained silent, yet internally acknowledged An Lingrong's assertion. Huanbi's pride had indeed once turned her affections towards him. And Lingrong chose her words with care. "Wen Shichu, being young and accomplished, it is not unexpected for Huanbi to harbor feelings for him." Yongzheng's expression remained impassive. "If Wen Shichu is indeed young and accomplished, how could he possibly be interested in a maid?" And Lingrong lowered her gaze. "Jin Huan, although I am aiding myself in this matter, I am also lending you assistance. You must not allow the Empress to seize upon your vulnerabilities so easily." And Lingrong reflected for a moment, her tone tinged with nostalgia and sorrow. "When I first entered the palace, Sister Jin, noble consort Shi and Lady Hui were most generous towards me, and I relished their company. However, when my father committed a grave error while transporting military provisions, I was aware that the emperor would surely discern the truth, yet as long as my father remained imprisoned, I could find no peace. It was only when Auntie Jianxiu informed me that the empress had interceded on my father's behalf that the emperor granted him clemency. I felt gratitude towards the emperor's wisdom while simultaneously harboring a deeper affection for the empress. At that time, she was merely a lowly concubine. It was not wrong for her to feel grateful and close to those who treated her kindly." Upon hearing An Lingrong's words, Yongzheng realized she had been deceived by Jianxiu. He had never contemplated harming An Bihua. Noble consort Hua's arrogance had demanded he punish An Bihua severely. Although he disdained political interference from the harem, he needed to provide an explanation to the Nian family, leading to An Bihua's prolonged confinement. It was only after Jin Huan's admonition against harem politics and the wise governance of Tang Zong and Song Zhu that he resolved to re-examine the matter of An Bihua. Unexpectedly, the empress had appropriated Jin Huan's accomplishments. It was no wonder that after Jin Huan's departure to Ganlu Temple, An Lingrong had drawn so close to the empress. Observing Yongzheng's expression, An Lingrong knew she had once again wagered correctly. Previously she had flitted between the Empress and Jin Huan, and such a person would not garner respect from those in power. Though the Emperor favored her, he rarely confided in her, as he inherently deemed her untrustworthy. She now framed all her actions as expressions of gratitude rather than opportunism. At that time, she had been an inconspicuous concubine, and her actions were of little consequence. However, now that she had attained the rank of pure consort, the emperor would surely disapprove of her closeness to either the empress or Jin Huan. Indeed, though Yongjing recognized that Lingrong had been misled by the empress, he chose not to confront her about it. Continue, he urged. Lingrong's melancholy deepened. When noble consort she first entered the palace, she fell gravely ill, and it was when Shirchu who treated her. It was then that I learned of the great favor the Wen family had received from Uncle Jin. Perhaps, when Shirchu has entertained thoughts of marrying into the Jin family. Yongjing's expression shifted slightly as he listened to Lingrong continue. But what of noble consort? She is a paragon of beauty and talent. A woman of her caliber is destined to be paired with a man of the emperor's stature. How could Wen Shirchu dare to aspire to her, while Huanbi could not compare to noble consort she in beauty or talent? Her resemblance to her was notable. She too was a striking woman, although when Shirchu was not young, he had yet to marry, suggesting a certain awkwardness that if a beautiful woman were to express her affections towards him, he might very well be moved. Of course, this is merely my speculation. The human heart is inscrutable, and I cannot ascertain the reality. Yongjing playfully pinched Lingrong's cheek, perhaps due to her pregnancy. She had gained a bit of weight, though still slender compared to others. Her form was pleasing to the touch. Lingrong released a breath of relief. She had successfully navigated this challenge. The following morning, upon waking, Lingrong found the emperor had already departed. It was the first day of the new year, and there was no need for court assembly. However, the prince of the Fourth Order and the Shins would be visiting the palace to pay their respects. Thus the emperor could not linger in the Ishi palace. After refreshing herself, Lingrong suddenly recalled that the empress would undoubtedly have further plans against Jin Huan, but what could those plans entail? At the hour of the snake, Dan Zhu arrived with news. Jin Huan had been demoted to the rank of consort. The Shins had requested the emperor to arrange a marriage for them. As they admired noble consort Xi's sister Jin Yurao, desiring her as a primary wife, after the emperor rejected their proposal, a eunuch was dispatched from the palace. Upon his return, the emperor's countenance was notably grim as he proceeded to Yangshou Palace. No one knew what transpired there. Soon after noble consort she was demoted to Shifei and placed under house arrest, forbidden from leaving without edict. Chapter 75. Mad Dog Lingrong finally grasped the empress's ulterior motives. She was aware that the emperor wished to bring Jin Yurao into the palace and that Jin Huan would undoubtedly oppose this. The Shins had certainly been manipulated by the empress. Noble consort she had lost her power, been demoted, and placed under confinement. The empress was indeed formidable in her machinations. Unable to contain her concern, Dan Zhu spoke. Since Lingrong's pregnancy, not only had the harem been rife with activity, but the princes and those outside the palace had also been restless. The emperor acquiesced to Lingrong's request, publicly announcing that she was expecting a daughter, which brought a temporary peace to the Ishi palace. The lower-ranking consorts and the outside influences were still manageable, but the empress's tactics were uncertain. Previously, Lingrong had diverted the empress's attention toward Jin Huan by regaining her power. Now that the empress had suppressed Jin Huan, it was likely she would turn her focus on Lingrong, whom she deemed a traitor. Lingrong, should we unleash Jiang Fuhai as a trump card? Lingrong hesitated. Dan Zhu was unaware of the matters concerning Empress Chen Yuan. She only knew that Jiang Fuhai had committed numerous misdeeds for the empress. However, Lingrong intended to use Jiang Fuhai as a catalyst to ignite issues with Empress Chen Yuan, presenting him now. She lacked a solid plan and could not adequately explain her knowledge of the situation. If suspicions arose regarding supernatural phenomena, the consequences would be dire. Sister, do not worry, I remain in the Ishi palace, and I am well versed in fragrances. No one will catch me off guard. Dan Zhu acknowledged Lingrong's capabilities yet could not shake her concerns. My worries extend beyond the present. I am apprehensive about the circumstances following the births of these two children. Today, Duan Siwen discovered that someone had added water lily powder to the pastries sent to Yangshou Palace. Lingrong's eyes widened in shock. The empress is indeed anxious. She has barely regained her power in the palace and is already plotting. The pastries made with water lily powder posed little threat to adults but could be lethal to children with delicate constitutions. Over time, the empress was targeting Hongyu. Moreover, the empress had already dispatched someone to investigate how Wen Shirchu's jade bottle had made its way into the palace. It was delivered by the cautious Bail Hongli. The empress was paving the way for the discerning Bail Hongsher. Hongli was a formidable adversary. should the Empress manage to subdue him, and Lingrong would find it quite agreeable. She possessed leverage over the Empress, and with proper maneuvering, she would not falter against her. As for Hongli, aside from the previous incident where when Es words had displeased the Emperor, and Lingrong had no definitive strategy to counter him. Sister, let them contend amongst themselves, the current situation is delicate, the Emperor may well be observing from the shadows, we need not intervene. Danju nodded in agreement. Very well, you shall remain in the Yishi Palace. Do not venture out. No matter how far-reaching the outside influences, they cannot extend their grasp into the Yishi Palace. On the 6th day of the new year, and Lingxian sent a letter. On New Year's Eve, the cautious Baal dispatched someone to the Wen residence to retrieve the jade bottle. Subsequently, the Wen family departed the capital entirely, and en route back to their hometown, they were intercepted, their whereabouts unknown. On the first day of the new year, a eunuch from the palace visited the Jin residence, departing while scolding them for their ignorance. Soon after, the second Miss Jin fell gravely ill that same day. The Ulanara family visited the Wen residence, only to find it empty. When Shichu returned to the Wen residence with Huanbi, and thereafter, he was escorted back to the Jin manor by Jin Yuandao. In recent days, the Ulanara family has set its sights on Jean Baal, who conducts himself with great caution, leaving no immediate signs of conflict between the two parties. On the 16th day of the first lunar month, a large dog suddenly burst into the Yanqi Palace, charging straight towards the Tuyuan Hall. Xiao Zhuozi and Xiao Ruizi, terrified, shouted and rushed to intercept the dog, while others followed behind wielding sticks to strike it down. Miss Bawan quickly closed the door, and Lingrong, hearing the barking outside and the cries of Fucha Peijun, felt a tightening in her abdomen. Just as Bawan managed to shut the door, she saw Lingrong sway as if about to collapse. She caught her just before she fell. Ultimately, the large dog was killed, but Xiao Zhuozi and Xiao Ruizi were left with injuries on their hands and shoulders. When Xiao Yan returned with Baokei, she first checked in Lingrong's pulse and, finding that she was merely startled and not seriously harmed, felt relieved. Fucha Peijun, pale with fright, clung to Lingrong, weeping. Xiao Zhuozi and Xiao Ruizi knelt before Lingrong. Your Highness, I have been bitten by a dog and can no longer serve you, please take care. Tears streamed down their faces. They cherished the Yanqi Palace and had no desire to leave. Yet, having been bitten by a dog, they could not take the risk of falling ill and burdening their mistress. Xiao Yan rolled her eyes, wondering if her years of service alongside Liangzhen had been in vain. Upon her arrival, she had procured numerous medicines from the Imperial Hospital, which still lay in Yixingxian. Hearing Xiao Yan say that taking the medicine would prevent illness, Xiao Zhuozi and Xiao Ruizi stared in astonishment. Dr. Qiao, is that true? Will I truly not die? I don't have to leave Yanqi Palace. You won't die, nor will you go mad. I would never jest about the safety of the mistress. With that, Xiao Zhuozi and Xiao Ruizi felt reassured and followed Baokei to prepare the medicine, which was crucial for their survival and needed to be consumed immediately after brewing. Xiao Yan also secured Bajuan's wrist and bandaged it. Bawan had fractured her wrist while protecting Lingrong, but fortunately it was not severe and would heal in a little over a month. Upon learning of the dog incident at Yanqi Palace, Yongzhang was taken aback. When he hurried there, the palace was still in disarray. Striding into the Tuyuan Hall, he asked Xiao Yan, has the pure concubine been injured? Is there any harm to the fetus? As he inquired, he pulled Fucha Peijun, who was weeping over Lingrong, aside. Fucha Peijun pouted, bowed, and withdrew. Lingrong, pale, managed a smile. I am unscathed. Xiao Yan frowned. Your Majesty, the mistress has been startled, though she is not seriously harmed. She needs to rest for a while. If such an incident occurs again, there will not be such an incident again. Yongzhang interrupted her, placing his hand on Lingrong's abdomen and feeling the fetal movement beneath his palm, which eased his worries. Sigao Wuyang, I command you to investigate the truth swiftly. Have the Internal Affairs Court select a few capable eunuchs to come to Yanqi Palace. Yes. Yongzhang's expression darkened. Previously, consort, she was startled by a cat and gave birth prematurely to Hongyu and Lingxi. Now a dog has appeared in Yanqi Palace. Absurd. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. When Jinhuan was frightened by a wild cat, she was 7 months pregnant. The dangers of delivering twins were immense, and the mastermind behind it sought to eliminate both mother and child. Fortunately, Hongyu and Lingxi were safe, and now when Lingrong was barely 6 months along, also carrying twins, should she suffer a miscarriage, it would be impossible to save her. And Lingrong had indeed been greatly frightened today. She had thought that as long as she remained within Yanqi Palace, she would be safe. Who could have anticipated that someone could send a dog to wreak havoc? The scene of chaos in Yanqi Palace filled her with rage, and she vowed to avenge this grievance. Your Majesty, I am fine now, so please do not worry today. Everyone in Yanqi Palace endured much suffering for my sake. And you must reward them. Yang Jing nodded. They have made significant contributions and shall certainly be rewarded. Lingrong is still too thin. You are already 6 months along. When consort she was 6 months pregnant. Her belly was much larger. An Lingrong, Yongzheng felt a twinge of concern, noting that Lingrong's abdomen was about the same size as Hui Gairen's at 6 months, yet he trusted Xiaoyan's medical skills. It was impossible for her to misdiagnose a single fetus as twins. Chapter 76. A poor excuse. Yongjing touched Lingrong's belly once more. I will summon 2 chefs from the imperial kitchen to nourish you properly. It is better for you to have a fuller belly. An Lingrong's lips twitched slightly. You are still obsessed with green. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. That afternoon, a eunuch named Xiao Shizi from the Fengxian Hall was sent to the Ministry of Justice. Soon after, Ruanda Ying from the Chuanxi Hall was granted death by a white silk. Dan Zhu expressed her indignation towards Lingrong, questioning how such a minor concubine dared to conspire against the precious consort and the imperial heir. And Lingrong, however, was not the least surprised by this outcome. She had known from the moment she heard that the emperor had gone to Shokang Palace that this time the empress could do nothing about it. It was well known that the current emperor had a fondness for dogs, and the Internal Affairs Court had even established a department for raising them. Many beautiful puppies had been personally named by Yongjung Hotu, Shilin, Zawad, Baifu, and so forth. Among them, Shilin was presented by a little eunuch, who was rewarded for his contribution. Envious, Xiao Shizi secretly raised a puppy in the palace, only to discover that it was an ordinary mutt that grew larger by the day. Just as Xiao Shizi was troubled about how to handle it, a maid from Ruanda Ying approached him. The dog, trained by Xiao Shizi, had become quite spirited, and it would run to the gates of Yanqi Palace whenever it caught a whiff of its favorite bones. As for Ruanda Ying's motive on New Year's Eve, she had sought to win favor with the emperor through ice games but was embarrassedly dismissed when the emperor remarked she was not as worthy as the pure concubine. Out of jealousy, she plotted to harm the pure concubine and her unborn child. What a flimsy excuse! Yongjing threw down his brush. How could such a sister exist for Chun Yuan? Why must the empress protect the empress dowager? When he was still Prince Yong, he had only 3 sons and 1 daughter. After ascending the throne for so long, he had only fathered 4 princesses and 1 prince. It was clear that so many consorts had either failed to conceive or had lost their pregnancies because of the empress. Empress Mother, is it for the honor of the Ilanara family, or is it because I am not her favored son? If it were the 14th prince's child, would she still dare to protect the empress? After Dan Zhu departed, Xiao Yan informed Lingrong that the dog that had intruded into Yanqi Palace had been given a drug to induce its frenzy. Lingrong nodded, having suspected something was amiss with the dog's behavior. By that afternoon, Yanqi Palace had received 4 capable eunuchs, and the emperor would not ease his protective measures before the delivery. After today's events, the emperor was certain to harbor more caution towards the empress and the Ilanara family. For the time being, the empress likely would not dare to make a move again, however, and Lingrong did not feel any sense of relief, though she wished to avoid stress during her pregnancy. If no one kept the empress in check, her child's safety upon birth would be jeopardized. In recent days, Guo Junwang had been feeling despondent due to Jin Huan's house arrest. On New Year's Eve, Huan Bai was accused of having an affair with Wen Shichu, and that night they were granted marriage. Upon receiving the news, Guo Junwang quickly deduced that they were acting in place of himself and Jin Huan. Huan Bai, foolish as she was, and Wen Shichu, burdened with injuries, he had intended to take care of them after their departure from the palace, but was stopped by Meng Jingxian. Huan Bai nearly became Guo Junwang's concubine. But under the circumstances of her being married off to another, Guo Junwang's involvement would reflect poorly on her. In truth, Huan Bai had already lost her senses and no longer cared about any potential consequences. Yet Guo Junwang worried that his care for Huan Bai might arouse the emperor's suspicions. If the emperor were to investigate the matter of Ganlu Temple, Jin Huan and her unborn twins would be in danger. Fortunately, after Huan Bai and Wen Shichu left the palace, they were received into the Jin household, allowing Guo Junwang to finally breathe easy. Min Bailhongsher had not excelled in his studies, but his skills in archery and horseback riding were commendable. Once he had established his household, no one pressured him to study, granting him ample time to hone his skills in riding and archery. Guo Junwang's prowess in these areas was even praised by the emperor, prompting Hongsher to seek his company. On this day, when Hongsher approached again, Guo Junwang had no desire to go out. However, concerned that he might fall ill from confinement, Meng Jingxian urged him to accompany Hongsher to the racecourse for some leisure. As they ventured out, Hongsher's keen eyes spotted Linxuan's carriage. Since their first meeting on the day of Guo Junwang's wedding, Hongsher and Linxian had hit it off splendidly. Hongsher loved to play, and Linxian shared his enthusiasm, with plenty of delightful novelties available at the Yin family shop.
And Lu stopped the carriage. Hongshi leapt off his horse and halted in Lingxuan's carriage. And Lingxian opened the door. Min Bail, what a coincidence. I was just about to look for you. As he spoke, he jumped down from the carriage, holding a scroll. Hongshi's eyes lit up as he took the scroll. Indeed, it was the Western oil painting he had asked in Lingxian to find. And Lingxian bowed to Gui Junwang. Glancing at the painting Hongshi had unrolled, Gui Junwang couldn't help but be captivated. The oil paintings had been introduced to the Qing dynasty during the reign of the late emperor. The late emperor had invited Lang Shining to the Rui Pavilion as a court painter, and even the current emperor held Lang Shining in high regard. However, Lang Shining's works predominantly featured landscapes, while the one in Hongshi's possession depicted a gathering of foreign nobility. Gui Junwang had never encountered such vibrant and daring compositions before. While Hongshi was thoroughly delighted, these foreigners, tsk. Truly are a marvel. Gui Junwang furrowed his brow but said nothing. He had heard of the open-mindedness of foreigners, and this painting was not particularly obscene. Besides, Hongshi was no child anymore. After admiring it for a while, Hongshi rolled the scroll back up. Lingxian, would you dare to join me for a couple of laps? My 17th uncle, a master of archery and horsemanship, was personally instructed by the esteemed Emperor Ma Fei, and his skills are truly formidable. And Lingxian's eyes flickered with intrigue. Then I must seek counsel from the esteemed Bail and Wang Yi. Although Lingxian could ride, his equestrian skills were lacking. After a few laps, he required a respite, prompting some light-hearted teasing from Hongshi, which he bore with grace, merely requesting Lu to fetch his bow and arrows. The bow was notably longer than the ordinary, yet its design was far simpler. Hongshi, unable to contain his laughter, exclaimed, "Is this truly a bow? Ha, it appears to be a child's toy." However, upon observing Lingxian's bow and arrows, the Gui Junwang's expression darkened momentarily. An English longbow. Hongshi, still chuckling, paused in astonishment. 17th uncle, is this truly a bow? Can it even be used? Standing at the target range and Lingxian raised his bow and shot, Hongshi was taken aback. Despite Lingxian's youth, his aim was surprisingly accurate. Can he truly shoot? And Lingxian grinned with pride. This is a longbow. While its range and speed cannot compare to our Qing bows, it requires less strength to draw. With my limited arm strength, this suits me perfectly. The Gui Junwang's gaze darkened once more. He too had trained with a longbow in his youth, and his skill surpassed Lingxian's by a considerable margin. Yet both the Gui Junwang and Hongshi, having been raised as royal offspring, had honed their skills in equestrianism and archery from an early age, and Lingxian's performance was commendable among commoners. Initially, the Gui Junwang had little regard for this young merchant who could engage with Hongshi, but now he felt a twinge of respect. Lingxian, being well-versed in the customs and wonders of various regions, spoke eloquently, often sharing tales even the Gui Junwang had not heard before. Particularly when Lingxian spoke of the foreign ships and their goods, it left the Gui Junwang pondering if perhaps the foreigners truly surpassed the Qing in certain aspects. Chapter 77, The Weary and Lingxian. The Gui Junwang, raised by the late emperor, had once harbored aspirations for the throne. However, after the current emperor ascended, he buried those thoughts deep within. Yet he could not remain entirely indifferent to the fate of the Qing dynasty. Would there come a day when an ever-increasing number of foreigners would flood into the Qing, perhaps even invade? Regrettably, such musings were too perilous to share with his royal brother. The fact that the emperor had personally nurtured him had already engendered the emperor's dissatisfaction. He considered himself superior in both literary and martial prowess to the emperor. Yet now he could only seek solace in poetry, masquerading as an idle prince unconcerned with state affairs. Even his beloved woman and 2 children were relegated to the confines of the palace. Hongshi, oblivious to the Gui Junwang's melancholy, nonchalantly picked up Lingxian's longbow and began to practice. Remarkably, the English longbow indeed required less effort to draw. Lu rushed over, accompanied by the breathless Qi, whispering something into Lingxian's ear. Lingxian's expression shifted, his eyes reddening as he sat on the ground, striking the earth with his fists in frustration. Even Hongshi, in his simplicity, noticed something amiss with Lingxian. Lingxian, what troubles you? And Lingxian, tears streaming down his face, lamented, the palace should be the safest place, yet my sister. A dog entered the pure concubine's quarters, nearly causing her to give birth prematurely. Upon hearing of the incident involving the pure concubine, Hongshi also sat down, concerned. Is the pure concubine unharmed? Did a dog from the kennel escape? And Lingxian shook his head. I heard it startled the fetus, and she requires a period of rest, but the pure concubine's belly is growing ever larger. What if such an incident happens again? It was not a dog from the kennel, but rather one raised by a eunuch from the Fengxian Hall.
Not long ago, there were rumors of someone delivering pastries laced with water lily powder to the pure concubine. Water lily powder may pose no threat to adults, but it is highly toxic to infants. The pure concubine, being with child, was clearly the target of this malicious act. The captured eunuch insisted it was a mistake, claiming the pastries were meant for the Yangshuo Palace. Who could be unaware that 3 young children resided in Yangshuo Palace? The Jinghe princess was still too young to consume pastries, but Hongyi and Lingxi princess were of the age where they relished such treats. The eunuch was clearly attempting to deflect blame. Before An Ling Xian could finish, the Guijun Wang seized his collar, his expression chillingly grave. "You just said someone delivered poisoned pastries to Yangshuo Palace," and Ling Xian replied, "It cannot be strictly classified as poisoned. Adults can consume it without issue, but children must not. Indeed, if adults could eat it without consequence, it would remain undetected, yet it was inevitable that children would suffer." Guijun Wang, imagine the implications, he staggered. Realizing someone aimed to harm his children, ignoring Hongshi and An Ling Xian, he was overcome with alarm and sought to leave. An Ling Xian, frightened, quickly grabbed hold of him. This man seemed clever. Yet when faced with the matter concerning Shifei, he appeared to have lost all sense. Should this be discovered, if Shifei were to perish, the empress would undoubtedly gain unchallenged power. Without Hongyi, the child in his sister's womb would no longer serve as a target to draw fire. What if the emperor were to be driven to rage? "Wang Yi, where are you going?" And Ling Xian wished he could strike the Guijun Wang unconscious. Alas, he was no match for him and could only desperately cling to him. The affair between Miss Huanbai and physician Wen had implicated Shifei, yet Shifei was astute and would surely protect the 3 children. Though they were your nephews, they were also the emperor's offspring. The eunuch Duan from the Internal Affairs Court had already reported this incident to the emperor, who would undoubtedly prevent any further actions. The terms private affair and nephew were articulated with utmost clarity by An Ling Xian, finally bringing the Guijun Wang to a state of composure, stealing a glance at the perplexed Hongshi. An Ling Xian felt relief that he was indeed a simpleton. The Guijun Wang grasped An Ling Xian's arm. What else did the pure concubine say? What of Yangshuo Palace? An Ling Xian, feeling utterly exhausted, retorted with displeasure. "Wang Yi, it is the pure concubine who is in distress. Why do you persist in inquiring about Yangshuo Palace? They are all your royal sisters-in-law. You cannot let the incident with Miss Huan by almost making her your concubine lead you to show such favoritism." The Guijun Wang was taken aback. Fortunately, this was merely a child, who nearly exposed his thoughts. Luckily, An Ling Xian, being a youth who could engage with Hongshi, had a rather dull intellect. In the Yanqi Palace, Jianqiu presented a box of jewelry. An Lingrong recognized immediately that the jewelry within was unblemished. However, given the current circumstances, it was inconceivable for the empress to act directly. "The pure concubine has been informed of your fright, and the empress has instructed her maidservants to send some items to calm your nerves." As she spoke, she cast a glance at the palace's decor, feeling somewhat sympathetic towards the empress. The pure concubine possessed quite a few fine treasures. Evidently, the emperor was genuinely concerned for her pregnancy. Last year, when the empress was unwell and took a year to recuperate, who would have thought the palace would descend into such chaos? Shifei had been confined, and the empress could not openly reprimand her, yet the Jingfei and Xu Pin had nearly caused a miscarriage. The empress was already punishing them. An Lingrong scrutinized Jian Xiu's eyes. Punishing them? How so? They had been managing the 6 palaces for quite some time without incident. Now that the empress had regained her authority, it was perplexing for her to punish those who had assisted her in the first place. Jianqiu, incensed by An Lingrong's inquiry, retorted, "How dare you question the empress?" And Lingrong's expression hardened. "Why should I not question? Fengxian Palace was never under the purview of the Jingfei and Xu Pin. Moreover, the dog in Fengxian Palace has been kept by them for 3 years. How long have they had authority over managing the palace? Wanshi is from Chuanxi Palace, yet she was also appointed to the palace by the empress. The empress presides over the 6 palaces, and when an incident occurs, she should not punish those who assist her. What logic is this?" Wu Jianqiu's face turned pale with anger. The empress had only been confined for a short while, yet everyone was in an uproar. An Lingrong ceased to regard her. Whether the empress had been confined for a year or her disposition had become unbalanced, or if she had grown arrogant since suppressing Jin Huan, she no longer even pretended to maintain decorum. It was merely a ploy to use the Jingfei and Danzhu as scapegoats. Should she succeed this time, the authority of the Jingfei and Danzhu would be rendered meaningless. "Bao Ke, go find out what the current situation is with the Jingfei and Xu Pin." Jianqiu scoffed. "The pure concubine wields considerable influence. The empress has sent maidservants to present gifts. Yet you not only fail to express gratitude but also dare to question the empress. As the sovereign of the 6 palaces, the empress possesses the duty to punish the concubines. Has the pure concubine forgotten this? And Lingrong retorted, has Aunt Jian not read the palace regulations? If the concubines make no mistakes, then even the empress cannot impose unwarranted punishments. The incident that startled me has been thoroughly investigated by Senior Eunuch Gao. Neither the Jingfei nor the Shupin had any involvement, nor were they within their jurisdiction. What fault lies with them? I advise Aunt Jian to temper her words and actions. Have the lessons from Guichen Aunt and Jiang Fuhai not been sufficient? Jian Xiu, infuriated by An Lingrong, turned to leave, but not before casting a cold glance at Bao Kei, who had a fractured wrist. Bao Kei feigned ignorance, for her mother had already been reassigned to the southern district. And the empress could no longer use her as leverage against her. Before long, Bao Kei returned. The Jingfei had been punished to kneel for 2 hours each day for 7 consecutive days. While Xu Pin was to transcribe the palace regulations 10 times. An Lingrong found herself both angry and amused. The empress intended to use the Jingfei, who had been on good terms with Xin Huan, and Dan Zhu, who had been close to her. As an example, had it not been for Dan Zhu's unique status, she would likely have been punished to kneel and transcribe the palace regulations as well. Chapter 78, Where is Ganlu Temple? And Lingrong was unconcerned about the fate of the Jingfei, but Dan Zhu was even less adept at writing than she was. To have her copy the palace regulations 10 times would take days, her hands would surely become weary. As Fu Chaguoran entered, she heard of Dan Zhu's impending punishment to transcribe the palace regulations. Fu Chaguoran, possessing ample experience in such matters, was all too familiar with the implications. In those years, the favored consort, Nian Shirlan, took great delight in having her grind the ink that proved utterly unyielding, and during her writing, she would extinguish the candlelight, demanding that any mistake be entirely redone. The empress, known for her benevolence, has now adopted the same rigorous approach as the favored consort. I utterly detest transcribing the palace regulations. An Lingrong, feeling helpless, gently tapped the head of Lady Fuchai. Benevolent, only this fool, along with my newly arrived self, would believe such a thing. An Lingrong produced a box, inviting Lady Fucha to accompany her to the Yangxin Palace. Lady Fucha hesitated, yet mustered her courage to follow. Since discovering her pregnancy, An Lingrong had rarely left the Yanxi Palace. When the emperor wished to see her, he often went directly to Yanxi Palace. Upon seeing An Lingrong, Gao Woyang immediately approached with a smile. The pure consort, Lady Fucha, I shall relay your presence at once. Thank you, Lord Gao. The Yongzhang emperor was reviewing memorials when he learned that the pure consort and Lady Fucha had arrived, rubbing his tired eyes. He instructed, allow them to enter. An Lingrong and Lady Fucha knelt to pay their respects, and Yongzhang helped An Lingrong rise. Did not Dr. Chow say you were startled and required rest? Why have you come out? Your Majesty, Dr. Chow also mentioned that in my condition I should move about more, otherwise it may not bode well for the future. Yongzheng nodded, acknowledging that carrying twins was indeed different from a single pregnancy, and it was wise to heed the physician's advice. An Lingrong presented the box. This is a gift from Ling Xian to your Majesty. Yongzheng could not help but smile, his impression of the previously unseen in Xuanbo improving. Although the imperial household had received gifts from foreigners, they never quite matched the thoughtful offerings from An Ling Xian. He opened the box. Eyeglasses, since the late emperor had given him a pair. He had commissioned several more from the workshop, yet none compared to the original. However, that original pair had become too worn for use. Your Majesty, please give them a try. Yongzheng rubbed his eyes, donned the glasses, and found the clarity to be vastly improved, far superior to those made by the workshop. Indeed, Ling Xian has done well. An Lingrong smiled, aware that the workshop used crystal, which lacked the transparency of this glass. In truth, the inner court had also established a glass factory, yet for reasons unknown, the produced glass was heavily impure, leading to the practice of adding pigments to create colored glass. An Lingrong could not fathom why colored glass products, though exorbitantly priced, were not as aesthetically pleasing as porcelain. She had heard that foreigners used glass for windows, which were both transparent and bright, providing warmth in winter. How costly that must be! The glass produced within the inner court was priced at several hundred taels for just a small piece. Even in the opulence of the palace, they dared not use glass for windows. The palace windows were still papered. Previously, Yizhen Huan had received praise from the emperor for using bright paper for window coverings to enhance light. As long as the emperor is pleased, it matters not. Yet Ling Xian has heard that one must not strain their eyes, and the light within should not be too dim, lest it harm the sight. The emperor, diligent in governance and beloved by the people, must also protect his own eyes for the sake of the populace. Yongzheng casually acknowledged this while lifting the eyeglasses to observe them closely. I find this pair reminiscent of the one my father wore long ago. It differs from those made by the workshop, being considerably lighter and much clearer. An Lingrong stifled a laugh. I have heard this is also glass. Not mine, crystal. Yongzheng felt a stir of curiosity. This glass was indeed distinct from that produced within the inner court. I sense you have not come without purpose. Speak, what is it? And Lingrong widened her eyes in surprise. Your Majesty. How did you know? Yongzheng glanced at Lady Fucha, who seemed to be playing along. After all, he was the emperor. An Lingrong's face turned awkward. Your Majesty, may I speak? Observing in Lingrong's lackluster performance, Yongzheng remained non-committal. While I may have been startled by a fierce dog, I am unscathed. The Empress, ever benevolent, has expressed her concern for me, sending Aunt Jianxia with some jewelry to soothe my nerves, for which I am exceedingly grateful. However, An Lingrong cautiously glanced at Yongzheng. However, Aunt Jianxia mentioned that, due to my circumstances, the Empress has punished concubine Jing and sister Danju. The Empress, as the head of the 6 palaces, bore the responsibility of disciplining the concubines. Yet, because of my situation, concubine Jing and sister Danju have suffered punishment, and I feel deeply remorseful. Lady Fucha, upon hearing that sister Danju must transcribe the palace regulations 10 times, trembled with fear, informing me that such a task is strenuous on the eyes. Lady Fucha nodded in agreement, straining the eyes, tiring the hands. An Lingrong could not help but chuckle at Lady Fucha, whose health had improved, though she still appeared a bit foolish when in the presence of the emperor. Yet, this naivety was endearing. No one would hold it against her, and she was even excused from the daily audience with the Empress. I had intended to present the glasses to you when you passed by. But upon hearing Lady Fucha mention the taxing nature of transcribing the palace regulations, Yongzheng maintained a serious demeanor, yet felt quite pleased. An Lingrong's little ruse was transparent to him, which was preferable. The Empress had been a bit excessive in her approach. I understand. You may return now. Later, I shall come to see you. An Lingrong's smile radiated brightly as she pulled Lady Fucha to bow before departing. Yongzheng watched her leave, pondering the glass. Half an hour later, Danju entered Yanqi Palace, shaking her wrist. What sort of ink does the Empress use? I possess far more strength than most women, yet I could not grind it. And Lingrong supported her chin with one hand. Was that not the intention? How many pages did you manage to copy? Pages? Danju's eyes widened. She could not manage even one. I overturned 2 inkstones, ruined about 10 sheets of paper, and broke 3 brushes. Well, I suppose I copied a little less than half a page. Had Xiaoxing not intervened, I could have relished the sight of the Empress's thunderous expression for a while longer. And Lingrong covered her mouth in amusement. Only your unique status spared you. Had it been anyone else, they would have been punished to kneel long ago. Had I known, I would not have gone to plead with the emperor. Danju conceded. No, 10 copies of the palace regulations? I could transcribe them for half a year. If I were to be stuck with her for that long, I cannot even imagine. As the Prince of Gua and Ling Xian and Hongshi left the arena, Hongshi found himself puzzled upon arrival. It seemed that his 17th uncle was in a foul mood, yet upon leaving, both of them appeared quite discontent. The pure consort was not unwell. Was she? And Ling Xian regarded Hongshi with a more complex expression. For such a person to become the Empress's adopted son, one could only wonder whether the Empress was more unfortunate, or if it was Prince Min who bore the greater burden. By the way, Your Highness, where is Ganlu Temple located? The Prince of Guo was taken aback, warily asking, what do you need Ganlu Temple for? And Ling Xian replied with a hint of sadness, February 9th is the pure consort's birthday. When my birth mother was alive, we would visit the temple to make offerings and pray for her blessings. Now that she is no longer with us, it falls to me and my aunt to carry out this duty. Unfortunately, we are not from the capital and have been preoccupied with trivial matters, so we are not well acquainted with the temples and monasteries here. However, the other day, perhaps before the new year, when Yunza dragged me out for drinks, he mentioned Ganlu Temple. Regrettably, I was inebriated and forgot to ask him where it is. Chapter 79. Why the sudden promotion of the Yin family? Upon hearing and Ling Xian inquire about Ganlu Temple, Hongshi patted his chest. Of course I know, 17th uncle is most familiar with it. His Qingliang Terrace is quite close to Ganlu Temple. An Lingxuan's face lit up with joy. Excellent, Prince, please tell me where it is. I am too lazy to seek out Yunza. Suddenly the Prince of Guo inquired, before the new year, why did Mang Yunza mention Ganlu Temple? And Ling Xian thought to himself, relieved that he did not appear to be entirely dim-witted. After pondering for a moment, he remarked, indeed, why would he mention Ganlu Temple? I believe he also spoke of Xinfu Jin, but who else was involved? I was quite drunk and cannot recall, yet we were initially discussing soap. How did we end up at Ganlu Temple? He shook his head, pulling Hongsher along to ask where Gonlu Temple was located. The Prince of Gua's face turned pale as he mounted his horse and galloped away. 17th uncle, wait for me, Hongsher called out. Lingxian, remember everything I told you? I will. Hurry and catch up to the prince. And Lingxian watched the two retreating figures, a smile creeping onto his lips. Prince of Gua, do not be too reckless, otherwise I shall have to cover for you. When Lingxian returned to the Inshuanbo residence, he found an imperial messenger waiting for him. Upon hearing from Xiaoshang that the emperor had summoned Lingxian to the Yangxing palace for an audience, and Lingrong was initially startled but quickly recalled the eyeglasses. This should bode well. When she arrived and Lingxian was deep in conversation with Yongzhang, the young man bore a striking resemblance to Lingrong, possessing a dignified demeanor that pleased the emperor. Upon noticing Lingrong's entrance, and Lingxian stepped forward to pay his respects. Greetings to the pure consort. Lingrong felt a twinge of emotion. After their last parting, she had thought she might never see her brother again in this lifetime. Yongjing nodded at Lingxian, smiling at Lingrong. He is much improved since your initial arrival at the palace. Your Majesty is teasing me, and Lingrong replied, as Yongjing continued discussing the matter of the workshop with Lingxian, allowing Lingrong to sit beside them. Earlier, you mentioned that glass can be used for windows. Have you seen this? And Lingxian nodded. There is a shop run by foreigners in Guangzhou, with an entire street-facing side made of transparent glass, allowing a clear view of the goods within. Yongjing's eyes brightened. Is this glass entirely free of impurities? Indeed, Yongjing toyed with his jade bracelet, contemplating that a mere foreign goods shop could utilize such an abundance of glass, far more lavish than the palace itself. And Lingxian's thoughts shifted, and he continued, the foreigners have an abundance of glass, likely due to their lower manufacturing costs. Yongjing's heart stirred again. During the reign of the late emperor, the Ministry of Internal Affairs had established a glass factory, but regrettably, its output was minimal and the quality subpar. Yongjing referred to the glass factory under the Bureau of Works, which Lingxian had witnessed at the residence of the Min Bail. He found it perplexing. If transparent glass could not be produced, why not simply use porcelain instead? It would be more economical. He could not comprehend the mindset of the royal family during the late emperor's reign. A foreign goods store had been established, but alas, this semi-official, semi-commercial establishment earned little beyond presenting rare items to the royal family each year. By the middle to late period of the late emperor's reign, an increasing number of merchants began trading directly with foreigners, leading to the decline of the 13 Hongs. The Shao family profited by selling Qing silk and porcelain to foreigners, then transporting foreign goods to various locations for sale, thereby reaping wealth from the Qing populace. During his time with the Shao family in Guangzhou, Lingxian gained more insight than he had in the previous decade. He had long wished to learn the technique of glassmaking from the foreigners, but regrettably they were too shrewd. Without sufficient leverage, he could not acquire the knowledge. How splendid it would be if he could leverage the emperor's influence to pursue his own endeavors. The Shao family's uncle knew a Western merchant who claimed that in their country, ordinary citizens used glass windows, yet in the vast and resource-rich Qing, glass had become a rarity. Yongjing snorted derisively, and Lingrong nearly laughed aloud. Her brother was quite the thinker. Yongjing pressed further. Aside from the rare items you presented to the palace, what else do the foreigners possess? Lingxian's expression faltered. Speak. Yes, your Majesty, I have heard that foreigners possess formidable weapons, such as foreign guns and cannons, though I have not seen them myself. Yongjing laughed heartily. What is so remarkable about that? They are merely remnants from the Qing. Lingxian's eyes flickered, yet he remained silent. Yongjing closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment. His summoning of Lingxian today was a spur-of-the-moment decision, and he found this youth rather impressive. Among the foreign merchants, is there anyone capable of manufacturing glass, specifically the kind suitable for storefronts? Lingxian's heart raced. Yes, but they are unwilling to teach us Qing people their techniques. No matter, Yongjing replied, I shall appoint you as an assistant minister of the Bureau of Works. Later, I will arrange for someone to accompany you to Guangzhou. If you are able to master this technique and produce it in large quantities, there will be substantial rewards. The position of Assistant Minister of the Bureau of Works, a fifth-rank official, was indeed generous of the emperor, although Lingxian had little interest in an official career. The Bureau of Works was affiliated with the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and if he performed well, he might have opportunities to meet his sister again. As for the glassmaking technique, he certainly wished to learn it. But if he left the capital, what would become of his sister? Lingrong nodded at Lingxian. Lingxian, why are you not thanking the emperor promptly? Such a rare opportunity that others would beg for.
And you appear foolishly overjoyed. Anling Xin clenched his teeth in silence and knelt. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall certainly acquire the foreigner's techniques. Yongzheng laughed heartily and instructed Anling Xin to accompany Lingrong to the Yanqi Palace for dinner before leaving the palace. Thank you, Your Majesty. Anling Xian's expression of joy was far more genuine than when he was bestowed the title, which pleased Yongzheng immensely. The youth was refreshingly transparent upon returning to the Yanqi Palace. Lingrong dismissed the others and turned to Anling Xian. What did the emperor inquire about before I arrived? Anling Xian furrowed his brow. He asked about my visit to the hunting grounds with Min Bail and Gui Junwang. Inquiring about Gui Junwang's performance, I mentioned that Gui Junwang and Min Bail possess far superior equestrian and archery skills than I doubt. The emperor seemed quite satisfied with their camaraderie. Recently, Jin Bail Hongli had been associating closely with a group of young aristocrats in the capital, many of whom were notorious for their debauchery, including Anling Xian himself as one of his targets. At first glance, it appeared he held no bias, merely a gathering of like-minded youths, or perhaps those sharing similar flaws. However, Anling Xian discerned that those particularly close to Jin Bail were the offspring of high-ranking officials in the court. If a youth like Anling Xian could see through this, how could the emperor, the victor of the Nine Sons' struggle for the throne, remain oblivious? Min Bail Hongsher was also instructed by the empress to cultivate relationships with high-ranking officials. However, Hongsher was rather dull-witted. The convoluted speech of those individuals eluded his comprehension, leading him to neglect engagement. After all, he now resided outside the palace, and the empress could not exert too much control. In contrast, Hongsher preferred to associate with Gui Junwan, who possessed commendable equestrian skills. Gui Junwan was merely a leisurely prince, and the emperor naturally welcomed Min Bail's closeness to him. Sister, why has the emperor suddenly decided to elevate the Yin family? Lingrong pondered recent events, a cold sweat breaking out on her back. Fortunately, when Xinhuan found herself in dire straits, she had not stepped in to make matters worse. When I first entered the palace, I had to rely on consort Shi first, then on the empress for survival. Had I remained as consort, it would not have been a significant issue. However, having become a noble consort, this matter will inevitably become a thorn in the emperor's heart. After the incident with Huan Bai and Wen Shichu, she had subtly hinted at the difficulties faced in the past before the emperor, and spoken a few words of comfort for consort Shi. At last, the thorn in the emperor's heart had been extracted. Now, with the empress holding absolute power in the palace, and her ruthless actions having displeased the emperor, it was unfortunate that this empress was also backed by the Dowager Empress. Chapter 80. Who is the person you want to treat? In front of Yongzheng, Lingrong consistently portrayed herself as somewhat scheming, yet that little bit of cunning was sufficient for the emperor to see through at a glance. The emperor desired to support someone to challenge the empress, and such a mindset of mine would undoubtedly be within his complete control, making me an excellent choice. The items you presented to the palace were mostly offerings from local officials, not particularly rare. What is truly remarkable is your unwavering intention to prioritize the emperor above all else. Under normal circumstances, he would not need to pay heed to such sentiments. However, in the current situation, this selfless intention appeared exceptionally precious in his eyes. Anling Xian nodded, understanding the implications, yet the empress had the Ulanara family and the Dowager Empress behind her, and Lingrong was with child. If confronted, she would undoubtedly suffer. Could she possibly evade it? Lingrong shook her head. She could not evade this, for she and the empress could never coexist. The emperor would also never allow her to become the next Jing Fei. The imperial noble consort and Jing Fei were both favored elderly women with only a daughter to their names. They could sit securely in high positions without competition, but Lingrong was different. For her own sake, for the child in her womb, and for all those she wished to protect, she could not afford not to contend. Anling Xian felt a bitter pang in his heart. If I cannot evade this, then why do you still want me to go to Guangzhou? I can assist you by remaining in the capital. Lingrong feigned a light-hearted demeanor. Only by successfully accomplishing the task the emperor has entrusted to you can you truly assist me to the greatest extent. Rest assured, after the Mad Dog incident, the emperor will never allow anyone to harm the child in my womb again. Even the empress likely lacks the energy to deal with me now. Consort Shi should soon be released from her confinement. Anling Xian's eyes widened. Consort Shi is to be released on the first day of the new year. Shen Bail's proposal to marry Zhenyura was rejected by the emperor. Subsequently, the emperor issued a decree summoning Zhenyura to the palace, but she seemingly employed some fierce means to resist the order, a matter virtually unknown to outsiders had it not been for Anling Xian's correspondence. Lingrong would have never guessed Zhenyura's resistance to the decree led the emperor to the Yangshou palace, likely to persuade Zhenhuan to convince Zhenyura to enter the palace.
Xin Huan's refusal resulted in her demotion and confinement, and Lingrong scoffed. The emperor seemed quite invested in Jin Yuro. Had it been anyone else, they would have probably lost their life. Consort, she must be pregnant again. An Lingrong learned from her informants in Yangshou Palace that Jin Huan had not received her monthly letter this month. Regarding Jin Huan's miraculous constitution, An Lingrong found herself at a loss for words. It seemed that every time she faced adversity, the heavens bestowed upon her a child to help her through her trials. The emperor struggled for heirs, and if consort she were indeed pregnant, she would undoubtedly regain favor. The empress had harmed Huan Bai and Wen Shichu, and consort she would certainly not let the empress off lightly. However, the dowager empress remained the empress's greatest support. As long as the dowager empress was alive, the empress would firmly grasp control over the harem. Consort, she was acutely aware of this. Last year, when the dowager empress was gravely ill, Wen Shichu's ability to cure her but choosing not to was undoubtedly a hint from consort she. This year, with the incident involving Huan Bai, consort she was even more eager to eliminate the empress. The dowager empress's weakness was her youngest son, the 14th prince, Yun Tan. Should anything happen to Yun Tan, the dowager empress would certainly not stand idly by. Yet the emperor detested the dowager empress mentioning Yun Tan and would never allow him to visit her. An Lingrong's gaze turned cold. Were it not for Qiao Yan, the dowager empress would have been dead for several months. Now that her health had somewhat stabilized, her thoughts still revolved around the Ula Nara family and her younger son, which had begun to irk the emperor. Since she cared little for her own health, let her be as long as something happened to the 14th prince, the dowager empress would not survive for long either. An Ling Xian's eyes brightened. The Jin family is now without power. The only one who can assist consort Xi in this matter is Jean Bale. Indeed, Jean Bale must be quite anxious lately. Jin Huan had been suppressed to a demoted position by the empress, and the one most concerned aside from Gui Junwang was Jean Bale. As long as the empress remained in power, Min Bale would be Jean Bale's greatest rival. The fall of the empress was a shared goal for both Xin Huan and Jean Bale. An Lingrong abruptly shifted the topic. I need you to find a way to get my cousin out of the palace to treat someone. An Ling Xian's eyes widened. How can I rest easy knowing my cousin is not by your side? An Ling Xian understood An Lingrong's intentions, but how could he dare let Qiao Yan leave her side? No matter how skilled his cousin was in medicine, she could not save a dying person. The Imperial Hospital, despite the multitude of practitioners, remains unable to provide a remedy. Thus, the emperor cannot justly place the blame upon my cousin. Moreover, An Lingxuan's words trailed off, yet An Lingrong comprehended the implication. Furthermore, the Empress Dowager has, time and again, depleted the emperor's yearning for his mother in matters concerning the empress and Yun Tan. The bond between mother and son, already tenuous, now hangs by a thread. And Lingrong gazed into An Lingxuan's eyes, her tone remarkably composed. Rest assured, I shall remain safe during these ensuing months. Once my cousin returns to the palace, I should have already given birth, and her presence will be most timely. The heart is inscrutable, and one cannot guarantee that one day he might not, due to the Empress Dowager's affairs, shift the blame onto others. I have urged my cousin to remain outside the palace precisely to prevent anyone from seizing upon her vulnerability. Moreover, I harbor no desire for others to cast doubt upon her medical expertise. The more the emperor trusts Qiao Yan's skills, the better. An Lingxian shook his head in refusal. No, my cousin would not consent to that either. And Lingrong sighed. The relationship between my cousin and me will inevitably be discovered. To speak more lightly, I have schemed against the Fucha family. To speak more gravely, it is akin to deceiving the emperor. A pang of sorrow struck An Lingxuan's heart. Then who is it that you have tasked your cousin with treating? Does he possess such capacity to ensure the emperor does not hold you accountable? And Lingrong's expression turned grave. It is Prince Qingqing Yun Xiang. The emperor's public affinity for the Guo prince and Xinbei is merely a fade to demonstrate fraternal affection. Only the 13th prince, Yun Xiang, is the emperor's one true brother of concern. In his early years, Yun Xiang endured 2 confinements by the late emperor, and the emperor himself was reproached by the late ruler for pleading on his behalf. After ascending the throne, Yun Xiang was entrusted with significant responsibilities. As the emperor's most trusted confidant, Prince Yi has overseen foreign affairs for many years, seldom gracing the inner palace, unlike the Guo prince. Prince Yi seldom visits the harem, and thus An Lingrong has not encountered him. She knows only that Prince Yi carries an array of duties, including managing the examination hall, the Bureau of Internal Affairs, the Ministry of Revenue, and overseeing military strategies, foreign missionaries, and agricultural waterworks. Among numerous responsibilities, the emperor trusts him and employs him, and in return, he serves with a patriotic spirit. However, Prince Yi has suffered from gout since the late emperor's reign. And years of strenuous labor have taken a toll on his health. In her past life, and Lingrong had learned of Prince Yi's critical ailment during that spring, which left the emperor distraught. After Lingrong's death, she witnessed Yongjing's profound grief upon Prince Yi's passing. In a single night, Yongjing's state of mind shifted dramatically, fostering suspicions towards those around him, ultimately leading him into a morass of debauchery.
Resulting in his demise at the hands of Jin Huan and Yi Lanyi's machinations. The time of Prince Yi's death coincides with this summer. After consulting Qiao Yan and Lingrong learned that gout cannot be completely cured. Yet it can be alleviated. Though Prince Yi appears to be at death's door, with proper care, there may still be hope. Since the previous year, the emperor has dispatched several court physicians to attend to Prince Yi. However, these physicians seek merely to maintain the status quo, aiming for no mistakes rather than any achievements. If none can provide a cure, it must mean that Prince Yi's time has come. Chapter 81, Jin Huan's pregnancy again. Since others have failed to heal Prince Yi. Should Qiao Yan also be unsuccessful, the emperor would not direct his ire towards her. Yet, if she succeeds, and Lingrong could openly acknowledge her relationship with Qiao Yan, allowing her to call Qiao Yan her cousin without reservation. As for whether the court physicians might face reprimands for Qiao Yan's potential failure, that is a trivial matter. Ever since the Empress Dowager was cured by Qiao Yan, although the physicians may grumble outwardly, they hold her in high esteem internally. Lingrong is unwilling to let this opportunity slip by. Lingxuan's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he nodded. Lingrong then inquired about the foreign weaponry. Sensing that Lingxian had more to say in the presence of the emperor. Lingxuan's countenance grew serious. He had not seen cannons but had encountered rifles. Most foreign merchants in Guangzhou hailed from Europe, where frequent wars among nations led to merchants from different countries often clashing for resources. Lingxian had witnessed firsthand a skirmish between a group of English merchants and another of French merchants. An Englishman, armed with a rifle, had swiftly dispatched 7 or 8 Frenchmen. A Frenchman had declared that he would bring a cannon next time to eliminate these English dogs. Lingxian had been so frightened that his legs felt weak. Although those foreigners spoke Mandarin poorly, he understood the underlying brutality. The Shao family maintained a good relationship with the Wu family in the 13 Hangs, and Lingxian had leveraged this connection to procure superior foreign goods. His cousin from the Shao family had informed him that the Wu family had previously sent people to Europe, where their weaponry may not surpass that of the Qing dynasty in quality. Yet they continually upgraded their firearms and cannons. In contrast, the Qing's firearm technology has stagnated since the late emperor's era, save for bows and arrows, which remain superior to the foreigners. At Lingxuan's age, he had little understanding of such matters and had not paid them much heed. However, during his archery match with the Guo prince, discussions about foreign firearms had arisen, and the Guo prince had casually mentioned many things, such as Nan Huiran and Dai Zi. The Guo prince lamented that had Dai Zi not perished, perhaps Qing's artillery could have progressed further. Lingrong listened in astonishment. While she knew little of warfare, she understood that superior weaponry could yield remarkable advantages. Although she harbored a dislike for the Guo prince, she had to concede that the Guo prince, raised under the late emperor's guidance, possessed insight into military affairs far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Yet, these matters were beyond the purview of a palace woman. Her thoughts were primarily centered on Lingxian. With such formidable foreign weaponry, one must tread carefully in Guangzhou. If only she could obtain a rifle. And Lingxuan's eyes sparkled with understanding. He was of a similar mind. I suspect the emperor intends to send me out soon. I will entrust the affairs here to Shi Likai. If there are matters you wish to address outside, just delegate them to him. Lingrong nodded. The matter concerning Ji Weisheng was indeed orchestrated by Shi Likai. Shi Likai had followed his father in the business of fortune-telling and exorcism, gaining some renown in the Jiangnan region. Later, Shi's father had been killed to silence him after revealing a family's ancestral ties to grave robbing. Shi Likai had then spent all his wealth to orchestrate the family's downfall, leading to their arrest during a tomb robbery. At that time, he was only 13, left destitute, and gathered a band of beggars to survive. When Lingxian was 10, he accidentally collided with a beggar while riding in a carriage, intending to offer some compensation, only to be ensnared by Shi Likai and several other beggars. At that age, Lingxian was still quite young, and the coachman was honest, making him an easy target for the 14-year-old Shi Likai's schemes. Subsequently, the group of 10 boys, led by Shi Likai, continued to follow Lingxian. 2 years later, Shi Likai revealed that they had been watching Lingxian outside the family's shop for half a year. As Lingxian departed before the palace gates were locked, he exchanged a distant nod with Qiao Yan, who was returning to the Yishi palace. Parting ways thereafter, Qiao Yan brought back news that when Shi Chu's apprentice
Wei Lin had visited Yangshuo Palace today and returned with an exuberant demeanor, having shaken off the gloom of recent days. An Lingrong chuckled and shook her head, remarking that it seemed every time Fei encountered misfortune, she would conceive, true to form, since when Shichu's dismissal from the Imperial Hospital. Shen Meizhuang has been gravely ill for several days, her appearance frail and diminished. However, it is uncertain how she has come to terms with her situation, as she has recently asked me to help her recover, seemingly preparing to beseech the Empress Dowager to reclaim Jinghe for her own care. An Lingrong had almost forgotten Shen Meizhuang, and upon hearing Xiao Yan mention her, she could not help but feel a twinge of sentiment. Initially she had intended for Shen Meizhuang and Jin Huan to capture each other's vulnerabilities, with Wen Shichu and Jinghe standing between them, rendering reconciliation difficult. Perhaps one day these two would come into direct conflict, allowing her to reap the benefits. Yet, unexpectedly, the Empress had acted swiftly and ruthlessly. With Wen Shichu and Huan by now betrothed, Shen Meizhuang and Jin Huan could no longer refer to each other as sisters. With Wen Shichu gone, Shen Meizhuang was unburdened, and the Empress Dowager favored her. She might soon regain her former status. An Lingrong felt a pang of frustration, with the Emperor now favoring the Yin family. Her hands felt tied in her endeavors. The secrets surrounding Jinghe and Hong Yu's identities were matters she could not yet touch. What actions could she dare undertake that would bring shame to the Emperor? And Lingrong pursed her lips, deciding to wait until the time was ripe, for there would surely be many matters to address in the near future. While Linxian conversed with Lingrong, the Guo prince had already dispatched personnel to Ganlu Temple. Any traces of his interactions with Jin Huan had been meticulously erased. He was no fool, connecting the dots regarding Meng Jingxian's return of Kai Ping and Kai Lan. He discerned the handiwork of the Meng family. The disheartened Guo prince returned to his manor, where Meng Jingxian greeted him with a smile. "Why have you returned so late after riding out to race?" "I will arrange for the bathing water." The Guo prince grasped Meng Jingxian's sleeve. On New Year's Eve, what are your thoughts on the matters concerning Huan Bai and Wen Shichu? Meng Jingxian's expression stiffened. Having set the Meng family in motion, she knew she could not conceal the truth from the prince. She knelt, tears streaming down her face. "Your Highness, I acknowledge my wrongdoing, but I am truly fearful. You carry the likeness of Fei with you every day, and I." The Guo prince's countenance shifted dramatically. "What are you saying?" Meng Jingxian continued. "Since our marriage, your Highness has scarcely been sober, often indulging in drunken revelry. I have witnessed you gazing tenderly at that portrait, smiling foolishly. I truly resent not being that portrait. If only you would look at me like that, I would consider it worth dying immediately." The Guo prince felt a pang in his heart. He was certain that he loved only Jin Huan, yet hearing such words from a woman who had long harbored affection for him stirred his emotions. Meng Jingxian wiped her tears and continued, "I initially believed that portrait belonged to Huan Bai. However, if it were Miss Huan Bai, by then she had already been betrothed to the prince, so how could he secretly pine for her likeness? When I entered the palace, I had the opportunity to meet Empress Shi, and that likeness was identical to hers. My lord, had Empress Shi not been the emperor's consort, I would willingly regard her as a sister. Yet her status dictates that you two can never be united. Having already wed the prince, I am bound to share his honor and disgrace. Whatever actions he undertakes, I can only assist him in the aftermath. I am uncertain how the Ilanara family acquired this information or whether they sensed the movement of the Meng family, but they have even sent people to inquire at Ganlu Temple." Chapter 82. He is truly too clever. As Meng Jingxian spoke of the Ilanara family, her voice caught in her throat before she continued, "I would risk everything to protect the prince. However, safeguarding him necessitates sacrifice. Last spring, when Empress Shi conducted a blood test for kinship at Jingren Palace, it was at that time that Wen Shichu was suspected of having an affair with her. She is the one you hold dear. How could I bear to harm her? Miss Huan Bai and Wen Shichu have become the sacrifices I orchestrated. Every fault lies with me. Should the prince wish to punish or even discard me, as long as he and his beloved are safe, I shall have no grievances." Meng Jingxian's heartfelt confession plunged Gui Junwang into profound anguish. Why should Wen Shichu and Huan Bai bear the brunt of his and Jin Huan's suffering? Yet, had it not been for Meng Jingxian's arrangement, the ones accused would have been he and Jin Huan. Would Huaner and the two children still be alive? Watching Gui Junwang's sorrowful departure, Meng Jingxian knew she had won her gamble. This man she had loved for a decade, gentle and kind, would never abandon a woman who thought of him in every circumstance. That night, Gui Junwang once again drank himself into a stupor, and through his hazy vision, he beheld Huaner approaching gracefully. The following day, Empress Shi, confined in Yangshuo Palace, was diagnosed as pregnant. Yongzhang was overjoyed and made a visit to Yangshuo Palace, where Empress Shi was released from confinement.
Jin Huan's pregnancy was under the care of Wei Ling. When Isho learned of this news, she nearly laughed in fury. Why was Jin Huan so fortunate to be diagnosed with pregnancy every time? Lingrong's pregnancy had not yet been terminated, and now another one was on the way, which truly vexed her. The only consolation for Isho was that Jin Huan had not been reinstated, and the power within the palace still resided in her hands. News of Anling Xian's appointment as an official in the Bureau of Construction soon spread throughout the capital. It was merely an official of the 5th rank. Not particularly noteworthy, however, this official was a young lord not yet 15 and the brother of pure concubine, which changed the situation. Many began to speculate that the emperor intended to elevate the family of pure concubine. Didn't he? Yet it was said that pure concubine was expecting a princess this time. Amidst various conjectures, Fu Cha Boxing, Wei Guangying, Meng Yunzi, and Pang Zhengyu rushed to the Anshuan prince's residence to celebrate Anling Xian's good fortune. Upon hearing that Anling Xian might be sent to Guangzhou, a group of young men expressed their envy, for they had never been there, but just listening to Anling Xian's tales filled them with longing. After dinner, Anling Xian took Fu Cha Boxing to visit the Min Beilei's residence. Meng Yunzi looked at Anling Xian and Fu Cha Boxing's close camaraderie with a tinge of envy, although he harbored thoughts of pitting pure concubine against Empress Shi. He had not pursued that idea further when Anling Xian did not take the bait. However, he genuinely wished to befriend Anling Xian, as the Ming family did not desire conflict with pure concubine. He still needed to devise a way to reconcile with Anling Xian. At Min Beilei's residence, Anling Xian excitedly recounted the foreign guns he had seen in Guangzhou and the cannons described by foreigners, causing him to tremble with excitement. Hongsher could hardly contain his delight. Indeed, he was still young, terrified by a single foreign gun, remnants of their great Qing. Anling Xian spoke until his mouth was dry. Yet Hongsher did not mention that person, which vexed Anling Xian to the point of turning green with anger. I heard that during the reign of the late emperor he ordered Lord Nan Huiran to oversee the production of cannons. Did the Beilei ever witness them? Hongsher nodded. A few years ago, the emperor commanded my 13th uncle to replicate several Wei Yuan general cannons and mother-son cannons, which I have seen. Unfortunately, those cannons were transported to Fengtai town for testing. I do not know their true power. Finally mentioning the 13th Lord, Anling Xian's eyes sparkled. 13th Lord Yiqin Wang, he oversaw the production of cannons? Hongsher sighed. 13th uncle is quite capable. He is the one the emperor values the most, yet his health has not been good. His health? Anling Xian appeared shocked. Is Yiqin Wang not just over 40? Is he not in the prime of his life? How could Hongsher expressed a hint of sorrow when mentioning his 13th uncle? Years ago, 13th uncle had been imprisoned for nearly a decade, and his health had always been poor. He had not recuperated well in recent years. Starting from the previous year, the emperor sent several of the finest physicians to Yiqin Wang's residence to treat 13th uncle. Alas, even with their skills, they could only prolong 13th uncle's life for a little more than a year. Physician Lu stated that 13th uncle might not survive this summer. Physician Lu Yingnian specializes in leg ailments. Physicians should be the most skilled individuals, yet he has not been able to heal Yiqin Wang. Sayedwashin, your family sent a physician into the palace. Pure concubine's voice was cured by her. Her surname is Qiao. What was her name again? Fu Cha Boxing thought for a moment. I believe her name is Qiao Yan. Yes, indeed. De Beilei. Did physician Qiao also treat Yiqin Wang? Hongsher shook his head. I don't think so. When 13th uncle fell ill, physician Qiao had not yet entered the palace. However, how much skill can a physician have? Curing pure concubine's voice must have been merely a stroke of luck. Anling Xian wished to knock Hongsher's head open to see what was inside, but she also cured Fu Cha Gairan's ailment. Fu Cha Boxing nodded repeatedly. What a joke. The Fu Cha family had spent over a month investigating the various difficult and complicated ailments that Qiao Yan had treated before sending her into the palace. Had they not confirmed her exceptional medical skills, how could they have expended such effort to bring her in? Mentioning Qiao Yan, Fu Cha Boxing felt a sense of pride. Physician Qiao is no simple character. She is quite renowned in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions. Even the Empress Dowager last year, despite many physicians claiming cough, in the end, it was still physician Qiao who cured her. Hongsher's eyes brightened. Indeed, that was true. Fu Cha Boxing was somewhat eager. Who did not know that the person the emperor valued most was Yiqin Wang? Last year, because Qiao Yan had greatly improved the health of the Empress Dowager and the emperor. The emperor praised his father for his commendable recommendation. Unfortunately, Qiao Yan now had to attend to the royal offspring in pure concubine's womb. He could not mention moving her away from pure concubine's side in front of Anling Xian. Anling Xian lowered his gaze. Yiqin Wang is a pillar of the nation and a brother to the emperor. It would be wonderful if physician Qiao could cure him. Hongsher's mind raced. Last year Fu Cha Weidu received rewards from the emperor because of physician Xiao. If he could put in a good word, even if physician Xiao could not cure 13th uncle, he would not suffer any loss. But if she could cure him, the emperor would commend him, 13th uncle would be grateful, and even physician Xiao would likely remember his kindness, using the person sent by the Fu Cha family to gain some benefits for himself. He truly was clever. Hongzhi casually mentioned to Anling Xian and Fu Cha Boxing that they would talk next time and then entered the palace, leaving Fu Cha Boxing with a face full of confusion and Anling Xian with a sense of triumph. Xiao Yan was summoned to Yangxin Hall, and upon being questioned about the condition of the Crane Ni Wind, she knew her plan had succeeded. She had not wished to leave An Lingrong at this moment. But as An Lingrong stated, if their relationship was not brought to light promptly, it might be discovered by someone with ulterior motives, and it would be tantamount to deceiving the Emperor. Yiqin Wang's health could not afford to wait any longer. She could not miss this opportunity. In response to the emperor, I, the humble servant, followed my mentor Liangjin in my early years, traveling and practicing medicine throughout the Jiangnan region, having encountered 8 cases of this ailment. Among them, 3 cases with mild symptoms were swiftly cured. 2 cases could be greatly improved with timely medication. For the 2 severe cases, if acupuncture could be administered regularly, they might see significant improvement in 2 or 3 years. Unfortunately, my master and I have traveled extensively, and I do not know their final outcomes. As for the patient your majesty mentioned, I have not seen him personally and cannot make a judgment. Chapter 83. Where is Jiang Xinyu? Yang Jing's eyes gleamed with joy, but soon doubt crept in. Xiaoyan's medical knowledge is extensive and not specialized in any one area. She is still so young. Can she truly surpass Lu Yingyan, who specializes in leg ailments? Xiao Yan lowered her head and continued, the medical records of these individuals are in the Fu Cha residence, if your majesty requires them. Arrangements can be made for them to be retrieved for your review, which may provide some assistance. The items from outside the palace cannot be brought inside. All her medical records from these years are kept at Fu Cha residence. And it would be splendid if she could take the opportunity to retrieve them. Yongjing nodded. I command you to go to Fu Cha residence to retrieve the medical records, and confer with physician Liu at Yiqin Wang's residence. If we can cure Yiqin Wang. Yongjing's eyes misted. He treated 17 and 21 kindly merely for appearances, but only 13 was his true brother, even if it could merely alleviate his symptoms and allow him to accompany me for a few more years. I shall bestow great rewards. Xiaoyan's heart surged with emotion. I shall exert my utmost effort, but what of pure concubine? Yongjing replied. As for pure concubine, I shall make the necessary arrangements. You need only focus on treating Yiqin Wang. Xiaoyan bowed and withdrew. That very afternoon, Xiaoyan proceeded to Yiqin Wang's residence. Yongjing issued a stern warning to Isho, stating that regardless of whether it was in Lingrong or Jinhuan, should even one of their dragon embryos fail to thrive, the blame would inevitably fall upon Isho. The physician responsible for safeguarding in Lingrong's pregnancy had become Wei Lin, a development that in Lingrong had anticipated. Although when Shichu had been expelled, he had successfully ensured the safety of Isho's subsequent 4 children, Longyue, Holi, Lingxi, and Jinghadat. On that day, Shenhuan and Shenmeizhuan, one carrying twins and the other a single child, were both under Wen Shichu's careful supervision. Today, and Lingrong and Jinhuan found themselves in a similar situation, one with twins and the other with a single child. The emperor naturally thought of Wei Lin, whose status had risen significantly as he catered to the needs of 2 pregnant high-ranking concubines, inciting envy among many. However, Wei Lin remained unfazed by the jealousy of others. Your Highness's pregnancy appears remarkably stable. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, you are certain to deliver a royal heir safely, he remarked, though a sense of trepidation lingered within him, for in Lingrong was carrying twins. With Xiaoyan's medical expertise, there was no possibility of error. Yet rumors within the palace suggested there was only one princess. The esteemed pure concubine had managed to persuade the emperor to indulge her in this charade, a feat not to be underestimated. And Lingrong raised an eyebrow. Physician Wei, within this palace. The princess within your womb is safe and healthy. An Lingrong nodded. In truth, even if Wei Lin were to disclose this information, she would not be overly concerned. Since the arrival of 4 capable eunuchs, the palace had become far less chaotic. An Lingrong preferred to maintain her distance from Wei Lin, who, like Wen Shichu, bore the countenance of a simpleton but possessed the capability to achieve great things. Yet while Wen Shichu was motivated by affection, Wei Lin was driven by ambition. An Lingrong had no desire to associate closely with someone capable of treachery. Unlike Shenhuan, she lacked the good fortune that seemed to accompany her.
Everything she possessed was the result of her meticulous plotting. My pregnancy is secure, physician Wei, so you need not worry excessively. However, you must remain diligent in your care of Shifei, she advised. A sheen of cold sweat broke out on Wei Lin's back. Had the pure concubine uncovered something, or was it merely a casual remark? And Lingrong waved her hand. I am weary, you may take your leave now. Yes, your highness, I take my leave. Lingrong's gaze flickered. She had noticed that when she mentioned Jinhuan, a slight sheen of sweat appeared on Wei Lin's brow. It seemed that, as in her previous life, Jinhuan's child was fated to be lost. This time, could she use this child to unseat the empress? Jinhuan's release from confinement brought great joy to Jin Beilei. Hongli early that morning, Hongli entered the palace to pay his respects to Jinhuan. Though his expression stiffened upon hearing of her pregnancy, Jinhuan understood his concerns, yet she was not in the mood to comfort her foster son. After sending Hongli away, Jinhuan made her way to the Palace of Eternal Harmony once more. Where is Jiang Xinyu? She inquired. She wished to avoid beating around the bush within Lingrong. She needed Jiang Xinyu to divert the emperor's attention from you or Ao. Lingrong regarded Jinhuan, whose features were marked by a cold and sorrowful beauty. Uncertain of her own feelings, though she did not wish for Jinyura to enter the palace, she could not relinquish Jiang Xinyu to her either. And Lingrong harbored a lingering worry. Qiao Yan was not only beautiful but also possessed a confidence and carefree spirit that ordinary women lacked, now that the emperor had appointed her as a physician. It was hard to guarantee that he would not develop other intentions in the future. She had been increasingly hearing the emperor mention Qiao Yan inadvertently. By sending Qiao Yan to treat the Prince of Yi, she sought to eliminate the potential risk of their actual relationship being exposed, while also allowing Qiao Yan to retreat for a time. Meanwhile, the empress intended to resume the selection of new ladies-in-waiting this year, hoping that newcomers could divert the emperor's attention from Qiao Yan. Yet, and Lingrong could not afford to gamble. She had to protect her cousin, and Jiang Xinyu was her greatest trump card in safeguarding Qiao Yan. And Lingrong turned to Jinhuan. I am afraid I cannot entrust Jiang Xinyu to you. You need not use the argument of Jin'er's entry into the palace to divide my favor. I will not allow Jiang Xinyu to enter the palace at this time. Jinhuan offered a bitter smile, fully aware that Lingrong would never assist her. She simply lacked better options. Yet now Lingrong's family background, status, and favor all surpassed her own. What could she possibly offer in exchange? Jinhuan gazed at Lingrong, and after a long moment, she regained her composure. A year ago, and Lingrong had been a lowly concubine, subject to bullying upon losing favor, while she herself had been the esteemed Shiguethe wielding power in the palace, and Huanbai had been the most beautiful maid among the 6 palaces. In just a year, and Lingrong had transformed into the pregnant pure concubine, with the Yin family elevated to noble status, forging connections with the Fucha and Borjigin families. The Jin family had fallen to commoner status. Huanbai had become foolish. Shen Meizhuang had grown estranged. When Shichu had left the palace, and the Gui Junwang had married, she had lost her power within the palace, while Su Peixing struggled to survive outside. The Empress Dowager remained secluded, and Lu Daming was subjected to lifelong confinement. Only Jing Fei, owing to Longyue, treated her with considerable care, and Yilan Yi had secretly assisted her due to the Gui Junwang. Apart from these two, the only ones by her side were the steadfast Jinxiu, the clever and capable Xiao Yunzi, and the deeply ambitious Wei Lin. One by one, those she cared for and considered allies were drifting away. She was also burdened with the vigilant 4th prince and the emperor's unwillingness to relinquish Yu Rao. Fate was truly capricious, yet despite the twists of destiny, she must stand firm and protect her family. Jinhuan's departing figure appeared desolate, stirring a sense of discomfort within Lingrong. However, upon reflection, she realized that Jinhuan remained a favored presence in the emperor's eyes. Her parents were alive and well, and her foster son was the most favored candidate for the title of crown prince. Such a resilient individual hardly required her pity. Lingrong cast aside these trivial matters and, after Jinhuan's departure, began to discuss the items sent to the palace by Lingxian with Fucha Guoran. And when As the end of the month approached, Lingxian, Min Beilei, and several officials from the weaving bureau set out for Guangzhou. Upon hearing the news of Hongshu's departure, Yishio vented her frustrations to Jianxiu, as she had initially intended to arrange a match between Qingying and Hongshu, but now had to postpone. Xiao Yan, who had treated the Prince of Yi, reported that if the treatment went well, the prince, though unlikely to live long, would be free of worry for 10 years. However, the prince's leg ailment stemmed from wind cold entering his body, and if he could bathe in natural hot springs for 3 months, the treatment would be even more effective. Yangzhang was overjoyed and permitted the Prince of Yi to take Xiao Yan and Luing to Xiatangshan for treatment. Upon receiving this news, and Lingrong began to ponder when Jinhuan and Jin Beilei would make their move. Chapter 84. The servant does not wish to enter the palace. In mid-February, the Gui Junwang entered the palace to play chess with the emperor. As the game reached a heated climax, the Gui Junwang suddenly broached the subject of Min Beilei's marriage. The empress intended to marry her niece, Qingying of the Yulanara family, to Min Beilei. Unfortunately, Min Beilei did not favor Qingying, having previously confided his grievances to his 17th uncle before departing for Guangzhou. Yongzhang raised his eyelids slightly. Hongsha is no longer a child. It is time for him to settle down. The Gui Junwang smiled. I have urged him similarly, but Yongzhang moved to peace. But what, are you still hesitant with your royal brother?
The Gui Junwang sighed. It is said that the Yulanara family has very high standards for Qingying's upbringing. With the empress and the crown princess around, Qingying's pride is bound to be elevated.
The emperor, robust and in his prime, snorted dismissively. The Yulanara family was clearly scheming for the next empress. Had it not been for Hongsha's trip to Guangzhou, Yongzhang would have summoned him to the palace for a reprimand. As the Gui Junwang prepared to leave, he encountered Cui Jinshou. When Jinshou greeted the Gui Junwang, she lowered her voice so only they could hear. The emperor is intent on securing the second miss for himself. The empress is troubled by this. Please persuade the Wanye to send Qingying from King Liangtai into the palace. Qingying was exceptionally beautiful, cultured, and skilled in playing the guzheng. She was the only person Jin Huan could think of to resolve Jin Yarao's predicament. Were it not for necessity, Jin Huan would not wish to pressure those close to the Gui Junwang to enter the palace, but she truly had no other options. Qingying's status was merely that of a maid. If given the opportunity to enter the palace, she would likely not refuse. Jinshou, aware of the situation at King Liangtai, cautioned, Your Highness, do not worry, the Wanye has great favor for Qingying, and she is of a reserved nature. She will not bring up King Liangtai unprompted. Once Qingying enters the palace, we can find a way to have her reside in Yangshou Palace. With Your Highness's protection, she will not be bullied within the palace. Jin Huan managed to smile and nodded in agreement. In the Palace of Eternal Harmony, upon learning that the Gui Junwang had entered the palace and had met with Cui Jinshou, and Lingrong surmised that Jin Huan must be contemplating sending Qingying into the palace. As she had failed to locate Jiang Xinyu in her previous life, it was Huan Bai who had sent Qingying into the palace, initially believing that Huan Bai would not gain entry into the Gui Junwang's residence. And Lingrong hoped that this young lady might escape calamity this time. Ever since the last incident, where the Gui Junwang mistakenly took Meng Jingxian for Jin Huan, leading to a brief affair, he found himself unable to face Meng Jingxian again. He had been residing at King Liangtai for several days, but today he had to return, although the Gui Junwang was reluctant to send a pure-hearted girl into the palace. He understood that Jin Huan was truly at her wits' end, which compelled him to assist in sending Qingying, and Jin Huan rarely sought his help. How could he refuse, upon seeing the Gui Junwang return? Meng Jingxian smiled softly. Wanye, you have returned? The Gui Junwang felt his heart soften. The events of that night were his own fault, and he should not have treated Meng Jingxian coldly. Jin, go fetch Qingying. Meng Jingxian's heart stirred at this. Qingying was strikingly beautiful, her demeanor melancholic yet serene, easily evoking feelings of pity in men. Bringing her back to the Wangfu served not only to prevent anyone from uncovering the secrets of King Liangtai but also to keep her under his watchful eye, lest she become entangled with the Wanye. Nonetheless, Meng Jingxian knew that the Gui Junwang was a devoted man. He already had someone he cherished in his heart and would not harbor any intentions towards Qingying. With thoughts swirling in her mind, she offered a respectful bow to the Gui Junwang before gracefully taking her leave, prompting a surge of guilt within him. As the sole mistress of the Gui Junwang's residence, Meng Jingxian understood that the fate of Kai Ping should rest upon her shoulders, yet how could he disclose Jin Huan's schemes to anyone else, upon hearing the Gui Junwang's intention to send her to the palace? Kai Ping's complexion turned ashen, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice trembling. Your Highness has shown me kindness beyond measure. If you truly wish for me to enter the palace, Kai Ping could no longer hold back her tears. The Gui Junwang understood all too well that Kai Ping was reluctant to go. Ponder it further. If you truly do not wish to, I shall not force you. Kai Ping lowered her head. While she longed to repay the Gui Junwang's kindness, she genuinely did not want to enter the palace. He waved his hand dismissively, allowing her to depart. From a distance, Meng Jingxian observed Kai Ping emerging with tears in her eyes and instructed her maid to bring Kai Ping back. Navi in open, Kai Ping did not dare to conceal anything from the lady of the Wang residence, and soon Meng Jingxian had extracted her thoughts. Meng Jingxian found it rather perplexing that both the Gui Junwang and the Shifei were so certain that Kai Ping would keep their matters close to her chest.
The capital was not vast, and the Meng family was particularly attentive to the affairs of the Shifei and the Jin family. Upon hearing Kai Ping's words, Meng Jingxian realized that the Shifei intended to use Kai Ping to divert the emperor's attention from Jin Yurou. Should Kai Ping, a woman of both beauty and talent, be sent away, Meng Jingxian would naturally be delighted. However, the Guijun Wang harbored no romantic feelings for Kai Ping, rather, it was the Shifei who was the woman he wished to extricate from his heart. Kai Ping, you have diligently cared for the Guijun Wang at Qingliang Terrace for many years. If you are unwilling, I shall certainly dissuade him on your behalf. You are a woman of both beauty and talent, and it would not be amiss for you to marry as a rightful wife in the future. Should you have any suitors in mind, I and the Wang will surely assist you. Kai Ping's eyes brimmed with tears once more. She only wished to remain by the Guijun Wang's side in service, yet she felt profoundly grateful for the kind intentions of Lady Jingxian. Lady Jingxian, I do not wish to enter the palace, I only wish to serve you and the Guijun Wang. Meng Jingxian smiled gently and nodded. That evening, under the pretense of seeking guidance from the Guijun Wang, Meng Jingxian recounted the tale of El Buwei presenting Zhao Ji to Qin Yiren. Zhao Ji was initially El Buwei's beloved concubine, later offered to Qin Yiren, and eventually, their son ascended to the throne of the Qin dynasty. The Guijun Wang grasped Meng Jingxian's insinuation. The annals of history were replete with instances of beauty as a strategy, and the emperor, well versed in history, would likely abhor the notion of his own brother presenting a beauty to him. Should Kai Ping enter the palace, her beauty and intellect would surely endear her to the emperor. However, the palace was not lacking in beautiful women. Once the novelty wore off, any sign of unrest would undoubtedly arouse the emperor's suspicions regarding the intentions of the Guijun Wang's residents. The schemes orchestrated by Jin Huan were matters the Guijun Wang intended to navigate through alternative means. Jingxian, I truly did not expect you to possess such erudition. Meng Jingxian's cheeks flushed with modesty. Your Highness, you are too close to the situation. Do not let foolishness cloud your judgment again. The Guijun Wang regarded Meng Jingxian. Though her beauty was not extraordinary, her poise and intellect rendered her a remarkable companion. Were it not for Huan'er's brilliance when he had spent the night at Yanqi Palace and early in the morning, picked up the pile of toys sent from Anling Xian, her intellect surpassed that of her peers. And she held little interest in the toys themselves, but was captivated by the winding mechanisms within. After dismantling 4 animated toy animals, Wen Yi sighed, still unable to comprehend them. Pure Empress, I wonder how the minds of these foreigners work. They possess many things that our great Qing does not. Lingrong tousled her hair. Our great Qing also possesses many things that the foreigners do not. Wen Yi nodded. If we could master their inventions, we would indeed surpass them. Lingrong playfully pinched her nose. Then you must study diligently, learn their language well, and you can acquire their techniques. It was said that your emperor father had once obtained a marvelous item and wished for the Ministry of Internal Affairs to replicate it. But they had no knowledge of foreign tongues. Eventually, they consulted Lord Lang Shining, who succeeded in the endeavor. Lingrong's words were merely playful banter, yet unbeknownst to her, they planted a seed of ambition in Wen Yi's heart. Chapter 85, A Chaotic Love Match. When Ji Xiang arrived, she beheld Lingrong and Wen Yi with their heads together, deep in conversation. The expression on Wen Yi's face was one Ji Xiang had only seen during her childhood with Chao Qinma. A pang of sorrow filled her heart as she approached to pay her respects and then escorted Wen Yi back. Just before leaving, Wen Yi placed her head on Lingrong's belly. Listening intently, Pure Empress, my sister is saying goodbye to me. Lingrong squeezed her cheek, reluctantly saying, hurry back now. Upon seeing Wen Yi depart, Baoan softly informed Lingrong that the Empress Dowager had permitted Hui Guiran to take Jinghe Princess back to Suiyuxian. However, Hui Guiran's position had not been restored. Lingrong could not help but shake her head and chuckle. The Empress Dowager indeed held a fondness for Shen Meizhuang I in this dynasty. The only one to raise the imperial heir in the capacity of a noble consort was Chao Qinma, who had done so through the favor of the then-cherished Hua Fei, and now another noblewoman, Shen Meizhuang, had taken her place. It seemed that Shen Meizhuang had persuaded the Empress Dowager to reclaim Jinghe from Jin Huan. Likely due to Huanbai's influence. In Yangshou Palace, Kaiyu respectfully bowed to Jin Huan before departing with Jinghe in her arms. Jin Huan intended to accompany them to Suiyuxian but was informed that Shen Meizhuang was unwell and unable to receive guests. A sense of desolation washed over Jin Huan. After Kaiyu left with Jinghe, the Empress Dowager's decree arrived. Shifei had been reprimanded for her mismanagement and ordered to transcribe the palace rules and the Diamond Sutra 3 times each. Jin Huan fought to suppress the bitterness welling within her. The punishment of transcribing the rules and sutra did not concern her, yet the thought that it was her sister Mei who had spoken on Huanbai's behalf before the Empress Dowager to reclaim Jinghe's guardianship left her gasping for breath in anguish.
Shin Meijuan was her closest confidant in the palace, having orchestrated countless plans for her. Jin Huan had also done much for Shin Meijuan. On the second day after Jinghe's birth, rumors circulated within the palace that she had given birth at full term. While Lingrong was aware of Wen Shichu's affair with Shin Meijuan, if the emperor's suspicions could not be dispelled in time, Jinghe's identity would ultimately be exposed. Jin Huan had exerted considerable effort to stage a blood test to verify Jinghe's lineage with the emperor. Afterward, the rumors regarding Jinghe's timely birth vanished entirely, and the emperor no longer harbored doubts about Shin Meijuan. But what of her? She had severed the eyes and ears of Yanqi Palace and lost her trusted eunuchs. While also allowing the emperor to grow wary, this elaborate performance had secured the lives of Shin Meijuan, Wen Shichu, and Jinghe. Yet the fate of Kai Xing, the poison Wen Shichu had taken, and Jinghe's belonging had gradually driven a wedge between the sisters. Jin Huan was uncertain whether the Dae's scheme had been right or wrong. Perhaps she should have found a way to remove Wen Shichu from the Imperial Medical Department, thus preventing the ensuing turmoil. The thought of Huan Bai's tragic fate filled Jin Huan with anguish. The empress must pay for her actions. In the Jin Beilei residence, Hongli quickly learned of Jin Huan's punishment by the empress dowager. Suppressing his dissatisfaction, Hongli began to plot his next move. Raised in the Yuan Minjuan, he was a noble of the imperial family, yet had endured scorn and bullying. In those times, all he desired was to become a child worthy of his father's recognition. Eventually, he returned to the palace and earned a few words of praise from his father for his diligence. However, those very words had aroused the empress's animosity toward him. A bowl of mung bean soup had led to the demise of the only person who had stood by him for over a decade. From that day forth, he resolved that he would never again allow anyone to harm him. Jin Beilei's attendant, Xiaoding, had just returned from outside and noticed his master's grim expression. Is the Beilei worried about Shifei? Jin Beilei did not answer the question, instead inquiring, "Have you seen Arua?" Xiaoding nodded. Do not worry, Beilei. Miss Qingying is quite displeased with Min Beilei's arrogance. Currently, Min Beilei has gone to Guangzhou. If during this time the Yulanara family can recognize you, then you will have a capable family backing you. Jin Beilei smiled wryly. Qingying was a woman discarded by his third brother, yet he was eager to engineer a chance encounter. If only his mother were still the most powerful Shiguifei in the palace. If the empress were no longer the empress, and if his third brother were not the legitimate heir, would he need to scheme against a woman in such a manner, at the height of his mother's favor? Compared to the foolish third brother Hongshi, Hongli was far more wary of the sixth brother Hongyu, despite Shin Huan's repeated assurances that the younger brother was still young and would rely on him in the future. He never fully relaxed his guard, yet he was bound with Shin Huan. Their fortunes intertwined, their losses shared. Should an external threat arise, all internal grievances could be set aside, albeit temporarily. As Shin Huan faced house arrest, Hongli resolved to strike at Hongshi from outside the palace, directly severing the empress's ambitions. However, before he could act, Hongshi was unexpectedly dispatched to Guangzhou by the emperor, while Hongli looked down upon Hongshi's foolishness. He could not help but envy him. Such a person, given the opportunity by their father, would achieve little success, yet he had a clever little assistant, Anling Xian, who would surely handle the tasks beautifully. Xiaoding, I truly cannot accept this. My fifth brother and I were raised outside the palace, while my third brother grew up by our father's side, enjoying the status of the legitimate heir. My father treats him with utmost indulgence, and the empress schemes for him at every turn. Even among the princes, aside from the grand tutor and the eunuchs and palace maids I have painstakingly gathered, those royal offspring seem to prefer him. Truly, it seemed that fortune favored the foolish. Hongli's eyes reddened. Though his third brother treated him generously, he did not insist on being the sole heir, yet the struggle for the throne was a life-or-death contest. At the end of February, Yongzheng unexpectedly arranged for the Ulanara family's Qingying to be wed to the Shin Beilei Yushi. The imperial edict sent shockwaves through all quarters. Qingying is the only woman of the Ulanara family in this generation who matches the age of the adult age. The empress has long desired to arrange a marriage between her and Min Bail, although the empress dowager believes Jin Bail would be more suitable as the emperor. Min Bail, raised under the empress's care, is closer to the Ulanara family, and thus she did not obstruct the empress's plans. As long as Qingying marries Min Bail, her status, even if she cannot become the primary consort, would allow her to be a secondary consort. With the scheming of both the empress and the empress dowager, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for Qingying to become the next empress. However, when Yongzheng intervened, he shattered all the plots devised by the empress. The empress dowager and the Ulanara family. The empress dowager first summoned Yongzheng to Shokong Palace, where she earnestly persuaded him to retract the marriage decree. Yongzheng, of course, refused. As the emperor, his words were like gold. And how could he simply go back on them? After leaving Shokong Palace, the Empress Dowager felt a sharp pain in her heart, followed by darkness before her eyes, leaving Zhuxi in a state of fright. Upon returning to Yangxin Hall, Yang Zheng learned that the Empress had requested an audience, but he instructed Gao Weiyong to dismiss her. Shortly thereafter, Shen Bail forcefully entered the palace, kneeling outside Yangxin Hall and pleading with his elder brother to rescind the decree. Declaring that he would only marry Jin Yuro in this lifetime, after receiving 20 lashes, he was thrown out of the palace. When Lingrong heard this news, she was left speechless in shock. The emperor, diligent in governance and beloved by the people, is a good ruler, yet, when it comes to matters of the harem, or rather, concerning Jin Huan, he seems to have been possessed, often lacking in intelligence. Thinking of how he had met a tragic end in his past life, and Lingrong felt that this world was rather abnormal. In this lifetime, Su Peixiang had been dismissed from the palace early. And Yilanya could no longer obtain the seductive incense she had crafted. As long as the emperor does not become obsessed with elixirs in the future, it would be difficult for Wei Ling to take action. At present, aside from his excessive infatuation with Xin Yurao, the emperor appears to be much more stable than in his previous life. Yet, what is he doing with these ill-fated pairings? Chapter 86, The Emperor's Capriciousness after her initial astonishment. And Lingrong finally comprehended the situation. Unlike Su Peixiang, Gao Weiyong steadfastly clung to the emperor's leg. The emperor's affairs, unless he wishes for them to be known, cannot be inquired into by the empress. Jin Huan, or anyone else. Lingrong had never dared to pry into the matters of Yangxin Hall. She only knew that Gui Junwang had entered the palace last time to play chess with the emperor. After which the empress was summoned to Yangxin Hall. Upon her departure, her expression was far from pleasant, until today, and Lingrong had only speculated that Gui Junwang must have reported the empress or the Ulanara family. But she did not know what had transpired. Once the imperial decree was issued, she finally guessed correctly. Qingying was the carefully cultivated candidate for the next empress from the Ulanara family, and Xiao also intended to assign her to Hongshi. It would have been fine to keep this matter under wraps. However, once the emperor grew suspicious, how could he tolerate anyone plotting for the next heir while he still considered himself in the prime of life? Qingying was destined not to become the consort of either Min Bail or Jean Bail. In this lifetime, without the presence of noble consorting in the palace, nor any other newcomers diverting the emperor's attention. The emperor remained determined to possess Jin Yuro. Ironically, Jin Yuro and Shin Bail were mutually infatuated. Qingying was thus assigned to Shin Bail. Dan Zhu and Fu Chaguerin observed in silence, ultimately concluding that the emperor, true to his title, was indeed capricious. Only the emperor could dare to orchestrate such mismatched pairings. Had it been anyone else, they would have been condemned long ago. Reflecting on the recent news, and Lingrong could not help but shed tears of sympathy for Jean Bail. Although Jean Bail and Jin Huan shared the same goal, their thoughts differed significantly. In order to secure the support of the Ulanara family, Jean Bail had been making frequent moves lately, and now that the imperial decree was issued, his original plans were thwarted. Henceforth the Jean Bail could only resort to unconventional tactics. Lingrong wrote another letter, instructing Shirley to be on high alert, while Jin Huan was still copying scriptures. Upon hearing the news of the marriage decree, the brush fell from her hand. The three Jin sisters had already faced misfortune, with her being forced to return to the palace. Huanbai, foolish and naive, was mismatched with Wen Shichu, making it difficult for her to meet her beloved once more. She could only hope that Yurao could marry the man she desired. Yurao, with her fiery temperament, would be content as long as Shin Bail took her as his only love, even if she were not the primary wife. But now that Shin Bail had been promised to another, what was Yurao to do? Jin Huan suppressed her anguish, yet 2 tears escaped her eyes. On the first day of the new year, the emperor issued a decree summoning Jin Yurao to the palace, to which Jin Yurao responded by stabbing her own chest with a dagger, refusing to accept the decree. Fortunately, Yijin Yuan Dao, in consideration of Huan Bai, arranged for Wen Shichu and Huan Bai to be brought into the Jin family. With Wen Shichu present, Yijin Yuro was ultimately unharmed. Yijin Yuro was Jin Huan's younger sister. How could she not feel heartache? In desperation, she sought the help of Gui Junwang, hoping he could allow Kai Pin to enter the palace, but half a month passed without any news from the Gui Junwang's residence. What could be the reason? At the Gui Junwang's residence, Gui Junwang was perusing portraits of women collected by his subordinates. He knew that Jin Huan must be anxious, yet he had yet to find a suitable candidate or devise a good method to bring a beauty into the palace. When Shen Bail was supported to the Gui Junwang's residence, he was overwhelmed with emotion. Upon hearing that Ulanara Qingying had been assigned to Shen Bail, Gui Junwang was astounded. He hinted that the Ulanara family was plotting for the position of the next empress. Intending to provoke the emperor into taking action against them. Once the emperor harbored such thoughts, all the evidence he had gathered in recent days could come into play. Why had the emperor not acted as he had anticipated? The emperor had directly assigned Xing Ying to Yunxi. What was happening? 17th brother, I desire nothing but Yurao. Seeing Shen Bale's pained expression, Gui Junwang felt a pang in his heart. He had also experienced the anguish of losing his beloved. We cannot compete with the emperor no matter how hard we try. Shen Bale growled in dissatisfaction. The emperor can contend for people. Can he contend for hearts? Yurao and I share a deep connection. She has always resisted, and I will never give up. Gui Junwang felt another stab of pain. While Shen Bale and Yurao could still fight for each other, he had no opportunity to contest. I once lost my beloved, so I understand your feelings now, but you must know that once the decree is issued, it is difficult to retract. Return now and heal your wounds, even if you wish to resist. Without good health, it will be impossible. After Shen Bale departed, Wu Junwang gazed at the stack of portraits, his spirit waning. In early March, the emperor issued another decree directed at the Jin family. Before the eunuch could open the decree to read it, Jin Yuandao informed him that Jin Yuro had gone to Ganlu Temple to cultivate. Soon after, Jin Furen supported a beautiful young woman, introducing her as the adopted daughter of the Jin family, second Miss Xin Yuen. Upon learning that consort she was pregnant, the Jin family requested the emperor to allow Jin Yuen to enter the palace for a visit. Yang Zhang, upon hearing the eunuch's report, was furious, yet when he heard that Jin Yuen bore a resemblance to Jin Yuro, he granted the Jin family's request. Shortly thereafter, Jin Yuen was summoned to visit the pregnant consort where she met Yongzhang in Yangshou Palace. Jin Yuen bore some resemblance to Jin Huan and Jin Yuro, but there was no similarity to Chen Yuan. Yongzhang felt a sense of loss in his heart. Nevertheless, Jin Yuen was indeed a beautiful woman. After a mesmerizing dance, she was conferred the title of Yuan de Ying. Jin Huan felt somewhat disappointed with Jin Yuen's rank. Regardless, Jin Yuen was now her nominal second sister, yet only granted the title of de Ying. However, being able to have Jin Yuen replace Jin Yuro in the palace was still a fortunate outcome. It was a pity that Yuro, in her prime, had to spend her days at Ganlu Temple. Even with Mo Yan looking after her, life would not be easy. Jin Huan stole a glance at the emperor, sighing inwardly, wondering why he had not only lost much weight but also appeared to be in better spirits. If only Yurao could return home soon. With the addition of a favored Yuan de Ying in the palace, Ning Pin began frequently sending for the emperor to visit Xuanqi Palace. After meeting Jin Huan in the imperial garden, for a time, Yuan de Ying and Ning Pin shared the emperor's favor equally. Fortunately, the emperor was currently in good spirits, otherwise his health might not withstand it. Fu Cha Guerun clamored daily to make clothes for her goddaughter, leading outsiders to believe that Lingrong was carrying only a princess. Isho temporarily abandoned her plans against Lingrong and turned her attention to Jin Huan's pregnancy. Unfortunately, with Yuan de Ying in Yangshou Palace, the emperor frequently visited, and Isho dared not act hastily. However, if Jin Huan were to bear another age, she would have 3 age in her possession, posing a significant threat. Isho gritted her teeth in secret, thinking how wonderful it would be to eliminate Jin Huan's age in one fell swoop. Similarly, Jin Bale Honli was also gritting his teeth in secret. He had originally intended to marry Ilanara Qingying and gain the support of the Ilanara family and the Empress Dowager, yet, with Qingying assigned to Shen Bale, Honli was left to scheme elsewhere. Min Bale was in Guangzhou, making it impossible to take action. He could only seek to depose the Empress. The Empress had used Huan Bai to diminish Shen Huan's rank and power. The Empress had even once contemplated killing him, whether for vengeance against Jin Huan or to eliminate Min Bale's greatest ally, or even due to that bowl of mung bean soup. Honli had to eliminate the Empress. However, to do so, he first needed to ensure that the Empress Dowager no longer cared for the Empress. Xiaoding, how are the preparations coming along? Returning to Baiyi, we can act at any time. Chapter 87. Why not dissuade him? The Empress Dowager's health had never been good. Last spring, the imperial physician had determined she had only a few months left to live. Xiao Yan, in order to buy time for Lingrong, treated the Empress Dowager's headaches and helped her restore her health. Later, when Lingrong was conferred the title of Guifei and became pregnant, she had finally established her position. Xiao Yan focused on ensuring Lingrong's pregnancy, leaving the Empress Dowager's daily checkups to physician Wang. If the Empress Dowager could set aside her worries and live for another 2 or 3 years, it would not be a difficult task. Unfortunately, she was burdened with concerns, particularly regarding the Empress and her youngest son, Yunqi, which strained her relationship with the Emperor. Her health, which had been improving, began to decline once more. During Yang Zheng's visit to Shoukong Palace, He overheard the slumbering Empress Dowager softly murmuring old 14. Long upon leaving, Yongjing's expression was grim. Dr. Wang hoped that the emperor would summon Xiaoyan back to administer acupuncture for the Empress Dowager, but was met with refusal, as the emperor claimed Xiaoyan was occupied treating the Prince of Yi at Xiatangshan. Stepping out of Yangqin Palace, Dr. Wang was drenched in cold sweat. The Prince of Yi and the Empress Dowager were both gravely ill. The emperor's choice to prioritize the Prince of Yi led him to ponder whether it was due to greater concern for the prince or something else entirely. This thought, he resolved, would rot in the depths of his heart. By the end of March, the imprisoned 14th Prince Yinji was bitten by a suddenly emerging rat and fell victim to the plague, although Yongjing endeavored to suppress the news from reaching the palace. Two loquacious palace maids gossiping in Shokong Palace caught the Empress Dowager's attention. Shortly thereafter, she fell ill, demanding the immediate release of the 14th prince. Mother, I have already sent a physician to treat the 14th prince. There is no need for you to worry, so the emperor reassured her. The Empress Dowager, tears streaming down her face, replied, but it is the plague. Yes, the plague. It was Wen Shichu who treated Jin Yuandao during the plague. You must find Wen Shichu and have him attend to the 14th prince. Mother, you are mistaken. Wen Shichu has made a lifelong commitment with a palace maid. I have already shown him great mercy by sparing his life. So how could I possibly employ him again? The 14th prince is your brother. I plead with you as your mother, release him, so that he may see me just once. If I cannot see him. I doubt. The Empress Dowager choked on her words, unable to continue, yet was met with Yongjing's rejection. When I was but a child suffering from a grave illness, I longed to see you, yet never had the chance. At that time, did you care for me as you do today? The Empress Dowager closed her eyes tightly, tears flowing incessantly, as Yongjing continued his interrogation. Before I ascended the throne, the 14th prince and the 8th prince conspired multiple times to end my life. Why did you not dissuade him? Why did you not inform him that I am his own brother? The Empress Dowager shook her head in agony, unable to express that she had indeed tried to intervene. Yet her efforts had been in vain. The 14th prince was adept in both civil and martial affairs, and he listened intently to the 8th prince, who was benevolent. Yongjing glared at the Empress Dowager. Benevolent, in your eyes? Am I a cold-hearted and ungrateful person who was cruel to his own brothers? The Empress Dowager, already in frail health and burdened with worry for her younger son, could not afford to consider the hurt in the emperor's eyes. You confine royal kin, turning brother against brother, refusing to spare even your own sibling. You will ultimately find yourself estranged from all, severed from kinship. I demand to see the 14th prince. Release him. Yongjing turned on his heel and departed. Raised by Empress Xiaoyiran, Yongjing had known kindness, yet never the warmth of closeness. Once he had sneaked into Yonghe Palace, where his mother, then the mother of Consorti, cradled his younger brother and sang sweetly. Her face radiating maternal affection, a sight he had longed for. Regrettably, when she saw him, all he felt was awkwardness, devoid of any tenderness. Thereafter, he seldom returned to Yonghe Palace. His birth mother favored her youngest son, and even his father seemed to cherish his brother more than him. Though he later inherited the throne, the neglect of his early years still caused him heartache. As and Lingrong's labor approached, Xiaoyan's absence left Danzhu anxious, prompting her to frequently visit Yanqi Palace. When Yongjing arrived at Yanqi Palace, his countenance was grim, and he found Lingrong basking in the sun on a chair. While Danzhu and Fu Chapeijun debated the expected day of the child's arrival, the three stood to pay their respects, and Yongjing waved his hand, signaling them to rise, noticing his troubled demeanor. And Lingrong nodded to Danzhu and Fu Chapeijun and accompanied Yongjing into the hall. Yongjing placed a hand on Lingrong's belly, lost in thought. Your Majesty seems weary today? Yongjing did not respond. Linger, can you sing nursery rhymes? Sleep now, grow strong, and draw the bow when you are older. Can you sing such a lullaby? And Lingrong had already surmised the cause of his discontent. I can then sing it for me. And Lingrong's voice was melodious and light, contrasting sharply with the soft tone of his mother in his memories, yet it moved him deeply. After the song concluded, and Lingrong suddenly clutched her belly. Your Majesty, our child is eager to meet you. Yongjing, momentarily stunned, his eyes lit up with joy as he called out for Gao Weiyang. Danzhu and Fu Chapeijun hurried into the Tiyuan hall upon hearing the call. Bao Wan assisted in Lingrong into the inner chamber, while Bao Ke rushed to find the midwives. Two midwives, one surnamed Lu and the other Wang, had been summoned to the palace days prior. The head of the Internal Affairs Department, Duan Siwen, had already inquired into their backgrounds thoroughly. However, Danzhu remained uneasy and meticulously reviewed Xiaoyan's instructions before having Bao Ke and Sang Er examine both women for any unusual items. After confirming their bodies bore no abnormalities, Danzhu informed the emperor and led Lu and Wang into the room of those in charge of Lingrong's care, including Wei Ling and the queen.
quickly arrived at Yanqi Palace upon receiving the news. Inside, and Lingrong's restrained moans echoed intermittently. Yi Xiao noticed Yongjing's face expressing sympathy and gently advised, "Your Majesty, Consort Chun's labor has just begun. It will still be some time before the child is born. Perhaps you should return to Yangqin Palace." "I shall remain here." Yi Xiao choked back her words, forcing a smile. "I shall heed your command." Lingrong's moans grew louder, while Fu Chapeijun, too frightened to enter, remained outside, her face pale, as Sang Er attempted to persuade her to leave, but she refused. Inside the room, Danju, observing the fine beads of sweat on Lingrong's forehead, anxiously inquired why the child had yet to be born. The urgency in Danju's expression began to affect the two midwives, who also became anxious. Lu, steadying her nerves, reassured, "Your Highness, childbirth is often a lengthy process. We must wait until the cervix is fully dilated." Danju had heard this from Qiao Yan before, yet she could not quell her restlessness. By noon, and Lingrong was only 3 fingers dilated. The small kitchen of Yanqi Palace prepared meals, but Lingrong, racked with pain, could hardly eat. Nonetheless, for the sake of the child, she forced down a bit of chicken soup. When Wang needed to relieve herself, Danju insisted Bao Ke accompany her. As the hour of yu approached, when Lingrong was on the verge of biting her lips in agony, the first child finally emerged. Lu cradled the infant, her face aglow with joy. "It's a prince," upon hearing the baby's cries. Yongjing's tense expression relaxed. The second child was already visible, its head nearly emerging, yet while everyone was focused on the little prince, Wang unexpectedly pushed on Lingrong's abdomen, having exerted nearly all her strength to deliver the first child. And Lingrong felt her last breath escape her as a result of Wang's push. Danju, Bo Wan, and Bao Ke, having never witnessed childbirth, were unaware that Wang had inadvertently pushed the second child back inside. Danju, seeing Lingrong on the brink of unconsciousness, grasped her hand tightly. "Lingrong, do not sleep. Wake up, for you still have a little princess inside you." "Midwife, hurry, she still carries another child." Wang continued to knead in Lingrong's belly. Danju, Bo Wan, and Bao Ke, not comprehending the situation, mistakenly believed Wang was aiding Lingrong in childbirth. Chapter 88. Lingrong raises the flag. At this moment, the outside world had already learned that Lingrong was expecting twins. The first being a little prince. Yi Xiao clenched her fists, the long protective armor almost piercing her palm. Lingrong had deceived everyone. Wei Ling, although aware of the twins, only now discovered that one of them was a prince. His expression darkened, and he remained silent. Yongzheng, feeling anxious, inferred from Danju's cries that Lingrong lacked the strength to deliver the second child. Wei Ling, your servant is here. I have prepared ginseng soup and kept it warm. Lu swaddled the little prince and glanced this way. As Wang altered her gesture, Lu remained oblivious but recognized that if Lingrong continued to struggle in labor, the child would be in jeopardy. Lu, growing anxious, urged, "Your Highness, Consort Chun has lost her strength. We must find a solution quickly." Danju, nearly in tears, hurriedly fed Lingrong a few spoonfuls of ginseng soup upon hearing it had arrived. Lu handed the child to Wang. "Let me take over. Consort Chun's position is favorable. It makes no sense for her to be in labor for so long." Wang, looking distraught, insisted, "No, the lady has no strength left. Your Highness, we must promptly report to the Emperor. We must choose whether to save the larger child or the smaller one." Danju glared at Wang. "Be silent, Consort Chun cannot be harmed." Wang, drenched in cold sweat from Danju's glare, dared not speak further. Retreating to a corner while holding the little prince, Lu pressed on Lingrong's belly. "Your Highness, summon your strength. I can see the hair." And Lingrong had no strength left. She had exhausted all the vigor the ginseng soup could provide earlier. "Bawan, bring me the medicine." Upon hearing Lingrong's request, Bawan hurriedly retrieved a packet of medicine, the very remedy Qiao Yan had left behind, designed to stimulate strength. Yet, this medicine was potent after its use, and Lingrong would likely remain bedridden for half a month. After taking the medicine, Lingrong finally regained some strength, groaning under Lu's guidance of breathing and pushing. "What are you doing?" Bao Ke, unable to assist, had intended to check on the little prince but caught sight of Wang covering the infant's mouth and nose. Bao Ke, Bo Wan, and Danju were horrified upon being discovered. Wang raised the baby as if to throw it to the ground. "Your Majesty, someone is trying to harm the little prince." Danju reacted swiftly, catching the child and kicking Wang to the ground. The tiny infant wailed loudly, and Danju, cradling the soft bundle, froze in place. Afraid to move. Lingrong, who had been gathering strength, felt it dissipate due to this sudden crisis. Yang Zhang and a pale-faced Fu Chapeijun burst into the room. "Gao Woyong, take this wretched woman away. I do not care what methods you employ, you must uncover the mastermind behind this." Fu Chapeijun knelt by the bedside, grasping Lingrong's hand. Yang Zhang gazed upon Lingrong, her hair drenched in sweat.
Her complexion devoid of any color, and his heart ached. Lingrong summoned her last ounce of strength to call out for her mother. She has come, perhaps due to her prolonged time in the womb. The child exhibited a purplish hue. Lu Laolao, with her wealth of experience, gently massaged the infant's back a few times before delivering a light pat on her bottom. The moment the baby girl let out her first cries, and Lingrong finally felt a sense of relief before succumbing to unconsciousness, Lu Laolao swaddled the infant and reassured, "Your Majesty, rest assured, the pure concubine is merely asleep." Yongjing tenderly caressed Lingrong's cheek. This was his first-hand experience witnessing a consort give birth, but he had not realized the extent of suffering she had endured, reflecting on Lingrong's call for her mother before her fainting spell. A twinge of sorrow pierced Yongjing's heart. He turned his gaze towards Danju, who remained rigid with fear, and took the child into his arms. The newborns bore no resemblance to anyone yet Yongjing felt an uncanny likeness to himself. Fu Cha-Pei-jun checked Lingrong's breathing, and only then did she feel at ease enough to rise. Wiping her tears away, she glanced at the male infant in Yongjing's arms and then at the female infant cradled by Lu Laolao. Observing Fu Cha-Pei-jun's eager eyes, Lu Laolao imparted the proper way to hold a newborn, with Danju watching attentively. Bao Wan and Bao Ke knelt simultaneously, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, on the birth of the 7th prince and the 6th princess." Yongjing looked at Lingrong's gradually reviving complexion and proclaimed, "Bestow rewards. The pure concubine has successfully delivered twins, elevating her family's status to the Manchu Zhenghuang banner." Danju and Fu Cha-Pei-jun exchanged glances. With the elevation of the banner, Lingrong would henceforth be known as Njai Lingrong. Danju, gathering her courage, inquired, "Your Majesty, shall the banner be raised solely for Lingrong or for the Yin family?" Yongjing laughed heartily. "For the Yin family, I wish to elevate the entire family of Ronger." Danju and Fu Cha-Pei-jun rejoiced, "Your Majesty is truly wise." Today, Lingrong faced numerous perils during childbirth, and Lu Laolao's contributions were invaluable. Yongjing rewarded her with 200 taels of silver, with Baowan, Namuyan, and Sanger each presenting additional banknotes before they departed, only to be gifted a gold bracelet by the recently arrived Wen, which left Lu Laolao overjoyed and chattering auspicious phrases endlessly. The news of Lingrong giving birth to twins spread swiftly through the 6 palaces, eliciting both admiration and envy. Upon hearing the news, Jin Huan felt a surge of emotions. The information about Lingrong's daughter had originated from the emperor himself. It turned out that the emperor had been shielding Lingrong from the very beginning. Although her feelings for the emperor had waned, the realization brought a pang of disappointment. Reflecting on this, Jin Huan gazed at the peacefully sleeping Hong Yi and Lingxi. Soon, the two of them would no longer be the only auspicious twins in the palace. After murmuring this, she touched her own abdomen, feeling a sharp pang. The child was already over 3 months along, approaching the time with Lingxian absent. The family's shops were overseen by Shi Likai. Upon hearing of Lingrong's twin birth, Ansha first offered incense before Lin Shou's tablet and then joyfully rewarded the household servants with 2 months' wages. She had intended to grant the shopkeepers an extra 2 months' pay as well, but Shi Likai stopped her. With the pure concubine having given birth to twins and the entire Yin family elevated, the honor was sure to incite envy in many. The more glorious the moment, the more prudent the Yin family needed to be. The Guijunwang residents, Meng Jingxian, now over 2 months pregnant, felt a pang of envy upon hearing that the pure concubine had given birth to a pair of twins. "My lord, the pure concubine is truly fortunate. If I could possess such fortune, you too would be blessed with both sons and daughters." The Guijunwang's previously dark expression grew even more somber. Since that fateful day, he had not shared a bed with Meng Jingxian, yet it was that very night that she had conceived. The Guijunwang found it difficult to face Meng Jingxian, yet he was increasingly guilt-ridden by her grace and composure. Twins, both a son and a daughter, he had long possessed them, yet they had been taken from him. At the Jin Beilei residence, Hong Li's expression was one of deep discontent. He had sensed that Lingrong's pregnancy would surely result in a boy. He had attempted to use Hong Shi against her, but it had yielded no impact. He had hoped to leverage Lingrong to eliminate Hong Shi, yet she had not taken the bait. To his astonishment, not only had she given birth to a boy, but also to a pair of twins delivered safely. Even more intolerable was the elevation of the Yin family to the Manchu Zhenghuang banner. Unless absolutely necessary, Hong Li wished to avoid a complete purge of his brothers, yet he could not allow anyone to obstruct his path. A servant named Xiao Ding, upon seeing Jin Beilei exit his chamber, hastened to greet him. My lord, the 14th prince's illness is nearly resolved. The Empress Dowager has also regained some spirits since the pure concubine's birth of twins. Hong Li fixed his gaze upon Xiao Ding. Resolved. Chapter 89. Xiao Ding felt cold sweat bead upon his forehead. His master possessed a naturally amiable countenance that appeared quite approachable. However, he understood that success in fulfilling his master's commands would earn him great rewards. Yet failure would incur severe punishment. Xiao Ding knelt. "I have failed in my duties, please punish me, my lord." Hong Li's brow furrowed in thought. He recalled the incident with the rat which had caused Jin Yuanda to fall gravely ill during his time in prison. It was a cunning plan that would be difficult to substantiate, yet it had ultimately failed. Hong Li whispered instructions to Xiao Ding, concluding with, "Find a way to implicate the infamily Dai in the Yanqi palace." After the wet nurse had fed the children, they were placed beside Lingrong. She gazed at her two children, her heart overflowing with tenderness. She finally had her own offspring. The two children were bestowed the names Hong Shang and Huiyan. The elevation of the infamily to the Manchu Zhenghuang banner exceeded her wildest expectations. The emperor was truly eager for these two children. Dan Zhu gently poked the little faces of the twins as she settled onto the bedside. Granny Wang had confessed that someone had captured her family, yet when the emperor ordered an investigation, it turned out that none of her family had been taken. Only her grandson's silver bracelet was lost. Granny Wang's compliance was due to a palace maid taking the bracelet, which had led to her suffering. Gao Woyong took Granny Wang to identify the culprit, a palace maid named Xiang Rui from Jingren Palace. However, by the time Gao Woyong found her, Xiang Rui had already taken her own life. Regrettably, the empress consistently denied any wrongdoing, and without conclusive evidence, the emperor ordered her to be confined for 6 months to transcribe Buddhist scriptures. And Lingrong's eyes widened in disbelief. 6 months, after half a year, Jinhuan would be nearing her own time to give birth. The emperor was, in fact, protecting her. However, Jinhuan had suffered significant injuries during her twin birth, making the survival of this child tenuous. An Lingrong speculated that Jinhuan might seek revenge against the empress for Huanbai's foolishness through this child, yet with the empress confined, Jinhuan's plans would likely be thwarted. After the confinement ended, the empress would still remain the empress. Dan Zhu, unaware of Lingrong's musings, spoke with a tinge of regret. The empress was just imprisoned for a year, now she must face another 6 months. How wonderful it would be if she could be confined for a lifetime. Now that the empress had lost her useful allies, she would need to devise her own strategies, losing her previous caution. Yet, Lingrong sensed something amiss. Though Jinhuan had been demoted and stripped of power, the fourth prince was the third prince's most formidable rival, while the sixth prince was the emperor's current favorite. Furthermore, Jinhuan was with child yet again. From the empress's perspective, she should be fully committed to suppressing Jinhuan at this juncture. Should Jinhuan give birth to this child, she would undoubtedly regain her position, making her even more challenging to manage. Moreover, since the incident with the mad dog, Lingrong had been vigilant regarding the empress's tactics, yet she had not detected any signs that the empress would act directly during childbirth. Duan Siwen had been beaten with 20 blows and fined half a year's salary. He was unable to personally apologize and merely sent someone to the Zhongsui palace to express his contrition. Lingrong nodded. Duan Siwen would most likely only uncover the midwife's background, but he could not trace the underlying conspiracy, thus he bore no guilt for this matter. She called for Bao Quebec. "Bao Ke, did Granny Wang encounter anyone while on her way to the restroom today?" Bao Ke pondered for a moment. Aside from the emperor or the empress, and the imperial physician waiting in the main hall. Oh, and there was also Bao Gu. They did not exchange words but shared a glance. Originally, Yanqi Palace had 6 palace maids, but after Xia Dongchen was cast into the Cold Palace, the Naiwafu took away 2. Among the remaining 4, aside from Bao Wan and Bao Ke, the other 2 were Bao Yuan and Bao Gu. With Fu Cha Guifei ill, only Sanger was permitted to care for her. An Lingrong had ascended to the position of Yanqi Palace's matriarch, so these 4 naturally belonged to her service. However, Lingrong had grown accustomed to Bao Wan's assistance, and even Bao Ke had only become close to her after her rebirth. Bao Yuan and Bao Gu had never even entered the inner hall. The year before, when Lingrong was confined to Yanqi Palace due to an ominous sign, Huarjiao Yuan had bribed Bao Yuan to poison her voice. Subsequently, Bao Yuan had been given a pretext to pass away. Afterward, Yanqi Palace was overseen with even greater scrutiny. Aside from leaving a few servants when the pure concubine was elevated, Lingrong had not retained anyone else, yet unexpectedly, the usually invisible Bao Gu had also been drawn into the fold. However, it was understandable, since Bao Wan and Bao Ke were Lingrong's trusted confidants, others could not target them and had to resort to those from the outer courtyard. The previous underhanded schemes orchestrated by Huan Bai in the blood testing incident had turned Jinhuan into a sacrificial pawn. Lingrong rubbed her temples. Granny Wang, Xiang Rui, Bao Gu, these individuals must be connected. She had thought that Yanqi Palace was clean, yet it seemed to still harbor a hidden threat in Bao Gu. Danju's face turned pale with anger. Could it be Shifei? And Lingrong shook her head. She is presently solely focused on seeking revenge against the Empress. She wouldn't involve herself with me. Danju expressed skepticism. That may not be the case. Perhaps she intends to frame the Empress, compelling you to join forces against her. The word struck a chord, and Lingrong stood momentarily stunned. Tapping her forehead, how foolish she had been, feeling as though her intelligence had waned during her pregnancy. My sister is truly astute. Even after becoming a consort, she remains so eloquent. Could she genuinely be the beloved Shifei? And Lingrong shook her head. Note, it must be Jinbei Leia. As long as the Empress Dowager is alive, even if the Empress were to conspire against me, the worst she could do would be to confine me and strip me of power. However, what Shifei desires is the Empress's death, which necessitates the Dowager's neglect of the Empress, allowing Jinhuan to undermine her with the child in her womb. The 14th prince was bitten by a rat and contracted the plague. The Dowager nearly succumbed to the shock. This should have been orchestrated by Jinhuan through Jinbei Lu. Recently, the rumors released by Shirley Kai have provided the Guijunwang with ample leads. According to the original plan, with the Dowager gone and the Empress despised by the Emperor, Jinhuan would use her unborn child as leverage and present the incriminating evidence gathered by Guijunwang. Leading to the Empress's demise, Danju understood. When Jinhuan was first discovered to be pregnant, Wei Ling was spirited and brimming with energy, but soon after Wei Ling appeared lethargic and even sought out Wen Shichu several times. And Lingrong surmised that Jinhuan's pregnancy was problematic. Before her departure, Xiaoyan speculated, based on the medicine given by Wei Ling, that Jinhuan's pregnancy could last at most 5 or 6 months. Given Lingrong's understanding of Jinhuan, she would inevitably use this pregnancy against the Empress, yet an unborn child was insufficient to dethrone a reigning consort. The Ulanala family had committed numerous acts intolerable to the Emperor. Relying on the Dowager and the Empress over the years, upon learning that someone was targeting Hongyu, Guijunwang had been diligently gathering evidence against the Ulanala family, yet, since the Ulanala family was also the Emperor's maternal clan. Despite these transgressions inciting the Emperor's ire, they could not entirely ruin the Empress. Thus, Lingrong lent her assistance to Jinhuan. Shirley Kai had let slip rumors Yilian County had previously experienced unrest among the populace due to the pollen of the dream orchid. Before the county magistrate pressured the citizens to collect the pollen, he had met someone from the palace. The dream orchid pollen could cause infertility. Not long after the Empress was released from confinement, Jiang Fuhai died under suspicious circumstances, presumably silenced. Indeed, upon hearing the rumors, Guijunwang dispatched someone to Yilian County. Should these plans succeed, even if the Empress could not be killed, it would be sufficient to depose her, allowing Jinhuan to take her revenge. Yet now, the Empress had suddenly been confined. This was undoubtedly not Jinhuan's scheme. Chapter 90. The one who most desires the Emperor's longevity is her. Danju bit her lip. Jinhuan would not take this opportunity to have the Empress confined. Nor would she strike during your labor to frame the Empress. But are you certain it is Jinbei Lu? This individual is not to be trifled with. Furthermore, does he not consult with Shifei before taking action? A glint of determination flickered in Lingrong's eyes. When Baogu first arrived at the Yanqi Palace, she mentioned her mother in the Yuan Minjiwan, which I did not take to heart at the time. In Yuan Minjiwan, Jinbei Lu had resided for over a decade. He is astute and possesses an inherently amiable appearance, easily winning the loyalty of others. Lingrong inhaled deeply, nearly losing her life along with her daughter. And her son was almost harmed as well. Jinbei Lu was intertwined with Shifei's fortunes, yet he is wary of the 6th prince and does not share his innermost thoughts with her. No matter how much Shifei wishes to treat all equally, she ultimately favors her own flesh and blood more. Moreover, in the past year, Jinhuan has faced numerous misfortunes, and her regard for Jinbei Lu has waned compared to before. Jinhuan trusts Guijunwang more than Jinbei Lu, which is why many matters remain unclear to him. Jinbei Lu originally only needed to target the 14th prince to restrain the Dowager, causing her to overlook the Empress. However, he remains unaware of Jinhuan's forthcoming plans. Ironically, this pregnancy of Jinhuan's may pose yet another threat, and he cannot afford to wait. The child Lingrong carries has long been a target for Jinbei Lu. And if he could utilize Wang Laopo's hand to harm Lingrong and frame the Empress, it would be a truly double-edged sword. If the Empress is confined due to disfavor, when Minbei Lu returns, he would not stand a chance against Jinbei Lu. The remaining few of the Emperor is over 50. If he indulges in carnal pleasures, he might pass away before the younger ones come of age. Jinyu Rao is in Gonlu Temple. It seems she can only return home once the Emperor has departed from this world. Concerning the Emperor's lifespan, it seems Jinhuan and Jinbei Lu may find common ground. And Lingrong covered her face. In this palace, the one who most wishes for the emperor's longevity is likely herself a sister. With the empress confined and the dowager's health deteriorating, this year's selection of candidates may once again be cancelled.
Please keep an eye on Yangshou Palace and Chunxi Hall. In these two palaces, nothing detrimental to the emperor's health must appear. Furthermore, regarding Xiang Rui and Bao Gu, Wang Laopo only mentioned Xiang Rui and did not bring up Bao Gu. There must be some ulterior plan at play here. What could it possibly be? Dan Zhu noticed in Lingrong's pale countenance and felt a pang of sympathy. Do not worry so much.
You have taken the medicine left by Xiaoyan. You need to rest well for a few days. An Lingrong nodded and, before drifting to sleep, grasped Dan Zhu's sleeve once more. There is one more thing. After the dowager fell gravely ill, Wu Junwang brought Meng Jingxian into the palace to visit her. Upon learning that Meng Jingxian was pregnant, the dowager affectionately bestowed a plethora of nourishing gifts. After leaving Shokong Palace and walking through the Imperial Garden, Wu Junwang's expression brightened, and he strode forward. Qifeian, it has been a while since we last met. I hope you have been well. Meng Jingxian called out to the Wang Yi, causing Wu Junwang's smile to falter for a moment, as he then noticed Jin Huan beside her. Jingfei and Jin Huan, unable to conceal her heartache, wore a composed smile. Thank you for your concern, Wang Yi. I am in good health. Observing the two locked in gaze, Meng Jingxian gently caressed her abdomen and knelt to pay her respects. I am Meng Jingxian, side consort of Wu Junwang. I have met the two esteemed ladies and wish for your long-lasting joy and abundant blessings. Meng Jingxian's voice broke the silent exchange between Wu Junwang and Jin Huan. Jin Huan's abdomen had begun to show a slight bulge. Wu Junwang's gaze darkened with guilt as he recalled that while Jin Huan was relegated and confined, he had engaged in marital relations with Meng Jingxian. As Meng Jingxian rose, she stumbled, nearly falling, and Wu Junwang hurriedly caught her. Meng Jingxian was not yet 3 months pregnant. The consequences of a fall would be dire. She collapsed into Wu Junwang's embrace. Her face flushed. Thank you, Wang Yi. Jingfei laughed teasingly. Wu Junwang is indeed quite affectionate towards his Xian Fujin. Wu Junwang's expression stiffened as he looked toward Xin Huan. Meng Jingxian pretended not to notice the exchange of glances and lowered her head. I apologize for causing you to laugh, but Wang Yi is merely concerned for the child within me. Xin Huan's eyes widened in shock, then she averted her gaze, blinking away the moisture that threatened to spill. Wu Junwang's heart ached, yearning to embrace Xin Huan and explain his helpless predicament. Meng Jingxian, seizing the moment, pinched Wu Junwang's hand. Jingfei, upon hearing of Meng Jingxian's pregnancy, exclaimed with delight, Pregnant? How many months along are you? You were just married before the new year. It has only been a little over 3 months, right? Meng Jingxian's face reddened further, her voice barely audible yet clear enough for Xin Huan to hear. It has been over 2 months. Jingfei covered her mouth with her handkerchief, laughing incessantly. What good fortune! What good fortune! Wang Yi may have married late, but you have already conceived. This is indeed a rare joy. Xin Huan felt as though her heart were being sliced. Yet she buried all emotions deep within, forcing a smile upon her lips. Indeed, what good fortune! Wu Junwang realized that if he lingered any longer, he might lose control of himself. What of propriety, integrity, and the weight of imperial authority? He longed to whisk Xin Huan away at that very moment. Alas, he could not. Wu Junwang clasped his hands. There are still trivial matters at home. I must take my leave. Meng Jingxian, frail and pregnant, required Wu Junwang's careful assistance as he helped her walk away slowly. Jingfei watched their retreating figures and sighed. Wu Junwang and Xian Fujin truly share a deep bond. Xin Huan nodded with a smile. Indeed. If only she had waited a bit longer on Lingyan Peak, would things have turned out differently? No, the path she chose, she would never regret. In Yanqi Palace. And Lingrong held the letter from Shirley Kai, connecting it with the information gathered by Dan Zhu, and could not help but smile ruefully, as she had anticipated the year before last. After Xin Huan was elevated to Shigui Fei and aided in managing the 6 palaces, not only did Huan Bai leverage her position to promote He Ming, but Jin Beilu also elevated several individuals. One being Xiang Rui's brother and the other being Bao Ji's mother. An Lingrong pressed her forehead, reflecting on how one was from Jingren Palace and the other from Yanqi Palace. Back then, she was still the favored in Pin, reliant on the Empress, while Jin Beila had already begun his preparations, demonstrating his foresight. The families of Xiang Rui and Bao Gu, though ostensibly promoted, were in fact ensnared. They had not truly apprehended Wang Laopo's family, fearing the emperor would investigate further, merely using a silver bracelet to create the illusion that Wang Laopo had been deceived, and sacrificing one Xiang Rui to frame the empress, who had a history of wrongdoing. Wang Laopo's family remained vulnerable, akin to ants, and Wang Laopo dared not disobey those at the bottom. Once exploited, faced inevitable demise, Wang Laopa may not even realize who was truly behind the scenes, becoming merely a sacrificial pawn. An Lingrong observed Bao Ge gravitating towards Bao Wan in the courtyard. A cold glint flashing in her eyes. In mid-April, the 14th prince, Yun Tan, imprisoned in Jinglingshu Huangdian, had just recovered from the plague yet inexplicably fell into a deep coma. The news swiftly reached the palace. The dowager, disregarding the need to summon the emperor, made her way to Yang Xandian herself, setting aside the agonies of years of imprisonment. The recent tribulations of the plague followed by unconsciousness weighed heavily on the dowager's heart for her youngest son, who had endured so much suffering. She implored the emperor to send someone immediately to treat Yun Tan. Chapter 91, and Mian Powder Yong Zhang explained that he had already dispatched the imperial physician at the earliest opportunity. The dowager, still unsatisfied, demanded the immediate release of Yun Tan. Upon hearing of the 14th prince's poisoning, Yongzheng initially contemplated allowing him to return home after his recovery, confining him within the estate. However, upon encountering the suspicious gaze of the empress dowager, a pang of sorrow pierced his heart. His imperial mother, harboring doubts about him for the sake of a brother who had once caused him endless troubles, now questioned his intentions. "Mother, I have already dispatched someone to rescue the 14th prince. Should he be willing to acknowledge his faults, I shall permit him to remain at the estate," he declared, his voice heavy with anguish. The empress dowager, though aware of his turmoil, understood the frailty of her own health. Her days were numbered. If she did not seize this moment of the emperor's softened heart to plead for her son, she might never see him again. "Let me see the 14th prince. My time is short," she thought desperately. Yongzheng's heart ached anew. Throughout the years, he had complied with the empress dowager's every wish, even preserving the queen's dignity despite her shortcomings, yet in the end, her heart remained solely with the 14th prince. "Summon the empress dowager back to Shokong Palace," Yongzheng commanded, yet the empress dowager was unwilling to depart without his consent. With eyes tightly shut, he inhaled deeply. "Gao Woyong, go to Shokong Palace and ascertain who has been gossiping before the empress dowager. Execute them." The empress dowager's heart ached further. As a devout Buddhist, she could not comprehend why the emperor would resort to such brutality against her servants merely for relaying news from the outside world. "It was you, wasn't it?" she accused. Yongzheng stiffened momentarily before striding away. Days passed with the empress dowager refusing food or drink, her condition deteriorating. The emperor and the other consorts attended to her daily, yet they could not stave off her demise. On April 20, Empress Xiaogongren of the Wayashi clan passed away. In her final moments, the Empress Dowager made two requests. First, that Yuntang be healed and released. Second, that the queen be freed from confinement. Though she had not been particularly close to Yongzheng in life, she remained the mother he had longed for. The queen was swiftly released, yet Yuntang's freedom was deemed impossible. However, it was no mere coincidence that Yuntang had been bitten by a rat and subsequently fell into a mysterious coma. Either he had concocted this ruse himself, or someone was leveraging his plight to tarnish his reputation. Regardless of the motive, Yongzheng could not accept it. Soon, the physician treating Yuntang reported that he had been administered a sleeping powder in his food. Nearly a decade of captivity and despair had taken a toll on the once mighty General Wang Yuntang, rendering him frail. What would normally induce a healthy person to sleep for 3 days had left him unconscious for a full 5. Upon awakening, he learned of his mother's passing and fainted once more. Yet why would anyone administer sleeping powder to someone who had been imprisoned for so long? It was not particularly harmful, so what was the true intent behind his prolonged slumber? Though stripped of his title, he remained of royal blood, and such matters should have been investigated by the imperial clan court. Nevertheless, Yongzheng ordered the court of judicial review in the Shuntian prefecture to thoroughly investigate the matter surrounding Yuntang's poisoning and the sleeping powder. The 2 young eunuchs serving Yuntang, along with all personnel from the royal kitchen, were imprisoned for interrogation. Soon, the court of judicial review presented their findings. It was deemed coincidental that Prince Yuntang had contracted the plague. As the royal palace was rife with rodents, however, it was confirmed that someone had deliberately placed the sleeping powder in his tea, leading to his unconscious state. The culprit was identified as a eunuch named Xiao Chizi, who had been supplied the sleeping powder by his childhood companion, Lu Sanfu. Lu Sanfu had approached Xiao Chizi, instructing him to mix the powder into Yuntang's meals or tea. Despite Yuntang's imprisonment, he still possessed royal lineage, and Xiao Chizi hesitated to poison him. However, Lu Sanfu insisted that the powder was harmless and would merely induce a few days of sleep. Initially reluctant, Xiao Chizi eventually succumbed to the temptation. As Lu Sanfu promised to look after his family in return, Xiao Chizi inquired how Lu Sanfu could be so certain he would not be discovered. Lu Sanfu instructed him not to question too much, Merely to ensure that news of the 14th prince's inexplicable coma reached the palace. Resolute, Xiaoqizi experimented on a stray cat, and upon witnessing it awaken after 3 days, he dared to add the powder to Yuntang's food. Based on Xiaoqizi's information, the authorities swiftly apprehended Lu Sanfu. When the Shuntian prefecture officials confronted Lu Sanfu, he vehemently denied any wrongdoing against a member of the royal family. However, after enduring torture, he confessed that it was the shopkeeper, Shi Likai, from the infamily store who had compelled him to act. This revelation presented a dilemma for the officials of the Court of Judicial Review in the Shuntian prefecture. For Shi Likai had close ties to the infamily, which was the maternal clan of the pure consort. Yongzheng, upon reviewing the case files, was nearly driven to laughter. How could such an obvious frame-up go unnoticed? Neither in Lingrong nor the infamily had ever encountered Yun Tang. They bore him no grudge. It must be that in Lingrong's giving birth to twins had incited jealousy, leading to this conspiracy against her. He was no fool. The investigation must continue. Yet, what transpired next left Yongzheng utterly astonished. When Shi Likai was brought before the court, he categorically refused to admit any intent to harm the royal family. Nevertheless, Lu Sanfu provided precise details regarding their meetings, the location, and the 2,000 taels of silver that Shi Likai had given him. Based on Lu Sanfu's testimony, officials located several witnesses who had seen the two interacting. Gu Yingwen, the governor of Shuntian prefecture, approached the case involving the infamily with utmost caution. He refrained from mentioning the pure consort, focusing instead on the previous year's incident regarding Bihua, which had been thoroughly investigated by the Shuntian prefecture. All personnel from the infamily store were summoned for questioning, and eventually, a young apprentice named Shui Shang revealed a significant clue. He disclosed that he had overheard a conversation between Shi Likai and a perfumer named Liang Daxing, whom Shi Likai had known for many years. On the evening of the 7th day of the 4th month, Shi Likai had asked Liang Daxing if there were any substances that could induce a deep sleep for several days. Liang Daxing replied that during their time in Shuzhou, he had heard of a remedy for insomnia that could cause ordinary individuals to sleep for at least 3 or 4 days. Shi Likai expressed regret, stating that with the consort having narrowly survived childbirth, vengeance must be exacted, yet Shuzhou was too far away to make it in time. Shui Shang, eavesdropping in the shadows, immediately recognized that the consort Shi Likai referred to was none other than the eldest daughter of the infamily, the current pure consort. He sensed that a significant secret lay hidden within this affair and regretted his decision to conceal himself in the shop for the sake of learning, yet escaping was not an option. He could only hold his breath and listen intently. Liang Daxing questioned why Shi Likai sought to harm the 14th prince, as the consort had no enmity with him. Shi Likai replied that due to the queen's actions during the delivery, the consort and her children had been put in grave danger. The consort harbored a desire for revenge against the queen, but the queen was under the protection of the Empress Dowager, remaining unscathed. As long as the young princes and princesses were at risk, the queen would continue to pose a threat. To eliminate the queen, one would first have to deal with the Empress Dowager. Yet the latter's affection for her youngest son was well known. This is merely an unfiltered stream of consciousness. I implore certain readers not to leap to conclusions about the subsequent plot because they did not finish reading. I accept criticism for my writing quality, but please do not project your own misunderstandings onto my work. If you dislike it, you are free not to read it. Please respect the labor of others. Chapter 92. Why I Must Do This. Shui Shang recounted that Shi Likai had spoken of the upcoming plan with great caution. Had he not hidden in the shop, he would not have overheard these schemings. Not long ago, the 14th prince was bitten by a rat, which had precipitated the Empress Dowager's grave illness. If something were to happen to the 14th prince before she fully recovered, the Empress Dowager would surely not survive the shock. Deprived of her protection, the queen would no longer dare to act against the young princes and princesses. Liang Daxing grasped the implications and noted that the apothecary in Shuzhou had closed down and relocated to Tianjin, which was not far, allowing sufficient time for Shi Likai's plans to unfold. Shi Likai instructed Liang Daxing to make a swift journey to Tianjin. Shui Shang's testimony left Gu Yingwen and his advisor astounded. The motives behind this conspiracy were convoluted and required careful untangling, yet upon further consideration, they found the theory plausible. How could those outside the palace possibly know the intricate machinations within? By exploiting the 14th prince's coma, they could drive the Empress Dowager to her grave, leaving the queen bereft of her greatest support, while the pure consort would be able to protect the young princes and princesses. It was a compelling narrative. Yet, given that the pure consort held significant favor in the court, Gu Yingwen hesitated to present merely the testimonies of Shui Shang and Lu Sanfu to the emperor. Shi Likai was subjected to torture. Yet he remained steadfastly unyielding. Ironically, a worker named Lingrong from the Tianjin apothecary appeared at the Yin family store to collect a debt. However, the Yin family store had been closed for days, and Lingrong left empty-handed. Guided by onlookers, he made his way to the Yin family estate, where officials surrounded the premises, prohibiting anyone from entering or leaving before the case was concluded. Lingrong, unable to find anyone, began to shout outside the Yin family entrance. He proclaimed that a young man named Liang Daxing had purchased a large quantity of valuable medicines, including sleeping powder, for 5,000 taels of silver on April 9. After Liang Daxing left, the apothecary's owner discovered that the banknotes were counterfeit. Having operated the apothecary for nearly a decade, they had never suffered such a loss. Consequently, Lingrong was dispatched to the capital to recover the debt. Xiao Yang was seething with anger in the courtyard, having a fierce argument with Lianong across the courtyard gate, who could be unaware that the Yin family's shop was thriving, to the extent that they would concern themselves over a mere 5,000 taels of silver. The officials, growing increasingly suspicious, swiftly reported the situation upwards. Jiu Yingwen summoned Lianong, who firmly asserted that it was Liang Daxing from the Yin family's shop who had procured the medicine. The medicines sold at the pharmacy were categorized into three types. The first type consisted of common medicinal herbs available to anyone. The second type comprised processed pills and powders such as sleep aids, headache patches, and beauty pills, which were priced quite high. For these items, all purchasers were required to register their names and addresses based on their household registration. Years ago, the pharmacy had been extorted, leading the proprietor to establish this rule. Without a household registration, no matter how high the offer, the pharmacy would refuse the transaction. The third type included specially customized medicines, such as potent powders and odor-removing patches, which were exorbitantly priced. However, these transactions were private. Only the proprietor possessed the buyer's information. Jiu Yingwen immediately dispatched someone to Tianjin to investigate, and indeed found Liang Daxing's name in the shop's ledger. The purchase date was April 9, and among the medicines acquired was a sleep aid. The officials also presented Liang Daxing's likeness for identification by the pharmacy's proprietor and Lianong. Both nodded in agreement, affirming the resemblance. The officials searched high and low for Liang Daxing, yet he remained elusive. Some speculated that he was hiding in the tightly locked Yin family shop. Jiu Yingwen, steeling himself, ordered a search. While Liang Daxing was not found, a letter was discovered in the Yin family's spice shop. The letter, penned in the style of pure Guifei, demanded that Shi Likai take action against the 14th prince. Jiu Yingwen, unfamiliar with pure Guifei's handwriting, could only report the letter along with all case files. Upon reading the dossier and the letter, Yongzhang felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Lingrong had hardly practiced writing during her time at the Yin family. It was only after entering the palace that she began to learn. Her handwriting was neat but devoid of elegance. Others would find it challenging to imitate her script. In his perception, and Lingrong was a rather shallow individual, easily seen through. The grievances and sufferings she endured while giving birth to twins only deepened Yongzhang's compassion for her. Moreover, he felt a particular fondness for Hongsheng and Huiyan, more so than for other princes and princesses. If Lingrong were to confront the empress for the sake of these two children, it seemed justifiable, yet, to use royal kin to harm the empress dowager was an unforgivable crime. The thought that such a delicate and gentle exterior could conceal such ruthlessness led Yongzhang to feel deceived by Lingrong's appearance. And Lingrong and Fucha Peiyun were amusing Hongsheng and Huiyan when they noticed the emperor approaching with a countenance full of fury. The two knelt to pay their respects. Yongzhang threw the letter at Lingrong. "Did you write this letter?" And Lingrong opened the letter and examined it carefully, her expression changing dramatically. "Your Majesty, this letter was not written by me. Someone must be framing me." Fucha Peiyun covertly glanced at the letter's contents and was taken aback. She couldn't believe Lingrong would compose such a letter, yet the unsightly handwriting bore a striking resemblance to hers. Yongzhang regarded Lingrong sternly. Shuntian Prefecture and the Dali Temple have thoroughly investigated everything. "Do you still dare to claim you did not write it?" And Lingrong, astonished, inquired. "Shuntian Prefecture, Dali Temple, what have they investigated?" Yongzhang's chest heaved with anger as he glanced at Gao Woyang, who was sweating profusely. Despite his lingering gratitude towards Pure Guifei, he dared not speak on her behalf at this moment. Pure Guifei, Shi Likai from the Yin family shop. This letter had led Liang Daxing to Tianjin's pharmacy to purchase sleep aids. Subsequently, Shi Likai contacted a man named Lu Sunfu, who had been a companion of the eunuch Xiao Qizi before entering the palace. Shi Likai gave Lu Sunfu the sleep aids to deliver to Xiao Qizi for the 14th prince. After a considerable time, Lingrong finally comprehended Gao Woyang's words. "Shi Likai, Liang Daxing, I indeed heard Ling Xian mention these two names. they are indeed associated with the infamily shop.to conspire against the 14th prince. Have they confessed? Gao Huiyang glanced at the emperor, noticing his lack of reaction, and continued, Your Highness, Liang Daxing has not been located, and Shi Likai has been subjected to torture but has yet to confess. And Lingrong flinched at the mention of Shi Likai being tortured to Jingbail. I will ensure that you have no chance of turning the tables this time, though Lingrong had never met Shi Likai. She knew he was closely connected to Ling Xian. If one had not been apprehended and the other had not confessed, how could Shuntian Prefecture and Dali Temple have reached a conclusion? Gao Huiyang hesitated, Your Highness, although we have made no breakthroughs with these two men, there are still witnesses, including Lu Sunfu, the water vendor from the infamily shop, and those from Tianjin's pharmacy. Alongside this letter. Lingrong's face turned pale. You just mentioned drugging the 14th prince. Why would I do such a thing? Gao Huiyang pointed to the letter in Lingrong's hand. It is written in this letter. And Lingrong trembled as she picked up the letter and scrutinized it twice. Your Majesty, I believe that Dali Temple and Shuntian Prefecture would not wrongfully accuse anyone, yet they could be misled. Chapter 93. As long as Baiwan and Baike are there. Lingrong looked at the emperor, her eyes filled with confusion. Who would conspire in such a manner and explicitly outline their motives? It is as if they feared the investigators would struggle to find a motive. Shi Likai is merely a beggar by origin, not to mention him, even my brother and Ling Xian would not possess the audacity to engage in such treachery against a royal family member. How could someone as clever as Shi Likai be so conveniently discovered in such a clandestine affair? Gao Huiyang mused. What Pure Guifei said seems to hold some truth. Yongzheng glanced at the two children before turning his gaze to Lingrong. I will have people continue the investigation. Until then, you shall remain in Yanqi Palace, Your Majesty. Lingrong's health. The Fucha Guoran attempted to plead, but Lingrong interrupted her. Kneeling, she bowed 3 times to Yongzheng. I believe Your Majesty will surely restore the infamily's honor. Yongzheng's heart softened slightly. The infamily had indeed been wronged last year. Could it be that there was still injustice this time? But who would commit such a grave error to frame a noble consort? You have just given birth. Your health has yet to recover. I will take Hongxing and Huiyan to Yangxin Palace. Fucha Guoran was alarmed. No, Your Majesty. Yongzheng shot her a stern glance, causing her to shrink back and close her mouth. Looking aggrieved. Lingrong's eyes brimmed with tears as she cautiously asked, Will Your Majesty allow the Empress or other consorts to care for them? Yongzheng frowned deeply. The Empress had nearly harmed the 2 children. So how could he entrust them to her? Yet neither could he place them with anyone else. All the consorts who had given birth were either confined, like Lady L, or faced dire consequences, such as Kai Sheng, who was executed for framing Pure Guifei. Jin Huan could be a possibility, but Hong Yu and Lingxi were at an age of mischief, and she herself was still pregnant, lacking the energy to care for Hongxing and Huiyan. The only other potential caregivers were the Empress Dowager and Jing Fei. However, the Empress Dowager was perpetually ill, and Jing Fei struggled to manage palace affairs. For now, they would stay in Yangxin Palace with wet nurses to attend to them. So you need not worry excessively. If it is proven that this matter has nothing to do with you, I will return them to you. Thank you, Your Majesty. And Lingrong felt a rush of joy in her heart. This was better than she had anticipated. She was resolute. I did not commit this act. I will soon be reunited with them. Yongzheng closed his eyes and instructed for Hongxing and Huiyan's clothing to be brought along. Gao Huiyang, take away the palace maids who serve Pure Guifei closely, and Lingrong felt a pang of pain. To be sent to the Ministry of Justice, they would either face death or severe punishment. Baiwan and Baike knelt before Lingrong. Your Highness, whatever you did not do, we would rather be beaten to death than confess. Lingrong's eyes reddened as she turned away. Yongzheng sighed inwardly. The servants in Yanqi Palace were indeed too few. With only 2 young maids attending to Lingrong. If they were taken to the Ministry of Justice, the 2 wet nurses had already prepared, each cradling a child. Yongzheng glanced at Gao Huiyang before leaving. I bid farewell to Your Majesty. After Lingrong spoke, she turned to Gao Huiyang. She understood the meaning in Yongzheng's departing gaze. However, she did not wish for Yanqi Palace to be overseen by another matron. Regardless of whether the emperor's chosen attendants would ultimately be under her command, she did not desire them. Before Gao Huiyang could speak, and Lingrong addressed him first. Gao Gonggang, Baiwan, and Baike have been with me since I entered the palace. I am accustomed to relying solely on them. I have not conspired to harm the 14th prince, nor do I fear an investigation. I will wait for them to return in Yanqi Palace. Gao Gonggang need not worry about my lack of attendance. Yanqi Palace has a small kitchen, cleaning maids, and young eunuchs. I am not someone who requires constant assistance. Your Majesty is wise. I believe the truth will soon be revealed. And Baiwan and Baike will surely return to Yanqi Palace. She used I instead of this palace and emphasized her reliance solely on Baiwan and Baike. Both Baiwan and Baike's eyes turned red as they looked at her.
Gao Woyang understood her intent and reflected inwardly, pure Guifei, rest assured, this matter is not yet settled. While the girls may face some physical punishment, they will not be subjected to cruel means. An Lingrong nodded. Thank you, Gao Gonggang. After Gao Woyang departed with Baiwan and Baike, Fuchapian caught in Lingrong's arm, her face pale. Lingrong, who is trying to harm you, now that the emperor has taken Hongxing and Huyan away? What if they cause a disturbance and anger him? And Lingrong shook her head. Rest assured, a newborn child does nothing but eat and sleep. With a wet nurse present, there will be no disturbance to the emperor. She understood that one must pay a price when seeking to reap rewards from a perilous situation. Moreover, having Hongxing and Huyan taken to the Yangxin Hall was not without its advantages. The news of Consort Chun's maternal family being implicated in the conspiracy against the royal family and her subsequent confinement spread swiftly throughout the palaces. In Zhongsui Palace, Namuyan appeared anxious, yet she recognized that Danju's identity was exceptional. The more dire the situation, the less she could advocate for Consort Chun. Danju lashed the whip fiercely in Namuyan. Go inform Duan Siwen that Lingrong is merely under house arrest. If anyone beneath her has wronged her or reduced the rations for Yanqi Palace, I shall hold him accountable. Yes, I shall go at once. In Jingren Palace, Ishio was agitated as she practiced her calligraphy. Since the eve of the new year, the emperor had grown increasingly cold towards her. However, she had at least regained some power within the palace, which was not entirely without merit, yet being falsely accused of taking action during Consort Chun's childbirth was a bitter pill to swallow. Especially since the emperor had believed it. Had it not been for the timely death of the Empress Dowager, she would still be under confinement. Ishio's feelings towards the late Empress Dowager, her ever-protective aunt, were complex. While the Empress Dowager had shielded her, she had never held her in high regard, and now that the Empress Dowager was gone, there was no one left in the palace to reprimand her. But equally, no one to protect her unconditionally. Zhenxiu felt a pang of sympathy. Your Highness, the palace is abuzz with talk that Consort Chun conspired with the 14th prince to harm the Empress Dowager. Ishio scoffed. What sort of person is in Lingrong? A cautious individual, whose verbal skills may have improved, yet she remains fundamentally the same. Prudent in Lingrong. How could she possibly resort to harming a royal relative merely to eliminate the Empress Dowager? It is common knowledge that the Empress Dowager's days are numbered. Besides, given in Lingrong's current capabilities, she could easily protect both children. How could she jeopardize herself for the sake of removing an obstacle? This must be the work of someone seeking to frame her. If only there were a way to substantiate this matter. If we do not thoroughly suppress in Lingrong now, it will pose a significant problem in the future. Ishio lamented her recent fall from favor with the emperor, feeling too intimidated to voice her concerns in his presence. In Yangshuo Palace, Jin Huan rubbed her forehead in exasperation, since Hongli had assumed office. His ambitions had only grown. He should not have entangled himself within Lingrong. The risks were too great. Originally, once the matter with the 14th prince was settled, if handled properly, no one would trace it back to him. Yet, Hongli insisted on involving in Lingrong. A single misstep in any part of the plan could lead to utter failure. Jinsi too was troubled, lamenting the presence of such troublesome elements around the empress. When he returned from her brother's quarters and learned from Danju that in Lingrong was under house arrest, prompting her to head to the Yangxin Hall, Yongjing frowned. Are you here to plead for Consort Chun? Wen Yi's eyes reddened as she shook her head. Consort Chun has treated me well, and I believe she would never commit such an act. I trust that my father will clear her name, so there is no need for me to intercede on her behalf. Chapter 94. Is this your daughter? Yongzhang raised his gaze to Wen Yi. You have such faith in her. What if Consort Chun is not as you imagine? Tears welled in Wen Yi's eyes, but she did not let them fall. No matter how much I admire Consort Chun, she is not of my blood, while my father and grandmother are my closest kin. If Consort Chun truly did such a thing, then I would never wish to see her again. Upon finishing her words, the tears finally cascaded down her cheeks. Yongzhang sighed inwardly, although Wen Yi was not his most favored child. His heart held a touch of leniency for her due to the incident with Chao Qinma. Since you are not here to plead for Consort Chun, what brings you to the Yangxin Hall today? Wen Yi's eyes glistened with tears, but she appeared bashful as she replied, I miss my younger siblings, and I also miss my father. Yongzhang cast a sidelong glance at Wen Yi. It was true that she missed her siblings, but whether he was included in that sentiment was uncertain. Not if you wish to see Hongxing and Huyan, then go on in. Wen Yi's eyes sparkled. Thank you, father. With that, she dashed into the inner hall. Upon seeing the sleeping twins, Wen Yi exclaimed in surprise, are they truly Hongxing and Huyan? They look so different from what I remember.
one of the wet nurses chuckled and replied, "Your Highness, children change every day. They grow quickly." When he laughed heartily. "Indeed, they are becoming more beautiful by the day." Hongsheng resembles father a bit, but thankfully he has inherited Consort Chun's fair complexion. Pondering this, she settled beside the two infants and began to read a book she had brought. After a while, when he rubbed her eyes, her younger siblings were still asleep, so she decided to head to the main hall. "Father, you should take a moment to rest." Consort Chun said that resting one's eyes is essential to see clearly. Yongzheng lifted his head, and Lingrong had told him the same. I have heard from the Grand Tutor that you have learned a few phrases in foreign language." When he nodded innocently. "Yes, Consort Chun had someone from the Bo mansion send me a booklet, but unfortunately, it contains only simple vocabulary." Yongzheng raised an eyebrow. He was aware that Lingxian had previously dealt with foreign individuals, but he did not expect them to have books on foreign languages, especially not ones that the four Yamen lacked. Is it similar to Qingwen Jiao? When he nodded and shook her head, "It is similar, but the content is much less." It was compiled specifically for Bo, who wished to learn foreign languages while in Guangzhou. Consort Chun had the family transcribe a copy for me. Yongzheng's expression softened slightly, and Lingrong's consideration for Wen Yi was indeed rare. "What prompted you to suddenly take an interest in foreign languages?" Wen Yi's cheeks flushed. "I heard Consort Chun mention that the Zhaoban Chu needed to create some foreign items and sought out Master Lang Shining for translation. If I knew the foreign language, we wouldn't need to rely on outsiders for translation." Even Yongzheng, who was typically stern, could not help but smile at Wen Yi's words. Learning a foreign language was no simple task. However, if she was eager to learn, he would not discourage her. Wen Yi spent some more time conversing with Yongzheng before taking her leave. Yongzheng then returned to the inner hall to check on the two children. "Why are they still asleep, Your Majesty?" "Infants are like this. They do nothing but eat and sleep, which is necessary for their growth." Yongzheng nodded, noticing a book lying beside the cradle. He picked it up. "Wu Yu Chunxiu." Yongzheng frowned, and a wet nurse quickly explained, "Your Majesty, this is the book that Princess Wen Yi dropped. She must have fallen asleep while reading and forgotten to take it with her." As Yongzheng left with the book in hand, he was surprised to find that Wen Yi was reading such material, which set her apart from typical girls. As he casually flipped through the pages, he noticed one with a crease, indicating that it was a page she had recently read. The King of Wu was overjoyed and remarked, "The two daughters of you are the embodiment of Gojin's loyalty to Wu." Zishu advised, "This is unwise. The king must not accept it. I have heard that the 5 colors can blind the eyes, and the 5 sounds can deafen the ears." Yongzheng chuckled softly. Gojin's schemes are well known. Could an 8 or 9-year-old girl truly comprehend such matters? He dismissed the thought and set the book aside to continue reviewing memorials. Due to the emperor's insistence on thoroughly investigating the incident involving Yun Tan being drugged, Gu Yingwen found himself in a quandary. Shirley Kai, a 19-year-old, was proving to be quite obstinate. The emperor's current stance towards Consort Chun was unclear, leaving Gu Yingwen equally perplexed. Under these circumstances, he dared not resort to severe torture. A few lashes and a show of force would have to suffice. Hoping that the Dali Temple would expedite the resolution of the case, moreover, there was that brash fellow named Lianong, who frequented the Shuntian prefecture 3 times a day, demanding that Liang Daxing compensate for the losses of the medicine shop. Liang Daxing. Gu Yingwen was even more anxious to locate this person than Lianong. Without Liang Daxing, the case could not be closed, yet Liang Daxing remained elusive, leading Gu Yingwen to suspect that he might have been silenced. In Yanqi Palace, Fu Cha Peijun idly played with the toys that Wen Yi had left behind. "Lingrong, why hasn't the emperor clarified this matter yet? What on earth are the officials from Shuntian Prefecture and the Dali Temple doing? They are utterly incompetent. I'm so bored. I miss Hongsheng and Huiyuan. Lingrong too longed for her children, but it would take time before this matter reached its conclusion." She glanced at the distracted Baoga outside, her eyes flashing with a hint of coldness. "Sister Fu Cha, will you play a game of chess with me?" Fu Cha Peijun's eyes brightened. She adored playing gobang, as she usually won. On the 16th of May, a middle-aged man from Suining County in Shuzhou knocked on the drum of complaint at the Shuntian prefecture. The man's name was Yen Dazhong, and he reported that his daughter, Yen Qinghe, had been abducted to the capital.